sup my clan? I am Garps1234. If you love me enough, like and subscribe. Also, tell me in the comments what other stories you will want to listen to and want me to improve upon. I do not own these stories, by the way. I just reformat them to audio. Today, you are listening to The God Eater by DMadLord.
Chapter 722. Every form of energy around the outpost core, including light, sound, and heat, was being absorbed. So a zone of cold, silent darkness quickly formed around the outpost core. This black zone of silent and cold darkness reminded Loki of the black, devouring force field. The main difference was that the zone of darkness wasn't eating everything within it. It was only eating free energy. At least, Loki was fine within this domain. He only felt a slight cold draft across his skin. This condition wasn't as bad as the airless condition of the third dimension or the cold darkness of the space between worlds. If he could survive those two things, then he was sure that he could definitely survive this cold, silent darkness. As the black rock absorbed the free energy of its surroundings, it became bigger, and the black zone around the outpost core expanded rapidly. In a few seconds, the zone of darkness had quickly enlarged from covering a range of 1 meter around the outpost core to covering a range of 10 meters around it. Without being told, Loki tossed golden rocks of world essence at the black rock. He didn't expect what he was doing to work and was only giving it a try. But the black rock immediately absorbed the world essence and used it to become bigger. As the black rock became bigger, its multicolored veins also became brighter. Then the zone of darkness expanded. This signified that the outpost core had become more powerful. When he saw that his test had been successful, Loki quickly threw more world essence into the outpost core. This caused the black rock to grow bigger very quickly. The zone of darkness was also growing at a rapid rate. While this was happening, the multicolored were slowly and surely becoming brighter. By the time the outpost core finished growing, Loki had fed it 10,000 years worth of lifespan. In return, the transformation stage that should have taken 210 days was completed in 2.1 seconds. So he had sped up the growth by 8640,000 times, and all it took was 10,000 years of lifespan. This was an abysmal efficiency of 0.0058%. It could be considered a terrible waste of lifespan to spend 10,000 years just to avoid having to guard something for 210 days. But Loki didn't care. Fortunately, the sect sent him a message to encourage him not to care about his sacrifice or think of it as a bad thing. The message said, "Congratulations on surviving the second stage of the outpost core. Your contribution for this transformation is 100%. Your contribution for the defense of the outpost core during this phase is 98.2%. This message was full of good news for Loki, but he didn't care about it all. This was because Fenrir was yearning for the outpost core. This yearning quickly transformed into hunger. It was a hunger that he hadn't experienced in a long time. But he has had a lot of experience with this hunger to know what it meant. So his eyes lit up as he thought, "It seems I've encountered something good." With this yearning compelling him to take action, he used the power identification ability on the black crystal with the multicolored veins. Rank 6 World Seed. He didn't know why Loki wanted to eat an object that wouldn't help him advance to rank 7. But he was willing to go along with this impulse of his gut instinct and eat the so-called World Seed. However, he wasn't willing to eat the World Seed now. He hoped to eat his cake and have it. So he wanted to complete the mission first and get the divine merit points that he is due before eating this World Seed. He decided to prioritize the divine merit points because the World Seed is easy to get, while divine merit points are not so easy to acquire. He could get an outpost core easily and use it to grow his own World Seed. But divine merit points require a lot more work. Now that he was so close to getting the divine merit points, he needed to advance to rank 7 and had made a lot of sacrifices for it. He wasn't willing to back out of it for something he didn't know how it would be of help to him. So he reined in his hunger and didn't let it control him. Instead of pouncing on the World Seed, he tore his gaze away from it to look at the messages that the sect had sent to him. Meanwhile, Moneybody was staring sinisterly at Loki. He wanted to beat Loki up for doing something without his permission, and he wanted to teach Loki to respect him as the highest authority in this mission. But just like Loki, he too reined in his impulse for violence. He also tore his venomous gaze away from Loki. As he did so, he thought, let him jump around for now. It is not as if the divine merit points will be of help to him after the mission. No amount of divine merit points will help him prevent what I plan to do to him. At that time, he will need divine merit points badly, but no amount of them will be enough. Then he chuckled inwardly, thinking, come to think of it, I won't need divine merit points after this mission. So maybe I should find a way to give him my divine merit points as I beat him. As he was amusing himself thinking about the things he planned to do to Loki and Loki's secret alliance, the black zone of darkness around them disappeared altogether. Not only did the zone of cold, silent darkness disappear, but even the outpost core went with it. So, gone was the cold and silent darkness, and gone was the source of the darkness. The whole area now looked as if there had never been an outpost core that was draining the world of energy. Comments. Chapter 723. All that was left of the outpost core was a spherical area of diameter 20 meters around where the multicolored rock used to be. In this area, the gaze of the world that they had been feeling crawling all over their skin had disappeared. Moneybody nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. Then he said to them, they should be on their way soon, so let's prepare to meet them. He spoke out loud to them, using his mouth without sending his words as a message to them through the divine constellation. This was because he believed that they didn't need to worry about the will of Oceania overhearing them. After speaking, he summoned the power of his cave heaven to tear the boundary between the first dimension and the third dimension. This caused the shadow of his cave heaven to flash briefly. The appearance of the shadow of Moneybody's cave heaven and its massive size caused the hearts of Netherflame and Blood Sword to sink with apprehension. This was because, for a brief moment there, they thought that Moneybody was about to trap them with his cave heaven. At that moment, they felt like small fish with the shadow of a massive shark passing over them. Their instinct was to run away as fast as possible. Fortunately, the shadow only appeared briefly before it was gone. So the two of them relaxed and shook their heads to cast aside ideas of a trap. Then they summoned the power of their cave heavens to enter the third dimension. Loki was the last person to tear a gap in space into the third dimension. When he did this, the shadow of his cave heaven also appeared. Unfortunately, or fortunately for him, there was no one around to gawk about it. After the tear in the boundary of dimensions was created, he stepped into it. As he did this, he thought to himself, here, I thought that the cycle of glowing and dimming made the multicolored look like a beating heart. But who would have thought that the outpost core was more ambitious than that? His mental tone was one of amusement as he thought. Apparently, the feat of coming alive isn't where to stop for an outpost core. The outpost core also wants to become the heart of a world. He was jesting, of course. After all, he knew how the outpost core worked and what its function was. They were told this much when the sect gave them the outpost core and the shield breaker. So when he entered the third dimension and saw the multicolored veins of the outpost core spreading into its environment, he was only silently surprised. Because of his surprise, he said, they told us that the outpost core would invade the core of the world. I didn't know that it was going to be like this. Bloodsword nodded and said, it is both beautiful and unnerving. Netherflame disagreed with her. He said, it means our mission is about to finish, so this is definitely beautiful. Moneybody shut them up with a stern voice, saying silence. After speaking, he went over to the outpost core. Then he put his hand on it and began feeding the black crystal his life energy. He had a lot of life energy at his disposal, so he didn't care. But the outpost core and the will of Oceania cared a lot about his actions. The outpost core cheered when it received the energy, while the will of the world trembled. They immediately felt a force slamming down on them, trying to crush them. But Moneybody raised his hand to the sky and let golden light spill from his hand. The golden light froze the falling force in its tracks. This foiled the plan of Oceania to destroy the outpost core. It brought a smile to Moneybody's face. As he smiled, he said in a sing-song tone, "They are coming." Because of his previous stern rebuke, the three of them had become silent and attentive. But even if they had continued talking, they would have heard the dragons coming. This was because the dragons weren't being subtle in their approach. The dragons were coming over in a rush, and they were loud about it. Loki and the others weren't surprised about this because they had been told to expect something like this. When they received the Outpost Core, they had been told that the Outpost Core had 3 stages of growth. The first stage was the planting and germination stage. They were told that in the planting and germination stage, the Outpost Core must be planted in the target world, and material from the world must be used to grow it. They were also told that the second stage was the transformation stage. In this stage, it was also a must for the Outpost Core to use some of the energy of the world to grow. Once all of these requirements had been met, the Outpost Core would gain the signature of the world. Then it would use the signature of the world as its soil to grow into the heart of a world. The person who told them all of these had said, in a normal situation, the heart of the world suddenly appearing in a world will induce greed in the world, and the world would try to consume the heart. But this case is special because this particular heart of the world has the signature of this world, so it already belongs to this world. However, a world cannot have 2 hearts, so one heart will have to go for the other. In a perfect world, the original will of the world will win this struggle. But if you help the budding heart of the world, it will stand a chance of usurping the original will of the world. Because of this, the original will of the world always tends to go all out, trying to kill the invaders and destroy the usurper. Comments. Chapter 724. The attendant back at the meeting point had said ominously, "At that point, it is not a matter of greed anymore. It is a matter of survival. So you should expect the world kings to come at you with everything they have." The first time Loki had heard this, he had been surprised. The look of surprise on his face had caused the attendant to laugh in amusement. Then the attendant had said, "Not to worry. As long as you can help the Outpost Core wrestle 30% control of the power of the world, the Outpost Core will be done with its 3rd stage, and your mission will be considered complete." The will of the world didn't know all of these, but it knew that ever since the strange crystal entered the 3rd dimension, something had begun to go terribly wrong. At first, the will of the world has felt greed for the black crystal with veins. The will of Oceania was so sure that if it could eat it, it would grow stronger. So it was already inclined to send its world king to snatch the black crystal for it. But the black crystal entered the 3rd dimension, and the will of Oceania began to lose control of the world. It was then that the will of Oceania realized that it wasn't the only hunter in this scenario. The first thing that the will of Oceania lost control of was the area where the black crystal used to be. That area became forbidden for it, so it couldn't mobilize any world power in that zone. It also couldn't hear or see anything happening in that area anymore. When that area was covered with a cold, silent darkness, the will of Oceania had been able to see everything happening just fine. But after the cold, silent darkness disappeared, that area suddenly became a zone of total darkness. As if this wasn't bad enough, the will of Oceania realized that it was losing world power. This was because the black crystal was not taking over more of the world of Oceania from it. World power was the second thing that Oceania was losing, but it was the last straw. The will of Oceania wasn't willing to lose anything anymore and had even begun to fear for its life. The only good news was that the usurper was weak and was growing slowly. The threat it represented was still weak and could be easily destroyed. Unfortunately, even that possibility disappeared when one of the invaders went up to the usurper and began helping it. Once this invader began helping the black crystal with energy, the black crystal began to grow faster, and the multicolored veins around it began spreading outward much faster than before. This incenses the will of Oceania, so it made a move to destroy the usurper. Unfortunately, its power wasn't strong enough, so its attack failed to inflict any damage. With no cards left to play, it sent the Dragon King and the dragons into the 3rd dimension. The will of Oceania gave them one goal and only one goal. Not only did the existence of this 8th dragon not come as a surprise to Loki, but it also made no difference to him. But this was not the case with Moneybody. The 8th dragon made so much difference to Moneybody that it was the main reason he began contemplating going after the dragons and killing them before they could become too strong to deal with. This 8th dragon was why he came up with the plan to sacrifice world essence to accelerate the growth of the outpost and force the dragons to come to him. And, as usual, he hid this information from his mission partners. He didn't tell that the dragons were more than 6, or that the dragons had created an 8th dragon. He only told them that they needed to kill just 1 or 2 dragons to secure their victory. This was to prevent them from panicking and quitting the mission earlier. Of course, they were panicking now when they saw 8 dragons coming at them. Bloodsword, in particular, who had heard that dragon kings become more fearsome the more dragon underlings they had, was especially terrified. Then there was the fact that Moneybody had lied to them about the number of enemies they would feel. It was either that he had lied to them to deceive them, or Moneybody had lied to them because he was ignorant of the truth. So it was either that their leader was an untrustworthy liar, or he was an ignorant fool. Neither situation was a good thing to have in such a dangerous situation. So she really wanted to quit while she could. Unfortunately, before she could go through with quitting, she heard Moneybody say, "If you quit now, you won't be my mission partner anymore, and I will be able to attack you." Make of that information what you will. Comments. Chapter 725. He didn't look at her specifically when he said those threatening words. This was because he didn't say them just for her to hear. He said what he said for all of them to hear. When they heard his words, any doubts that they had about Moneybody's competence were thrown out. Now, they were sure he wasn't an ignorant fool. They could say confidently that their leader was an untrustworthy liar, but this was the worst option. After all, it meant that Moneybody had planned all of this and was ready to kill them if they ruined his plan. In response to this threat, Netherflame gritted his teeth in frustration, but he didn't dare to show any sign of frustration on his face. He hoped to survive this mission, but he also knew that the goal of surviving this mission wasn't the end of all things. He knew that there was still the goal of surviving after the mission. In order to achieve this second goal, he believed that it was a good idea not to show his dissatisfaction at being tricked. It was best not to offend Moneybody in any way. Bloodsword also made this decision. She became eerily calm, but a glint of sharpness could be seen in her eyes. Only Loki was truly calm. He even had the leisure to yawn and say, "Enough talking. This is not a marketplace. It is a battlefield." His words made everyone turn to him in surprise. They were surprised to hear the weakest one among them be so confident and looking forward to the battle. Neither Flame nor Bloodsword thought that he was the weakest, but Moneybody didn't think he was weak at all. After all, he knew that Loki was part of an alliance. There was also the suspicion that Loki could control the 4 divine positions, as absurd as it may be. So Moneybody believed that Loki should have the confidence to defeat and kill rank 6 dragons. The reason he was surprised was that Loki was so enthusiastic because he expected the greatest resistance from Loki for deceiving them. But Loki appeared not to care at all about his deceit. This caught him off guard a little bit. But he quickly regained his composure and prepared for battle. Moneybody activated his 4 divine positions and combined them for great power. Netherflame did the same with his 3 divine positions. Bloodsword also went along with the preparation for battle. Loki also began to prepare for battle. But the first thing he did wasn't to activate his divine metax. The first thing he did was to activate the siphon ability on the heart of the world. He had marked a World Guardian earlier in the day with the tracking ability. When that World Guardian had died, the world had tried to retrieve the power core of the World Guardian. He was more powerful than the world, so he could have stopped the world from taking the power core. But he allowed the world to have its way so that he could mark the heart of the world. He had done the same thing during his first mission, but he hadn't activated the siphon ability because it wouldn't have made much of a difference. The draining of the siphon ability is only 6 years of lifespan per second. Compared to the level of enemies he had to face in the first mission, this amount of lifespan was only a drop in the ocean of lifespan that he needed to stay alive every second. The only thing that the siphon ability would have done was to make the will of Oceania very angry and send all of its dragons after them to kill them. He couldn't handle such a risk back then, but things are different this time around. Not only can he handle the risk of the dragons going all out to kill all the invaders right now, but the dragons are already going all out to kill all the invaders right now. So an extra reason for the will of Oceania to kill the invaders won't make any difference. Another reason he activated the siphon ability is that it will weaken the heart of the world and weaken the resistance of the will of Oceania against the outpost core. So by activating the siphon ability, he can speed up the growth of the outpost core while supplying him with 6 years of lifespan every second. These two things are all good things that will ensure that the mission will be successfully completed. But the main obstacle in their way is still the dragons. So after activating the siphon ability, he also activated his divine positions. He didn't hold back at all with his divine positions. He activated all 4 of them. What he held back with were his other divine metaks. He only activated the 4 divine metaks needed to activate the 4 divine positions. So the divine positions activated were the gold body metak, money construct metak, life's worth metak, and the wealth status metak. The remaining 48 were put on hold for now. His goal is to focus on the rank 6 and rank 7 dragons, not the Dragon King. He plans to leave the Dragon King to money body while he focuses on killing the other dragons. This way, he won't have to show too much of his power and complete the mission without stress. For now, all that his mission partners could tell was that he activated all 4 divine positions. They couldn't tell if he was truly capable of combining the 4 of them, and they had no inkling whatsoever that there were still 48 divine metaks left in reserve. After activating his 4 divine metaks, the next thing he did was to mark some dragons so that he could drain their lifespan. Then he activated the power identification ability on them to see what they were capable of. A/N. Please don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 726. Race, Dragon King. Available lifespan, 31,600 years. Cultivation rank, 8. Cave heaven, 1,406 million square kilometers. Body 8. Soul 8. Mind 8. Will 8. Insight 5.58. Law fragment. Amplification 4,975,312,694, 900%. Divine metak. Rank water whip. Water hammer. Sea devouring. Siren shriek. Electric horn. Second jaw. Water venom. Water senses. When Loki saw this, he thought, the new divine metak should be the water sensing metak. It is a divine metak that uses the insight stat, and the Dragon King has been able to master it in such a short amount of time, so he can use it to raise his insight stat. It looks like Money Body is in trouble. As it turned out, he was wrong about this. It wasn't only Money Body that was in trouble. They were all in trouble because the Dragon King didn't want to target Money Body alone. The Dragon King took the new Water Senses metak, which is a divine metak for enhancing the senses of its user in water, and combined it with the Siren Shriek metak, which is a divine metak for attacking enemies with sound. When these 2 divine metaks were combined, they created a subtle power that could attack the senses of enemies with sound. Then the Dragon King empowered this subtle power with the remaining 6 divine metaks. After doing this, the Dragon King roared at them. The roar that came out of its mouth was the enhanced sound attack that it had prepared for them. This roar was subtle and gentle. It didn't rile up the world and create powerful shockwaves like a normal roar would. Instead, it spread through space like salt dissolving in water. In no time, it had encapsulated the 4 invaders and began tampering with their perception. For Loki, the attack made his environment disappear. Instead of being inside in the 3rd dimension about to face off 7 dragons and their Dragon King, he found himself on land, and someone had grabbed his neck. He moved his body around and realized that his body had suddenly become weak. He also realized that he had become very small. It was either this or the person who had grabbed him by his neck was a giant. When he looked at the face of the person lifting him up by his neck, he saw a scruffy man with a large beard. The man's face was also stern, and his eyes stared at him with disgust. As soon as Loki saw this face, he remembered where he had seen it before. He also realized what was happening with him. So he thought inwardly, this was when I was 7. It was the first time I had a brush with death. At that time, I thought he was looking at me in disgust because I hadn't had a bath in more than 5 days and was reeking of feces. But now I know better. Now I know that if our masters had allowed us to have regular baths and hadn't forced us to sleep beside our excretions, he would still have looked at me with disgust. To him, I was simply not worthy of anything more than disgust. As he was thinking, the man threw him into the mud pit. The man didn't drop him gently into the mud pit. Instead, he was tossed aside like one would toss a rag. So when he landed on the ground, the force of the throw caused him to slide through the mud. The mud pit was wet and muddy, so the rags he was wearing quickly became wet, soiled, and muddy. Mud had also gotten into his hair and eyes. The fall had been jarring and painful, but he didn't cry. He was no ordinary child, and he rarely cried. But the other child they threw into the mud pit didn't have the same mental maturity as he did. This other boy began crying for his mummy as soon as he was tossed into the mud pit. Loki ignored his cries and looked around them. As his eyes swept through his surroundings, he saw that the mud pit was fenced. He also said that the fence was tall and sturdy, so there was no way he could escape. Just as he was wondering what he was doing here, he heard the man who brought him shout, saying, "The dogs are here." The shout attracted the attention of some people in the distance. They came over to the mud pit and surrounded it. Then they began clamoring. One of them said, "I bet on the skinny one." This made one of them say, "Which one are you talking about?" "They're both skinny." This caused a round of laughter to erupt from everyone. The man had to clarify, saying, "I'm talking about the one that is as skinny as a broom and looks like he is about to fall down dead." These words made another person say, "Are you crazy? Why would you bet on him? He looks like he is about to die. You'll only lose your money." But the man insisted, saying, "What if he wins?" When Loki heard what they were saying, he knew that they were talking about him. Their words also reminded him of why he was so weak and frail at this point in time. He remembered that because of the memories from his past, he was very picky about his food. He didn't like to eat grain that had been soiled by feces or bread that had fallen in mud. He also didn't like to drink dirty brown water from ponds. Because of his pickiness, he refused to drink urine for a long time. So he had always lacked food, which made him grow up frail. In fact, it was by sheer will and stubbornness that he managed to survive this long. Life hadn't been worth living for him since he reincarnated. Many times, he felt like giving up and surrendering to death. But he had held on because when there was life, there was hope of a better future. Comments. Chapter 7:27. He had managed to hold on, but he was weak from starving. On the other side, the other boy was bigger than him. As a boy born to slaves who were used to eating spoiled leftovers and animal feed, the boy also didn't see any problem with eating these less than savory things. So the boy had grown up to be bigger than Loki despite being of the same age. While he was thinking, he saw Slav and his older brother Simon. Slav was only 4 years old this time, so his elder brother was carrying him. Loki didn't recognize most of the people here, but for some reason, he recognized the two of them. And for some other reason, he hated the two of them. These were emotions that a 7-year-old slave shouldn't have towards his master. But he had this feeling of hatred, and it was intense. The hatred was so intense that it was burning within him like a flame. It was unthinkable, but he really wanted both of them dead. Loki was looking at the two of them with an intense gaze when someone threw something in his face. This drew his attention, so he looked at what had been thrown at him. He saw that it was a piece of dry, moldy jerky. Both Loki and the other boy had been struck by something thrown at them. Both of them also recognized the jerky for what it was worth. They realized that it was food and not just any kind of food. It was the kind of food that they barely eat once a year during special celebrations. Loki's stomach churned in hunger when he saw the jerky. As someone who had always grown up hungry, any sight of food was enough to induce salivation in his mouth and an encouragement from his stomach to eat. He wasn't the only one who wanted to eat the jerky. The other boy also wanted to eat the jerky. He had stopped crying for his mummy and was now staring at the jerky like it was the only thing in the world. His face was focused, and he didn't blink. He even held his breath as if he was afraid that the jerky would disappear if he breathed too loudly. But no matter how much they wanted to eat the jerky, the two of them didn't move to take it. They didn't dare to eat it because they had been raised not to eat anything until they were given permission to do so. They had seen slaves who ate things without permission have holes bored into their tongues to teach them a lesson or have their tongues cut off for severe punishment. In some rare cases, some slaves are muzzled forever, and some are starved to death for daring to take and eat a rotting fruit that had fallen from the tree. So until they are given the explicit permission to eat the jerky, they won't reach for it, no matter how hungry they are. The other boy could only stare longingly at the jerky. As a naive boy, he wasn't mature enough to hide his emotions. But Loki knew that looking at it wouldn't change anything. He knew that looking at something he couldn't have would only make him hungrier, so he didn't bother to look at the jerky. As someone who was almost always hungry, he had become one with his hunger and could control it somewhat. He was also smart, so instead of staring at the jerky, he turned to look at where the jerky had come from. He wanted to see who tossed the jerky and know what they planned to do by throwing the jerky. The person who had thrown the moldy jerky at him was the man who brought him here. This man was the slave manager of the farm and was a servant of the Rain family. The man said to the two boys, "Eat it. It is your last meal." The other boy didn't bother to hear what else the slave manager had to say. Once he got the permission to eat, he lunged for the jerky that was thrown at him. But Loki continued listening to what the slave manager had to say. The man said, "This could be your last meal because if you are defeated, you will die. But if you win, you will get more." After he said this, he jangled a bundle of moldy jerky in front of them to see. Then he grinned savagely as he said, "If you want it, and kill your opponent." By this time, the other boy had put the jerky in his mouth and now had some mental focus to spare to listen to what the slave manager had to say. When he heard that they were supposed to kill their opponent, the boy became afraid. He had been raised to always obey their master, but he was just a little boy, and he didn't want to die. So he lost interest in the jerky and began to cry. Tears streamed down the boy's cheeks as he cried. He opened his mouth wide and cried out, "Say, Mummy." His crying annoyed everyone, so the slave manager took out his whip and shook it. The vibration of the whip created an intense sound of the air exploding. This quickly shut the boy up. The slave manager didn't beat the boy with a whip, but he didn't need to do so to elicit obedience from a boy. Just the sight of the whip and the menacing glare of the slave manager was enough to shut the boy up. Then the slave manager said, "Fight now, or I will bring in the wild dogs to finish you two off." The others had been sufficiently intimidated, but he still didn't want to fight. Most importantly, he didn't know how to fight, and he didn't want to die. It was true that he didn't want to be whipped, but he didn't want to fight and die even more. So the boys stood there paralyzed with fear. Comments. Chapter 728. Loki also didn't want to be beaten, and he didn't want to die. However, he knew how to fight. He was also willing to fight to avoid the fate of being beaten to death and devoured by hungry, rabid dogs. So he took a step closer to his opponent. He hadn't picked the jerky from the ground, but it was the least of his concerns right now. Even a naive boy had stopped chewing the jerky. The situation was such that they didn't have the leisure to be concerned about food. As Loki stepped forward, the boy stepped back in fright. But this didn't stop Loki. He took another step forward. His purposeful stride and the look in his eyes frightened the young boy too much. The other boy took another step forward, but because of his fear, he didn't pay attention to his steps. So he stumbled and fell onto his butt. He was in a vulnerable position, yet Loki continued to approach him. This made the boy say to him with tears in his eyes and a pleasing tone, "Please." This seemed to get a Loki because he stopped. He seemed to struggle mentally because his eyes became unfocused for a while. But then he heard the barking of the dogs. This signified that someone was bringing the dogs over. He had never doubted that the dogs would be let loose on them. Even with a short period of experience here, he knew that if their master said that they would do something, they would surely do it, no matter how abhorrent it was. So the threat of the rabid dogs had been a serious threat to him. What he hadn't expected was that the rabid dogs were already so close. The barking of the dogs snapped him out of his thoughts. His eyes became stern again, and he became even more determined to live. So he took another step closer to the boy. Then he fell on the boy and began choking him. The fight was not easy, even though he had the initiative from the beginning to the end. Not once did the boy fight back. All the boy did was struggle to live. This was all that was needed to make the fight difficult for him. The problem was that he was weak, so he didn't have enough strength to finish the job quickly. He even had to choke the boy with mud by forcing mud into his mouth and nose. It was not easy at all. Many times during the process, he wanted to stop. His body wanted to give out, and his mind wanted to stop what he was doing. But he was hungry. He was so hungry, and he didn't want to die. So he continued with the arduous work of wringing life out of a young, defenseless boy. When the work was done, the slave manager took the moldy jerky to Simon and said, "Please, bless this with your spit as grace for this lowly slave, young master." Simon didn't say anything. He just spat on the moldy jerky. The innocent Slav saw this and became interested in it. He clamored, saying, "Me too, me too." So the slave manager smiled and said, "Of course, young master. It is the slave's grace to be blessed by you." As he spoke, he brought the jerky towards Slav's face. This was to make it easier for Slav to spit on it, but Slav still failed. The innocent boy couldn't spit, so his saliva dribbled down his plump lips. It took a lot of effort before Slav could get a drop of saliva on the moldy jerky. Everyone laughed during the process and called it cute. Only Loki didn't think it was cute. He was definitely an outlier in this, because the boy he had just killed would have been honored that the young master was willing to touch the food he would eat. Even if the contact between the young master and the food was indirect, it is still something a slave should be glad for. But Loki wasn't happy that the food he just fought for was being defiled. However, his dissatisfaction didn't stop him from gathering the moldy jerky when it was thrown into the mud pit with reckless abandon. Not only was the jerky moldy, but it now had 2 people's saliva and mud on it. 7 years ago, before he came to this world, he was someone who wouldn't put his lips to cups and bottles that strangers had put to their lips. But this time, he didn't have such qualms. He couldn't care about extra saliva and a serving of meat on the side, because he was very hungry and because he had killed someone for this meal. Someone had died for this meal. So no matter how picky he was, he had to appreciate this food. So he ate every piece of jerky as soon as he got his hands on it. He ate the jerky as if it were his last meal. But even though there was a lot of jerky, it couldn't quench his hunger or satisfy him. His hunger felt like a flame, and he was feeding this flame to make it stronger. So instead of being filled, he was only becoming hungrier. His hunger seemed to yearn for something more. It made him wish to eat something better. If he didn't have memories of a better life, this wish would be nothing but a delirious dream. But he knew his situation could be better, and he didn't think his life should be worth a handful of moldy jerky. In fact, he didn't think his life should be worth less than the lives of the 2 young masters. So as his hunger grew stronger within him, his yearning for a better life also became stronger. His eyes were vacant of emotions, and his face was calm, but that fire of hunger continued to burn within him. It burned with such an intensity that it threatened to consume the whole world if he didn't satisfy it. Comments. Chapter 729. In the real world, Loki had stopped worrying about the dragons and had busied himself with eating moldy jerky with a side of precious saliva. Of course, there was no jerky. Everything he was experiencing was in his mind. This was all because he had been caught off guard by the attack. He hadn't expected an attack like this, and the attack had been powerful enough to catch him off guard. The power of the attack was 8 cultivation rank times 8 mind plus 8 soul plus 8 mind plus 8 will plus 8 insight times 8 by 4 divine metax times 1,406 million cave heaven times 10 law fragment, which is 125,179,520 units of divine power. Just earlier in the day, the full power of the Dragon King had been 201,564,160 units of divine power. So the power of this attack wasn't at the peak of what the Dragon King was capable of. This was because of the insufficient control of the water senses metac. The Water Senses Metak and the Dragon King haven't had enough time to learn how to combine it with the other divine Metaks. Right now, the Dragon King can only combine it with 3 other divine Metaks, which is why its power output is so low. On the hand, Loki's current power was 6 cultivation rank times 6 body plus 6 mind plus 6 soul plus 6 mind plus 6 will times 6 by 4 divine Metaks times 2,916 million cave heaven times 9 law fragment, which is 90,699,264 units of divine power. This kind of power is even less than the power of the Dragon King's attack. So even if he had the nanite Metak active, which he didn't, he would still have fallen into the illusion. He wasn't the only one who was caught in an illusion. Netherflame and Bloodsword had also forgotten who they were and what they had come here to do. Only Moneybody could resist the attack somewhat. This was because his power was 8 cultivation rank times 8 body plus 8 mind plus 8 soul plus 8 mind plus 8 will times 8 by 3 divine Metaks times 2,843 million cave heaven times 10 law fragment, which is 174,673,920 units of divine power. The inadequate power of the attack meant the Dragon King couldn't subdue Moneybody with it. But the Dragon King didn't care. The Dragon King's main goal with this attack was to ensnare the 3 other invaders and make it easy for the other dragons to kill them. So the Dragon King went to engage with Moneybody, while its 7 dragon underlings went to deal with Loki and the other 2. By the looks of things, the invaders were going to be defeated. When Moneybody saw what had become of his allies, he snorted and said, "Fine, I guess I will have to do this myself." The 4 divine Metaks had only been activated to mobilize his stats. Their special effect hadn't been utilized yet, because they required him to spend divine merit points. But now that his mind was being clouded with an illusion, he couldn't be bothered to hold back. Perhaps the most dangerous aspect of this attack was that it tampered with Loki's perception and made him become lost in his memories. So it was difficult for Loki to find a solution outside of the divine Metaks that he was already using. This was because his other divine Metaks didn't exist in his cognition for the moment. So his life fire began activating the special effect of the divine Metaks. The first one that was used was the wealth status Metak. The wealth status Metak is a divine Metak that will first assess the wealth of 2 parties. After doing that, it would cripple the power of the poorer party or empower the power of the richer party. It all depends on which is most feasible. After a second of suffering under the mental attack, the effect of the wealth status took effect. The wealth status Metak judged the Dragon King to be the poorer party. This was because the Dragon King only had 8 divine Metaks at his disposal in a world with a size of 1,406 million square kilometers. On the other side, Loki had 52 divine Metaks in a world with a size of 2,916 million square kilometers. There were other factors that influenced this judgment, such as the amount of lifespan in their possession and the number of subordinates under their control. The Dragon King was also suppressed in these 2 aspects because Loki, Chapter 730. After the net worth of both sides were tallied, Loki came out victorious in this judgment. Unfortunately, the Dragon King was stronger than him, so the wealth status Metak couldn't take effect on the Dragon King to weaken him. Instead of weakening the Dragon King, the wealth status Metak had to strengthen Loki. This was more feasible, but it also cost more divine merit points. Loki's power was strengthened by 100%, so his power output of 90,699,264 units of divine power was increased to 181,398,528 units of divine power. This made him strong enough to break hold of the illusion in his mind. After he became free of the attack, he immediately activated the nanite Metak and 3 other divine Metaks. He didn't activate them for their effect. Instead, he used the power shifting ability to make them behave like the 4 divine Metaks of the money pathway that he was using. This actions raised Loki's current base power of 90,699,264 units of divine power to 6 cultivation rank times 6 body plus 6 mind plus 6 soul plus 6 mind plus 6 will times 6 by 4. Divine Metax times 2,916 million. Cave Heaven times 9. Law Fragment, which is 181,398,528 units of divine power. Then he deactivated the special effect of the wealth status Metac. After all, he didn't need the special effect of the wealth status Metac to break free of the illusion. He was capable of breaking free on his own. Of course, now that he was using 8 rank 6 divine Metacs, he was spending 48 years of lifespan per second. But he thought that this was a better expenditure than spending 10 divine merit points per second. Besides, he was gaining a total of 36 years of lifespan per second from the siphon ability. So this trade from the wealth status Metac to activating 4 additional divine Metacs was not a decision that he struggled to make. With this done, he finally had time to care about what was going on around him. He saw that everything around him had turned into gold. Well, not everything in the world had turned into gold. Only the things within 83 kilometers of Money Body had been forced to freeze into gold. So only the things within a sphere with a diameter of 166 kilometers were frozen. This included the water in this sphere. As the water in the sphere became gold, it sank to the ocean floor. This created space within the sphere, which was quickly occupied with more water. The new incoming water also became gold very quickly. Then the new gold fell to the ocean floor. So the domain of 83 kilometers around Money Body was an area that was constantly producing gold. This sphere tended to move around as the monarch Money Body clashed with the Dragon King. So more areas of the ocean had turned golden. Only the Dragon King and Loki could move around within this golden sphere. However, it seemed Money Body wouldn't be able to kill everyone else with this attack because the frozen dragons were sinking along with the gold to the bottom of the ocean. This was because they were still fighting to maintain their body. Bloodsword and Netherflame were currently preoccupied with the illusion, so they didn't bother to heal their physical bodies. So after a while of being battered by the Golden Lost, they lost their divine bodies and became golden flames floating in the water. This wasn't enough to kill them, though. But when the Dragon King began pumping black, poison water into their cave heavens, their fate was sealed. Especially since they were still struggling with the illusion and couldn't defend themselves or run away from the battlefield. On the other hand, the dragons only had the golden light to contend with. Of course, they couldn't resist the golden light since they were so weak compared to Money Body. But they could maintain their bodies with the assistance of the will of Oceania. After they were swept out of the range of the golden light by the Dragon King, their situation would become better. Then the Dragon King would be able to focus on Money Body and kill the invader. In just a few seconds, the 7 dragons had left the range of the golden light and had recovered their bodies completely. Now they were swimming outside the golden light, watching the fight between the Dragon King and Money Body. Loki took all of these in before he rushed out of the golden light. He flew directly towards the dragons. His actions took both the Dragon King and Money Body by surprise. They couldn't believe that he had been able to survive the combined attacks of the two of them, so they were very surprised. With the power to break free from Money Body's golden light attack, the Dragon King realized that his worst fears that Money Body wasn't the strongest invader had come pass. This made him begin to panic. It was already difficult for the Dragon King to defeat and kill Money Body. So he had been worried that Money Body wasn't the strongest. Now that Money Body was keeping him tied down, this stronger invader will be able to kill the other dragons without anyone stop it. With the tables having turned in favor of the invaders, Money Body should be glad. But he wasn't happy at all. He already hated Loki, so there was no way he was going to be happy that Loki was stronger than him. But then he remembered how Loki had been acting humble and servile to him. This made him feel humiliated and also afraid. Money Body's emotions were far too complex at the moment. He should be looking forward to Loki killing the dragons and weakening the Dragon King. But he couldn't bring himself to feel joy that the new gold body was stronger than him. While Money Body was feeling complicated, the Dragon King shouted at the other dragons, "Run! A/N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters." Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 731. The Dragon King's voice was full of urgency as he shouted, saying, "Run now. Get away from him." But Loki sneered and said, "Run where, though?" The 7 dragons didn't answer him. They ignored him and scattered in various directions. It was clear that they were focusing all of their power and attention on escaping instead of chatting with him. But he didn't mind their dedication to escape from him. He even grinned and said, "Run. Run like your life depends on it." With his power output at 181,398,528 units of divine power, he can move at the speed of 181,398,528 kilometers per hour. This is also equal to 50,388,480 meters per second. In comparison, Oceania only has a surface area of 1,406 million square kilometers. So Oceania is at most 37,496.7 kilometers, or 37,496,700 meters across. This means he can cross Oceania in a second. With this kind of speed, there is no way they will be able to hide from him if they stay in Oceania. Their only choice is to leave Oceania. But their chances of escaping with this option will be dependent on their speed. The rank 6 dragons have a power output of 6, cultivation rank, times 6, stat, times 6, divine metak, times 1,406 million, cave heaven, times 10, law fragment, which is 3,036,960 units of divine power. As for the rank 7 dragons, their power output is 7, cultivation rank, times 7, stat, times 7, divine metak, times 1,406 million, cave heaven, times 10, law fragment, which is 4,822,580 units of divine power. So he is 59.73 times faster than the rank 6 dragons, and he is 37.6 times faster than the rank 7 dragons. Since he has this advantage in speed, and he also knows where they are through the tracking mark, he didn't need to worry about them escaping from him. The only one he had to worry about losing was the only dragon that he didn't mark. He had a maximum of 6 marks, and there were 7 dragons to track and kill, so there had to be one dragon that he couldn't mark. His inability to mark every dragon was why he chose not to mark the weakest dragon. It was also why he chose to hunt this weak dragon, which he didn't mark first before hunting the others. The weakest dragon was the one who became a dragon earlier today. The dragon hadn't had time to raise their stat to 6 units. This means that this dragon will be easiest to catch and kill. As for the stronger ones, they will take more time to catch and will be able to cover more distance, while he is busy with the weakest dragon. But he could afford to let them gain a head start, since he could always track them. This weakest dragon had a power output of 6, cultivation rank, times 5.5, stat, times 6, divine metak, times 1,406 million, cave heaven, times 10, law fragment, which is 2,783,880 units of divine power. So he is 16 times faster than it. The distance between them was less than 90 kilometers. Since his speed was 50,388,480 meters per second, he was able to catch up to it in less than 3 seconds. Once he laid his hand on the dragon, he grabbed it by the neck and flew away with it towards the closest dragon. On their way there, he pummeled the dragon like a chef beating dough. In fact, the flesh of the dragon had to behave like dough because of his intense beating. His fist battered and flattened the dragon until the dragon's body became misshapen and contorted. The dragon roared in his face and clawed at him in retaliation, but none of its attacks could break his defense. He even smacked the dragon in the mouth, which knocked out half of its teeth and broke its mouth. This effectively shut the dragon up. The dragon still wanted to roar, but it couldn't roar effectively. Its roar sounded like air leaking from a faulty drum, so it started trying to bite at him. Since it was being so stubborn, Loki grabbed its lower jaw and ripped it away from its head. Then he used the lower jaw in his hand to smash the dragon's head. When the lower jaw shattered in his hand, he dug into the dragon's eye and pulled it out. Then he grabbed its horn and yanked it away from its head. The dragon roared pitifully in pain when its horn was forcefully detached from its head. But this was only the start of a series of pitiful. Chapter 732. The poor defenseless dragon had to take his punches as they came until it had reached its limit. Then its body would collapse, and it would die. In this case, the limit of the dragon can only be decided by the will of Oceania, not the dragon. As long as Oceania can support the dragon, he won't be able to kill the dragon. As a large world, Oceania should have between 1 million years of lifespan and 10 million years of lifespan. The will of Oceania actually has 7,014,825 years of lifespan. But the will of Oceania can't spend all of these on a dragon that isn't the Dragon King. Of course, the will of Oceania didn't want him to kill this dragon because the death of this dragon, no matter how weak and useless it is, would lead to the weakening of the Dragon King. So, the will of Oceania was willing to spend 33% of its total reserves on keeping this dragon alive. But even with 2,314,893 years of lifespan at the ready to sustain the dragon, it wouldn't be enough to save the dragon. 2,314,893 years of lifespan only meant that the dragon could withstand 5,359 punches from Loki. Even if he were punching the dragon and inflicting damage to it at a leisurely rate of 1,000 punches per second, which he was doing leisurely, the dragon would only be able to ensure 5.359 seconds from him. Unfortunately for Oceania, this amount of time was not nearly enough to change the situation in a favorable way for the dragons. The Dragon King was overwhelmingly powerful and was beating Moneybody about like a punching bag, but 5.359 seconds isn't enough for the Dragon King to kill Moneybody. The only thing that 5,359 seconds was enough to change was for Loki to catch up to the next dragon. So as soon as he killed the weak dragon in his hand, he was able to grab the next dragon and begin another round of beatings. After he killed the first dragon, he took the dragon's heart that fell out of its corpse and stored it in his cave heaven. He didn't have any interest in eating it, but it contained a symbol of authority that he could extract a divine metak from. And if all else failed, he could always sell the dragon heart to other divine beings. So he refused to let the will of Oceania take the dragon heart away, especially since the will of Oceania could use the dragon heart to upgrade another world guardian into a Dragon King. After doing this, he thought to himself, it took nearly 6 seconds, 5,359 punches, and 257,232 years of my lifespan. I'm sure I would have done more damage if I had used the money construct metak, but it would have cost 5,359 divine merit points if I had used 1 divine merit point for each attack. This made him shake his head, thinking, my 490 divine merit points wouldn't have lasted for long. Truly, the money pathway is a ripoff. It should be called the slavery pathway. There are very few divine beings who possess 257,232 years worth of lifespan and can spend it on killing an enemy. Yet, such a being as he finds it expensive to spend divine merit points. He can only wonder how others manage. By others, he didn't mean Moneybody. He knows very well how Moneybody managed to acquire so many divine merit points. In fact, he is also sure that he would be able to do just as well as Moneybody if he had an alliance working to earn him divine merit points. While he was thinking about this, he had already begun punching the next dragon. The dragon was a rank 7 dragon, so it was many times stronger than the one he had just killed. But he was sure that it wouldn't take as much time to kill this dragon because the death of the first dragon had changed a lot of things for the dragon. The first major change was that the Dragon King had become weakened. After all, the total number of divine metaks that it could use had reduced from 8 to 7. This reduction didn't affect the Dragon King immediately in his fight with Moneybody, because the divine metak that was lost was the newest water sense metak. The Dragon King couldn't use the water sense metak in his fight with Moneybody because he couldn't combine it well with the other 7 divine metaks. So the absence of the water sense metak only disrupted the illusion attack that the Dragon King had been using to trap Netherflame and Bloodward's mind. Without the illusion attack, the two of them could regain their senses. Unfortunately for them, the situation was already too late for them because their cave heaven was now full of black poison water. So even if they willingly turn off their life fire and die to cut off their cave heaven from Oceania, they wouldn't be able to escape their fate. Therefore, Loki's help in making them regain their senses could only make them aware of their death as it happened. Loki ignored the two of them and continued beating the second dragon. This time, he pushed the rank 7 dragon to its limit quickly because its limit had been lowered. Initially, the Will of Oceania had a lifespan of 7,014,825 years to spare, but spent 2,314,893 years of its lifespan keeping the weak dragon alive. So now, it only has 4,699,932 years of its lifespan left to spare. The Will of Oceania was still willing to spend 1/3 of its 4,699,932 years of lifespan on keeping the rank 7 dragon alive. But this was only 1,550,978 years of lifespan. Comments. Chapter 733. Because of the constraint of lifespan, the Will of Oceania had less lifespan left to spare to keep the second dragon alive. This is the second major change that the death of the first dragon caused. Just like before, Loki punched at a leisurely rate of 1,000 punches per second and inflicted damage worth 432 years of lifespan. So the dragon could only withstand 3,591 punches from him. At a rate of 1,000 punches per second, it took him 3.591 seconds to meet the requirement to push the dragon to its limit and kill it. This time, the impact of the death of the dragon was significant in the fight between the Dragon King and Moneybody. This was because the number of divine metaks available for use fell from 7 to 6 for the Dragon King. So the power of the Dragon King fell from 201,564,160 units of divine power to 8 cultivation rank times 8 body plus 8 mind plus 8 soul plus 8 times 8 by 6 divine metaks times 1,406 million cave heaven times 10 law fragment, which is 172,769,280 units of divine power. In comparison, Moneybody's power output is a whopping 174,673,920 units of divine power. So Moneybody could now overwhelm the Dragon King with raw power. There is also the advantage of the special effect of the market conditions metak. With the advantage of raw power and the market conditions metak, the outcome of the fight between Moneybody and the Dragon King is now set. Even though Moneybody didn't want to be happy that Loki had helped him, he was still glad that he didn't need to continue as a punching bag anymore. His vigor was renewed, and he shouted a battle cry as he rushed at the Dragon King. He was willing to do a lot of things for power. But one thing he was willing to do was to thank Loki for helping him. In fact, he ignored Loki completely. Fortunately for Loki, he wasn't killing the dragons to help Moneybody. He was doing all of these just for the reward of divine merit points. If this outpost mission is successful, he will earn a base reward of 500 divine merit points. He will also earn more divine merit points for every enemy he kills. The rate for the kill reward is 100 divine merit points for each rank 6 enemy and 1,000 divine merit points for each rank 7 enemy. So he has already earned 1,100 divine merit points for the rank 6 and rank 7 dragons that he just killed. If he kills the remaining 1 rank 7 dragon and 4 rank 6 dragons, he will earn another 1,400 divine merit points. This will put the total amount of divine merit points that he is set to earn at 3,000. They should have been able to earn a monthly income of 100 divine merit points for this mission. Since the mission was supposed to last a minimum of 300 days or 10 months, he could have earned an extra 1,000 divine merit points. Unfortunately, they rushed the growth of the outpost core, so they won't be able to earn the monthly income for this mission. However, he will be able to make up for the loss of monthly income with his contribution percentage. He didn't earn any contribution for breaching the crystal shield, but neither did anyone else. After all, they had waltzed into Oceania after they used the shield breaker to bypass the crystal shield. Then he had earned over 95% contribution for the first and the second growth phases of the outpost core. If he kills all 7 dragons, he will earn another 87.5% contribution. So he is set to earn an average of 90% contribution for the 3 growth phases of the outpost core. If he does earn 90% contribution, his reward at the end of the mission will be raised from 3,000 divine merit points to 5,700 points. This was why he didn't care if Moneybody thanked him or not. It is also why he didn't try to save his mission mates earlier. He didn't need them to be alive, especially when they would only reduce the amount of divine merit points that he could earn if they were alive. Instead of bothering with things that would slow him down and reduce his share of divine merit points, he focused on catching up to the 3rd dragon. He thought that this one was going to be much easier to kill now that the Will of Oceania only had 3,148,954 years of lifespan left to use, especially since the Dragon King is also in dire need of more lifespan. Unfortunately, the Will of Oceania wanted to protect this 3rd dragon at all costs so that the Dragon King wouldn't weaken even further. Loki thought that it was stupid for the Will of Oceania to spend most of its lifetime keeping something so weak alive, but his opinion held no value to the Will of Oceania. So he had to beat the dragon up for over 2 million years of lifespan. Then he moved on to the 4th dragon. At this point, there was nothing else the Will of Oceania could do. No matter how much it wanted to keep the dragons alive, it didn't have enough lifespan to do so. In fact, it didn't have enough lifespan to keep the Dragon King. And the Dragon King needed all of the lifespan it could get now that its power had fallen again. The power of the Dragon King fell from 172,769,280 units of divine power to 8 cultivation rank times 8 body plus 8 mind plus 8 soul plus 8 will times 8 by 5 divine metax times 1,406 million cave heaven times 10 law fragment, which is 143,974,400 units of divine power. This is about 30 million units of divine power less than Moneybody's power output. Comments. Chapter 734. With this kind of difference in their power output, it had become impossible for the Dragon King to escape from Moneybody. But the Dragon King still tried to escape. He gave up on the fight, turned away, and took off. So Moneybody had to pull him back and hold him down as he gave the Dragon King a beating he would never forget if he somehow managed to survive. The other dragons also decided that this was a good time to escape from Oceania. Even though the heart of the world would become vulnerable if they all left Oceania, the Will of Oceania still ordered them to leave so that there would be a chance for survival. Unfortunately for them, their willingness to leave the Will of Oceania behind wasn't going to save them. Loki was determined to kill them, so he pursued them beyond Oceania and into the void of space. It took longer and longer for him to find and kill the dragons because they ran in opposite directions, and as time went by, the distance between the dragons widened. But he was too fast to be left behind. He was always able to catch them, and he was always able to kill them. And the Will of Oceania had lost the willingness to keep them alive, so it had also become extremely easy to kill them. The Will of Oceania couldn't even be bothered to spend 10,000 years of lifespan on them. Most of the 1 million or so years of lifespan that it had were saved for the Dragon King. So Loki was able to pursue and kill all of them. After he killed the last dragon, he returned to Oceania. When he got there, he discovered that the fight between Moneybody and the Dragon King was still going on. At this point, the power of the Dragon King had before 8 cultivation rank times 8 body times 8 divine metax times 1,406 million cave heaven times 10 law fragment, which is 7,198,720 units of divine power. So even Netherflame had a chance of killing the dragon if he could combine the power of his 3 divine metax. Since the Dragon King had become so vulnerable, he thought about going over to steal the kill from Moneybody. But he decided that it wasn't worth it to antagonize Moneybody before the mission ended. So instead of doing something that could push Moneybody to sabotage the mission by destroying the outpost core or to doing something equally disastrous, he decided to go over and help the outpost core. He entered the 3rd dimension and went over to the outpost. Then he placed his hand on the black crystal to feed it life energy. While he was doing this, he was also feeding the world essence to help it grow stronger. The outpost core didn't need world essence anymore at this stage of its growth. All it needed was time to drain power and energy from Oceania. Now that Oceania had been weakened, it wouldn't take a month for the outpost core to reach 30% control rights of Oceania. With this control right, the sect would be able to convert half of the world into a domain that would be completely under the control of the sect. The construction of the domain is another mission entirely. For now, all that matters for the outpost mission is for the outpost core to carve out a territory in Oceania that is safe for the sect to establish a branch here. As long as the size of the territory reaches 30% of the size of Oceania, the mission would be considered a success. And as things were, it was only a matter of time before this was achieved. Other divine beings might be content to wait, but Loki wasn't willing to wait. He didn't want anything to go wrong, so he gave the outpost core life energy and world essence, even though it didn't need it. Thanks to the world essence, the outpost core didn't have to grow slowly. It didn't have to expand its growth slowly by wresting control from the will of Oceania. Instead, it could directly displace the control of the will of Oceania over the world essence. The struggle between the will of Oceania and the outpost core stopped being about who was stronger and became about who was richer. It could be likened to shareholder stakes in a company. The total value of the shares in this case is the total value of the lifespan of both parties. And the higher the proportion of shares held by a single party, the higher the proportion of control that they will have over Oceania. By giving the outpost core world essence, he increased the amount of lifespan that the outpost core possessed. This increased the proportion of the total amount of lifespan that the outpost core possessed, which increased the size of the territory that the outpost core controlled in Oceania. On the other side, by trying to kill the Dragon King and forcing the will of Oceania to spend its lifespan to keep him alive, the proportion of lifespan held by the will of Oceania was falling rapidly, which reduced its controlling power over Oceania. With Loki and Moneybody working together like this, the outpost core was able to make a lot of progress quickly. By the time Moneybody killed the Dragon King, the will of Oceania only had 100,000 years of lifespan left. So the outpost core would need 43,000 lifespan for it to gain 30. Chapter 735. As he pressed a big chunk of world essence onto the outpost core, he thought inwardly, I'm going to reverse time soon anyway. It's not like I can take all of this lifespan with me, so I'd better use it now to secure my advancement to rank 7. Then he grinned as he thought, besides, I can still eat the world seed. So I'll just consider this as me feeding an animal I am rearing. Let fatten up nicely for me. While he was doing this, the will of Oceania was wailing in anguish. It cried out, saying, my children, my poor children, you kill them all. As it cried, the storm raging in the first dimension became worse. The speed of the wind picked up, and the storm clouds began discharging lightning. It looked like the will of Oceania wanted to destroy everything. Loki didn't care about any of these. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the outpost core. But the cries of the world did get him thinking. It got him thinking about how the Four Directions sect had established itself in the blessed heaven world. As he was thinking, he asked himself, did the Four Directions sect establish itself in the blessed heaven world with an outpost core? If they did, does that mean that the domains were stolen and carved away from the will of the world? I wonder if the will of the world also cried during the process. While he was wondering, Moneybody went to the core of the world. When he saw it, he immediately stopped thinking about less important things and focused on what Moneybody was doing. He even said to Moneybody, I hope you don't plan to harm the heart of the world. That is not a part of our mission. In response, Moneybody growled back at him, saying, don't tell me what to do, boy. I know what I'm doing, so mind your business. His voice was full of intimidation, but Loki refused to back down. Loki's eyes became cold, and his voice was stern as he said, the condition of the heart of the world is a factor that will affect the success of the outpost mission, so is a part of my business. If you destroy the heart of the world, you will destroy Oceania. If Oceania is destroyed, the outpost mission will end. So I hope you will think this through before you do anything that will harm the mission." What he said and how he said it made Moneybody pause and turn to look at him before saying, "Or what?" Loki didn't hesitate to say, "Or I will be forced to stop you." Moneybody stared him for a while. Then he turned away from Loki and continued towards the heart of the world. When Loki saw this, his heart sank, and he thought to himself, what the hell is he up to? Forget sabotaging the mission by insulting the Dragon King and making it kill everyone. If he destroys the heart of the world like this, it would be considered treason and a betrayal of the sect. The fact that the Dragon King killed everyone back then couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he wasn't strong enough to stop the Dragon King. But if he deliberately goes out of his way to destroy Oceania, the sect won't allow him to get away with it. At the very least, he could be fined tens of thousands of divine merit points. In the worst case, he could lose his divine positions, be demoted to a mortal, and be enslaved for eternity for his crimes. Then he shook his head as he thought with a grim expression, it doesn't matter why he is doing this, and it doesn't matter that he doesn't want to be a divine being anymore. What matters is that I can never let him destroy this mission for me. I've gone through too much for this mission. I won't let him rob me of my reward this close to the finish line. While he was thinking, he had his eyes and attention focused on Moneybody. Then he activated the 4 divine positions and 8 metacs in preparation for battle. But he was also force-feeding the Outpost Core world essence to speed it up. This way, the Outpost Core would reach the finish early. Actually, he wants to beat and kill Moneybody. This is something he has been looking forward to for a very long time, and it is something he will very much enjoy. But right now, the Outpost Core is still the highest priority here. Everything else will have to wait until the Outpost Core is done. So he would prefer it if Moneybody doesn't force him to start a fight yet. While Loki was being nervous, Moneybody walked up to the heart of the world. He swaggered up to it like he owned the place. The core of the world had become exposed after all the world kings died. The will of Oceania didn't have the material and resources to create a new world king. Not that another world king would be of any help in this situation. So there was nothing the will of Oceania could do to stop Moneybody. But unlike what Loki and the will of Oceania expected him to do, Moneybody said, I can help you. What he said was only for the will of Oceania to hear. Loki couldn't hear what he said because it was private communication. All Loki saw was that Moneybody had stopped in front of the heart of the world. Moneybody stood before a mountain of multicolored rock and stood there in silence. Loki didn't know what Moneybody was up to, so he was stewing in a pot of anxiety. Even the will of Oceania, who heard what Moneybody said, didn't know what he was up to. In fact, it didn't understand what Moneybody said and thought that it had misheard. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 736. In its confusion, the will of Oceania said, What do you mean? Moneybody replied, saying, I can save you from the fate of death and enslavement. The will of Oceania didn't believe him at all. After all, the words of an evil invader should be expected to be full of deceit and trickery. The will of Oceania still remembered how the invaders had pretended that this shiny person was the strongest one, while the actual strongest followed behind the 3 other invaders like a servant. It was just recently that it was fooled, so it wasn't going to fall for this trick. So it sneered and said, If you want to save me, destroy the usurper. Moneybody nodded as he said, I will destroy the usurper, and I will do more to set you free. But I need something from you first. When the will of Oceania heard the last sentence, it laughed bitterly as it said, So this is just an attempt to cheat me. What I don't understand is why you're doing this at all. You're stronger than I, and my fate is in your hands. You don't need to play tricks like this to force me to do something for you. This made Moneybody chuckle and say, It seems you don't trust me. That's understandable. You're right to say that there is no need for me to try to trick you into getting something from you. But I am not trying to trick you. I am very sincere with you. Then he paused to sigh. After sighing, he said, You might not know this, but I am a slave. I was forced to come to this world to invade and enslave you. But I don't want a part of it anymore. I want to be free. I want to break my shackles, and you can help me with it. This is why I have come to offer you a deal. I know that you don't trust me, but when you hear my offer and see what you have to gain from helping me, I'm sure that you will be convinced. Besides, you have nothing left to lose. I can just kill you with a wave of my hand if you refuse to help me." That last sentence was the most convincing thing that Moneybody had said so far. It was a fact that the will of Oceania had nothing left to use to preserve its life. So even if it didn't believe Moneybody, it was willing to listen to his so-called offer. The two of them spoke for a while. During their conversation, the Outpost Core finally reached the milestone of 30% control of Oceania. So the sect sent a message to Loki that said, "Congratulations. You have completed the Outpost mission of Oceania. You have been rewarded with 5,760 divine merit points for your efforts. You are to remain behind to protect the Outpost Core until reinforcement arrives to relieve you. You will be paid for your services during this process. Every enemy you kill will earn you divine merit points, and you'll be paid a daily salary until the reinforcement arrives. Take note that you have no choice in this matter. You have to stay and guard the Outpost Core. If the Outpost Core is destroyed, you will be penalized heavily. The next stage is to construct a branch of the sect in this world. Are you interested in taking up this mission?" Loki couldn't be bothered to read the rest of the message after reading the first part. When he saw that he had no choice but to guard the Outpost Core, he sneered in disdain. As he sneered, he said, "We will see about that." Then he wasted no time in taking out his sect token and navigating to the part to request a promotion. When he reached the section, he immediately paid the price of 1,000 divine merit points to advance. As soon as he paid the divine merit points, the Supreme Metak at the center of the constellation went into action. The Supreme Metak sent some cryptic instructions to the 4 divine positions in his life fire. The hidden and obscure instructions seemed to unlock something within his life fire. His life fire became bigger and burned more fiercely. This signified that he had become stronger. Loki felt himself become stronger, but even though the feeling was great, he was kind of disappointed by how it was happening. His voice was full of disbelief as he said, "Is that it? I expected something more tangible and special." Then he snorted and thought to himself, "In fact, I didn't break through at all. Nothing has changed about me. My divine metaks and divine positions are still the same. It is simply the Supreme Metak making me stronger. This is even worse than my time as a mortal when the Supreme Metak would actively raise my Tao status. This time, the Supreme Metak is only passively increasing the power of my life fire, so it can take back its enhancement at any moment." This made his thoughts full of worry as he thought, "Can Fenrir eat this? Can it take back this kind of enhancement into the past?" The more he thought about the way he had advanced, the more worried he became that all of his efforts to earn divine merit points would go to waste. The fact that Fenrir didn't seem interested in his 4 divine positions only reinforced this suspicion. At the end of the day, he could only sigh and think, "I can only try and see if it will work. Not that I have much of a choice in the matter." Then his eyes focused on the only thing that Fenrir was interested in eating. This was the black crystal with multicolored veins spreading from it to the world around it like roots. By now, the Outpost Core looked like a tumor on the world, draining energy and vitality from the world. But he wasn't disgusted by this. He still wanted to eat it. Comments. Chapter 737. Fenrir's hunger for the Outpost Core hadn't diminished over time. If anything, Fenrir's appetite had only increased over time. If Fenrir were to have its way, it would disregard everything and try to eat the Outpost Core at any cost. Loki had been holding back his hunger for quite a while, and it had been a difficult experience. But he was now free to indulge his hunger, so he was now ready to eat the Outpost Core. Not only that, but he also wanted to eat the Outpost Core together with his divine metaks and 4 divine positions. But before he could do this, he saw something from the corner of his eye that caught his attention. The event wasn't exactly from the corner of his eye, though. He could see everything within the range of his perception, even if he wasn't looking at it. So even if he had his eyes focused on a black crystal, he could still see what was happening in the core of the world. What he saw only seemed to have appeared from the corner of his eye, because it wasn't happening in his nominal field of vision. But when he saw what Moneybody was doing, He quickly swiveled his head in the direction of the core of the world and focused his two eyes on what was going on. He saw Money Body summon his cave heaven, and it wasn't the shadow of a cave heaven. Money Body was bringing the entire thing into reality. Loki might not have batted an eye about this had it happened somewhere else. After all, his cave heaven is now bigger than Money Body's, so a cave heaven of that size is no longer eye-catching to him. However, he had to pay attention this time because of where Money Body is at during this process of summoning his cave heaven. Money Body is still in the core of the world, so what he was doing now was the same thing Loki usually did whenever he wanted to assimilate a world. Loki was very familiar with this activity, so he could recognize it at a glance before it could happen. But even though he recognized what was happening, he couldn't understand what Money Body was up to, and he didn't want to believe that Money Body wanted to assimilate Oceania. In fact, his eyes widened as he thought, "What in tarnation is going on? I thought I was the only one who could do that. There is no way he doesn't know about the suppression of law fragments. Is Money Body suicidal?" He didn't have any intention of stopping Money Body, though. He was too curious to see what Money Body was up to for him to do that. As long as Money Body didn't tamper with the outpost core, he also wouldn't interfere with whatever he was doing. So he stood there watching with eyes open wide in surprise. He thought that his current surprise was the limit of how much he could be surprised. But as he watched, he became more and more surprised. As he watched, he saw Money Body bring his cave heaven into the world. From the look of things, Money Body appeared to be getting ready to suppress something with his cave heaven or assimilate Oceania. Loki believed the first option was more plausible, but he still pointed at himself in disbelief and said, "He wants to suppress me? Does he think he can capture me even after everything he just saw me do? Is he mad? Or does he simply want me to help him destroy his cave heaven?" He asked the question out loud so that Money Body would hear me. This was to show how fearless he was and to compel Money Body to rethink his stupid plan. But Money Body didn't listen to him. The rank 8 money cultivator glanced at him for a moment with a complicated look in his eyes. Then he gritted his teeth and turned away from Loki. This was all Loki needed to see to know that Money Body truly wanted to kill him. So he, too, began preparing for a fight. He activated his 4 He was suspicious because Money Body should know that he stood no chance of defeating Loki because of the wide chasm in their power. So Money Body shouldn't have tried to pick a fight with him now. But Money Body was going against common sense to fight him. This could only be happening if Money Body was really confident of victory, or he was too stubborn to give up about beating Loki to death, or he wanted Loki to kill him. Either way, Loki wanted no part in whatever Money Body was up to. Right now, his priority was still the outpost core. So while he was putting up a facade to fight, he was actually covering the outpost core with a black force field. This way, he will be able to take the world seed with him at a moment's notice. While he was in the process of stealing the world seed, most of his attention was focused on money. So he didn't miss it when Money Body's precious, shiny body made of shiny gems collapsed. This sight took Loki off guard and surprised him because no one had attacked Money Body. Money Body had given up on his body for some weird reason. In Money Body's place was a golden flame. Not that the golden flame was needed anymore to see into Money Body's cave heaven. After all, Money Body had revealed his cave heaven completely. As he watched, he saw that the will of Oceania seemed to take advantage of the situation. The power of the world swept into Money Body's cave heaven through the golden flame and used it to bring the cave heaven down. Comments. Chapter 738. When Loki saw Money Body's cave heaven been forced down into Oceania, his thoughts exploded in his head as he wondered aloud. What is this I'm seeing? Is Money Body's cave heaven actually being assimilated? And why isn't he resisting? He truly couldn't make heads or tails of what he was seeing. Everything that was happening was something that he didn't think was possible. But it was exactly as he thought. Money Body's cave heaven was being assimilated. Loki had to believe it, because the golden flame was being absorbed by the heart of Oceania. Loki was sure that Money Body could stop the process. After all, Money Body was stronger than the will of Oceania. So all Money Body needed to do to stop the process was to reconstruct his body. But Money Body did no such thing. In fact, Money Body didn't seem to be resisting at all. At this point, Loki began to wonder if something was wrong with Money Body. He also wondered if he should step forward to save Money Body from the fate of being assimilated. But he only thought about saving Money Body for a brief moment. The thought left his mind just as easily as it came. He didn't take it seriously at all, and he wasn't willing to help Money Body with anything. So he did nothing as the golden flame was absorbed by the heart of Oceania. And he watched with a smirk on his lips as Money Body's cave heaven entered the first dimension and began to fuse with the world. Just as he was wondering if this was the end for Money Body, he heard the rank 8 money cultivator's voice, saying, "I was afraid you would interfere. It seems I was worried for nothing. If I had enough strength, I wouldn't have worried so much. I would have found a way to stop you. And if you were weak enough, you would have died by now. Unfortunately for me, it was just that the other two were weak enough and died easily. Only you were so stubborn. Fortunately, you don't care about my life too much. Just like me, you are comfortable watching me die without doing anything. For that, I am grateful. After all, what you've done isn't something my subordinates can do." This was another reason he didn't want to bring the subordinates of his alliance for this mission. He didn't want them to try to save him. After all, if he dies, they will die too. Fortunately, there was no one around to save him from being assimilated, so his plan could go on without a hitch. After saying these things, his body reformed again. But Money Body had changed now. Money Body didn't have his precious body anymore. Instead, he now had a body of flesh and blood, so he looked like a normal human. Aside from this, Loki also saw that he didn't have a flame above his head anymore. This made him look like an ordinary person without divine power. But Loki didn't believe that Money Body would lose his power like that, especially not when Money Body had 2 golden horns in his eyes, and his eyes had become 2 golden hexagons. So, from the looks of things, Money Body had become a dragon. Just to be sure, Loki used the power identification ability to check. Race, human dragon. Available lifespan, 12,123 years. Cultivation rank, 8. Cave heaven, 2,843 million square kilometers, 4,249 million square kilometers. Body 8. Soul 8. Mind 8. Will 5.5. Inside 8. Law fragment. Amplification 6,847,624,513, 900%. Divine Metac. Rank? What he saw confirmed his suspicions that Money Body was now a dragon. But the information also revealed a lot more things that he hadn't expected. The first unexpected change that he saw was the increase in Money Body's cave heaven from 2,843 million square kilometers to 4,249 million square kilometers. After making a quick calculation, he realized that the difference between 2,843 and 4,249 was 1,406. As soon as he saw that number, he knew that he had seen that exact same number somewhere before. Fortunately, he had a perfect memory, so he remembered that 1,406 million square kilometers was the exact size of Oceania. From this, he could deduce that Money Body's cave heaven and Oceania had fused. So what he thought was happening earlier was actually the truth. The second unexpected change that he saw was that Money Body had lost his 4 divine positions. This didn't surprise him after seeing so much. What took him by surprise was that Money Body's divine metacs had been replaced by a single unrecognizable divine metac. Apparently, Fenrir couldn't even tell what rank it was, so he became somewhat taken aback by this development. As he tried to wrap his head around what was going on, he finally understood why Money Body didn't have a holy flame on top of his head anymore. It was easy to come to that understanding since he had only recently fought and killed some people who didn't have golden flames atop their heads and possessed golden hexagonal eyes, but were as powerful as divine beings. But he still couldn't believe the conclusion that he came to. So his voice was full of disbelief as he said, "You converted yourself into a world king? Why?" He thought that he would be surprised that a divine being could convert into a world king. But after witnessing it happen, he wasn't so surprised by it. The fact that divine beings were created with the hearts of worlds, and the fact that Hammock had also converted from a cultivator into a world king also helped him in accepting this fact. What he couldn't understand was why Moneybody would give up his freedom and surrender his life to the will of Oceania to become a world king. What Moneybody had gained from doing this didn't seem equal to what he had lost at all. Comments. Chapter 739. Loki thought that someone who had risen to their level of power by forcing people to surrender their cave heavens and taking control of their lives would know better than to do something like giving up their freedom, especially when the power that he gained didn't seem to be worth it. He truly wanted to know what Moneybody was thinking. But Moneybody didn't answer his question. Instead, the human dragon said to him, "I am surprised and confused by you. I don't understand why you're so strong." Then he shook his head and said, "But it doesn't matter anymore." His eyes turned to look at the sky as he said, "I still want to kill you. Unfortunately, I can't do that anymore. You're just too strong for me. Besides, I have something more important to deal with. So watch closely and learn. If you're lucky, you'll be able to learn something useful from what you're about to see. Maybe you can use it someday and repeat what I'm about to do. If you're unlucky, I will fail, and there will be nothing to learn." After speaking, he produced a spark in his hand. Loki had seen this kind of spark before, so he knew that it was a life spark. But this life spark was in a weird state in that its shape was constantly changing. And when he used the power identification ability on it, what he saw was unclear. Metak. This made him realize something. So he thought, this must be Moneybody's new divine Metak. Or should I call it a symbol of authority? But why is it shifting like this? On the other side, Moneybody said, "This is the fruit of my understanding of the Tao. It is my only hope for achieving rank 9. As he spoke, he took out a divine Metak from his cave heaven. Then he tossed the divine Metak into the unshapely spark in his hand. The divine Metak that he brought out was his most famous Moneybody divine Metak. It was a rank 8 divine Metak, of which there are only 4 in the entire money pathway. He had sacrificed a lot to acquire this divine Metak and spent a lot of resources to raise this divine Metak to rank 8. But he didn't hesitate to throw it and sacrifice it now for his future. The Moneybody Metak fused with the spark in his hand. This brought a smile to his face. So he didn't hesitate to take out his second rank 8 divine Metak and add it to the spark. The second rank 8 divine Metak also fused with the spark. After that came the third rank 8 divine Metak. Then the fourth divine Metak. After he had sacrificed all of the divine Metaks of the money pathway that he owned, he began looking elsewhere for more divine Metaks to sacrifice. There should have been some more divine Metaks from the subordinates of his alliance. Unfortunately for him, all of them had died when he initiated the fusion of his cave heaven with Oceania. All of them had lost their lives in the most painful way possible. Moneybody could survive because the will of Oceania had taken his life fire, but the others weren't so lucky. Their divine positions were on the verge of collapse, and their life fire was going out. In order to prevent their existence from going to waste, he had killed all of them and used their divine Metaks to form the bedrock of his supreme Metak. So they were so thoroughly dead that there was nothing left of them to work with. This could have been his ending, too, if the will of Oceania hadn't needed him to protect it. It was true that he had surrendered his life to the will of Oceania. But it was also the truth that the will of Oceania needed him. And since he was currently the only world king, the will of Oceania had no choice but to appreciate him and help him become stronger. This was why the will of Oceania didn't say anything to stop him when he brought out the symbol of authority of the previous Dragon King and sacrificed it to the spark in his hand. After the 5th rank 8 divine Metak, the spark finally took shape. It was no longer shifting precipitously on the edge of collapse. The spark could finally assume a fixed shape and had gained an identity. Loki was able to tell what its shape was at a glance. As for its identity, he had to get that by using the power-shifting ability to check the spark. Domination Supreme Metak, incomplete, 28.13%. Even without using the power-shifting ability on it, he could tell that the Metak was a Supreme Metak because it was a 3-dimensional Metak, not a two-dimensional metac like divine metacs or core metacs. When he saw that it was a divine metac for a pathway called the domination pathway, he wasn't surprised. This was because the domination pathway fitted someone like Moneybody very much. As he watched, his eyes were bright with curiosity and enlightenment. His mind was also churning with various thoughts. One of his thoughts was, so I am in the process of witnessing the creation of a supreme metac. It seems 5 rank 8 divine metacs are the minimum that have to be sacrificed before a supreme metac can take shape. Is this why the sect prohibits people from having 5 divine positions? Then he remembered what pathway Moneybody was forming. This made him scoff, thinking it is just like him to decide to dominate people. I've noticed for a while now that he is a control freak. He likes having the power to decide everything and hates having anyone tell him what to do, even if he lost a bet that he proposed. That aside, isn't the domination similar to slavery? If it is, then I can only say that Moneybody is like his father. Comments. Chapter 740. On the other side, Moneybody was laughing. As he laughed, he said, "Finally, I did it. I really did it." His behavior prompted Loki to say, "Congratulations on your imminent ascension." But Moneybody shook his head and said, "It seems my understanding is not wrong. Unfortunately, the fruit of my understanding isn't complete. I need more." Loki thought about Moneybody's problems for a few seconds. Then he took out the symbol of authority of the 7 dragons that he just killed and tossed them to Moneybody. Moneybody was surprised by his actions, so he was too stunned to catch anything that Loki threw. Fortunately, he had help. The will of Oceania grabbed the symbol of authority with its invisible omnipresent world power. Then the will of Oceania made the symbol of authority rotate around the monarch Moneybody. Money. A few seconds later, he regained his bearings, and the look of surprise on his face faded away. But he was still confused, and it showed on his face as he looked at Loki. After a few seconds, he asked with a voice full of confusion, saying why. In response, Loki shrugged and said, "I want to see if you can really do it." Moneybody wasn't sure if he was telling the truth, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the face. He nodded at Loki and said, "Thank you." Then he began fusing the symbols of authority with the incomplete supreme metac. What he was doing wasn't some simple action of tossing ingredients into a pot of soup. He was not careless about it at all. Even though his actions looked straightforward, the way he rotated the supreme metac in his hand and the various angles that he used to bring the different divine metacs to it indicated that his actions were anything but simple. In Loki's eyes, Moneybody seemed to be solving a puzzle. The divine metacs were the building blocks of the puzzle. Individually, they meant little, but together, they are being used to build something with a higher level of meaning. During this process, Moneybody was constantly making changes to the supreme metac. He was constantly changing its orientation and the internal connections between the various components and divine metacs within it. As he worked, Moneybody said to Loki, "Ideally, rank 8 divine metacs are needed for this. In fact, rank 8 divine metacs and their corresponding divine positions are the best materials to use. But I couldn't take the risk of using divine positions to form my supreme metac, as that would alert the sect to what I was doing. I have seen it happen before, and it wasn't a pretty sight. Fortunately, these are the symbols of authority of dragons. Dragons are the most dominating creatures, so they fit very well. Not that I have a choice. I have to use whatever I can get. That is my fate as a slave trying to escape from his master. I have to take whatever scraps come my way and use them to improve my chances in every way." By the time he was done talking, he had fused all 7 symbols of authority with the supreme metac. So he took some time to admire his work. After inspecting his supreme metac, he shook his head and said, "It is good, but it is not complete." Loki could also see that the supreme metac wasn't complete. In fact, he could tell exactly how incomplete it was thanks to the power identification ability. Domination Supreme Metac, incomplete, 44.86%. Not only this, but he could also tell that the completion rate should have reached 51.563%. This was because Fenrir could evaluate the worth of the individual components of the Supreme Metak and compare them with the apparent worth of the Supreme Metak as a whole. This made him shake his head inwardly as he thought, Money Body is wasting some connections and arrangements. If not, he would be able to get the full 51.563% completion rate. But I guess he has done his best. Not everyone can have something as special as Fenrir to help them. And a utilization rate of 87% isn't so bad. Money Body couldn't tell the specifics like Loki could. He could only estimate, which made him say, "It is about halfway done. I guess I will have to make up for the missing part with lifespan." After saying this, he said to the will of Oceania, "Let us begin." At this point, the will of Oceania hesitated. This was because the next step was going to be dangerous, and there was the risk of losing a lot of things. Their cooperation so far had been great, and there was nothing to complain about. The will of Oceania had gained a new, powerful world king, and its size had more than doubled. If it were to rely on slowly growing in size with age, it would definitely require more than 10,000 years to gain the nearly 3 billion square kilometers that it just gained. So if it were up to it, the will of Oceania would prefer that they remain like this. Unfortunately, Money Body wasn't satisfied with this much. Money Body wants to advance to rank 9. He had said this much to the will of Oceania earlier, so this wasn't something that he was surprising the will of Oceania with. However, the advancement to rank 9 wouldn't be so easy, and the will of Oceania didn't want to take the risk. So the will of Oceania said, "It is a must." Chapter 741. Then Money Body pointed at Loki as it said to the will of Oceania, "You've seen him. Believe it or not, there are plenty of people as strong as him in my world. If we want to defeat him and the many others that will come later, we must become stronger. So I must advance now, or we will be doomed." The will of Oceania still didn't want to do something so risky, but Money Body had made it clear that it didn't have a choice in the matter. So it said, "I wish you good luck." Then it began to funnel lifespan into Money Body. This was what Money Body needed. As soon as he received the lifespan, he funneled it into the Supreme Metak. The Supreme Metak in his hand seemed to ignite as lifespan was poured into it. It became bright like a star, and it began to grow in size. As the Supreme Metak grew in size, Loki noticed that the completion rate was increasing. This gave him the hope that the Supreme Metak would be completed. However, he knew that lifespan couldn't work without a limit. He saw that there was a limit to how much lifespan could work because the lifespan was acting on the components of the Supreme Metak to make up for their deficiency. So the lifespan was making up for the deficiency of divine positions in the divine Metaks that didn't have divine positions. All 12 divine Metaks and symbols of authority had this deficiency. The lifespan was also expanding the weak life spark in some of the components. Only the symbols of authority had this problem because only they weren't at rank 8. The 4 divine Metaks of the money pathway had life sparks that were strong enough. Because the life sparks in the rank 7 and rank 6 components were increasing in size, the size of these components was also increasing. This increase in the size of the components was why the Supreme Metak seemed to be growing in size. Once these 2 deficiencies had been fixed, Loki was sure that there was nothing else that lifespan would be able to fix. So lifespan would eventually stop helping, which means that the rest would depend on Money Body's utilization rate of the individual components. Loki was wondering about the future limit of growth that Money Body would be able to achieve with the aid of lifespan, but Money Body was struggling with the present problem of continuing to use lifespan to help. The source of his problem was that the will of Oceania didn't have enough lifespan to spare for this project. It was running out of lifespan, so something had to be done, or his path would end here before it began. The will of Oceania should have had 100,000 years of lifespan after the death of all of the dragons. But 80,000 years out of it had been spent to preserve Money Body's life and convert him into a dragon world king. So the will of Oceania only had 20,000 years left to use. Since 20,000 years wasn't enough, Money Body gave the will of Oceania all the world essence he had stored in his cave heaven. This helped him to continue building his Supreme Metak. There should have been over 800,000 years worth of world essence. At least, that's what he came to Oceania with after cashing in everything he owned. But he had lost a fair bit of world essence during the fight with the Dragon King. So he only had about 500,000 years worth of world essence. In the past, 500,000 years worth of lifespan would have been more than enough for anything he wanted to do. But right now, he wasn't sure if it would be enough. The will of Oceania had a conversion rate of 100% for world essence. So the entirety of the 500,000 years worth of lifespan would be put to use. But might not be enough because the efficiency of the Supreme Metak was abysmal. A rank 6 component needed 100,000 years to advance to rank 7 and fix the problem of the lack of a divine position. Then, for it to advance to rank 8 without the deficiency of a divine position, it needed 1 million years of lifespan. With only 500,000 years of lifespan, Moneybody could only raise the 5 rank 6 symbols of authority to rank 7. This increased the completion rate of the Supreme Metak from 44.81% to 51.11%. So it was a meager increase of 6.25%. Even when Moneybody made some changes to the arrangement of the components in the Supreme Metak to maximize the impact of the increase in the size of the 5 rank 6 components, he could only raise this to 6.72%. The increase from 6.25% to 6.72% was not nearly enough to fix his problem. It only made the completion rate of the Supreme Metak improve to 51.53%. Loki saw through the power identification ability that the increase should have been 7.8125%. It was only 6.72% because Moneybody's utilization rate fell to 86%. After thinking about it, Loki shook his head inward and thought, even if he got a 100% utilization out of it, the increase would be a drop in the bucket. The efficiency rate is simply preposterous. 500,000 years for an increase of 7.8125%. That's an efficiency of 0.0016%. What is that if not preposterous? Moneybody couldn't tell the specifics, but he knew clearly that he was still a long way to go to reach 100%. Unfortunately, he didn't have any more lifespan to burn. This made him dejected. In his dejection, Moneybody sighed and said, "I have failed. It seems this is the end for me. If I had known that this would happen, I might not have pushed Oceania so far." Comments. Chapter 742. Monarch Moneybody lamented, saying, "The fight between us drained both me and the world of too much lifespan. That lifespan would have been useful to me now." When Loki heard this, he shook his head and said, "Even if you knew that you would need so much lifespan, you would still need to fight and kill all the world guardians, or Oceania would never accept or appreciate you." Moneybody's shoulders sagged even further when he heard this. He managed to say, "That's true too. Maybe I could have found a way to convince it. But what does it matter now? It is too late." Moneybody looked ready to give up, but Loki didn't want him to give up. So he took out some world essence and threw it at the human dragon. The will of Oceania quickly caught the world essence and began to use it to replenish itself. It brought the chunks of world essence to the heart of the world and engulfed the chunks. As it was converting the world essence into lifespan, the will of Oceania was wondering why their enemy was helping them. It was suspicious of Loki's motives and was confused by his help, but it didn't stop what it was doing at all. While the will of Oceania was suspicious, Moneybody knew exactly what he was up to. So the human dragon began to laugh. His laughter rang out loudly with amusement as he said, "I had my suspicions earlier when you gave me the symbols of authority. Now I am certain that you're helping me, so that you can take the fruit of my Tao from me." He chuckled as he said, "It seems you're more anxious than I am. If I didn't know better, I would think you were the one whose life and death depend on the success of my advancement." Then he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately for you, you won't have your way. I don't think you have enough lifespan to help me advance. Even if you did, I would never let you have what I've worked for all my life. So forget about my Supreme Metak. Instead, focus on making yours. And to repay you for your help so far, I will give you some information that might help you." At this point, Moneybody had taken to sitting on the ground. He was the picture of someone who had given up and accepted their fate. After he made himself comfortable on the ground, he said, "First of all, the pathway is a dead end. I don't know if this is the natural state of cultivation or if someone doesn't want us to advance to rank 9. But I am sure that it is impossible to advance through the pathway. Secondly, there is a limit to the level of power that we can reach in a pathway. We must not have 5 divine positions, and our cave heavens must not reach 3 billion square kilometers in size. This time, I am sure that this limit is artificial. I am sure, because many people have advanced beyond this limit in the past. The limit only exists because anyone who reaches it in the present will be killed by the DMadLord of the pathway. Thirdly, the divine positions are unreliable. You must not use them, or the DMadLords will find out and ruin your advancement. Fourthly, if you want to have any hope of advancing, you need the help of a DMadLord. That's how the Sword Lord was able to advance. He didn't advance by his own power. Lastly, I don't think the DMadLords are still present in the universe. I don't know where they are, but I'm sure that they can still exert some amount of strength in the universe through their pathways. That is all I have to say. I wish you good luck. If you become a DMadLord someday, help me give the founder of the 4 Directions sect a beating. The voice he used to say this last sentence was noticeably weaker than his previous voice. Loki also noticed that the incomplete Supreme Metak was dimming. The incomplete Supreme Metak was bright like a conflagration just earlier. But just like a fire that had run out of fuel, it was now dying. Loki didn't want to see this happen. Unfortunately, he had given Moneybody all of the world essence he had in his possession earlier. What he had given Moneybody was barely 150,000 years worth. So it hadn't put a dent in the millions of years of lifespan that Moneybody needed. With no way to help Moneybody, he thought to himself, I guess I will have to rely on myself to finish what he started. After he made up his mind about this, he attacked Moneybody. He let the devouring ability erupt out of his body as a black force field, and he let the force field reach over to Moneybody to cover him. He did this to take the unfinished Supreme Metak from Moneybody and complete it himself. He had ways to get millions of years of lifespan, so he was confident in himself. The will of Oceania was caught off guard by his attack. After all, he had been helping just a while ago. It was jarring to see him attack them so suddenly. But Moneybody wasn't surprised by the attack. This great cultivator didn't know what the black force field was, but it didn't matter to him how Loki attacked him because he had expected the attack. He even smiled and said, "You have not disappointed me. I used to be a teacher in the initiation program, so your behavior makes me proud. You have done exactly what needs to be done in order to become a great cultivator. You are ready to make everyone become kindling for you so that you can shine. Unfortunately, I am unwilling to become kindling for someone else." Comments. Chapter 743. As Moneybody spoke, he gave the order to the Supreme Metak. So the Supreme Metak expanded rapidly. It became too big, too fast, and beyond its limit. So it exploded into a flash of light in the darkness. By doing this, Moneybody effectively ended his life. But he didn't mind because he was going to die anyway. His failure to advance to rank 9 means that he will surely die. This is the price he has to pay for making the attempt without making enough preparation. The destruction of his Supreme Metak only sped up the inevitable. Moneybody's body began to fade away after the explosion of his Supreme Metak. He was dying, but he had a smile on his face. It was a smile of someone who knew that he had made someone lose just by dying. So Moneybody died, and Loki got nothing. This made him chuckle and say, "I guess like minds think alike. It seems I will have to do better next time." Then he looked at the heart of the world and said, "Since I am already here." Even as he was speaking and considering the idea, he made the black force field cover the heart of the world. The devouring ability immediately got to work ripping the heart of the world out of the core of the world. As soon as the devouring ability began its world-ending project, the world in question began shouting at him. But instead of cursing at him, the will of Oceania was begging him. The will of Oceania pleaded, saying, "Please spare me. I can help you." When he didn't stop, the will of Oceania said, "Don't you need me alive for that usurper? Didn't you say that I couldn't be killed?" In response, Loki yawned loudly. He couldn't be bothered to talk with his food at this point in time. He had gone through a lot in this timeline and was looking forward to leaving. After the heart of the world was taken into his cave heaven, it was dragged into the core of his cave heaven, where it was swallowed by Fenrir. Fenrir was much smaller than the heart of the world, so the black force field had to shrink the heart first. The heart of the world shrank from something that was the size of a mountain range into something as big as a house. Only then could Fenrir swallow it in one bite. With the heart of the world gone, Oceania began to collapse. The sect got wind of this and immediately sent him a message penalizing him. The message said, "You have failed your mission to protect the outpost core. You have also failed to keep Oceania intact. Because of this, you're being fined 76,500 divine merit points." When Loki saw this message, his eyes popped in his skull in surprise. Then his eyes became cold, and his face became contorted with anger. He said, "So Oceania is worth 76,500 divine merit points. But you gave me less than 6,000 divine merit points for helping you to secure it. I'm sure you paid Money Body and me less than 10,000 divine merit points for our work. What happened to the remaining 66,500 divine merit points? This is worse than cheating. No wonder Money Body was willing to risk his life to forge a path forward. The exorbitant fine isn't what he was angry about. Actually, he felt that he should be angry about the fine. After all, he had already done his part in planting the outpost core and raising it to maturity. Anything that happens after shouldn't be his fault. But as worthy as the exorbitant fine was, he had to get angry about another matter because it was bigger than the fine. When he calculated how much he and Money Body were paid for risking their lives and killing every world king in the world, he realized that he had been fleeced beyond recognition. Of course, he expected that the sect would gain more than he did, and it was common sense to expect the sect to cheat him. But this much cheating was still too much for him to bear. As if that wasn't bad enough, the sect sent another message saying, "You have been given 10 minutes to pay this fine. If you don't pay it, you will lose your divine positions and your soul will be enslaved until you've paid the debt. If you need divine merit points, you should use the exchange center in the sect token to earn some. There is an option there to earn 10,000 divine merit points with the heart of a large world." When he saw the message, he realized that the sect knew that he took the heart of Oceania and wanted him to return it. But they would only give him 10,000 divine merit points for it, even though they just fined him 76,500 points for taking the heart. This message made him so angry that he said to the sky in anger, "Fine, have it your way. After all, you're the big shot here. You've only made this more enjoyable for me." As he said this to the sky, he let the black force field rip the outpost core from the world and pull it into the cave heaven. Then he finally let Fenrir eat what it had been craving so much. Apparently, this sort of behavior was unacceptable to the sect because they sent a message saying, "You've destroyed sect property. You have been fined 1,000 divine merit points." He didn't even bother to argue with the sect about this. Once he read the message, he ignored it. Then he focused on eating the 4 divine positions and his 48 remaining divine metacs. At first, he thought that there was no one rushing him, and there was no danger. So he believed that he had all the time in the world to eat everything available. Comments. Chapter 744. However, he remembered that he owed the 4 Directions sect a lot of money, which was due in 10 minutes. He was sure that the sect had given him that time because they wanted him to exchange the heart of Oceania that he took. So it wasn't as if they were concerned that he wouldn't be able to pay the debt back and wanted to give him time to find the money. As selfish as the motive of the sect was, he still appreciated the time they gave him to prepare. But he didn't use the time to prepare. Instead, he used it to eat everything he had. He even ate his cave heaven. Then he activated the rewind metac and disappeared into the river of time. He was basically dining and dashing. As he escaped into the river of time, he said, "So long, sucker." He said this at the last moment before he entered the river of time. He picked that time to say it, so that nothing would be able to stop him if anyone got angry with him because of what he said. Apparently, even though he was behaving fearlessly, he wasn't entirely without fear. This fear was because he wasn't entirely sure what DMadLords are capable of, and he was in a vulnerable state after destroying his cave heaven. However, now that he had escaped, he didn't have anything to worry about. But he didn't use this as an opportunity to say unsavory things about the DMadLord. Instead, he chuckled and said, "If I'm being honest, the DMadLords are doing a good job enslaving people and blocking them from breaking free from their control. If I were in their position, I would do the same thing or even worse. This is why I respect them. They simply deserve to be respected." Then the tone of his voice became serious as he said, "That aside, I would be very angry if everything I did to advance to rank 7 was a waste of time." Deep down, he is at most 30% sure that he will be able to advance to rank 7. This 30% is the limit of his optimism. Without being optimistic, he will be at most 10% sure of advancing to rank 7. With the chances of failure being so high, he said, "If I fail, I have to find another way to advance. Taking Moneybody's path and becoming a world king is out of the question. I have too much to lose with that option. That leaves the option to try Ancient Cultivation and the option to get a Supreme Metak. Ancient Cultivation might be weak, but if I don't have a choice, I will have to go with it. Besides, Ancient Cultivation might be weak for others, but it might not be weak for me. After all, I have Fenrir. So Ancient Cultivation might be a great fit for me." After thinking about this, he shook his head and said, "The problem with that option is that I don't know where to start regarding the Ancient Cultivation. If I want to find useful information about Ancient Cultivation, I should ask the oldest beings I know. Someone like Moneybody won't do. For him to become desperate enough to become world king, either he didn't know how to cultivate in the ancient way, or he knew, but Ancient Cultivation couldn't help him. My bet is on the former. I don't think he knows about Ancient Cultivation. After all, the dragons were already in decline when he became a divine being. According to ancient history, Ancient Cultivation had fallen before the dragons lost control. It was the new cultivators who usurped the power of dragons. So if he didn't know how the dragons were defeated, he couldn't know how the ancient cultivators fell. After rejecting Moneybody, the name of someone more suitable flashed through his mind. This name made him nod in satisfaction and say, "Yes. Slav is the oldest and most powerful person I know. He should know what Ancient Cultivation is. If he doesn't know, then there is no one else I can ask." Then he smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I also need his help with getting a Supreme Metak to use. So I should ask him about Ancient Cultivation while I'm taking his Supreme Metak. Of course, I won't do the two at the same time. I'll ask him about Ancient Cultivation before I take his Supreme Metak. I am not barbaric. I know that to be courteous when I ask someone for something. Just in case, I should acquire as much power before I go over to him. And if I still fail to get the Supreme Metak from him, I will have to get it from Moneybody." His smile turned into a savage grin as he said, "One way or another, Moneybody will be useful to me. Then I will beat him to death." While he was planning for the future, the Rewind Metak had taken him into the past. When they reached the end of the road, the Rewind Metak left the river of time and dropped him into his body in the past. From there, he began digesting everything that he had eaten in the previous timeline and got busy converting it to power. Fenrir was so stuffed that he didn't have enough mental resources to allow his mind to wander in thought. The first thing that Fenrir digested was the world seed, not the heart of a large world or the 4 divine positions. Loki could understand why Fenrir was so eager, since the world seed is literally the only thing among everything that he ate that Fenrir wanted to eat. Everything else that he ate was a hanger-on. For reasons he didn't know, the world seed was the most important thing to Fenrir. His expectations for the world seed were low, though. He didn't expect much from it because he had an inkling that the sect didn't think it was valuable. Comments. Chapter 745. The sect, which is notorious for overcharging people, only charged him 1,000 divine merit points for the outpost core. So the true value of the outpost core should be around 100 divine merit points. He is so sure about this that he is willing to bet that it is not up to 200 divine merit points. After making this calculation, he decided not to raise his hopes too high. The fact that the world seed was also a material that could be used to grow a world also didn't instill faith in him. After all, he had eaten many worlds before, and they don't add much to him apart from law fragments and lifespan. So it is just right that he does not expect miracle from something that is not even a mature world. However, Fenrir was not of one mind with Loki about this. Like a child who had just gotten a new toy, Fenrir was excited to eat the world seed. Loki felt tremors of excitement from within his soul because of Fenrir. He thought those tremors would fade over time, but this was not so. For some reason, his soul trembled more and more over time. And then there was a big bang with him. The big bang was created by something exploding within him and Fenrir. He was stunned into a stupor when it happened. His thoughts stalled, and everything about him froze because of the explosion. The sound of the explosion was loud, but it was ultimately inconsequential in the large scheme of things. The most important thing was why there was an explosion within him in the first place. By common sense, an explosion is not a good thing. When that explosion occurs in the depths of his being, the explosion has to be catastrophic. By rights, he should be in shambles with his existence scattered all over the floor. But after he regained his senses and could think again, he found that he was still intact. He also discovered that he was fine. He was bewildered by this development, but Fenrir didn't seem to care. The gluttonous beast continued to devour everything in its stomach as if nothing had happened. On the surface, the only change that Fenrir had undergone was that it had stopped being excited and was eating like everything was business as usual. If not for the space that had opened up within Fenrir, there would be nothing different about Fenrir, and that explosion would have happened for nothing. In the past, Fenrir had a stomach within it that it used to store and digest food. This stomach was a bottomless hole that seemed capable of holding everything in the world. Anything that entered this stomach had only one fate, and that was to be digested. When food is digested in this stomach, two main things are produced as the outcome of digestion. These two were law fragments and lifespan. The law fragments will go to his cave heaven, while the lifespan will go to his life fire. None of the things produced by digestion will go to Fenrir. So this world seed is the first to break the rule. The world seed produced something, and what it produced is staying in Fenrir permanently. This intrigued him, so he began exploring the new storage within Fenrir. From what he could tell, the storage was a new organ for Fenrir. He could tell this much soon after he began inspecting the new storage. As for what the organ was for, it required in-depth exploration. While Loki was exploring the new organ, Fenrir was busy with the digestion of the heart of Oceania and the 4 divine positions. In the past, he had eaten the heart of a world, and he had eaten some divine positions, but he had never eaten the 2 of them together. During the previous times that he was busy digesting the heart of worlds or the divine positions, his heart would be in his throat, and he would agonize over the outcome. But this time, he didn't care about the outcome at all. The largest heart of a world that he had eaten in the past was the heart of a medium world, and the highest number of divine positions that he had eaten before was 2. This time, he was eating the heart of a large world, and he was eating 4 divine positions. So he was breaking his previous records. Not only was he eating more than he had ever eaten before, but he was also eating these 2 objects of great power together, which is something he had never done before. But because he didn't have any hope, he didn't have any expectations of the outcome. He was too busy trying to figure out what his new organ was for when the 4 divine positions were digested. In the past, these 4 divine positions would have turned into some lifespan and been sent into his life fire. But this didn't happen this time, because he now had an organ for storing power. The 4 divine positions were broken down into force rings and sent into the new organ. 1 divine position was sacrificed to create a core in the new organ. Then the others were sacrificed to create layers of force around the core. 1 divine position was used to create the first layer of the force ring. This layer formed a sphere of force around the core. There was a large space between the core and the first layer. Loki didn't think this was significant in any way, and he didn't know if the force layers were significant for anything. As he watched, he saw that another divine position was sacrificed to create the second force layer. This second force layer was outside the first layer, and there was a large space between them. Because of the space between the first layer of force and the second layer, the circumference of the second layer of force was going to be much bigger than the circumference of the first layer of force. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 746. In fact, the circumference of the second layer was to be twice that of the first layer. So one divine position was never going to be enough to create it. Two divine positions had to be sacrificed to create the second layer of force. That made a total of 4 divine positions used up for the core, the first layer of force, and the second layer of force. Since he didn't have any more divine positions, no more layers of force could be created in the new organ. Loki still couldn't tell if this sacrifice would be of any use because he hadn't felt any changes. He was just intrigued by what was going on within him. His uncertainty continued until Fenrir finished digesting the heart of the large world. Unlike the previous timelines, the product of the digestion of the heart of Oceania went straight into the new organ. This time, the heart of Oceania was converted into something called force units. He had eaten his cave heaven and everything within it before he reversed time. Unfortunately, that had only added to his lifespan in the previous timeline. He couldn't bring back the lifespan from the previous timeline to this timeline, so only the heart of Oceania could serve as a source of force units for him. The heart of Oceania produced 171,000 force units, a total of 171,000 force units. Then these force units filled in the space between the force layers. The space between the core and the first force layer needed 1,000 force units to fill in the gap. As the gap was filled with force, the space crystallized into something resembling the crystal shield. He thought that it resembled the crystal shield because it was made of many layers of vibrating strings. As someone who had seen those vibrating strings up close and had suffered under their ministrations, he could identify them at a glance. There were 1,000 vibrating strings in the first layer. Each one of them produced some sort of power, but they also needed energy to run. So they were more like an engine for converting energy into power. While he was wondering what kind of power the vibrating strings were producing, the second layer was also filled with force units. 9,000 force units were used to fill in the area between the first force layer and the second force layer. This made a total of 10,000 force units that had been used so far. Since he was observing the vibrating strings closely, he noticed that when they became stronger, the strings doubled in thickness, so even though they were still vibrating at the same frequency, they were producing twice the amount of power. This change had happened when the second layer of force was filled with force units. But it wasn't the only change that Loki noticed. The second thing that he noticed was that even though he had created a cave heaven and was a divine being, he didn't have a life fire. This reminded him of a group of powerful beings who could contend with divine beings, but didn't have any obvious life fires. The third thing that he noticed was that the new organ was consuming his lifespan to run. He was taken aback when he noticed this. At first, the rate of consumption of his lifespan had been too low for him to notice. But after the second layer of force was filled in, the consumption of lifespan jumped, which made it noticeable. After recollecting his experience, he realized that the initial consumption rate was 1 year of lifespan for every year that he lived. So he was consuming 1 more second of lifespan for every second that the 1,000 strings vibrate. That rate of consumption had doubled his normal consumption of lifespan. After all, he had to consume 2 years of lifespan for every year that he lived instead of the normal one. The extra year of consumption hadn't been noticeable in the short term. But when the consumption rate quadrupled, and he now had to spend an extra 4 years of lifespan every year that he lived, he had to notice it, no matter how fascinated he was by the force layers. Of course, he wasn't happy that he now had to spend 5 years of his lifespan for every year that he lived. But when he also noticed that he had become stronger, he decided to hold off before casting judgment on the usefulness of the force layers. Meanwhile, the digestion of food was still going on. He had only used 10,000 force units, so there were still 161,000 force units left to use. Unfortunately, there was no third layer to fill up with force units, so the force units would have to go to waste. Or so he thought. As it turned out, the force units didn't go to waste because Fenrir sent them out like usual and converted the force units into lifespan for him to use. The force units were converted into lifespan at a rate of 100 to 1. So he gained 16,100,000 years of lifespan from it. Normally, if he did nothing, these 16,100,000 years of lifespan would last him 16,100,000 years. But thanks to the new organ, he could only live up to 3,220,000 years with it. This made him skeptical of the usefulness of the new organ. In order to determine if the loss of lifespan was worth it or not, he used the power identification ability to check his attributes. Race, Dragon. Available lifespan, 41 years, 2 months, 16,100,041 years. Cultivation rank / Tao status, 6-7. Cave Heaven, 87,381,333 square kilometers. Body 6. Soul 6. Mind 6. Will 6, 100%. Insight 6. Law Fragment. Amplification 21, 100%. Core Metak. Fenrir. Power Identification. Tracking. Seal. Devouring. Siphon. Power Shifting. World Power. Divine Metak. Rank Rewind 6. Splitting Edge 6. Mind Freeze 6. Nanite 6. Vengeful Bones 6. Comments. Chapter 747. There were only 2 changes in his attributes. The first was that he had gained 16,100,000 years of lifespan. The second one was that his cultivation rank had advanced. The third change was that Fenrir had gained a new ability. That second change was the one he had been looking forward to for a very long time. So when he saw it, his jaw dropped open in surprise. He should be happy with this development, and he was really happy about it. But he was more surprised than happy. This was because it had happened in the most unexpected way. Now that he had suddenly advanced to rank 7, he knew without a doubt that it must have something to do with the new ability and the new organ that Fenrir gained. So he thought, the world power ability must be why I've advanced. And the world power should be what the world seed grew into. This is impressive. He was impressed because only worlds should have world power. At least, that has been his experience so far. Divine beings don't have world power. Cultivators can only simulate world power with their cave heaven. But Fenrir had broken that rule by eating a world seed and using it to create a new organ within it. This new organ is similar to the heart of a world. It doesn't store lifespan, though. What it does is make it possible for him to advance like a world. On its own, the world seed and the world power ability didn't give him any tangible benefit, but their value became self-evident when they helped him raise his Tao status. When he thought about it, he remembered that medium worlds usually have 2 rank 7 divine positions or 4 rank 6 divine positions. He thought that this information was significant because the world power ability was also using 4 rank 6 divine positions to elevate him to the same level as a medium world. This made him snort in anger as he thought, so I was right. That elevation in my cultivation that the Supreme Metak gave me was rubbish. The Supreme Metak didn't make any fundamental changes in me. No wonder it is so easy for the Supreme Metak to demote a divine being's rank. When it is easy to help them advance their rank, then it will be very easy to make them fall in rank. Just to be sure that his advancement to rank 7 was all thanks to the world power ability, he switched off the world power ability. This caused a new organ to grind to a halt. The 10,000 strings stopped vibrating, so they stopped consuming lifespan. In turn, his rank fell from 7 to 6. What he didn't expect was that a life fire also appeared around Fenrir, because he turned off this ability. This made him excited as he thought, I really am a world king now. So, thanks to the world power ability, I became a world king without sacrificing my life and cave heaven to a world. Then he shook his head, thinking I thought the world seed would be useless. It seems Fenrir still knows better than I about what's good to eat. He tried the world power ability again and again, switching it off and on several times. Each time the ability went off, a life fire would appear around Fenrir, and he would return to being a normal rank 6 cultivator. He wasn't sure if the absence of a life fire was a completely good thing, but he was glad that he could turn off the world power ability like this without facing any repercussions, if only for the reason that it allowed him to gain a thorough understanding of its capabilities. After the short period of experimentation, he came to some conclusions. The things he had noticed about the world power ability went through his mind as he thought. The first disadvantage is that the world power ability costs lifespan to use. The expenditure of lifespan is more than worth it. It is just a bit weird that one of Fenrir's abilities cost me my lifespan to use. It is certainly a first. However, it isn't much of a problem since I can always switch off the world power ability. So it won't cost me much to use if I only use it when I'm in a fight. Then he sighed as he thought, perhaps the biggest disadvantage is that I will have to pay 1,000 years every 10 years for the life leech now. Of course, this isn't Fenrir's fault. It is the sect's greediness that's at fault. Plus, I might be able to circumvent the life leech. I can deactivate the world power ability when the time for the life leech comes. Since I will be at rank 6 without the ability, the sect shouldn't charge me as a rank 7 cultivator. And if that doesn't work, I can always stop using the divine positions of the sect entirely. If I don't use their divine positions, they won't be able to charge me, no matter how high my cultivation is. As for dropping a divine position when the time for the life leech comes and taking the divine position up later, it won't work. This is because there is no fixed time for the life leech for everyone. The time for the life leech is calculated individually based on how long they use a divine position. So, unless he plans to use a divine position ever again, he can't avoid the life leech. The life leech is tied to his identity. So even if he dies, the countdown of the life leech will only pause. He had experienced the life leech in the previous timeline and had done a lot of research about the various ways to get out of it. From what he learned, he knew for a fact that the countdown for the life leech won't reset when he dies. So when he reincarnates and takes back the divine position, the countdown will resume. Comments. Chapter 748. The sect had engineered it that the life leech is attached to one's identity so that no one could get out of paying for their life leech. As for whether the sect had made preparations for someone like him who can reduce his cultivation rank on command, he is not sure of it. After thinking about the disadvantages, he thought about the advantages of the world power ability. The main advantage was the first thing that he thought about. He thought, of course, the main advantage of the world power ability is that I can now advance my cultivation. All I need is some divine positions and some lifespan. The heart of a world would be best, but I can always use lifespan to create force units. I will just convert it at a rate of 100 years of lifespan for one force unit. So what I should focus on now is getting more divine positions. As for the second advantage, it is that the cost of elevating my cultivation with the world power ability is much cheaper than what the sect charges. The sect charges 1,000 units of divine merit points to advance to rank 7. The sect also charges 100 years of lifespan every year to use a single rank 7 divine metak. In comparison, I needed 2 divine positions and the heart of a medium world to advance to rank 7. The cost of usage is also 4 years of lifespan every year. He saw the branch metak crumble because it was overwhelmed by the power of the force organ. So the source of the problem was the lack of structural integrity on the part of the branch metak to handle divine power. He decided to try another branch metak to see if the failure was a fluke. But the remaining 4 branch metaks also crumbled when he tried to use them. The 5 of them became law fragments after crumbling. This made him shake his head and say, "Their performance is even worse than I expected. They are just too fragile to be useful." It seems the fate of branch metaks is to be used as law fragments by divine beings. He had expected that he would be able to use branch metaks, but he would be unable to produce much power from them compared to the power output of divine metaks. After the failure, he quickly forgot about branch metaks. In fact, his disappointment was swept away, and his mood became better. This was because he had something good to look forward to in this timeline. His goal for this timeline is to gain more divine positions. According to his calculations, he will need 4 more divine positions to create the third force layer. Then he will need 100,000 force units, or 10 million years of lifespan, or the equivalent in the size of the heart of a world to fill up the third layer. Once he has fulfilled these requirements, he should be able to advance to rank 8. Comments. Chapter 749. He thought that perhaps the best part of the requirements of the world power ability is that he won't need to work for the sect to earn 10,000 merit points before he can advance. This is why he is in such a good mood. For now, he intends to get the 4 divine positions first. That way, he will be able to create the third force layer. Then later, he will work towards filling the third layer with force units. As it happens, he knows 4 money cultivators whom he can kill and take their divine positions. The first one is Monarch Goldbody. In order to bait this divine being, he still used Rusty to do the dirty work for him. A few minutes later, Monarch Goldbody fell, and Loki replaced him. After that, Loki devoured Crystal City whole. Then he escaped before forced exchange could appear to punish him for his transgression. As usual, he couldn't escape from forced exchange. In fact, 3 more money cultivators joined forced exchange in the pursuit. A while later, Loki killed the 3 money cultivators. He even forced Monarch Forced Exchange to admit defeat and surrender. Then he made a deal with the Thorn House of Commerce. After he did this, he returned to the blessed heaven world. He came back to go to the second heaven in the second dimension. The cave heaven of the 3 dead money cultivators is his main reason for going there. On his way there, he thought to himself, I would have loved to kill Forced Exchange. Unfortunately, I can't do that because I need the non-aggression agreement with the Thorn House of Commerce. He felt a little bit regretful because he wanted to kill Forced Exchange and use the death of the rank 6 money cultivator to hurt the Thorn House of Commerce and damage Moneybody's cave heaven. Killing Monarch Forced Exchange and hurting the Thorn House of Commerce is something he would have enjoyed. Plus, he wanted to know what they were hiding about their business in the blessed heaven world. Since he didn't need those 4 crappy small worlds that the Thorn House would give him for letting Forced Exchange go and for giving up on trying to inquire about their business in the blessed heaven world, he felt that he should have made the Thorn House of Commerce pay a more painful price for crossing him. Unfortunately, he would still need to call down the 3 divine positions in the blessed heaven world after getting the divine metax from the cave heaven of the 3 money cultivators. He won't be able to hide it when he's calling down the 3 divine positions, so the Thorn of Commerce will surely find out. He is also sure that, for the sake of punishing him for killing Forced Exchange and for the sake of taking the 4 divine metax of the money pathway in his possession, the Thorn House of Commerce would attack him. So the choices were for him to go with his usual and boring deal with the Thorn House of Commerce or make Moneybody feel pain. It is clear which option he went with. Since he didn't have the power to take on Moneybody, it would be a bad idea to antagonize the Thorn House of Commerce like that. So he decided to prioritize the long-term benefit of advancing to rank 8 over the short-term benefit of hurting Moneybody. He wasn't satisfied with this choice, though, so he promised himself as he thought, one of these days, I will bring the hurt to Moneybody and his posse of glorified slaves. It might not be today, but that day is surely coming. For the next few weeks, he went about looting cave heavens. He spent 3 weeks on this. Then he returned to the second dimension of the blessed heaven world to call down the 3 divine positions. Because of his deal with the Thorn House of Commerce, none of the money cultivators from the Alliance interfered with his work. There were some other restless money cultivators in the pathway, but they didn't make a move because they lacked confidence and were afraid for their lives. After he got the 4 divine positions, he decided not to waste time reversing time. He didn't want anything to go wrong, so he quickly devoured the 4 divine positions. Chapter 750. The answer to his question came when he saw what happened to the second divine position that was digested. This second one was the Life's Worth divine position. The Life's Worth divine position was the 3rd divine position to be digested in the previous timeline. So in the previous timeline, it was used to build half of the second layer of force. There was also a force of repulsion in the force organ when the Life's Worth divine positions was sent to it. The force of repulsion came from the second layer of force. This time, Loki wasn't so surprised by the outcome. However, his surprise made way for a feeling of disappointment. His disappointment got worse when the remaining 2 divine positions were digested but failed to be accepted by the force organ. The rejected divine position was sent out of the force organ as lifespan for him to use. Even though he gained a lot of lifespan from the 4 divine positions, he was not happy. The feeling of intense excitement that he had earlier died, only to be replaced by a feeling of intense disappointment. When all 4 of them have finished digesting, he cheered himself up by thinking, "It seems I can't use the same divine positions to build another layer of force. I just need to find different divine positions. That's a problem that is easy to solve." Then he chuckled as he thought, "It is at least easier to solve than looking for 10,000 divine merit points. So it is nothing to be gloomy about. Once I solve the problem, I will be able to enjoy the benefits of advancing to rank 8. Just as he had that thought, he remembered something that improved his mood drastically. His eyes lit up as he thought, "Speaking of the benefits of advancing, I haven't enjoyed the benefits of the last advancement." He was talking about raising his stats now that he had advanced to rank 7. Now that he remembered, he quickly spent his lifespan to raise his stats. Race, Dragon. Available lifespan, 41 years, 2 months, 1,610,041 years. Cultivation rank / Tao status, 7. Cave Heaven, 87,381,333 square kilometers. Body, 6-7. Soul, 6-7. Mind, 6-7. Will, 100%, 7. Insight, 6-7. Law Fragment, Amplification 21, 100%. Core Metak, Fenrir, Power Identification. Tracking, Seal, Devouring. Siphon, Power Shifting. World Power, Divine Metak, Rank Rewind 6. Splitting Edge 6. Mind Freeze 6. Nanite 6. Vengeful Bones 6. He spent 10,000 years of his lifespan to raise each stat from 6 units to 7 units. So it had cost him a total of 50,000 years to raise the 5 stats. Despite the large amount of lifespan that he just used up to raise his status, he still had over 1.6 million years of lifespan left. This level of wealth and the increase in his strength put a smile of satisfaction on his face. Then he said, "You win some, you lose some. I've lost some. Now I need to find a way to win a lot." With his mood better, he began thinking about plans to get 4 completely different divine positions. This was a problem that he took seriously because he couldn't create divine positions from different pathways without getting into trouble, and he couldn't even create a single divine position without drawing unwanted attention. He remembered what had happened when he tried to create the Soul Hammer divine position. He also remembered what had happened when he tried to take Golden Lion's divine positions. So he knows the creation of a new divine position or the replacement of a divine being is usually accompanied by trouble. This is why he decided to go with the tried and tested method that he can use to avoid trouble. While he was thinking about his plan, Muni and the others began to wake up. So he marked Slav before he had Muni take him to register. After registration, he did nearly everything he did in the previous timeline. He replaced Gold Body, ran away, killed 3 more money cultivators, and forced Monarch forced exchange to make a deal with him. Then he went to the second heaven to get his spoils. The only thing he didn't do was to buy branch metaks and try to use them. Aside from that, he did everything the exact same way. This was until 3 weeks later, when he had acquired the 3 divine metaks. From there, he began doing things differently. Instead of using the 3 divine metaks to call down their respective divine positions, he went to the first dimension of the blessed heaven world to look for mutated life abilities of the money pathway. So he went to the heavenly city in the first heaven. This floating city had the largest number of mortal cultivators, and he had the power identification ability, so it was easy for him to find the mutated life abilities that he needed. After a short search, he picked 4 suitable mortal money cultivators. Then he took them to the world barrier, where he killed them and ripped out their life abilities from their bodies. As soon as he removed a mutated life ability, he used Fenrir to fuse it with one of the 3 divine metacs. He did this for the Life's Worth metac, Wealth Status metac, and the Money Construct metac. This created 3 new divine metacs of the money pathway. As for the 4th mutated life ability, he kept it for now. With the 3 new divine metacs and a mutated life ability of the money pathway in hand, he left the blessed heaven world. He left for the 4 small worlds that the Thorn House of Commerce gave him in their deal. On the way there, he chuckled and said, "It seems I need their crappy small worlds after all. Who would have thought it? It seems the Thorn House will get to live another day." A/N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 751. His voice was full of mirth as he said, "I still don't like that I have to make a deal to get it, because I'm not strong enough to get it by force. But I'll let them have their way now." He's going to these small worlds to get their hearts. Their hearts will then be used to create 4 new divine positions. He had other small worlds that he could use, like the one he got from Lady Red or the one with Hammock on it. But he decided to go to those 4 small worlds because they're generally closer to the blessed heaven world compared to the others. The 4 of them are also close to each other, so it would take a relatively short time to get to all of them compared to his options. Because of this slight convenience, he decided to give the Thorn House of Commerce another pardon for this timeline. But this is not something he plans to do forever. He was still thinking about all of the fun stuff he would do to Money Body when he got the 4 small worlds. But as soon as he arrived, he stopped daydreaming and got to work. He fused the 3 divine metacs that he had with the symbols of authority of the small worlds. He sacrificed the symbols of authority to the 3 divine metacs, so that the outcome would be a divine metac of the money pathway. He did the same thing with the last mutated life ability and the 4th small world. This fusion also produced a divine metac of the money pathway. The difference was that this 4 divine metac was a rank 6 divine metac, while the other 3 were rank 7 divine metacs. This outcome brought a smile to Loki's face as he thought, "This is another benefit of advancing to rank 7. Fenrir can now produce rank 7 divine metac by fusing 2 rank 6 divine metacs. If I advance to rank 8, this benefit will become better. With a world power ability at rank 8, I will be able to make rank 8 divine metacs by fusing 2 rank 7 divine metacs, or fusing 4 rank 6 divine metacs." Because of this, he was in a good mood as he ripped out the hearts of the small worlds from the core in the 3rd dimension. But the wills of these 4 small worlds were feeling the direct opposite of what he was feeling. Some of them begged him to spare them, while others cursed him to death. But he didn't care about anything they had to say. He grabbed the hearts of the 4 small worlds and stored them in his cave heaven. Then he began the trip back to the blessed heaven world. From here on out, he did things that were similar to what he did in the previous timeline. He returned to the blessed heaven world and used the 4 hearts of a world to create 4 divine positions. During the process, no one interfered with the process. After all, the new divine positions belonged to the money pathway. The cultivators of the money pathway either couldn't attack him without breaking their contract, or were too afraid of messing with someone who had killed 3 peak stage rank 6 divine beings a few weeks ago. The only thing he had to worry about was interference from the DMadLord for being greedy. So as soon as the first of the 4 divine positions was created and descended into his cave heaven, he destroyed the gold body divine metac to remove its divine position from his cave heaven. When the 4 newly created divine positions had settled in his cave heaven, he hurriedly devoured them. Then he activated the rewind metac to reverse time. Along the way through the river of time, he was feeling expectant about the outcome of the digestion of the 4 divine positions. He was also a little bit excited, but he wasn't as excited as the last time. His excitement wasn't as intense as it was. He was more subdued, and his mind was even open to the possibility of failure. As time passed by, he said, "It should work now that I used 4 new divine positions. But it is also possible that it will fail. After all, the sect had raised me to rank 7 last time. Maybe I need to advance to rank 8 with my life fire first before I can use the force organ to advance. Who knows? There might have been some special instructions in the previous 4 divine positions from the Supreme Metac that made them capable of helping me advance to rank 7. If it is true, and I need the Supreme Metac to artificially raise me to rank 8 first, I will need to earn 10,000 divine merit points. That's far more than what I earned from Oceania, even though I hoarded most of the reward. So I might have to get creative with how I earn the divine merit points. Maybe if I take the outpost mission on my own, and I delay the completion so that the sect will have to pay me for every month that I spend there, I will be able to earn up to 10,000 divine merit points from it. If that won't work, I guess I'll have to take more sect missions. There should be subsequent missions on Oceania, so I can use them to make up for how many divine merit points I'm lacking after the outpost mission. The possibility of failure made his thoughts spiral as he began working on contingency plans to fix the problem. He thought about what to do if the attempt to advance to rank 8 would fail, and he thought about what to do to overcome the failure. But his thoughts weren't limited to just the failure of the advancement to rank 8. He even thought about what he would have to do if the sect decided to ban him from advancing to rank 8 simply because he was growing too fast. Comments. Chapter 752. The thought of how the sect would react when they find out that he joined the sect as a divine being and is now about to advance to rank 8 in a few months made him start to worry about an impending investigation into his source of growth. Every bad thing that could happen went through his mind. The worst thing he thought of was that a DMadLord would come to kill him. He was still thinking about the worst-case scenario and their contingency plans when he dropped out of the River of Time. The transition from the River of Time to the physical world didn't put an end to his spiraling thoughts, though. He had disregarded the information that Moneybody gave him about the limits of cultivation because it only confirmed what he suspected. But now that he was considering the worst-case scenario, the fact that DMadLords are actively trying to stop cultivators from growing stronger made his thoughts spiral. In the past, he didn't have much to worry about because he was small and weak. But now that he is slowly reaching the limit of power allowed, the chances of drawing attention from a DMadLord and being killed for it are slowly increasing. So it is safe to say that he will surely have to cross weapons with a DMadLord in an attempt to break the restrictions binding him. With this possibility on the line, he had to make sure that he could come out victorious from the clash. After all, the failure to plan to succeed is to succeed in planning to fail. Just as he was making plans, the first divine position was digested by Fenrir. Then the product of the digestion was sent to the force organ. At this moment, his thoughts came to a screeching halt, and his mind became focused on seeing the outcome of this digestion. After all, this was currently the most important thing for him at the moment. As he watched, he saw that the first divine position was accepted by the force organ. Then he saw that it was used to construct the third layer of force. The third layer wasn't complete, though. Apparently, a single divine position wasn't enough for the third layer to be constructed completely. This didn't come as a surprise to him. What was constructed with the divine position was only 25% of the third layer. When the second divine position was sent to the force organ, another 25% was constructed. That made a total of 50% constructed with 2 divine positions. Even if the other divine positions failed, Loki would still be satisfied because the fact that some random divine positions that he created could be used to construct force layers meant that he didn't need anything from the Supreme Attack. As he watched, the third and fourth divine positions were sent to the force layers. Then they were used to complete the construction of the third layer of force. This put a smile on his face as he thought, so it all worked out in the end. That's good. From the looks of things, the rank of the divine metak when it is used to create the divine position doesn't affect the quality of the divine position. If there was a difference, I didn't see it because both the divine positions created with a rank 7 metak and the divine position created with the rank 6 divine metak behaved exactly the same way after they were digested. I guess it doesn't matter why divine positions aren't affected by the rank of the divine metak. What I need to deal with next is how to advance to rank 9. Will the force organ be enough to take me to rank 9, or will I need a supreme metak for it? If the force organ can do it, I should need 8 divine positions for it. I should work on the 2 of them at the same time. But for now, what I need is a lot of lifespan to officially advance to rank 8. He spent a few more minutes after this making plans. Now that his strength is increasing, The things he has to do are changing, and the way he usually does some things will also have to change. After making his plans, he looked up at the sky. He was looking specifically at the usual spot where a large hand usually descended from the sky. As he looked up, memories of the times that colossal hand had appeared to kill him flashed through his mind. He remembered his fear and his panic as well. A few seconds later, he exhaled heavily. Then he thought with determination, "There's no need to worry about the inevitable. As long as I continue to do my best, even if I die, I will die without regrets. The only thing I can regret is living in slavery to another." The possibility of dying permanently is low for him because of the rewind metak and his ability as a divine being to resurrect. But the previous wielder of the rewind metak was also a divine being and likely a DMadLord, yet they are nowhere to be seen. If the DMadLord of the time path could meet such an unfortunate end, then it is also possible for him to meet that unfortunate end. This is why he was so worried about fighting a DMadLord. But he has decided not to worry too much. Of course, this isn't something he can do easily. After all, it is not the DMadLords that he is really afraid of. What he is afraid of is dying. The DMadLords are capable of killing him, so he is afraid of them. He is afraid of dying, so no matter his feelings about DMadLords, he has to be afraid of them. But once he becomes too powerful for them to kill, he will stop being afraid of them. Comments. Chapter 753. As for his fear of death, that is something he will have to work on for now. In fact, he is not sure if his fear of death is a bad thing. After all, it compels him to think things through and not be reckless. When he thought about the fear of death like this, he asked himself, if I am not afraid of death, what else should I be afraid of? The answer to this question came to him immediately. It took him no time to decide that being a slave with no hope of freedom was worse than or on par with death. At the end of his thinking, he came to this conclusion. If I keep getting stronger, the chances of dying and the chances of being enslaved will reduce. And as long as I can keep fighting, I will never be truly enslaved. So I should focus on getting stronger and fighting for my freedom. After coming to this conclusion, he waited for Muni to wake up. While he was waiting, he activated the Nanite metak to change his appearance. So he stopped looking like a dragon. As soon as Muni woke up, he saw a divine being in the awakening room. This divine being was someone he had never seen before. But the fact that he had never seen this divine being didn't matter for anything. What mattered the most was what this divine being came here for and whether they would kill him or not. So as soon as he saw the golden flame burning on their heads and recognized them for who they were, he bowed his head. He made sure to bow his head very low so as not to offend the divine being by being insincere in expressing his respect. Then he said, "What can I do for you, your lordship?" But he didn't get a reply. Instead, he was grabbed by the neck and carried away into the air. This frightened him to the extent that his soul nearly flew out of his body. He thought he was going to die, so he screamed in panic. Just as his mouth opened to scream, he was slapped in the face. The slap stunned him into silence. As his ears began to ring, he heard a stern voice that said, "Don't make a sound if you don't want to die." Muni wanted to nod to indicate that he heard the instruction, understood it, and was very willing to abide by it. But the hand gripping his neck prevented him from nodding. So he could only remain silent while lamenting his faith. Loki could sense Muni's thoughts through the insight stat. Since Muni didn't have a mind palace, his thoughts were open for perusal by any divine being. This was how he knew Muni was about to scream, so he was able to shut Muni up before the rank 3 cultivator could scream. He had heard Muni's thoughts many times over many timelines since he became a divine being. At first, the experience was novel, and he enjoyed it. But now, he didn't care much about the thoughts of some mortal. In fact, Muni's thought felt like incessant noise to him. The unending chatter made him tempted to kill Muni to silence his thoughts. If not for the fact that he needed Muni for something, he might have ended Muni's life. Actually, he had thought about not registering as a member of the Four Directions sect. This was to avoid the notice of the sect and stay out of the field of view of a DMadLord for as long as possible. Because of the force organ, it appeared that he didn't need the sect to help him advance. So he thought that he should forego joining the sect. but he remembered that he might need 8 divine positions to advance to rank 9. Since he would need to be a member of the Four Directions sect before he could become a divine being with any of their 5 pathways, he decided to join the sect. But when Muni began to cry in his mind, Loki began to consider whether joining the sect was worth it at all. At the end of the day, he didn't kill Muni. After Muni helped him register, he left the mentally sobbing rank 3 cultivator in the sect grounds and entered the 3rd dimension. From the 3rd dimension, he left the blessed heaven world. He left to visit all of the small worlds that he knew. His goal for this trip is to gain the lifespan that he needs to advance to rank 8. So once he gets to the small worlds, he plans to eat all of the living beings in them after assimilating them. And if the living beings don't give him enough lifespan, he plans to make up for it by eating the hearts of the small worlds. This trip took over a month to complete. In that time, he visited the small world that he learned from Lady Red, the small world with Hammock in it, the small world with the Viper World King, the 4 small worlds that he learned through the Divine Constellation, and the 5 small worlds that he had bought in the auction. Chapter 754. To the inhabitants of his cave heaven, it looked like the world was ending and the sky had come crashing down. They were wrong, of course. But for many of them, it didn't matter if the world was about to be destroyed because they were going to die, and whatever would happen to the cave heaven would no longer have anything to do with them. Most of the living things in his world were weak. This made it so that the average lifespan he gained from them was 1 month each. So he needed to kill and devour 120 million living things to get 10 million years of lifespan. He had a total of 680 million living things living in his cave heaven. So the 120 million living things that he ate made up 17.65% of the inhabitants of his cave heaven. With this many batteries on hand, he felt confident about his next plan. But first, he sent 10 million years of lifespan into the force organ. The force organ converted the lifespan to force units at a rate of 100 to 1. Then it used the force units to fill up the 3rd layer of force. The experience felt odd because he could feel that he was losing a lot of lifespan as if someone was attacking him, and he was healing his injuries. But he knew that he wasn't being attacked, so he didn't stop pouring lifespan into the force organ. As lifespan was consumed, 90,000 new vibrating strings were created. This made a total of 100,000 strings vibrating in the 3 layers of the force organ. When the last vibrating string was created, all of the 100,000 strings synchronized and resonated with each other. This caused them to double in thickness. Then he immediately felt himself become stronger. The increase in his strength made him laugh. As he laughed, he activated the power identification ability and used it to confirm his situation. Race, Dragon. Available lifespan, 697,568 years. 1,015,739 years. Cultivation rank, 7-8. Cave heaven, 87.4 million square kilometers, 425 million square kilometers. Body, 7. Soul, 7. Mind, 7. Will, 7. Insight, 7. Law fragment, amplification 21, 100%, 7. For 92, 734, 600%. Core Metak, Fenrir, power identification. Tracking, Seal, devouring. Siphon, power shifting. World power. Divine Metak, rank rewind 6. Splitting edge 6. Mind freeze 6. Nanite 6. Vengeful bones 6. Impaler 6. Viper fangs 6. Gorilla strength 6. Eagle eye 6. Engerbul 6. Rainmaker 6. Earth Shaker, 6. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. Then he said, "It is time to upgrade my stats." Since he had now advanced to rank 8, he could raise his stats to 8 units. And since he had a lot of lifespan, he decided to do the upgrade now. The upgrade was made through Fenrir, so changes to it would be permanent. The first stat he picked to raise was the Insight stat. When he raised it to 8 units, it cost him 100,000 years of lifespan. This made him click his tongue and say, "At this rate, each of my stats will cost 1 million years of lifespan to raise it to rank 9. Not that I'm complaining. I have the lifespan, and I can upgrade my stats easily while others can't, so there's nothing to complain about. By the time he upgraded the body stat, mind stat, soul stat, and will stat, he had spent a total of 500,000 years of lifespan. This is 10 times more than what he spent to raise his stats to 7 units. So he expects to pay 5 million years of lifespan to raise his stats to 9 units at this rate. If he turned out to be right, or if the cost of lifespan is even more expensive than he expected, he still wouldn't complain because the power is his and cannot be taken away or lost like the power of other divine beings. Just like he wasn't going to complain about the cost of upgrading his stats, he was also unwilling to complain about the increased cost of using the world power ability. The previous cost of running the world power ability used to be 4 years of lifespan per year, but it has increased to 9 years of his lifespan per year. So the cost had increased by 125%. When he thought about complaining about this, he shook his head as he thought, it is easier for me to complain about the cost of raising my stats than to complain about the cost of the world power ability, which allowed me to raise my stats in the first place. So if I won't complain about the cost of raising my stat, I can't complain about the cost of using the world power ability. Besides, I don't need to run the world power ability all the time. To top things off, if he needed more lifespan, he could get it quickly through the living things in his cave heaven. He decided to do that now in preparation for his next goal. So a black force field fell from the black sun of his cave heaven and began ravaging everything it touched. Both plants and animals fell victim to the natural disaster in his cave heaven. For a while, his cave heaven was full of fear and panic. In return, Loki got a lot of lifespan. Now that he has advanced to rank 8, the next plan should be upgrading his divine metax to rank 8. He thought about doing this, but then he remembered that he couldn't take his metax with him anytime he reversed time. So if he upgraded his divine metax to rank 8, he would have to do so again next time he went back into the past. This would waste all of the time and energy that he put into upgrading them. There was also the fact that the upgrade was too expensive. Comments. Chapter 755. According to Fenrir's capabilities, he would need 2 rank 6 divine metax to make 1 rank 7 divine metac. Mathematically, this means he will have to give up 6 plus 6 units of power, which is 12 units of power, for 1 7 units of power. In that case, he would lose 5 units of power to get 1 rank 7 divine metac. This makes the efficiency at 58.33%. So not only is the upgrade expensive, but its efficiency is also bad. The conversion efficiency of the rank 8 divine metac is even worse. He would have to give up 4 rank 6 divine metacs for 1 rank 8 divine metac. So he would be giving up 24 units of power for 1 8 unit of power. With this exchange, he would lose a whopping 16 units of power. So the efficiency is 33.33%. If he were a divine being who needed a rank 8 divine metac to upgrade their stat to 8 units and couldn't use more than 4 divine metacs at the same time, this trade of 4 rank 6 divine metac for 1 rank 8 divine metac would be worth it. Since they are capped at 4 divine positions, this would grant them an opportunity to replace their 4 rank 6 divine metacs for 4 rank 8 divine metacs. This will increase the total amount of power from 24 units to 32 units. This upgrade from 24 units to 32 units will surely be expensive, but will be worth. The person hunting him went to the last place he visited in the Sea of Worlds. This person came to a small world together with 3 other people. The 3 of them immediately got to work examining the void where the small world used to be. One of the people doing the inspection was Monarch Eye Tracker. This divine being, who was mostly a single eye, was busy searching for the traces that the world left behind. The second person was more normal looking. They were still abnormal in that their 2 eyes were glowing brightly with white light. As a woman, their shining eyes made them more beautiful, which is the opposite of how Monarch Eye Tracker looked. This second person was scanning the scene vigorously and actively using their divine metac to derive information that couldn't be seen by normal eyes. The third person was a man. He had no eyes in his face, so he looked worse than the only lady among them. But he was still better looking than the Monarch Eye Tracker. This last person was the one who wasn't doing anything. Actually, they were talking. While the other 2 were busy, This person was talking. He said, "I'm telling you, something is wrong here. I saw this world 3 months ago. It was still here, but it suddenly disappeared without any warning. And this is the 5th one, too. How can 5 worlds disappear just like that? Their disappearance can't be normal." He spoke with an agitated tone, and as he spoke, small eyeballs floated around him frantically. A/N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 756. The speed of the small, floating eyeballs seemed to rise as he became more agitated. By the time he was done talking, he was so agitated that the floating eyeballs had broken the sound barrier many times. With their momentum, they could punch a hole through a small world. Most people know him, and if those people were to see him like this, they would be able to recognize his identity immediately. This is because his floating eyeballs and his empty face, where his eyes should be, are iconic. The lady with the bright white eyes said, "I can confirm that the world was destroyed by someone. It didn't disappear." The blind man immediately became agitated when he heard this. His voice was raised as he said, "I knew it." Then Monarch Eye Tracker said, "It is the same person." Monarch Star Divination, the lady with starlight shining in her eyes, nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, they were likely taken by the same person." Monarch Many Eyes became angry this time around. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Find him for me. Find him so that I can kill him. I don't spend so much time and energy on finding worlds only for someone else to steal them. They have to pay one way or another." He spoke as if he wanted to get his hands on the person responsible for his missing worlds as soon as possible. He was clearly craving bloodshed, but not everyone shared his enthusiasm for this. Monarch Star Divination hesitated slightly before saying, "This might be one misunderstanding. I don't think they stole from you, because there was no way they could have known that these small worlds belonged to you. Just as you found some small worlds out in the void, they also found the small worlds. There is nothing to tell them to stop, just like there was nothing to tell you not to lay ownership to the worlds. So I don't think we should rush into battle." But Monarch Many Eyes refused to back down. He roared as he said, "I don't care why they took my worlds. All I want is for them to pay. As for Eye Tracker," he shrugged and said, "Don't care, but I'll find." So Monarch Many Eyes rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry. I don't need you to fight them for me. Just find them. I'll deal with the rest." Monarch Star Divination sighed before saying, "It seems you're hell-bent on the path of violence. I have a feeling that this won't end well for you." Her words made him frown and say, "What do you mean?" The frown on his face was pretty comical without eyes on his face to participate in it. Anyone else might find his facial expression funny, but she didn't dare to laugh right now. She replied with a serious tone, saying, "Imagine this. A random divine being goes looking in the sea of worlds for worlds to plunder. This person, whoever they are, has the entire sea of worlds to search through for worlds, but somehow they manage to find not 1 or 2 of your small worlds, but 5 of them. I don't believe this could be achieved by coincidence. I believe that this was caused by either the fact that the number of small worlds in the sea of worlds has fallen and small worlds are about to disappear, which is why they were forced to find your 5 small worlds, or that they knew where your 5 small worlds were. If it is the latter, then they must know you. If they knew you and still went ahead with this, it means that they are not afraid of you. They might have done this to target you specifically, or it could be because someone close to you who knew the locations of the 5 small worlds leaked it. Either way, the fact remains that this person has just looted the world essence of 5 small worlds. With this kind of resources on hand, they will have a lot of lifespan to spare, and they will be very difficult to kill. So even if you find them, fight them, and win, you will pay a high price to kill them. Her voice became grave as she said, "By my calculations, if the perpetrator keeps the world essence for themselves, you will need to spend the world essence of 2 to 3 small worlds to kill them. And this is in case you're stronger than them. If you're not stronger than them, it goes without saying that you will have to spend more than the world essence of 3 small worlds. Even the world essence of 5 small worlds might not be enough if you're not stronger than them, and you might even die." Then she asked, saying, "So think about this. Is it really worth it to go to war with this person? Her reasoning was solid, so Monarch Many Eyes couldn't say anything to refute her. But he refused to accept her conclusions, and he had his reason for it. His reason made him determined as he shook his head and said, "I can't give up. I have reached my limit in terms of tolerance, so I can't give up anymore." He explained, saying, "I also know how absurd it is that some random divine being found 5 of my worlds by chance. I, too, don't think it was a coincidence. But this is all the more reason for me to figure out how they did it. I want to know how they got the information so that I can put a stop to their methods or find the source of the leak. I can't just do nothing and return to my life knowing that there might be someone out there who can find my worlds and take them from me." When she looked like she wanted to say more to convince him, he said, "Don't try to convince me anymore. It is too late for that." Comments. Chapter 757. His voice was grave as he said, "When the first world disappeared, I only blinked. I quickly accepted the loss as a fluke. It was a pain to lose it, but I moved on with my life. Then a second world was lost. This was more painful, but I was willing to accept it as a coincidence. It is a far-fetched coincidence that 2 small worlds would be lost in the span of a few days, but it could happen, so I was willing to let it go. However, it didn't stop there. A third world was soon lost. At this point, I knew that it was intentional and that someone was targeting me." He sighed as he said, "I didn't want to let it go, but if you had spoken to me then, you would have convinced me to give it up. After all, the loss was likely to outweigh the benefits." Then his voice became bitter with anger as he said, "Unfortunately, a 4th world was lost. That was the moment that I knew that I had to fight. I knew that I had to get to the bottom of the disappearance, or I would forever be at risk of having my world stolen from me. Then the 5th world was taken, which confirmed what I suspected. I expect that the 6th world will be taken soon. So the time for talking is long gone. Now I have to fight to prevent my other 7 worlds from being taken." Since she wasn't going to convince him, she said, "In that case, you should sell the small worlds you have as soon as possible so that no one will be able to steal them from you." Monarch Many Eyes nodded in agreement and said, "I will do that now. That way, when the worlds are stolen, they will be stolen from others. I might be able to use this to make more people get angry at this thief and join hands with me in taking him down." Seeing as her suggestion had been taken, she said, "Do you still need me to help you find a person?" She hadn't been willing to get involved in the matter, but now that more people could be involved, she felt more comfortable about meddling in this business. However, Monarch Many Eyes shook his head in reply and said, "Not now. Even if you could find them, you would notify them that someone is looking for them. Your eyes don't have the same stealth capabilities as eye trackers. What I want you to do is stick with us until we find this person. Once we find them and you lay your eyes on them, we won't need the stealth anymore, and they will be unable to escape from you ever again." In response, she nodded and said, "That sounds feasible." She didn't like that they would have to slowly track the thief down when she could directly figure out their current location with little effort. But she understood the importance of stealth, so she couldn't refuse. In fact, she thought it was a good idea to keep the thief uninformed that some people were tracking them. Unfortunately, she couldn't track in stealth because the probing of her divine metak would behave like an attack, which would alert the other party and make them prepare for an attack. As someone who thought that fighting was a bad idea, she has to agree that fighting might not be so bad if they can catch the enemy off guard and ambush them with the advantage of numbers on their side. So she decided to go along with this plan, no matter how boring she believed it to be. Just like that, all the work of finding the thief fell to Monarch Eye Tracker. Not that he minded the work. He liked tracking things, and he was being paid for his work, so he was having a generally good time with this job. After a while, Monarch Eye Tracker found traces of the thief. Then he led the way in pursuit of the thief. Monarch Many Eyes fell behind him. Monarch Star Divination was the last in line. The floating eyeballs around Monarch Many Eyes looked in every direction around him, which granted him a 360 degrees field of vision. The best part is that the eyes can leave his body and travel away for an indefinite distance. The ability to send his eyes away from him is how he was able to find so many worlds. He sent the eyes away into the void between worlds to search for worlds for him. Meanwhile, he was safe and sound in his hideout. His eyes were so good at their jobs that they could inspect worlds for him, so he never had to visit any of his finds to examine them. He even used his eyes as sentries to watch worlds on many occasions. The main problem with his eyes was that he didn't have many of them to use. He had a limited amount and had to decide between using them to watch the worlds that he had already found or sending them into the void to find more worlds. After grappling with the decision for a while, he chose to send the eyes out to find more worlds. He made this decision because he didn't expect anyone else to find his worlds, and because the more eyes he had searching for worlds, the faster he could find more worlds. However, he still left one eye behind to patrol the small worlds. That would go around all of them, checking on them. There were 12 worlds in total, so it would take a long time for the eye to check them in turn. Using one eye to keep an eye on 12 worlds was quite a stretch, but he had never had any major problem with this arrangement for over 300 years. So everything was fine most of the time. Comments. Chapter 758. All of a sudden, a major problem with his arrangement appeared. It caught him off guard too. So when the problem appeared, it was already too late to stop by the time he discovered it. He didn't even get to see the person who stole his worlds. There have been occasional losses here and there over the years, but this kind of loss of 5 small worlds in a short amount of time is something that has never happened before. This is why he must get to the bottom of this if he is to have any chance of preventing it from happening again. On the other side, Loki had found the biggest of the 4 small worlds. As usual, he found someone there guarding the small world, but he didn't hesitate to attack them. The member of the Thorn House of Commerce that he found there was money armor. He was a rank 6 cultivator with 1 rank 6 divine metak, a cave heaven with a size of 2,843 million square kilometers and a 900% amplification from his law fragments. So his power output was 6 cultivation rank times 6 mind times 6 divine metaks times 2,843 million cave heaven times 10 law fragment, which is 6,145,200 units of divine power. As for Loki, his power was 8 cultivation rank times 8 body plus 8 mind plus 8 soul plus 8 will times 6 by 4 divine metax times 425 million cave heaven times 7 law fragment, which is 18,278,400 units of divine power. Even though he was only using 4 out of his 12 divine metax, had a smaller cave heaven, and even though the money armor divine metak specialized in protecting its user, Loki was still able to beat the money cultivator within inches of death in less than a minute of fighting. The money armor divine metak costs divine merit points to use, so Monarch Money Armor wanted to give up as quickly as possible when it became clear that Loki was stronger than him. In fact, he didn't want to fight at all, but he had a reputation to uphold. So he said, "Do you know who you're messing with?" Without waiting for Loki to reply, he said, "You're messing with the Thorn House or Commerce. We have a rank 8 divine being. You and your world are screwed." He thought that Loki was a world king because he didn't have a holy flame burning above his head. But Loki had no intention of correcting the misunderstanding. Loki also didn't plan to stop. He punched the man in the face with all of his strength. Unfortunately, his fist was blocked by golden armor. His power was far greater than the power of his enemy, but the golden armor offset the overwhelming power, so the man was safe. However, Monarch Money Armor felt his heat bleeding even though he was safe and sound. Then his heart fell when he heard Loki say, "Which rank 8? Why don't you call him over so that I can see?" Even so, he continued to bluster. He sneered and said, "He is already on his way. I want to see how long you can last when he comes." But Loki wanted Moneybody to come, so he refused to stop. His current power is not enough to overwhelm Moneybody, but he has more than enough power to prevent Moneybody from shattering his divine body instantly and gaining access to his cave heaven. With this power, Moneybody won't be able to overwhelm him. This way, he will be able to slowly drain Moneybody until the rank 8 runs out of lifespan and dies. He is willing to spend over a month on this fight with Moneybody, and he plans to enjoy every step of it. Once Moneybody dies, he will then assimilate Moneybody's large cave heaven to strengthen himself. Then he will go and deal with Slav. With so much on the line, he continued to beat Monarch Armor Body. His dedication and superior firepower ensured that it didn't take up to 10 seconds for Monarch Money Armor to run out of divine merit points. Once he ran out of divine merit points, the golden shield fell. So Monarch Money Armor became exposed to Loki's fist without any sort of protection to cushion the blow. From here on out, Money Armor began to use lifespan to keep himself alive. When his lifespan ran out, he began to draw on the reserves of the Alliance. At this point, they had to inform Moneybody. They needed him to decide what to do. However, Monarch Money Armor didn't want to surrender. He gritted his teeth in anger as he said to Moneybody, "Please come and fight for me. He disrespected me, you, and the Alliance, so he must pay the price for it." However, he wasn't blinded by anger, so he tried to convince Moneybody with benefits, saying he is also a world king with animal-based divine metax. So if he is defeated, we might be able to use him to find his world and take his world for ourselves. He made good points, but his points fell on deaf ears. All Moneybody heard was, "I am weak, and I need your help to save me." But Moneybody couldn't go out to save him because the sect had sent him in order to go to a small world in preparation for an outpost mission on a large world called Oceania. So he couldn't leave that meeting point easily. Even if he could leave, he would definitely be fined by the sect. Aside from that, there's also the fact that he didn't want to spend too much lifespan on anything for now because of the plan he has for Oceania. He plans to use Oceania to become free of the control of the sect. Of course, his plan will only work if the large world can transform him into a dragon. If this Oceania world has dragons, then his plan will work better. Comments. Chapter 759. He needs the world to transform him into a dragon because that's the only way for him to convert from being a cultivator to being a world king. He also needs the world to have dragons so that he can use their symbols of authority to create his divine metax. He needs the symbol of authority of dragons because he has studied dragons extensively and is confident in using their symbol of authority to create the foundation of the domination pathway. No other race will do. In fact, it will be best if there's a dragon king in Oceania. After all, a dragon king is the epitome of dominance. However, he will work with whatever he can get. At this point, he has become too desperate for freedom. So he has great plans, and he has an inkling that he will need all of the lifespan that he can get. This is why this sudden conflict is a problem he can't afford at all. This made him frown as he thought, "What's the worst I can lose here anyway? It is nothing significant or permanent. It is not worth my taking action." So he said to his subordinates, "I am currently busy. What we should do is send reinforcement." Money Armor didn't like this, but he couldn't insist that Moneybody come over personally to save him, especially since he knew that the sect was the one keeping Moneybody busy. With Moneybody sending the order, the nearby rank 6 money cultivator came over to help. A rank 7 money cultivator with 2 divine metax was also sent over. It was just that the rank 7 money cultivator was far away. So it will take a while before the rank 7 money cultivator will arrive. Loki didn't mind the wait. He was willing to take his time beating as many members of the Thorn House of Commerce as were sent his way. Unfortunately for him, he sensed at this point that the tracking mark that he had placed on Slav had been removed. This could only happen if Slav had removed it or if Slav was dead. Either way, it would be nearly impossible for him to find Slav this way. Since things had gotten to this point, Loki decided to speed things up. He wanted to get to the blessed heaven world as quickly as possible to find Slav, so he decided to stop playing around with these people. After he made up his mind to finish things off quickly, he used the power shifting ability to activate all 12 divine metax. This caused his power output to increase from 18,278,400 units of divine power to 8 cultivation rank times 8 body plus 8 mind plus 8 soul plus 8 will times 6 by 12 divine metax times 425 million cave heaven times 7 law fragment, which is 54,835,200 units of divine power. He also increased his rate of attack from a measly 10 punches per second to over 500 punches per second. This caused the total amount of damage that he was dealing per second to rise from 18,278,400 units of divine power times 10, which is 182,784,000 units of divine power, to 54,835,200 units of divine power times 500, 27,417,600,000. So the increase in pressure was not as simple as doubling or 100%. The pressure of his attacks increased by a whopping 150 times. This took Money Armor and Money Body off guard immediately. Money Armor's eyes widened in fear when Loki's pitter-patter of punches turned into a storm of punches with no end in sight. Each punch tore through his body, and every time Loki's fist hit him, the fist was impaled in his body. As if that wasn't bad enough, because Loki was always punching, it felt as if his fist was always in his body. Fortunately, this feeling was brief because he quickly lost most of his body. Loki held Money Armor's head with his left hand while he punched Money Armor's body with his right hand. Each of his punches struck Money Armor's body with the force of a planet crashing as a meteor into another planet. In just 1.25 seconds, he had shattered Money Armor's body. In order to give Money Armor time to regrow his body, Loki stopped hitting him. Then Loki rushed in the direction of the blessed heaven world with Money Armor's head in the grasp of his left hand. Within the cave heaven of the Thorn House of Commerce, Armor Body was panicking. He said hurriedly to Money Body, "He is too strong. He has shattered my body completely. With his strength, no rank 7 cultivator can match him. I'm afraid that my reinforcement will only fall into his hands. Only a rank 8 cultivator can hope to defeat him." Money Armor was with the 6 subordinates of the Thorn House of Commerce. The 6 of them were standing in front of Money Body with their avatars. This was within the core of their cave heaven. After Money Body heard Money Armor's report, he realized that this world king was no simple fellow. He straightened up and became solemn when he heard that even the rank 7 slave that he was sending wouldn't be enough. It was absurd to hear that some random world king would have the power to defeat his rank 7 servant, who had 2 rank 7 divine attacks and a cave heaven that is 2,843 million square kilometers. But if Money Armor isn't exaggerating, then he had to take the enemy seriously. While he was thinking about the issue, Money Armor said with fear in his voice, "Since you're the only one who can fight him, should I arrange a meeting between him and you?" Money Body's unfocused eyes instantly sharpened when he heard Money Armor speak. He immediately turned his focused eyes on a Money Armor and glared at the rank 6 money cultivator as he said, "And how do you plan to engineer a meeting between us even though we are millions of kilometers apart?" Comments. Chapter 760. Money Body glared at him and said, "Go on then. Tell me your bright idea." In response, Money Armor shook his head and said, "I was mistaken. I don't have a way to make him meet you." This was a lie, of course. He had a way to make this world king meet Money Body. Money Body knew this method, and so did everyone else, so Money Body wasn't fooled by the lie. Instead, he continued to glare as he said, "If you give him access to my cave heaven, I will kill you first." At times, he can humor them by letting them believe that they all own the cave heaven and are important members of the Thorn House of Commerce. But in critical moments like this, Money Body always made it clear that the cave heaven belonged to only him and that they were nothing but slaves that he could kill at a whim. Because of Money Body's stance, Money Armor is now stuck between an early death at the World King's hands or a late death at Money Body's hands. It is truly a situation of being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Money Armor had made that suggestion because he wanted to give up on his body. That way, he won't have to continue taking a beating, and the World King would gain access to the cave heaven. If the World King refused to enter the cave heaven, he would be safe. And if the World King took the passage that he opened up to enter the cave heaven, they should be able to suppress the World King with their cave heaven, and the Monarch Money Body should be able to kill the World King. But Monarch Money Body absolutely refused to take the risk of exposing his cave heaven to anyone. He wasn't going to do something so risky when he was on the cusp of advancing to rank 9, and certainly not against a world king whose maximum strength is undetermined. When Moneybody thought about the proposition, he snorted and said, "Just earlier, the world king was hiding his strength, and you thought he could be defeated by a rank 7 cultivator. Now that he had suddenly increased his strength, what makes you certain that he can increase his strength again?" Money Armor wanted to apologize for making the stupid suggestion, but before he could speak, Moneybody cut him off by badgering him with more questions. Moneybody said, "How can you be sure that he is not hiding his strength? How can you be sure that this is not a ploy for him to gain access to our cave heaven? How can you be sure that you're not bringing down the entire alliance with your selfishness?" Money Armor had only made that suggestion because he wanted to live. He was just desperate for salvation, but now Moneybody had turned it into a case of him being selfish. By rephrasing the situation like this, the other members of the alliance who had been sympathizing with Money Armor now stood on Moneybody's side. After all, what Moneybody said made sense. Based on what they know, Moneybody is not invincible in rank 8. Moneybody only possesses 3 divine positions, while there are other rank 8 divine beings with 4 divine positions. So it is smart that Moneybody is being cautious. They don't know why a powerful rank 8 cultivator would try to kill Moneybody, but that doesn't diminish the risk of the situation. Who knows? Another rank 8 enemy might appear after Money Armor vibes up his body. The 2 rank 8 enemies can then take the passage into the cave heaven, which will put everyone in danger. With everyone else on his side, Moneybody felt that it was safe to say, "You will just have to take one for the team. Since you can't resist him, I think it is better that we cut you off so that you stop wasting our world essence." Money Armor wanted to plead for his life, but Moneybody still didn't allow him to speak. Moneybody raised his voice to drown out Money Armor's voice as he said, "Let's vote about it. Who here agrees that we should cut our losses while we can?" This voting was only a formality. There is no way they can use the power of consensus to have their way over Moneybody. If Moneybody doesn't get his way in the vote, he will veto the vote and force them to do what he wants. He is only giving them the opportunity to vote so that they would have the illusion that their opinion is valuable for the decision-making process. This is a good thing for him since he plans to sacrifice all of them soon, and he doesn't want them to get jittery before the time comes. Money Armor finally got the opportunity to speak. He immediately said, "Please don't abandon me. I will try my best." Unfortunately for him, it was too late for him to beg. Moneybody had made it clear that he couldn't come to the rescue, and no one else was powerful enough to rescue him. With their hands tied like this, they had no choice but to let Money Armor go. So all of us voted to cut Money Armor off from the stock of world essence. Without this support, he would die soon. As it turned out, Money Armor really didn't want to die. After failing to get any support by begging, his face contorted with anger as he said, "If I die, then you will all go with me." As he spoke, he let his body collapse. This created a channel that led from the cave heaven to the outside world. Moneybody became incensed when he sensed this channel. He roared in anger as he said, "Insolent traitor. After everything I've done to you and given you, is this how you repay me?" /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 761. Moneybody was shouting with righteous anger befitting one who had just been betrayed. But Money Armor shouted back, "You're the one who betrayed me. I was there protecting your property when I was attacked, but instead of coming to help me, you left me to die." Moneybody refused to argue with him. He said, "So be it. You could have died a hero, but you have chosen to die a traitor." While he was speaking, he snuffed out Money Armor's life fire. So the channel that just opened up was shut down. Money Armor had died, but Moneybody was still angry with him. He kept complaining, saying what a blind fool. He couldn't see the big picture. He was only concerned with the short-term benefits. He was only thinking about himself. He knew that what he was doing could jeopardize everything we built and cause untold cost in resources and manpower, but he did it anyway. How could anyone be so selfish? The other 5 listeners also spoke up to denounce Money Armor. They had mixed feelings about everything that had happened, and were sure that they would have done the same thing if they were in Money Armor's place. But they still complained bitterly about Money Armor's supposed selfishness. Even though Money Body looked angry, he was only pretending to be angry. Inwardly, he was happy with the way things had turned out. He smiled inwardly when he saw how the rest of the Alliance were supporting him. Then he thought, it is good that they voted to kill him like that. That way all of us killed him, not just me. It is even better that he betrayed the Alliance like that. Thanks to his bitterness, he became a traitor, not a martyr. Now, no matter what these fools think about what happened, they have to condemn him for putting all of us in danger. As he was praising himself, he looked towards the Money Armor Metak. Since the live fire had gone out, the divine position had separated, so only the dim divine Metak remained. The sight of the empty divine Metak made him think to himself, I can find a replacement for this. I'm sure that there are many mortals who would want to become the new Money Armor. I can even take it for myself as my fourth divine position. Anyway, Money Armor won't be missed. It had only been 2 seconds since Money Armor died, but Money Body was already planning what to do with the divine Metak. However, he had to stop his scheming when he noticed something wrong about the divine Metak. He noticed that the divine Metak had become black. This shouldn't be the case because the Money Armor Metak should be gold in color. He was curious to know what was going on, so he probed the divine Metak with his insight stat. What he discovered was that the divine Metak was inactive. To his senses, the Money Armor Metak looked dead. It was as if he was looking at a piece of dead rock on the side of the road, not some object of great power. What he sensed made him realize that something had gone terribly wrong. At the very least, he could forget about finding a replacement for the divine Metak, or even using it himself. In the worst-case scenario, the divine Metak might become unable to support his cave heaven. So the portion of his cave heaven that Money Armor used to support will break away, which will reduce the size of his cave heaven and weaken him. So his heart sank as he thought, what kind of being did Money Armor fight? As he asked himself this question, the worst-case scenario began to happen. The 97 million square kilometers that Money Armor brought to the Alliance when he was forced to surrender began to break away. This shouldn't be happening at all. The death of a member of an Alliance should only stop the host of the Alliance from being able to use the divine Metak of the dead member. The increase in the size of the cave heaven should remain as long as the divine Metak remains in the cave heaven. The Money Armor divine Metak is still in the cave heaven. Yet, for some reason, it can't continue to support the size of cave heaven. When Money Body felt his cave heaven breaking, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. But he quickly consoled himself, saying, it is only 97 million square kilometers. It is only 3.412%. It is less than 5%, so it is nearly insignificant. As someone who needed all of the power and resources he could get for his upcoming plan, this 3.412% loss in the size of his cave heaven is not as insignificant as he made it out to be. But he refused to admit that the loss of Money Armor was impactful, and he refused to consider that maybe he should have gone to save Money Armor. On the other side, Loki was still rushing to the blessed heaven world. He had Money Armor's head in his hand when the head suddenly collapsed and turned into a golden flame. His eyes widened when this happened. But before he could take advantage of the opportunity, the golden flame also collapsed and disappeared. This made him shrug and say, I'm busy anyway. I don't have time for it. This change didn't affect his plan in any way. He was still in a hurry to reach the blessed heaven world and find Slav. Money Armor's death had only reduced the amount of time he could spend beating a member of the Thorn House of Commerce, and reduce the amount of lifespan that he could make Money Body lose. These two things meant that he couldn't enjoy hurting Money Body and the Thorn House of Commerce for much longer. But since this was only temporary, he was willing to suffer the loss. Comments. Chapter 762. If there was one thing that he regretted, it was that he wasn't a divine being of the blessed heaven world and couldn't use the divine constellation to continue to torture the Thorn House of Commerce. When he thought about this, he clicked his tongue and said, it is truly a shame. If I had access to the divine constellation, his death wouldn't spare the Thorn House of Commerce. Not only would I be able to force them to block my inquiry and waste lifespan in the process, but I might even be able to discover what it is that they are hiding in the blessed heaven world. Then he leered as he said, I guess I will have to wait for next time. I hope for their sake that I am not stronger when that next time comes around. Actually, there is a high possibility that he will be much stronger next time he encounters the Thorn House of Commerce. After all, his current target is Slav, and if he can get his hands on Slav, he might be able to advance to rank 9. Right now, he is using his full strength to rush towards the blessed heaven world. He didn't hold anything back at all and was moving with a power of 54,835,200 units of divine power. He is also in the third dimension. So with this speed, he is capable of covering a distance of 54,835,200 light years in one day. With this speed, he will be able to reach the blessed heaven world in less than a day. Behind him, the three seers found the small world that Money Armor had died trying to protect. Since there was no one protecting it, and since the world likely belonged to the thief, Monarch Many Eyes decided to lay claim to it. Many Eyes wanted to rip out the heart of the world and take its world essence for himself. But Monarch Star Divination stopped him. She held an arm in front of him and suggested, saying, since the thief was here, it is likely that this small world belongs to him. Why don't we wait here for him to return? Then we ambush him. My tracker didn't think it was a good idea, so he said, there were two. Monarch Star Divination responded, saying, I know that there were two divine beings here, but they are enemies, and they fought each other. So we don't need to worry that the other person will help the thief. What we should be worried about is the power of this thief. For what I can tell, this thief is as powerful as a rank 8 cultivator, and a powerful rank 8 cultivator too. Many Eyes found this unbelievable. He snorted as he said, you're telling me that a thief stealing small worlds is a great divine being? In what world can that be true when all the great cultivator needs to do is ask me for the worlds? Not only was it unbelievable, but he also didn't want to believe it, even if it was likely the truth. So he said adamantly, there has to be a mistake somewhere. But Star Divination shook her head and said, there is no mistake here. The thief is truly strong, and it seems he is a world king, which would explain why he couldn't reach out to you to demand the small worlds. Many Eyes was stunned when he heard this. His voice was full of unbelief as he said, are you saying that the thief who stole my worlds is not some cultivator to whom the location of my worlds was leaked? Are you saying that it was by pure chance and coincidence that he found 5 of my worlds in a row? Monarch Star Divination nodded and said in reply, I am saying that it is likely that the third found your world by chance. But what I truly believe in is that this world king has a divine metak highly suited for finding worlds. That would explain how he found your world and why he came straight to this world. The more Star Divination said, the more Many Eyes wanted to laugh. He was laughing because he found the whole thing amusing. When he could manage to talk, he said, here I thought I had a secret enemy watching my every move. But it was just a random world king stealing from me. This is funny because my worst fear wasn't the case. But my situation is still bad because there is nothing to stop this world king from finding the rest of my world. He was still laughing as he pointed at himself and said, I don't know how he could find my world, but I know for sure that I can't stop him even if I stand guard over my property all day long. My tracker chose this moment to say, there was a money cultivator. In response, Star Divination immediately nodded and said, that's a good idea. The enemy who fought the World King was a money cultivator, so this world might belong to the money cultivator. So if we find the identity of the money cultivator, we can ask them for information about the thief. Plus, if the money cultivator is dead, we will be able to use the strength of the money cultivator to determine the lower limit of the power of the thief. On the other hand, if the money cultivator is alive, we will be able to determine the upper limit of the strength of the thief. Either way, we will be able to get more information about the thief through the money cultivator. From there, we will be able to determine if we should give up or continue to pursue the thief. She had laid out a good plan, and he didn't have a better plan. So Many Eyes could only agree. He sighed as he said, let's do that. Let's stop tracking the thief for now until we know more. Comments? Chapter 763. With a decision made on how to proceed, Star Divination activated her divine metak and used it to try to get some information about the money cultivator who just entangled with the thief. This caused her two eyes to shine like twin stars. Her eyes shone brightly with white light for a few seconds. During this period, scenes, voices, and words flashed through her vision. Through them, she was able to glean a lot of information about what had happened between the money cultivator and the thief. The fact that she could gain this much information was a good thing. But she wasn't happy with her discovery. In fact, what she sensed made her face turn dark very quickly. When Many Eyes saw her reaction, his heart sank. Then he said to her with an anxious voice, "What is it? What is wrong?" Star Divination deactivated her divine metak, which caused her eyes to dim. But this dimming was only relative to what it was a few seconds ago. Her eyes were still bright. They just weren't as bright as stars. After she deactivated her divine metak, she exhaled heavily. Then she said, "I have good news, and I have bad news for you." Her words increased Many Eyes' anxiety. So he said with impatience, "Don't keep me in suspense." So she said, "The good news is that I know the identity of the money cultivator. He is Money Armor, a member of the Thorn House of Commerce." This was the good news, but when Many Eyes heard it, his heart sank further in preparation for the bad news. This was because any bad news related to the Thorn House of Commerce couldn't be good for him. He is a rank 7 divine being, while Money Armor is a rank 6 divine being. He has 2 rank 7 divine metaks, while Money Armor has 1 rank 6 divine metak. He should have the advantage in a fight, but he doesn't have the confidence in being able to defeat Money Armor because Money Armor is a member of an alliance. Because of Money Armor's alliance, the size of Money Armor's cave heaven outclasses his own by more than 7 times. With this kind of difference, he can't defeat Money Armor. It is safe to say that he can offend Money Armor. If that is true, it is safer to say that he can afford to offend the Thorn House of Commerce. So his chest was full of dread when he heard Star Divination say, "The bad news is that Money Armor is dead. I can't tell who exactly killed him, but I'm sure that it has something to do with the thief." Many Eyes immediately relaxed when he heard this. As he sighed in relief, he said, "I thought for a minute there that you would say that the thief was working with the Thorn House of Commerce or that I had offended them in one way." This made Star Divination roll her eyes and say, "If it is any consolation, this small world should belong to the Thorn House of Commerce. So if you still want to offend them, you can go ahead with taking the heart of the world." To which Many Eyes chuckled and said, "I am not that suicidal. Let's go home." He didn't even wait for their reaction after saying that. He was already flying away as soon as he spoke. This caused Tracker to shout at him, saying, "What about the thief?" Many Eyes didn't turn back as he called back, saying, "Didn't you hear what I just said? I said I am not suicidal. This matter has gotten too big for me. It is just some small worlds. I can bear to let them go. So we're done here." Now that he had confirmed that the thief could kill him, he had a change of heart about his dedication to finding out how his small worlds had been exposed. Besides, now that the World King had offended the Thorn House of Commerce, he could take a step back knowing that the Thorn House of Commerce would avenge his losses. Even if the Thorn House of Commerce couldn't defeat the World King, this has only proven that he has no business seeking revenge against the thief. So he was willing to accept the loss of 5 out of his 12 worlds as the cost of doing business. Unfortunately for some of Loki's enemies, not every one of them could afford to pay the cost of doing business that involved him. Slav, in particular, couldn't just pay a price and call it a day. He knew this with the utmost certainty, even though he didn't know that Loki was the one coming after him. Actually, he knew he was in trouble a month ago when he awakened. At that moment in the awakening room, instead of feeling stronger for awakening, he felt that he had become weaker. At first, he had believed that he was being overly suspicious. But a few minutes later, he fell sick. The sickness was so strong that he actually fell down, unable to stand. The symptoms of the sickness were general weakness and sudden aging. In just one day, he seemed to age more than 50 years. So his young body became too weak to help him stand. This was why he fell to the ground. From then on, he had to sit in a wheelchair and be carried around. He was carried like this from one doctor to another, looking for a cure. His father and his siblings were anxious for him. They wanted to cure him and were willing to pay any cost to do so. Unfortunately, no one could cure him of his disease. Every doctor they met was stumped. At the end of the day, Slav told his father about the fact that he awakened the fortune seeker metak, a core metak of the luck pathway. He also insisted on looking for a solution to his sickness through the luck pathway. Comments. Chapter 764. He hadn't wanted to tell his father about his awakening as a cultivator of the luck pathway because, according to the fortune seeker metak, this option would only increase his chances of survival by 3%. This improvement was too little, so it almost wasn't worth the effort. His current chances of survival were determined by the fortune seeker metak to be 1%. Nothing else could increase this abysmally low chance of survival. So even though revealing his identity as a luck pathway cultivator was unlikely to solve his problem, it was still better than doing nothing. This was why he eventually told his father after exhausting other possibilities. After he told his father about the fortune seeker metak, Skarg immediately began preparing for a trip. Then they left the Crystal City a day later for the Cave of Inheritance. Because Slav couldn't walk, Simon came along with them on the trip. He came to watch Slav and help the crippled 14-year-old nonagenarian. So Skarg, Simon, and Slav left for this trip. Unfortunately for them, only Slav survived the trip. Everyone else died. Even though Slav survived, he was not happy about it. And even though Golden Sun was able to successfully reincarnate, his face was solemn, and his emotions were grim after he regained control of his body. This was because of the state of his body. When he examined his body, his heart sank as he said, "It looks like I've been targeted. A body aging by 50 years a day is clearly not natural, so I've definitely been targeted." He had initially wanted to complain about reincarnating into a body so weak and fragile. But when he reviewed the memories of the previous Slav, he realized that it wasn't that this body had waited until it was falling apart before coming to him. Slav's memories showed that something had made him age so quickly. And when he found a black mark while examining his body, he acquired the proof that he had been targeted by someone. After he found the mark, his bad mood became worse. He also began to feel some fear. He said, "I should remove this. But if I do, my chances of survival will fall precipitously for a while. Fortunately, my chances will increase later. So if I can survive the period of danger, I might survive. On the other hand, if I don't remove the mark now, I will be able to continue to survive. But my chances of survival will continue to fall over time. My chances of dying will increase until I die. Both are bad, but I still have to make a decision. These two options are truly bad, and if he doesn't change the status quo, he will be going along with the second option. What's more, the longer it takes him to make a decision, the weaker his chances of survival will be by the time he makes a decision. At the end of the day, he chose to go with the first option. After all, it was the only option that could provide any chance of survival. Actually, he had wanted to maintain the status quo for a while until he could find something to increase his chances of survival. Unfortunately, the source of danger was growing stronger quickly, so he was quickly running out of time. Because of the quickly growing sense of danger, he was sure that if he didn't make a decision now, he was unlikely to have the chance to do so in the future. So he destroyed the mark. As soon as he destroyed the black mark, his sensation of danger spiked. Without knowing how, he knew that whoever had marked him was now coming for him. He also sensed that his chances of survival had fallen back to 1%. With this kind of danger breathing down his neck, common sense dictated that he should run away from his position. Golden Sun definitely had common sense, so he knew that he should run away. Unfortunately for him, his body was aged and crippled. He couldn't run even if his life depended on it. His body simply didn't have that capability. Fortunately, he also had more than common sense, so he knew that the best place to hide something was somewhere in the open where no one would expect. He has had many experiences with avoiding danger by staying in the most dangerous place, so he didn't bother to leave his position. He decided not to leave the underground cave heaven. After making his decision, he said with immense regret, "If I had a live fire, I I would be able to heal this injury easily. Unfortunately, I'm not a divine being. Then he shook his head and said, with this weakness, I won't be able to become a divine being easily. So I've been trapped. Whoever is after me made the first move, and it was a victory-clinching move. Is this how I will die? To think I survived the DMadLord World War and the subsequent hunts for my life since then, only to die like this. I can't believe that I will fall to this extent. At this point, his strength seemed to drain out of him. This was both a metaphorical and literal loss in strength. It was literal in that his aged body got tired easily. He could barely breathe evenly while sitting down, and life was hell. It was a metaphorical loss of strength in that his mind had lost hope in surviving this ordeal. For the first time in his life, he saw that there was no way out, so he lost his confidence and his belief that he was unkillable. As he thought about what had led him to this moment, he said, "It is my fault, really. I shouldn't have tried to compete against that man. I should have chosen to work with him, no matter how disrespectful it seemed. I also shouldn't have tried to compete with him for the position of the domain king." Comments. Chapter 765. His voice was full of sorrow as he said, "What good is there about becoming the domain king anyway? The last one was killed, so how great can the position be? It definitely isn't worth what we've lost in this struggle. I lost my 2 brothers. The human emperor is also gone. Then there's the death of the harem king. So many people died and so many pathways lost, and for what? While he was lamenting his fate, he sensed the source of danger getting close to him. So he sighed and said, "It is here." Then his face became determined as he said, "If I go out, I will go out with a fight." Let not be said that Golden Sun was defeated without a struggle. As he spoke, his golden eyes began to shine. They shone like golden suns and lit up the world around him. The golden light seemed to melt everything around him into nothingness. Solid rock melted away like ice evaporating. So the underground cave quickly expanded into an underground world. In the sky, Loki was looking for Slav. He expected Slav to run from the underground cave, and from his experience, Slav usually ran towards the world barrier. So he started his search from the world barrier. There were 4 world barriers that Slav could run towards if he wanted to escape from the central domain. But Slav had always used the eastern world barrier to escape to the eastern domain, which is the territory of the myriad phenomenon sect. Based on what had happened 2 timelines ago, he determined that Slav went to the myriad phenomenon sect to find a way to become a divine being. So he decided to start looking for Slav from the eastern world barrier. On his way to the world barrier, he thought to himself, with his aged body, I doubt he will come anywhere near the world barrier. If he tries it, the world barrier will surely kill him. But he is a fallen DMadLord, so he shouldn't be underestimated. Maybe he will find a way to withstand the draining of the world barrier. He believed that he had everything well thought out. So it came as a surprise to him when he didn't find Slav in the world barrier or anywhere near the world barrier. He checked both sides of the eastern world barrier just to be sure, not just the side that was in the central domain. This was to make sure that Slav hadn't really found a way to pass through the world barrier. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find Slav. At this point, he began to consider the possibility that he might have lost Slav. But he didn't jump to that conclusion yet, because he still had places to search for Slav. Since he couldn't find Slav at the eastern world barrier, he said, it could also be that he hasn't reached the world barrier yet. His aged body would surely have slowed him down, so he might still be in the central domain. So he began tracing the path that Slav was likely to take to reach the eastern world barrier. He flew in a straight line from the world barrier all the way to the underground cave. As he flew, he had his insight stat activated to the limit across his range of perception. He also wanted to use the divine constellation to search for Slav or anyone who looked like him. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option for him. He slightly regretted that he didn't possess a divine position of the blessed heaven world. So he thought about creating a new divine position now. However, he gave up on the idea because he didn't want anything to distract him from what he was currently doing. He wasn't ready to deal with any complication that might arise from the creation of a divine position, especially since he had only recently offended the Thorn House of Commerce. However, he did promise himself, thinking, if I don't find him soon, I will gain a divine position and use it to find him. He was considering this possibility when he came near the underground cave. At this point, he was sure that he wouldn't find Slav this way. After all, if Slav had left for the Eastern World Barrier, he should have found Slav by now. Since there were 3 other options, and Slav could be anywhere in the blessed heaven world, he began to think about what kind of divine position he should create to gain access to the divine constellation. He asked himself, thinking, should I create one for the money pathway? If I do, the Thorn House of Commerce will definitely interfere. Even if I change my appearance and manage to fool them into thinking I'm someone else, they would still come after me because they are the overlords of the money pathway. No new divine position can be created in the pathway without their permission. Plus, they just lost a member. They should have more reasons to try to recruit the new divine being. So the Thorn House of Commerce is definitely going to come. When he thought about his other options, he nodded, thinking I could also try the forging pathway. The Nanite Metak would do nicely for that, and I should be able to take on any rank 7 fool who tries to take my divine position for me. Or I could try to create a divine position for the Mindhunter pathway. The Mind Freeze Metak will be put to use this way. Then he shook his head as he thought, whatever option I pick, I should create many divine Metaks at once. That way, I only have to deal with interference from that pathway once and for all. At this point, he had reached the sky above the underground caves. All that remained was for him to go down and look just to make sure that Slav hadn't tried to pull a fast one on him. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 766. When he thought about the possibility that Slav had tried to pull a fast one on him possibility, he chuckled and said, surely, he didn't think that if he stayed put, I wouldn't find him. He has to be smarter than that, right? As he chuckled, he thought to himself, I'll just go down and take a quick look. Then I'll go to the heavenly city in the first heaven to get mutated divine Metaks. He had already given up on finding Slav this way, so he was very surprised when a golden sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The light of this golden sun erased everything it touched from existence. Even the air wasn't spared. So a vacuum was forming right there in the ground. This vacuum caused air to rush into the area, but the air was erased just as it came. So more air rushed into the vacuum. This movement of the air caused a whirlpool of surging wind to form around the golden sun. Loki's first reaction was, of course, immense surprise that Slav was still in the underground caves. His surprise increased in intensity when he realized that Slav seemed to be able to tell that he had come looking for him. The intense surprise made his mouth drop open in shock as he said, no way. But his surprise and shock quickly turned into fear as he said, not good. Just as he said this, the sky cracked open like glass, and something appeared in the cracks that blocked out the light of the sun. When he looked up, he saw many cracks in the sky. He also saw many eyes looking through the cracks. There were 5 cracks in total in the sky, and there were 5 pairs of eyes. He saw that every pair of eyes looked similar to the others. Each eye was a multicolored orb of light swirling with mysterious power. Their eyes were a kaleidoscope of colors. The pupils of the eyes were fractured, and each fracture had a different color. The colors were always changing, and even the position of the fractures was not constant. This gave their eyes a mysterious appearance. But their eyes also possessed a quality beyond being mysterious. Loki wasn't sure, but he felt like those eyes could see through him, including his thoughts. So he made up his mind to be as inconspicuous as possible. While Loki was reeling with the shock of the turn of events, the eyes in the rifts in the sky swept through the world and focused on the golden sun. The owners of the eyes saw Loki, but he was ignored because he was an insignificant rank 6 world king. Of course, they wanted to know what a world king was doing in the blessed heaven world, but that was for later. There was a more important thing to deal with right now. However, even though they ignored Loki, Loki was still frozen in place beneath their gaze. He wasn't the only one who, though. Everyone and everything in the world had frozen as if stuck in amber. Then a voice came from the sky saying, "We meet again, Golden Sunday." I knew you weren't dead. That's good to hear. In response, a voice came from the golden sun in the ground saying, I'm guessing you want to finish what you started. The voice from the sky said, Naturally, but I would have preferred it if you didn't have to be loud about it. Then the voice chuckled as it said, You could have released only a wisp of your presence so that everyone wouldn't be alarmed, and I could have you all to myself. But you had to make this difficult for me. Classic golden sun, move right there. Another voice from the sky joined in, saying, It is just like him to make a scene. That's what I liked about him. A third voice said, Right? It is his nature to take the difficult path when things could be easier. It feels just like yesterday. Loki didn't know who was speaking as their voices seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. But he couldn't complain about this because he physically couldn't and because no one else could hear their voices. Everyone in the world had become frozen to the extent that their thoughts had stalled. So they couldn't hear anything. In fact, from their perspective, there was nothing wrong with the world. They didn't even notice that they were frozen. Only Loki could still think. So his situation was better than that of others. So he had no right to complain. But if it still wanted to be a nuisance and complain, he didn't have the power to because he was frozen. Unfortunately, the fact that he could still think in this frozen world might not be a good thing. Especially when he became irritated and thought, Why are these DMadLords so loud? And what's with all the talking? If they're going to make a move, they should do so and leave me alone. As soon as he had this thought, the eyes in the sky turned to stare at him. One of them even said, What do we have here? Another one said, Interesting. A third voice said, Is he a fool, or does he have something to rely on? These voices echoed around him as if he were in a cave, and the cave walls were bouncing sound back and forth. The weird part was that the words they spoke didn't disappear. As their words echoed through the world, the volume of their voice didn't fade away with time, and their words didn't disappear. It was as if their words had been etched into the fabric of the world, never to be forgotten. To Loki, it was more like their voices and words had been engraved into his mind. So, not only could he not forget what was spoken, but he was constantly hearing what they said a long time ago, as if they were saying it right now. Comments. Chapter 767. As more and more words were spoken by the DMadLords, more and more voices echoed in his mind. Their voices seemed to amplify each other, so their voices became louder and louder. This caused his mind to ring painfully. It felt like a migraine at first, but then it became much serious than that. The pain became so much that his mind began to crack. This was evident from the fact that his cave heaven was breaking up and falling apart. His mind was breaking apart as if someone was in his cave heaven smashing it to pieces. This is why Loki was so irritated about all of the talking going on. At this point, Loki knew that he couldn't continue to stay here. It had become certain that even if he were not being targeted by the DMadLords, he still wasn't going to be able to escape. So he decided to activate the rewind metac. Meanwhile, the DMadLords were still speaking. They were intrigued by Loki, and the tone of their voice was one of amusement. It was clear that they didn't take him seriously. But when they saw more of his thoughts through their multicolored eyes, all of them became somber. Their jovial attitude disappeared immediately, and they became serious. One of them said, Who would have thought it? It is Golden Sun and the Wanderer. What are the odds that we would meet the reincarnation of the two of them at the same time? Another voice said, Don't just stand there. Stop him before he gets away. While these ones were talking, one of them had already made a move. The world began to shake as a sword light condensed in the sky. Loki couldn't tell if the sword light was created by the world, which was why the power of the whole world was mobilized for it, or whether the power of the sword was so great that the power of the whole world was mobilized to contain it. He couldn't tell which was which, but he could tell that the power of the sword was something that could threaten the blessed heaven world, even though it was a super world. Since he didn't have power on par with a super world, it was certain that this sword strike would be lethal to him. Unfortunately, he had done all that he could do. He had activated the rewind metac and was already leaving. So everything else was up to fate. As he watched, he saw the sword strike smash down on him. The sword light cleaved through his body and entered his cave heaven without any resistance. Then it swept towards the core of his cave heaven with overwhelming might. Everywhere the sword light passed through, matter and energy disappeared. Nothing could stop the sword because it didn't look like Loki had anything to stop the sword in the first place. His cave heaven might as well be empty space. So it was absolutely normal that a sword strike could stroll through his cave heaven. Then the sword light entered the core of his cave heaven. By this time, Fenrir had entered the river of time. But this wasn't going to discourage the sword strike. The sword strike followed him into the river of time. It had locked onto him, so no matter where he wanted to run, the sword strike followed him. It seemed that it was an attack that he couldn't avoid. The speed of the sword strike was also much faster than he was. Actually, it was at least 100 times faster. And this was only because he was in the river of time. He had the rewind metak to carry him through the river of time, so he didn't face much resistance. But the sword strike wasn't so lucky. The sword strike had to cleave through every event in time, standing in its way to reach him. So the resistance it was facing was immense. The resistance in the river of time was slowly wearing the sword light down. Even so, it was still more than 100 times faster than Loki. So if they were in the physical world, Loki was sure that the sword light would have caught up to him already. Actually, he was sure that the sword light would catch up to him soon. So he decided to drop out of the river of time. As he tumbled down from the river of time, the sword light also followed him. It was like a dog snapping at his heels with its teeth. The dog was also getting faster and faster and was about to reach him. This caused his heart to pound in fear and panic. Just as the sword light was about to reach him, he dropped into the past and appeared at the moment when he was fighting Money Armor. His fist was about to smash into Money Armor's face when he suddenly gained memories of a cataclysmic future. What he saw from his future made him drop Money Armor immediately. He gave up on Money Armor and activated the rewind metak again. Then he entered the river of time. Just a few light years away, the sword light tore through the river of time and appeared in all of its glory. The sword light was so bright that it appeared like a grand star in the void. But the sword itself was faster than the light it was producing, so anyone who saw its light would only see its past. The sword light only had one mission, and it was hell-bent on fulfilling its mission. So it streaked through the void in Loki's direction. But even before the sword light could reach Loki, more trouble had arrived for Loki. The appearance of the sword light alarmed some individuals. These individuals who noticed an attack of such power immediately tore rifts through the Sea of Worlds to see what was going on. This time, there were 8 pairs of eyes, not 5. Chapter 768. As these 8 pairs of eyes peered through the rifts, everything they looked at froze. Only one thing was still moving in their field of vision, and that was the sword light. They saw the sword light streaking through the void in a certain direction. Aside from this, they couldn't tell anything else. So one of them said, "Sword Mastro, who are you attacking now?" The one who was asked said in reply, "I don't know. Let me check." After checking, Sword Mastero said, "This sword is not mine." These words immediately enraged someone who said, "What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean, the sword is not yours? It is clearly your attack." Sword Mastero was confused as he said, "I don't know what to tell you, but I didn't make that attack. I have nothing to do with it. Maybe you should ask Heavenly Eye. She is very good at copying attacks. Maybe she's trying to frame me for something." Of course, no one believed him. The sword clearly had the law fragments of the sword pathway. He was currently the only one using the sword pathway, so he had to be the one who made the sword light. The only weird thing about the sword light was that it also had a lot of the law fragments of the time pathway. This was extremely odd because the time pathway was supposed to have disappeared. Anyway, no one tried to stop the sword. They all wanted to see what it was up to. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. In the blink of an eye, the sword had passed through the 3rd dimension and struck its target. The target was Loki, but Money Armor was also nearby. So part of the sword struck Money Armor. The spill over from the sword strike shattered Money Armor's body and fractured his cave heaven, too. Since Money Armor's cave heaven belonged to the Thorn House of Commerce, the power of the sword affected all of them. This was something Money Body didn't see coming. Within the cave heaven of the Thorn House of Commerce, Armor Body was panicking and had just said to Money Body, "He is too strong. He has shattered my body completely. With his strength, No rank 7 cultivator can match him. I'm afraid that my reinforcement will only fall into his hands. Only a rank 8 cultivator can hope to defeat him. Then his life fire went out in a flash, and a concussive blast of an explosion struck their cave heaven. Then their cave heaven began to crack. Monarch Money Body and the others in the cave heaven were divine beings, so they could still think. In fact, everything was still moving on in their cave heaven, not frozen like the rest of the world. Because of this, they were immediately aware when their cave heaven began to break. And because they could still think, they could also react to what was going on. Unfortunately for them, the power of the force that struck their cave heaven wasn't something they could resist. In his shock, Money Body's eyes widened, and he said, "What the hell is going on?" That was all he could manage to do before their cave heaven broke apart into chunks of stone and fell into the void. As for their life fires, they also went out without a cave heaven to hold them. So even though the sword didn't strike any of them full on, everyone in the Thorn House of Commerce still died. What's worse is that they won't know how they died. With this kind of collateral damage, what the sword could do to Loki would be worse. Already, Loki's body had shattered, and his cave heaven was disappearing. But just as the sword was about to reach its destination, it stopped. It stopped in place while humming in frustration. Then the entire world began to fade away. Neither the sword light nor the DMadLords noticed the world around them fade into nothingness. Then there was nothing but darkness. On the other side, Loki had returned to the past. This time, the sword light couldn't follow him because the entrance to the River of Time had closed. He had entered the River of Time and left it as soon as possible. So he returned to the moment when he was about to start fighting Money Armor. He had just arrived at the largest of the 5 small worlds that he knew belonged to the Thorn House of Commerce, when he suddenly fused with his future self and received memories of his future. What he did immediately after he got his bearings was to look around and make sure that there was no sword light looking for him. When he didn't see anything, he sighed in relief and said, "So it worked." Inwardly, he thought to himself, "It was as I thought. Without me opening the River of Time for it, it shouldn't be able to follow me into the River of Time. It was just piggybacking my opening an entrance to the River of Time to enter the River of Time. But if a mere attack could do that, could the DMadLord who made the attack be capable of doing so too?" This question made him remember the eyes in the sky looking down at him like a human looking down at an ant. The memory made him shiver and think, too strong. They are too strong. So what I have been dealing with all along was a phantom of their power. This time, those were their true bodies, and they could see my thoughts with their eyes. He was still shaken by the experience. His body shivered occasionally, and he twitched in fear as if something was chasing him. He always twitched whenever he remembered that sword. Anytime he remembered that sword light, the experience of having something locked onto him would wash over him again. This made it seem as if there was something behind him chasing. So he would always turn back to make sure. Comments. Chapter 769. There were also the voices of the DMadLords constantly ringing in his mind. Those voices refused to leave and were still haunting him. He kept hearing their voices over and over again in his mind, as if the DMadLords were still speaking nearby. Even his cave heaven was shaking because of the voices. So he was sure that this affliction wasn't just psychological. Because of these flashbacks, he decided not to engage in any fighting for now. He decided to take some time to relax and let his mind rest. During this period of rest, he thought about his plans for the future. The first thing he did was to shake his head, thinking, forget about Slav. There is too much trouble surrounding him. I knew that he was entangled with a DMadLord, but it seems I had underestimated his entanglement. Apparently, at least 5 DMadLords want to have a bite out of him. Then he asked himself inwardly, thinking, why are they after him anyway? What did he do wrong? What's so special about him? Do they want his pathway as I do? Or do they simply want to make sure that he dies? After asking himself this series of questions, he shook his head again and thought, forget it. Slav is off limits. My first plan to ambush and kill him won't work. He seems to be able to tell when I'm around, so I can forget about that plan. My second plan to somehow find his cave heaven in those underground caves is also unlikely to work. Any leakage of its existence can attract DMadLords to appear and kill me. He shivered again, and his cave heaven quaked when he remembered the last time he attracted the attention of DMadLords. This made him lick his lips as he thought. He is a bomb of trouble, is what he is. It is too risky to attract the attention of DMadLords, so for now, I won't go anywhere near him. You know what? I'll remove the mark on him, and I won't go anywhere near him. If I want a supreme attack, I either have to create it myself or take it from people like Money Body, who I can bully. Then his eyes flashed as he thought to himself, since I want to steal Money Body's supreme attack, I should cut him some slack. But that's only if he behaves himself. In the meantime, I should focus on getting those 8 divine positions that I need to create the 4th layer. But while I'm busy with that, I should try and see what it is that the Thorn House of Commerce is hiding and willing to make a contract to continue to hide. After Money Body tried and failed to advance to rank 9, he had an inkling that whatever the Thorn House of Commerce was hiding in the Blessed Heaven world was related to Money Body's scheme for Oceania. Right now, he suspects that the Thorn House of Commerce is hiding a way to advance to rank 9 in the Blessed Heaven world. He is also aware that this suspicion is far-fetched. But considering that he has just lost an option to advance through Slav, he is looking for replacements. He has considered that he might be wrong about his suspicions of what the Thorn House of Commerce is hiding. But even if he is wrong, he doubts that he will lose anything. On the other hand, if he is right about what the Thorn House of Commerce is hiding, there will be a potential to gain a lot from the information. So he is willing to take the risk. Of course, he expects that the Thorn House of Commerce will try to stop him. But he doesn't mind that they antagonize him. As he thought about the risk of the Thorn House or Commerce turning against him to fight him, he chuckled and said, "Gone are the days I have to fear you. It is one thing for DMadLords to bully me, but it is no longer allowed for you to bully me. I am the one who should bully you." After he had chuckled, he thought some more about his plans. By the time he finished thinking, his mind had settled, and his cave heaven had stopped shaking as if it was on the brink of collapse. When he was sure that he was fit to move and fight again, he flew away from the world in front of him. His destination was the Blessed Heaven world. Of course, he wasn't going to the Blessed Heaven world to kill Slav. He was going there to acquire divine positions. The first divine position he is aiming for is the one that belongs to the Monarch Gold Body. As for why he is flying away from a perfectly good small world, it was so that he wouldn't have to clash with the Thorn House of Commerce yet. He still plans to have a tussle with the Thorn House of Commerce, but he wants to have a divine position with him before he does so. This is so that he can use the divine constellation to inquire about some things about the Thorn House of Commerce. He still doesn't plan to destroy the Thorn House of Commerce, as he still needs Money Body to create a supreme attack for him. But he hasn't gotten desperate for Money Body's help just yet. He still had the option to create the 4th layer in the Force Organ. This is an option that he believes is viable because there is still space in the Force Organ. After that option is tried, he can also try to see what Money Body is hiding in the Blessed Heaven world. If he is right to believe that Money Body is hiding a method to advance to rank 9 in the Blessed Heaven world, then he might not even need Money Body's incomplete Domination Supreme attack anymore. Comments. Chapter 770. With the information on how to advance to rank 9, he can simply create his own supreme attack. And if what the Thorn House of Commerce is hiding is not related to how to advance to rank 9, he can force Money Body to tell him how to create one. For example, he can use the divine constellation to inquire about Money Body's secret until Money Body caves in and makes a deal with him using the information. So until he needs Money Body, the fate of the Thorn House of Commerce will be up to them, and whether he destroys them or not will depend on what they force him to do. With that thought on his mind, he activated all of his divine metacks to speed up. He wasn't going to the Blessed Heaven world for Slav, but he still flew at full speed. This was so that he could arrive at the destination as fast as possible. For some reason, he was in a hurry to grow stronger as fast as possible. Of course, this reason wasn't some unknown thing. He knew why he was in a rush to gain strength, and he knew what his fate could be if he didn't acquire a lot of strength as soon as possible. His cave heaven had only just stopped shaking at the edge of collapse. It was still shaking, though. It just wasn't at the risk of breaking apart, because he remembered what he shouldn't remember. But this slight shaking because of some memories is enough to motivate him to try and become stronger as fast as possible. A while after he was gone, the three seers arrived at the small world. As soon as they arrived and saw the small world, Monarch Many Eyes stepped forward to lay claim to it. Many Eyes wanted to rip out the heart of the world and take its world essence for himself. But Monarch Star Divination thought that this was a bad idea, so she stopped him. She held an arm in front of him as he said, "Since the thief was here, it is likely that this small world belongs to him. Why don't we wait here for him to return? Then we ambush him." However, Monarch Eye Tracker didn't think that this suggestion was a good idea, so he said, "There is a second." His words made Monarch Star Divination pause. Then she said, "Let me check." As she spoke, she activated her divine metax and directed its ability towards the small world. When she did this, information about the small world began to appear in her mind. What she saw made her smile. Monarch Many Eyes, who had been watching her, became anxious when he saw this. He urged her, saying, "What did you see? What's the good news?" She said in reply, "Hold on a minute. I'm still looking." Many Eyes was frustrated by her reply, but he decided to give her the time she needed to get all of the available and useful information. But his curiosity continued to increase, gnawing on his mind as it did. Eventually, she finished with her spying. So she deactivated her divine metac and said, "I have good news and bad news." Many Eyes was already in a bad mood, so he said to her with impatience, "Don't keep me in suspense." So she nodded and said, "The bad news is that this world doesn't belong to the thief. Instead, it belongs to the Thorn House of Commerce. So you can't take it." Many Eyes sighed in relief when he heard this and said, "Fortunately, you stopped me from going to take it, or I would be in big trouble." She nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, you would be in a lot of trouble with the Thorn House of Commerce because they have someone here to watch and protect the world." So Eye Tracker was right when he said that there was a second person here. Her words made Many Eyes look around warily and say, "Where? Why don't I see anyone?" Eye Tracker pointed at the distant world and said, "There." When Many Eyes heard his answer, he shook his head and said, "My eyes are still not good enough as yours. All I can see is a world. I can't see what's inside the world." In response, Monarch Eye Tracker shrugged and said, "Your loss." This made Many Eyes nod and say in agreement, "It is indeed my loss. If you hadn't been here to stop me, I would have suffered more losses." Monarch Star Divination decided to interject at this point. She coughed loudly and said, "Anyway, there's still some good news. The good news is that the thief ran away from this world. It is likely that the presence of the sentry here scared him off. In that case, the strength of the thief might be weaker than the strength of the sentry. Since the sentry is money armor of the Thorn House of Commerce, we now know what the upper limit of the strength of the thief is." Eye Tracker added another bit of information by pointing nearby and saying he stayed for a while. She thought that he was being overly cautious, so she rolled her eyes and said, "Yes, I know that the thief stayed there for a while before he left. But that doesn't change the fact that he ran away." Eye Tracker thought that it was interesting that the thief was able to sense money armor from this position, while money armor didn't seem to sense him, which should be the other way around, since money armor should have a bigger perception range than the thief. So it was likely that Chapter 771. Many Eyes also didn't worry about the possibility that the thief had been scared away by something else. Instead, his eyes shone as he said, "If this thief is scared of money armor despite having just gained a lot of world essence, then he must be weaker than money armor." But Star Divination shook her head and said, "He could also know that this world belonged to the Thorn House of Commerce and was afraid of the Thorn House of Commerce, which is why he chose to leave." Monarch Many Eyes nodded in agreement before saying, "Either way, the fact remains that he was scared away. I'm also scared of the Thorn House of Commerce, so I am on equal level to the thief. In that case, I might be able to take down the thief." Then he clenched his fist and said with cold eyes, "Let's find that thief and beat him up." Star Divination looked around as she said, "Since this world belongs to the Thorn House of Commerce, I think it is safe to say that the thief won't be returning here." Then she chuckled and said, "Not unless you want to bring reinforcement. Then we will have a lot more than the theft of some worlds on our hands. We will have a war of pathways and alliances, and we will be caught in the middle of it." As she spoke, she became more amused with what she was saying. So, by the time she was done talking, she was already laughing. Her laughter was a piercing laughter that was grating on the ears. At least, the two of them didn't find her laughter pleasant to hear. They also didn't think that the possibility of getting caught up in the fight between two pathways was something funny. So instead of laughing with her, they stared at her like she was a freak. This made her cough again and say, "Anyway, since the thief is unlikely to return here, any plans to ambush the thief here are unlikely to work. So it should be a good idea to go looking for the thief. I am willing to bet that their next destination is a world that they want to steal." Monarch Many Eyes nodded before saying to Monarch Eye Tracker, "Please, lead the way." So he did. His eyes saw traces of energy and even force that Loki left at the scene. These traces were linked together to form a trail, and the trail leads all the way to the source of the traces. So by following the trail, he will find the source. On the other side, Slav was bewildered. His aged, cloudy eyes became even more unfocused as he asked himself, thinking, what is going on? Just a while ago, his chances of death were a whopping 99%. He only had a 1% chance of survival, and the best method that he had to survive could only increase his chances of survival to 3%. With these kinds of numbers, he was sure that he was going to die. Nothing anyone could say, including his father and brother, could convince him otherwise. Right now, they have reached the underground caves. He was in a wheelchair, being pushed forward by his brother Simon. His father and their slaves were there to accompany them. Both his father, Skarg, and his brother were optimistic about the outcome of this venture. They were hopeful that whatever they found in this inheritance would save Slav. Only Slav, himself, knew that he was doomed. He had just solved the puzzle at the entrance of the cave heaven, so they were now pushing him deeper into the underground passages. Skarg said excitedly, "We are almost there. I can feel it. You will be saved soon." Slav didn't take his words to heart at all. He was being his usual pessimistic self when he sensed his chances of survival suddenly jumped from 1% to 50%. What's most absurd is that his chances of surviving the day would be higher if he weren't so old. Because of his advanced age, a slight cold could be the end of him. So it was his age that was preventing him from having a chance of surviving the day above 50%. Not anyone else or the strange disease that made him age so rapidly in the first place. This was undoubtedly a good thing, but it felt difficult to accept for a while because it had come all of a sudden. As he tried to make sense of the unexpected good luck, he thought to himself, maybe there is actually something special about this underground cave that is capable of curing my disease. Or maybe the cure for my illness was in that puzzle I just solved. Anyway, this is a good thing. Now all I need to do is acquire power to increase my chances of survival. Chapter 772. When Skarg heard what his second son said about the inheritance of a divine being, he snorted and said, "You're underestimating the inheritance of a divine being too much. If we find that inheritance, we might even become divine beings ourselves. Then we will have eternal lives, and the sky will be the limit." Simon immediately nodded in agreement and said, "You're right, Father. It seems we've struck the jackpot." These two were daydreaming about the good things that they could acquire from the inheritance of a divine being of the luck pathway. This made them more enthusiastic about reaching the inheritance than Slav. By this time, Slav had also become eager to find the inheritance. So he was quick to give them directions as they traveled through the underground tunnels. After a while of moving around, Slav asked them to stop. Where they stopped was an inconspicuous part of the tunnel, and there didn't seem to be anything special about the spot. But the two of them listened to Slav anyway. They stayed in the same spot for a few minutes while impatiently stamping their foot on the ground. The wait hadn't been long, but it felt like an eternity for them. Fortunately, what they came for finally arrived. The cave heaven sensed that Slav had arrived, so it overlapped with the world and took in Slav and the others. All three of them were immediately mesmerized by the sight of the cave heaven. The sight of the golden sun in the sky was the most stunning. It took their breath away, gazing at it. But after being amazed by the sight, Slav began to sense what was to come. He realized that his suspicion that the sickness that aged him was a tool to motivate him to come here was the truth. The first thing he felt about this was dissatisfaction. He didn't like being toyed with or forced to do something. But when he sensed through the fortune seeker metak that whatever was about to happen was a good thing, he decided not to leave. But he did chuckle and say, "Not that I can leave anyway. This is my destiny." He could sense that now that he had entered this special space, he wouldn't be allowed to leave. So whatever was going to happen wasn't something he could avoid by running away. Skard heard what he said, so the rank 4 enslavement cultivator asked him, saying, "What are you talking about?" Slav didn't look at him as he said, "It is coming." Slav was looking at the sky when he answered that question. Specifically, he was looking at the golden sun in the sky. The way he was behaving made Skarg and Simon both look up at the sky. But all they saw was a flash of bright golden light before they lost consciousness. The golden sun had fallen from the sky into Slav. They had been too close to Slav, so they were killed by the slight release of power as the golden sun fused with Slav's mind. This fusion awakened Slav's memories of his past life. The memories answered a lot of questions that he had, but they also brought with them a lot more questions. There was the matter of the missing danger sense metak and the fact that he wasn't supposed to be the one to reincarnate. His brother was the one who was supposed to reincarnate with the rewind metak, not him with an ordinary core metak. But as important as these oddities were, Golden Sun had more important things that he didn't understand, especially the events surrounding his strange illness and the sudden cure of his illness. So the first thing he did was to check his body for any problems. He was hoping to see what had caused the aging sickness. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything wrong with his body other than his abnormal age. This made him rack his brain trying to figure out what had happened. As he thought about it, he said, "It doesn't look like an illness. It looks more like my lifespan was absorbed. Only a DMadLord should be able to do that. But a DMadLord needs a link to me before they can absorb lifespan from me. They can't just absorb lifespan anyhow from anyone. They need the target to be using their core metak or divine metak. I don't have either of those things, so this doesn't make sense whatsoever. And there doesn't seem to be any signs that someone attacked me. If there were signs, the impact of their law fragments should be present on my body, and I should be able to sense it. Since I can't sense anything, either the source of the illness is too profound for me to perceive, or the source of the illness gave up and left. If he could sense any sort of danger, he might be able to link his unnatural illness to the source of danger. But he couldn't sense anything wrong with his body, and he couldn't sense any danger. In fact, his chance of surviving the day has improved to 90%. So by any interpretation, all is nearly fine and well with him. When he couldn't figure out why he had aged so rapidly, he said, "Forget it. What I need to do is grow stronger before those vultures come for me. I'm sure they won't let me go if they get a whiff of my presence." Meanwhile, Loki was currently fighting forced exchange. He was also using the divine constellation to pressure forced exchange. This is happening because he killed Gold Body, took Gold Body's place, and ran for it. Forced exchange and 3 other money cultivators had chased after him when he ran away. Those 3 money cultivators are dead now. Only forced exchange is still kicking. Unlike what he usually did, he didn't have Monarch Money Construct in his hands. This was because he no longer needed the amplification from the Vengeful Bones metak. Comments. Chapter 773. In the past, he would keep Money Construct alive because if he killed the rank 6 Money Cultivator, the Vengeful Bones metak would lose the target of revenge, which would weaken him. But things have changed, and he no longer needs the amplification from the Vengeful Bones metak to beat Forced Exchange up. He is a rank 8 cultivator with all of his stats raised to 8 units, so he has enough strength to defeat Forced Exchange with brute strength now. Besides, he can now use the Vengeful Bones metak to absorb Forced Exchange's power and use it against him. To his credit, Forced Exchange was doing his best. He had activated the Forced Exchange metak, and he was willing to burn his lifespan for any ounce of power that he could summon. He didn't even dare to use his Cave Heaven to block Loki. Unfortunately for him, This was not good enough for Loki. Not only did Loki refuse to let him go, but Loki was also hell-bent on helping him meet his maker. Loki had activated the world power ability to raise his Tao status to rank 8, so he only needed to spend 1 year of lifespan to inquire, like forced exchange, being at rank 6, needed to spend 100 years of lifespan to block the inquiry. Because of the difference of 2 levels in their power, the inquiry alone was making forced exchange lose 100 years of lifespan per second. But the difference in their power was also making forced exchange lose lifespan, trying to heal the injuries that Loki was inflicting on him. Loki had his left hand around forced exchange's neck while he punched his face with his right hand. He was taking his time with killing forced exchange, so he didn't try to smash the rank 6 money cultivator's body to pieces. Instead, he punched lightly just to ensure that he injured forced exchange, not to maim him. This way, forced exchange's body would remain intact for a long time, so that he could continue draining his lifespan with injuries without a pause, because forced exchange's body collapsed. On the surface, forced exchange was shouting at him, saying, "You're done for. Do you hear me? Your days are numbered. When we are done with you, you will wish you were never born." But within the cave heaven, he was on his knees in front of Money Body, saying, "Save me. Please save me." Money Body furrowed his brows as he said, "What is happening? Who has forced you to this point?" Forced exchange immediately poured out his grievances, saying, "He is a rank 8 divine being. So it cost me 100 times more to block his inquiry. He is also very strong. Each of his attacks is costing me 546 years of my lifespan to fix. He is hitting me 10 times per second. So I need to spend nearly 5,500 years of my lifespan per second to stay alive. At this rate, I will be dead in 3 minutes, even with the full support of our reserve of world essence. So I need you to come rescue me." All of these sounded too difficult to believe, especially the first part of what forced exchange said. Money Body couldn't believe that first sentence. So he asked, saying, "Didn't you go chasing that mortal who replaced Gold Body? Where did the rank 8 cultivator come from? Was the rank 8 cultivator the one who killed Gold Body? What pathway do they belong to?" Forced exchange didn't care about all of these questions as his life was at stake, and he needed urgent help, not a question and answer session. But his life was dwindling every moment, and he didn't want to waste time arguing. So he was quick to say, "The one who replaced Gold Body is the rank 8 cultivator." His answer made Money Body shake his head and say, "That can't be right. I am the only rank 8 cultivator in the pathway." But forced exchange insisted, saying he is definitely rank 8. Even so, Money Body still said with disbelief, "But are you sure that he is rank 8? And are you certain that he is a money cultivator?" So forced exchange nodded vehemently as he said, "I am sure that he is a rank 8 cultivator because that's how the divine constellation is treating him. I can be wrong, but there is no way that the divine constellation would be wrong. I'm also sure that he is a money cultivator because I saw him take the divine position of the Gold Body Metak. Plus, if he belonged to another pathway, there should have been law fragment suppression between us. But there is no such thing, so he must be a money cultivator like me." When Money Body heard this, he began to pace around the core of the cave heaven. The 6 members of the Alliance watched this happen with trepidation. After all, if Money Body is pacing, the situation must be very serious. As he paced, Money Body muttered, "This can't be right. There shouldn't be another rank 8 cultivator in the money pathway. And even if there was, their attacks shouldn't need 546 years of lifespan to heal. I have 3 rank 8 divine metaks with a 900% amplification, yet I can only make my enemy consume 240 years of their lifespan per hit. This person can inflict twice as much damage, so something must be terribly wrong here." All of his musings could be heard by the others, as he didn't want to keep his thoughts to himself. He also wanted them to hear these thoughts, so they would understand what he was about to do. While he was talking aloud to them, he was also thinking inwardly to himself. His inner thoughts were, even if he had 4 rank 8 divine metaks, The only way he can inflict so much damage per hit is if the amplification of the law fragments in his cave heaven is 1,600%. Comments. Chapter 774. Moneybody's mind churned as he thought. Since the limit of the amplification of law fragments is 900% and the maximum number of divine positions he can have is 4, it should be impossible for him to produce a power like that. By common sense, it should be impossible for his injuries to require 546 years of lifespan to heal. The only way is possible is if he is using a special divine metak to increase the cost of repairing his injuries. Something like the market conditions divine metak, for instance. It is either a special divine metak or this guy is a rank 9 divine being. Then he shook his head inwardly as he thought. He can't be a rank 9 divine being simply because a rank 9 divine being cannot exist in a pathway. Even if he were a rank 9 divine being, he wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like this that would expose themselves. Either way, he is stronger than me. He must not be allowed into this cave heaven at all costs. Outwardly, he was saying, no matter how he got his power, it must cost a lot of lifespan to use. I reckon that he has spent a lot of lifespan at this point, so he shouldn't be able to keep up the pressure for long. If we give him a way out, he should take the way out. After all, it is better to gain something from this fight than a fight and kill you for nothing. The 6 of them had varying expressions on their faces as they listened to the 6 of them. Forced Exchange was the one who was paying the least attention to what Moneybody was saying. Forced Exchange was constantly experiencing pain from the punches of his enemies, and even his life fire was fluttering as if it was about to go out at any moment. So he wasn't in the mood to hear Moneybody drone on and on. If not for the fact that Moneybody could easily become a threat to his life, he would have asked Moneybody to shut up. But since Moneybody could kill him with a thought, he decided that it was safer to keep his unpleasant thoughts to himself. Fortunately, Moneybody finished his tirade before Loki could finish killing him. Then Moneybody whirled and turned to him, saying, "What you need to do is ask him to make a deal. Ask him for what he wants and give it to him in exchange for your life. If it is reasonable, we can come to an arrangement. Of course, he also has to stop investigating us." Forced Exchange's eyes lit up when he heard this. In the physical dimension, he said to Loki, "Please, let's make a deal. What do I have to give you to make you stop?" In response, Loki smiled and said, "Weren't you threatening me earlier? What happened to your Moneybody? Where is he now?" He asked 3 questions in less than a second. In that same amount of time, he also punched Forced Exchange in the face. At this point, his face has been pressed in a flat dough. The shape of his head has been destroyed, so that he looked like he had unfinished pastry for a head. The recent punch had put another indent in his face. To call this painful would be an understatement. Despite the fist smashing into his face, Forced Exchange tried to smile. Unfortunately, his face had become misshapen, so the smile came off as a grimace. As he grimace-smiled, he said, "Please forget about that. That was just me speaking rubbish. Don't take it seriously." Loki hummed non-committally and said, "If you say so." Then he smashed Forced Exchange's face in one more time. This time, he caused the back of Forced Exchange's head to crack open. Clearly, the pressure within his head had become too much for his skull to withstand. And speaking of skulls, his head cracked beyond recognition. Even a broken plate looked better. After all, an attempt could still be made to put a broken plate together. His skull, on the other hand, is better off replaced with something else. Even a bucket would do better for his head than the shattered fragments of his skull. Now, Forced Exchange would like to curse at Loki for hitting him in the face while they were talking. But his life was on the line. So with a broken jaw, Forced Exchange said, "About that deal, what do you think about it?" Loki said, "Right, the deal. I forgot about it." He didn't forget about it. He couldn't even if he were immortal, since the deal was mentioned about 2 seconds ago. Clearly, something else was going on, and Loki was avoiding the matter of the deal. But Forced Exchange didn't attempt to point out that he was lying. Forced Exchange strained his ears to hear what Loki had to say about the deal. His ears were ringing since Loki was constantly punching him, but he still tried his best to pay attention. Fortunately, Loki did say something. He said, "If Moneybody is willing to tell me how to create a supreme metak, I might let you go." Forced Exchange nearly exploded in anger when he heard this request. But instead of exploding and shouting at Loki, he said, "Surely, you jest. No one knows how to create a supreme metac." Loki chuckled when he heard what Forced Exchange said. Then he chuckled and said, "Other people might not know, but I'm sure that your boss knows. Tell him that I know that he knows how to create a supreme metac." Forced Exchange didn't believe that Moneybody knew how to create a supreme metac. This was not him underestimating Moneybody. He simply didn't think it was possible to create a supreme metac. Unfortunately, he had no choice in the matter, so he had to report back and ask Moneybody for it. Comments. Chapter 775. He was reluctant, but Forced Exchange still said to Moneybody within the core of the cave heaven. He said that he wants you to tell him how to create a supreme metac. He also said that I should tell you that he knows that you know, so you shouldn't lie to him. His life was on the line. So he emphasized, saying he claimed that you definitely know. So what should we do? When Moneybody heard this, he thought to himself, if he doesn't know how to make a supreme metac, then it is even more unlikely that he is at rank 9. It is also proof that he hasn't reached the quasi-supreme Grandmaster level of understanding. Anyone who has reached the limit beneath the supreme Grandmaster level of understanding should know how to create a supreme metac. If he doesn't know, he should only be able to use a maximum of 3 divine metacs at once. So I should be able to match him in power, if not defeat him outright. His eyes brightened at this point in his train of thought, and he asked himself, thinking, should I take the fight to him? If I can defeat him, I might be able to get to the bottom of how he gained his power without alerting anyone. Then he shook his head inwardly as he thought, or the request might all be a ploy to make me believe that he is weaker than he actually is. Once I underestimate him, I would be compelled to fight him. By then, it would be too late if something went wrong. He thought about the reason Loki made that request from various angles and with various motives in mind. But not once did he consider whether he should give Loki the information he wanted or not. He didn't need to think about it, because there was nothing to think about. His mind was already made up about it as soon as he heard the request. So while he was thinking to himself, he said to Forced Exchange in an angry voice, "What kind of request is that? Does he even know what he is asking for?" Without waiting for Forced Exchange to reply, he said, "Tell him that supreme metacs can't be created. At the very least, I don't think it is possible at all." Forced Exchange knew that even if Moneybody knew how to create a supreme metac, the rank 8 money cultivator wouldn't say it. So he didn't bother to press Moneybody for the information. Instead, he said to Loki, Moneybody said he doesn't think it is possible to create a supreme metac. So please, give me another request. But Loki only smiled and said, "It seems your boss doesn't care for your life. Frankly, that's not a problem for me. I like it when people are stubborn like that. Only when they're stubborn will it be enjoyable to break them." Loki was having a great time with this back and forth, but Forced Exchange was having a less than pleasant experience with it. He wanted the ordeal to end, so he said to Loki, "Please, make another request. Be reasonable about this." But Loki insisted, saying, "But I am being reasonable. You asked me what I wanted, and I gave it to you. What more do you want from me? Do you know that I could have ignored your offer for Parley entirely? But I didn't. Instead, I did my part in making a request. Now, it is your turn to fulfill that request." As he spoke, he smashed Forced Exchange's face in for good measure. His fist pressed into the money cultivator's face until it reached the back of the skull. It was as if he was punching Forced Exchange to make sure that his words got into the money cultivator's head. It was either that or he was expressing his dissatisfaction with being accused of being unreasonable. Either way, Forced Exchange didn't enjoy the fist to the back of the skull punches. In fact, those words and the brutal, skull-cracking punch turned out to be the last straw for Forced Exchange. The rank 6 money cultivator refused to endure the physical pain of Loki's punches and the mental pain of Loki's unreasonable request. So he exploded in anger. He shouted at Loki, saying, "Of course you're being unreasonable. What kind of harebrained request is that? How does he know how to create a supreme metac? Is he a DMadLord? Even if he knew how, he wouldn't exchange that information for my life, because my life isn't worth it. I won't exchange my life for that information either. That's how unreasonable you're being. Fuck you." In return, Loki shouted at his face and said, "Fuck you too. I have all the power, so I can be as unreasonable as I want. If you don't like it, do something about it." Forced Exchange could only hear part of his words because Loki's fists were always disrupting his mind with soul-crushing power. But at this point, he didn't care anymore. Because of Loki's unreasonable request, he had determined that Loki was not interested in making a deal. At least, Loki wasn't sincere about it. So he decided to stop humiliating himself by begging Loki. Since he was going to die anyway, he decided to make use of what little time he had left to curse and shout at Loki. While he was doing this, he was also talking to Moneybody. He sighed and said, "It seems he truly wants me dead, and it is clear that you are not willing to risk a confrontation with him. But what will happen if I die? What if he continues to inquire about our activities in the blessed heaven world? What will you do then?" Moneybody's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said in reply, "If he still comes after us after you die, then I will let him have what he wants. He has proven himself to be strong enough to know." /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 776. Moneybody was usually always lying, but he wasn't lying this time around. This time, both his spoken words and his inner thoughts were aligned. Of course, his inner thoughts had more information that he didn't want anyone to learn. Inwardly, he gritted his teeth as he thought, "He is strong, so I admit defeat. If he also has lifespan to burn, then he can go and burn it. I also burned through a lot of lifespan to make use of the information. There is no way I will let him take a shortcut through me. He will have to burn through his lifespan for that information to be useful." It took him burning over 1,000,000 years of lifespan before he reached the quasi-supreme Grandmaster level of understanding. Even then, he hid the fact that he had reached that level of understanding by not using up to 4 divine positions. He had made up his mind that when he finally got the 4th divine position, it would be when he was sure that he would be able to escape the control of the sect. This is because the sect will start to pay close attention to him once he acquires 4 divine positions. With so much at stake, there is no way he will expose the fact that he has reached the quasi-supreme Grandmaster level of understanding just for Forced Exchange's life or for the secret hidden in the second dimension of the blessed heaven world. Of course, he would like to keep that secret to himself and hoard the benefits. But between protecting his life and advancing to rank 9 on one side, and saving Forced Exchange and keeping his life on the other side, the former is more important than the latter. Forced Exchange could tell that Moneybody had made up his mind, so he said, "In that case, just kill me. It is better to die early than to waste lifespan, just to ensure more pain for nothing." Then he chuckled as he said, "I've always hated this life, anyway. I've always hated being your slave. And I've always hated you. So it might not be a bad thing to die like this. I know I won't miss this kind of life. Hopefully, after I die, I will get a better life in my next life." The chests of the other 5 slaves tightened when they heard this. Then they looked at Moneybody with fear in their eyes. Forced Exchange could say what he said because he was going to die anyway. But they were still alive, and Moneybody could take his anger out on them. After all, what Forced Exchange said is similar to what they truly feel. But Moneybody didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. His laughter rang out through the core of the cave heaven and into the cave heaven itself. He laughed like that for several seconds. After laughing, he clenched his fist and raised up as he said, "This is why strength is so important. It is why having strength is so sweet and pleasurable. Because I'm stronger, I can enslave people and force them to work for me, even if they hate me from the bottom of their hearts." Then he brought down his fist on Forced Exchange's life fire. The life fire immediately scattered and went out. So Forced Exchange died. After he killed Forced Exchange, he smiled and said to the 5 slaves, "Don't worry. I know what you're thinking, but I won't use that to punish you because I don't care about what you really think of me. It is more than enough for me that I can enslave you. Unlike a certain unreasonable person, I won't demand that you think well of me. In fact, the fact that you hate me only makes this whole arrangement more pleasurable for me. So you can continue to hate me." No one said anything in response to this. They didn't speak because they didn't know what to say. They couldn't very well thank him for being so reasonable. They especially didn't want to thank him for being reasonable when they hated him. What they wanted to do was to smash that smug smile off his face. Since they couldn't do that, they would rather settle for an awkward silence. But it seemed that even an awkward silence was a luxury that they couldn't afford because their cave heaven began to shake a few seconds after forced exchange died. The shaking cave heaven sounded like an earthquake was going through it. The sound of the earth cracking and opening up was so loud that they heard it within the core of the cave heaven. The shaking of the cave heaven immediately drew their attention. And when they looked at what was happening in their cave heaven, they saw that a small part of the cave heaven was collapsing. Apparently, 3.5% of their cave heaven, or an area of 100 million square kilometers in size, was breaking away from their cave heaven. This could only happen if the core of the cave heaven didn't have enough divine metax to maintain the size of the cave heaven. When Money Body realized this, he shook his head and said, "This shouldn't be happening. Something has gone wrong." His first guess about what had gone wrong was that something had malfunctioned in the forced exchange divine metac. So after speaking, he turned to the forced exchange metac to examine it. His examination revealed that the forced exchange metac was dead and couldn't be used by him to stabilize his cave heaven. Not only that, it appeared that the forced exchange metac was now in no condition to be used by anyone. This made his heart skip a beat in fear as he muttered, "What kind of entity did we just cross?" When this question popped up in his mind, the first guess that came to his mind was that the person forced exchange fought was actually a DMadLord. Comments. Chapter 777. If that enemy was a DMadLord, it would explain how such a strong cultivator suddenly appeared in the pathway without his notice. It would also explain how the enemy was able to deactivate the forced exchange metac. After all, only a DMadLord of a pathway should be able to deactivate a divine metac of that pathway like this. So it made sense to guess that the enemy was a DMadLord. But he didn't want to believe that the enemy was a DMadLord at all, especially not when that enemy had asked him if he knew how to create a supreme metac. If that person were a DMadLord, the act of asking him how to create a supreme metac has now become an attempt to test his capabilities and see if he is ready to break away from the pathway and from the sect. When he thought about this, his heart skipped another beat as he said inwardly, "Am I screwed or am I done for?" Right now, he believes that his situation is either bad or worse than bad. He doesn't believe that there is any good side to his situation or any silver lining in the dark clouds shrouding his life that he should look forward to. This is because he is guilty of what the DMadLord is suspecting him of. If he hadn't reached the quasi-supreme grandmaster level of mastery and didn't know that a supreme metac is essentially a vessel of law created by the superimposition and combination of complete instruction sets in the form of divine metacs, he would have nothing to be worried about. But he knew how to create a supreme metac, and he had already begun to plan how to use that information to break away from the money pathway and create his own pathway that he could become the lord of. So now that the sect was suspecting him of trying to break away, he couldn't be carefree. This conundrum made him start pacing about again. He was pacing while trying to come up with a solution for the situation. Of course, he doesn't plan to give up on his plans to escape. At this point, he has lived too long as a slave. He can't bear to have anyone ride over him or control him anymore. In fact, he has reached his limit about this, such that he would rather die than continue living like a slave. So the suspicion of the sect isn't enough to stop him. He is determined to go through his plan, even if it is the last thing he will do. However, he also wants his plan to be successful. Since the suspicion of the sect might reduce his chances of success, this suspicion and how to avoid it is something he has to find a solution to before he goes through with his plan. While he was planning and scheming, he remembered that he had entertained the thought of coming to Forced Exchange's rescue just because he suspected that the enemy didn't know how to create a supreme metac and shouldn't be able to control up to 4 divine metacs at the same time. When he remembered this, he laughed inwardly as he thought, "To think I wanted to fight a DMadLord. It seems I've lived long enough and want to die, right?" Then he shook his head and said inwardly, "Forget being able to use 4 divine metacs at the same time. a DMadLord might be able to use every divine metac at the same time. You know what? I believe that's what that person was doing. They were using more than 4 divine metacs, which was why it cost Forced Exchange so much lifespan to heal his injuries. When he thought about how a DMadLord was more than capable of killing Forced Exchange instantly, but had toyed with him, and when he remembered how the DMadLord had teased him by asking him if he knew how to make a supreme metac, he became angry. He was angry with the DMadLord for treating him like a child, but he was also angry with himself for being weak. The worst part was that he could only keep his anger within his heart and couldn't express it because the DMadLord might be watching everything going on in his cave heaven through the divine positions. His stifled anger made him grit his teeth and say to himself, "It is only for a while. Soon, I will become free. I will become free, or I will die trying." Either he dies or advances to rank 9. In both cases, he will regain his freedom and will stop living as a slave. Until then, he has to continue to behave himself. This is a must since he currently doesn't have the strength to resist the DMadLord. In fact, even if he advances to rank 9, he will still not be able to contend with the DMadLord. So after thinking about everything that just happened, he sighed in relief and thought, "Fortunately, I didn't go out to fight them earlier. If I had done so, I would be dead by now, and the entire cave heaven would be what collapsed, not a small part of it." He also chuckled as he thought, "It is also a good thing that I didn't want to make a move to avenge the death of the old gold body. It is a good thing that I sent Forced Exchange to do my bidding. I guess this is what makes having slaves so great." After a while, with nothing new happening, Moneybody waved his hands and said to them, "It seems that the last of it. You should get back to work." Everyone else relaxed when they heard this. They were not completely convinced that no more unfortunate things would happen. But for now, they were grateful for the peace and quiet. Comments. Chapter 778. Unfortunately for them, this peace and quiet was fated to be short-lived. Just after 12 hours of nothing happening, Money Armor, another rank 6 slave, sensed that someone was using him to inquire about the activities of the Thorn House of Commerce in the Blessed Heaven world. So he knelt down immediately and said to Moneybody, "They're doing it again. They're using the divine constellation to investigate what we are hiding." He had just witnessed what had happened to Forced Exchange, so he knew that this was how Forced Exchange had started. He knew that Forced Exchange had pleaded for salvation on his knees, and he also knew what had become of Forced Exchange. He didn't want to end up like Forced Exchange, so when he spoke, he was particularly emotional with his plea. But inwardly, he was also bitter. As he begged, he thought to himself, "I won't go down like Forced Exchange, old man. If I am to die, I'm bringing down everyone with me." On the other side, Loki had watched Forced Exchange's body scatter into ashes. The hand he was using to grab Forced Exchange's neck was now empty since there was nothing left to grab. So he took back his hand. Then he said to himself, "Who do I target next?" The identities of everyone he knew in the Thorn House of Commerce flashed through his mind as he said, "There is Monarch, Debt Collector, Market Conditions, and Money Armor. All 3 are viable candidates." After weighing his options for a few seconds, his eyes lit up as he thought, "Let's go with Money Armor, since that fellow likes to let his body collapse before he dies. I also know where he should be right now, so I can pressure him with the divine constellation as well as beat him up at the same time. By combining the 2, he will reach his limit quickly. Once his body collapses, I might be able to gain access to their cave heaven." After making this decision, he took off into the void. He left in the direction of the small worlds that Money Armor was guarding. As usual, he moved at full speed without regard for how much lifespan he was burning through. Because of this, he moved much faster than the people tracking him. In fact, he was so fast that the 3 seers were still on their way from the small world to the Blessed Heaven world while he was on his way back to the small world. The 3 seers didn't know that they were lagging behind, but they soon learned that this was a bad thing for them. The 3 seers were still tracking Loki, and they moved in a triangle formation. Monarch Eye Tracker was in front, leading the way, while the other 2 were behind him. Eye Tracker could see trials of mostly energy, so even when it looked like there was nothing to see, Eye Tracker could still see something. With his special eye, he can tell how powerful or how heavy someone is without actually seeing them. Unfortunately, what he can see is dependent on time. Just like a normal physical trail, the energy trail he can see also degrades with time. So the earlier he sees an energy trail, the more he can see in it and the more information he can glean from the trail. On the other hand, star divination can see information. With her normal vision, she can only see the physical world of matter. But once she activates her divine metak, she can see information that shouldn't be obvious. At least, I track her sees something and then deduces pieces of information about the target from what it sees. But star divination directly sees the answer. It is how I track her could tell that a money cultivator was somewhere, but couldn't tell that the money cultivator was a money armor or that money armor was a member of the Thorn House of Commerce. It is possible for I tracker to tell that the money cultivator was money armor if he had seen money armor before and had seen energy traces left by money armor before. But there is no way his eyes can tell him which alliance money armor belongs to. Because of this special advantage that star divination has over I tracker, Chapter 779. Star divination snorted and said in disdain to many eyes, "Face it, your eyes are above average at best. And that's me being generous. If I want to be realistic with you, I would call your eyes ordinary." But many eyes refused to admit defeat. He said, "If your eyes are so great, what is the range of your perception right now?" He was asking that question because he had spread out his eyes in different directions far beyond his normal range of perception. This has caused his range of perception to expand. In fact, his range of perception is undeniably the largest among the three of them, and he didn't hesitate to show it off. His voice was full of disdain as he said, "If your eyes are so good, why can I see farther than you right now?" Instead of feeling shame, Monarch Star Divination shook her head in pity and chuckled as she said, "You sound so short-sighted to me right now. It is either that or you're ignorant of the fact that the range of perception doesn't mean anything to me. I can see everything in the world, no matter where it is." Then she lifted her chin and said with pride, "Distance means nothing to me." At this point, Many Eyes was getting angry because she had called him short-sighted. Calling a seer short-sighted was an insult akin to calling a giant a dwarf. It was an insult worthy of coming to blows for. After he was insulted like that, Many Eyes' voice rose in anger as he said, "Oh, please, don't boast to someone informed. Keep your exaggerations to ignorant plebs. I know for a fact that you can't actually see anything anywhere. I know that you need to have a hook on something before you can see it. And I know that some things can block your vision." This made her shoot back, saying, "And what about you? A simple crystal shield can block your vision." Then she sneered and said, "If you were not a divine being with the insight stat, a simple wall would also block your vision." The two of them continued to argue for a while longer. The problem was that it was common sense among seers that the Many Eyes metak was only SOSO. It was supposed to be an established fact that the Many Eyes metak was mediocre and could only shine when used together with other divine metaks. But Monarch Many Eyes refused to admit to this. Monarch Star Divination was willing to admit that if the Many Eyes metak was paired with her Star Divination metak, the power of her divine metak would more than double. But this was only if Monarch Many Eyes would admit that, on its own, the Many Eyes metak was lacking. But Monarch Many Eyes refused to be reasonable. He refused to let anyone call his divine metak an auxiliary divine metak for seers. It seemed this was a sore spot for him. However, no matter how passionate he was about the usefulness of the Many Eyes metak, he couldn't defeat Star Divination in this argument, especially when they moved their verbal argument into the area of practical sparring. Star Divination suggested that they try to find something and that the first person to find that thing would win. No matter how vocal Many Eyes was, he was bound to lose this competition. Fortunately, something came up that proved conclusively that the Many Eyes divine metak had merits as a standalone divine metak. At the very least, he was able to prove that the Many Eyes divine metak deserved. The only downside was that he didn't like the method he used at all. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have used this method to prove his point. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice in the matter. When the enemy approached them, he was the first one to notice it. Star divination didn't notice the incoming enemy, and neither did iTracker. Monarch iTracker could be excused for missing the enemy because he was busy looking at the trail in front of him. As for star divination, she had no excuse whatsoever for missing such a glaring threat. Many eyes noticed the incoming enemy first. When he did, he shushed star divination and said, "Keep quiet. There is someone coming. They are very fast and powerful." But star divination didn't believe him. She rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, come on. Don't think you can use a made-up enemy to prove that you have better eyesight than me." Her words made him snap at her in anger, saying, "If there is no enemy, prove me wrong. If you can't prove me wrong, then what use are your eyes for?" She took a lot of offense with that question, so she was determined to prove wrong when she looked in the direction Many Eyes was indicating and activated her divine metak. In the void of space, there is no visible light. Everything is pure darkness. They might as well be at the bottom of the ocean with no light and no oxygen. Even for divine beings with the insight stat, moving around in the void is like moving about at night with a lamp. The light of the lamp can help them see what is within a certain range. But there is only darkness beyond the range of the lamp. In this situation, Many Eyes had claimed that there was an enemy beyond the range of the light of the lamp. For many divine beings, this will stump them. After all, if there is something beyond their range of perception, there is absolutely nothing they can do to perceive it except to move closer to the object and bring it under the light of their perception. Even iTracker would be stumped by this. But star divination is special. She can see beyond the light of the lamp as long as she has a hook into what she is looking for. Comments. Chapter 780. A hook, to Monarch star divination, is a determining feature or a set of parameters that will set apart the target object from the world around it. Once she has the hook, she can use it to pull up information about the target into her eyes, the way a fisherman pulls up fish from a water body. In this case, the hook is a powerful and fast entity, fast approaching their position from the north. There is only one object that meets this criterion in the area, so her eyes were able to lock onto it. All that was left was to pull up information about the target from the ocean of information around them. But just as she was about to reel in the information she wanted, the fish buckled and resisted. This was because the owner of the information had held on to their information and refused to let it go. So the information she wanted remained within the ocean of information. This meant that her eyes remained blank, even though she was expending a lot of her lifespan to pull the information into her eyes. But even though she couldn't see anything, her inability to see something was enough for her to deduce two crucial pieces of information. Those pieces of crucial information soon came spilling out of her lips unbidden. Her eyes widened, and the look of complacency left her face as she said, "You're right. There's someone strong and fast coming near us." The fact that the hook had worked and caught something was enough to prove that Many Eyes had really seen something. But there was still something else, perhaps more important than this. This more important piece of information was why she was running, as she said, "Run now." She didn't need to see who was coming for her to know that she couldn't defeat them if she met them. The fact that she couldn't pull up the information she wanted to see about the target only served to prove this point. She still doesn't know why this person was approaching them, or if they are truly her enemy. But she knows that it is likely that this person would be pissed for spying on them. And she knows that if this person becomes angry enough to try to take out their anger on her, she wouldn't be able to stop them. For the first time since they started tracking the thief, the three of them activated their divine metaks to mobilize their stats to speed up. The boost to their speed was not full since their divine metaks wasn't for moving or increasing their speed, but their stats did improve their speed somewhat. Unfortunately for them, this was not enough. Especially not when the person approaching them had divine metaks for improving the power of their body and their speed. The person entered their field of vision, so they were finally able to see who the person was. What they saw was a man with a body made out of pure gold. Star divination still couldn't tell the identity of this person despite seeing them completely. This was because this person was still stronger than her. Just like the distance between her and the target couldn't stop her from seeing the target, proximity also couldn't help her see more of the target. EATER also couldn't tell the identity of this person. But EATER could tell something more important. Why EATER saw them, he said, "Thief." Monarch Many Eyes almost fell over when he heard what EATER said. His voice was full of disbelief as he said, "That's the person I was tracking? It looks like I'm screwed this time." Loki was equally surprised when he ran into them. He didn't expect to see anyone, and he definitely didn't expect to see the seer he always bought small worlds from. When he confirmed that the seer was the same one he bought 5 small worlds from, he burst out laughing. As he laughed, he said, "Long time no see. I am honored to finally meet you face to face." He didn't go for the seer, though. Instead, he pivoted in another direction and went for the strongest of the 4 of them. As he swiveled, he said to the seer, "Don't worry. We will catch up later." He made sure to drop a mark on the 3 seers. That way, he wouldn't lose them after dealing with the strongest one. The direction he went was one that none of the 3 seers had run to. So he was running into an empty void. This made Many Eyes relax. Many Eyes sighed in relief as he said to Star Divination, "It seems your environmental illusion divine metak worked on him." But Star Divination said back in confusion, "What illusion? I didn't do anything to him." She was confused by his claim that she had robbed him of his vision or tampered with what he was seeing. But Many Eyes was more confused when she claimed that she didn't do anything to him. So Many Eyes asked in confusion, "Then where's he going?" They got their answer when Loki smashed into something. Then Loki began to fight with that thing. They couldn't see what Loki... Chapter 781. That seer had gone mad for hearing voices and seeing things that weren't there. Then that seer had died when their cave heaven shattered. Now that her divine metak was telling her that there were unseen powerful beings around her, she decided that it was a wise idea to narrow the search and refine the hook. So she began to search for a deceiver that is nearby and is between rank 8 to rank 6. This time her hook got something. She discovered that there was indeed a deceiver nearby. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see the deceiver. She could only confirm that the deceiver had been with them for a long time. When she told Many Eyes about this, he cursed out, saying, "Those fuckers. They are always trying to steal my worlds." Then he said angrily to Star Divination, "You claim your eyes are great, yet you missed a deceiver following us for so long. What did I hire you for if this is your best performance?" Star Divination retorted angrily, saying, "You hired me because my eyes are better than yours. If your eyes were better, you wouldn't have hired me. Besides, it is not my fault that I missed the deceiver. He is too strong, and the path of deceit was meant to fool even us." Even now that the deceiver had been exposed and was fighting the thief, they still couldn't see the deceiver. So Many Eyes couldn't blame her too much for missing the deceiver. Many Eyes also couldn't refute her claim that he had hired her because her eyes were better than his. The fact that she could determine that there was a deceiver nearby, while he couldn't, was proof of this. With this kind of performance, he should be appreciative of her skill. But when he remembered that the thief was also able to sense the hidden deceiver and fight that deceiver, he realized that he had underestimated the power of the thief, and she was partially at fault for this. So instead of praising her, he shouted at her, saying, "And what is your excuse for why the thief is so strong? I thought you said that the thief was weak. You claimed that the thief was something we should be able to handle. This doesn't look like something we can handle. In fact, it looks like something we must stay far away from." She retorted, saying, "I said the thief ran away from money armor. You were the one who claimed that the thief was weaker than money armor and that we should be able to handle him." But Many Eyes was having none of her lies. He clenched his fist and raised his voice as he said, "You should be ashamed that you made an inaccurate prediction. Now you're lying about it. Are you not ashamed enough? What more embarrassing things do you want to be accused of before you die?" He was clearly angry at her for putting them in this situation, but she remained unapologetic about the whole thing. After he was done speaking, she snorted and said, "It seems you don't care for your life, or you would be running away with all of your energy instead of expending energy to put the blame on me." Just as Many Eyes was about to tell her that he could run perfectly well while blaming her, they heard the dark shadow that the thief was fighting say, "Come and help me, you fools. If we scatter like this, he will pick us off one by one." Many Eyes was taken aback when he heard this. His voice was full of disbelief as he said, "What do you mean by we and us? Since when did we become a group?" The deceiver sneered and said in reply, "Do you think he will let you go when he is done with me? If I die, all of you will die. Besides, I am far, far weaker than he is, so I'm easier to deal with than he is. So it is a better idea to work with me to defeat him, or we would be done for." He made some points, so Many Eyes was considering his suggestion seriously. It was difficult to make a decision, but it became easier to decide when Star Divination provided her suggestion. She said, "When you're being chased by a predator, in most cases, you don't need to outrun the predator. You only need to outrun other prey. So if we run while the thief kills the deceiver, we should be able to escape. Besides, you would be asking to be deceived if you think it is a good idea to believe a word that comes out of the lips of a deceiver." He thought that her words made a lot of sense. Besides, there were 3 of them aside from the deceiver, and the 3 of them had scattered in different directions. So even if the deceiver were to die now and the thief came after them, he would only have a 33% chance of being killed next. With a 66% of surviving, he felt good about his chances. So Many Eyes made up his mind to let the deceiver hold up the thief while they escape. He was about to say something along that line of thought when he heard the thief say, "Don't believe this rat. I won't kill all of you. I will kill only 3 of you. As for you, Many Eyes, I will let you go as long as you tell me the location of all of your worlds." How about that? When Many Eyes heard this, what he was going to say about how the deceiver was on his own died in his throat. Instead, he said, "Damn it." Then he turned around to join the fight against the thief. As he rushed back, he said, "To think there would be a day that I would fight on the same side as a deceiver." Comments. Chapter 782. Many Eyes also said to Star Divination, "Come back. We have to fight. The thief is clearly determined to get rid of us." He said that to her because he was sure that the thief's promise not to kill him was a lie. In fact, he was sure that the thief would try to kill him next. The thief's promise not to kill him had convinced him that he had a 100% of being pursued after the deceiver dies. Since he was next in line to die, it became a good idea to fight with the deceiver for a chance of survival. What would be better is if Star Divination also joined in the fight. Unfortunately for him, she was not willing to risk her life like that. After she heard his words urging her to fight, she laughed and said, "It seems you're screwed. But that's a good thing for me, though. So why would I jeopardize my chances of surviving by coming back to fight?" She also believed that Many Eyes was next in line to be killed, which meant that her chances of survival had increased. By the time the thief dealt with the deceiver and Many Eyes, she should be long gone. As for the thief's claim that he could find all of them, she didn't believe that. So she refused to turn back and fight. While she was running for her life, a great battle was going on behind her. It was a fight between an army of 1 and a squad of 2. In most cases, an army was always stronger than a squad. This was the case here, even though the squad had more people than the army. Before they came to blows, Loki's eyes roamed all over the deceiver. He had the power identification ability activated, so he could clearly see his power. Race, human. Available lifespan, 12,518 years. Cultivation rank, 7. Cave heaven, 2,868 million square kilometers. Body, 7. Soul, 7. Mind, 7. Will, 5.5. Insight, 5.5. Law fragment, amplification 6, 257, 589, 362, 900%. Divine Metac, rank Shadow Body, 7. Disappearing Mist, 7. Shadow Blade, 7. The Deceiver had 3 rank 7 Divine Metacs and 3 stats raised to 7 units. This already put him on par with the Monarch Golden Lion of the Martial Body sect. But this Deceiver is even stronger than Monarch Golden Lion because he is part of an alliance. So while Monarch Golden Lion possessed a cave heaven that was 468 million square kilometers in size, this Deceiver had 6 times that size. Because of the advantage in size of his cave heaven and a massive amount of amplification from his law fragments, this Deceiver has become someone that even Golden Lion can't fight. This was why the 3 seers hadn't been able to notice the Deceiver even though he followed them around for so long. Unfortunately for this deceiver, his understanding was only at the Grandmaster level, so he could only combine 2 of his 3 divine metacks for a single attack. This was why Loki was able to notice him. The disappearing mist metac is the one the deceiver mainly uses to hide himself. This divine metac creates a black mist around the deceiver, making them blend into the world around them. The shadow body also helps with stealth, but its main purpose is to give the deceiver a body that behaves like a shadow. With this body, the deceiver can hide in shadows, move on the ground like a shadow, and gain some immunity to physical damage. When the deceiver combines these 2 divine metacs, he can completely disappear from one's perception, even if he is standing within the range of perception of other divine beings. The best part of this technique is that it can fool even stronger foes. This is because most divine beings are not actively using their full power when they go about their day-to-day lives. Most divine beings only use the power of their cave heaven to do things. It isn't until they get into a fight and they become serious that they use their full power. But if they don't know that someone is stalking them, they won't use their full power to check their surroundings. And even if they know, very few people have divine metacs to mobilize their insight stat. So even a seer that is stronger than the deceiver is unlikely to notice the deceiver stalking them. Only a seer that is stronger than the deceiver and is always using their divine metac at full power to check their surroundings will notice the deceiver. Because of this, very few people would notice the deceiver stalking them. If Loki hadn't been rushing forward at full speed, he wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong. And if he didn't have the Eagle Eye metac, which utilized his insight stat, he wouldn't have been able to see the deceiver even if he noticed that something was out of place in his range of perception. With the Shadow Body metac and the Disappearing Mist metac, the deceiver could produce a power of 7, cultivation rank, times 7, body, plus 7, mind, times 7, shadow body, plus 7, disappearing mist, times 2,868 million, cave heaven, times 10, law fragment, which is 39,348,960 units of divine power. On the other hand, Loki was using the Gorilla Strength metac for his strength stat, the Angry Bull metac for his will stat, the Impaler metac for his mind stat, the Viper Fangs metac for his soul stat, and the Eagle Eye metac for his insight stat. All 5 divine metacs belong to the beast pathways of World Kings. He didn't mix in any divine metac from other pathways because seers are very sensitive to law fragments and can identify the different pathways even without looking directly at them. He is experienced with hunting seers, so even though he wanted to use the Vengeful Bones metac to increase his strength, he held back on doing so for fear of exposing the fact that he can use more than one pathway. Comments. Chapter 783. Other divine beings might not notice that he is using the divine metacs of different pathways when his insight stat is high enough to suppress their insight stat, and when a nanite metac is mixed to confuse them. But he is sure that seers won't be deceived so easily. By using only the divine metacs of a single beast pathway, he would either be mistaken as a world king, a giant of the martial body sect, or a deceiver pretending to be either of these two things. However, there were still 8 divine metacs left in the core of his cave heaven after using these 5. They were the Rewind metac, the Splitting Edge metac, the Mind Freeze metac, the Nanite metac, the Vengeful Bones metac, the Rainmaker metac, the Earthshaker metac, and the Gold Body metac. Instead of letting these 8 divine metacs go to waste, he used the power shifting ability to convert them into the Eagle Eye divine metac. Then he used all 8 of them to mobilize his insight stat. This action allowed him to use all 13 divine metacs to generate power, increasing his output. This configuration and combination of divine metacs allowed him to produce a power output of 8 cultivation rank times 8 body plus 7 mind plus 8 will plus 8 soul plus 8 insight times 6 by 13 divine metacs times 425 million cave heaven times 7 law fragment, which is 74,256,000 units of divine power. This level of power is 88% greater than the deceiver's power. This was why he was able to see the deceiver so well and how he was able to suppress the deceiver in their fight. With the Viper Fang's Metak and the Impaler Metak working hand-to-hand, the deceiver's immunity to physical blows was nullified. Each of Loki's punches was always able to make contact with his body, pierce through his shadowy body, and leave lasting poison damage on him. When the deceiver realized that he couldn't use his disappearing act to escape from Loki, he combined the Shadow Body Metak and the Shadow Blade Metak for an attack. This combination turned his shadowy body into a mass of flexible blades. He turned his hand into blades, which he stabbed at Loki. Then he let blades grow all over his body, which turned him into a prickly porcupine made of shadowy blades. Unfortunately for him, his Loki was always able to break his blades. Loki grabbed the blades with his bare hands and crushed them to pieces. Sometimes, Loki would pull the blades out of his body like a butcher skinning a chicken. When this move didn't work, the deceiver combined the disappearing Mist Metak and the Shadow Blade Metak to create another type of attack. This attack was still in the form of a blade, but the blade was now invisible. In this special state, the blade should be able to stab into Loki's body without his awareness. After all, none of his divine Metaks are actively increasing his body's defense. So if he can't see the blade, he won't be able to break it, and the blade will be able to stab him. But Loki had the Eagle Eye Metak and 9 of them at that. So there was no way the invisible blade could bypass his perception. He was always able to avoid the blades or break them with a punch. With 2 different attempts failing so spectacularly, the deceiver became desperate. So he called for the running seers to come and help him. Of the 3 seers, only Many Eyes joined the fight. Star Divination ran towards the small world nearby to ask the Thorn House of Commerce for help or to hide with them. Only Eye Tracker ran towards the blessed heaven world. Many Eyes was not a hand-to-hand fighter. He was not a weapon user either. He was a seer, so his weapon of choice would always be his eyes. In this case, Many Eyes possessed the Many Eyes Metak and the Laser Eyes Metak. By combining the 2 of them, he could create a lot of small eyes that were capable of shooting lasers from his eyes. These eyes produced a power output of 7 cultivation rank times 7 body plus 7 mind times 7 Many Eyes plus 7 laser eyes times 375 million cave heaven times 7 law fragment, which is 3,601,500 units of divine power. This kind of power meant that Many Eyes was more than 10 times weaker than Monarch Shadow Body, the Deceiver. But while he was lacking in quality, he had the advantage of quantity thanks to the Many Eyes Metak. Many Eyes was able to create plenty of small eyes to surround Loki and bombard him. The eyes did most of the fighting. As for himself, he stood some distance away to continue producing small eyes to replace the ones that were destroyed. Chapter 784. Many Eyes was just grasping at straws and didn't really think Loki was serious when Loki made the claim. In fact, he was further certain that Loki would not spare him now that he had tried to kill Loki. So he was surprised when Loki said, "Of course, I will let you go. I said I would let you go as long as you give me all your worlds, and I meant it." His words made Many Eyes pause and begin contemplating his options. When Shadow Body noticed that he had stopped producing small eyes, he shouted at Many Eyes, saying, "What nonsense are you thinking about in the middle of battle? Or do you really think he will spare you? He is only lying to you to weaken us." This made Loki sneer and say, "I am clearly stronger than the 2 of you. It is only a matter of time for me to kill you both. So why would I lie?" As he spoke, he smashed the deceiver in the throat. This caused the man's throat to cave in. But this didn't stop Shadow Body from speaking. Shadow Body shouted, saying, "Of course, you're only saying this because you don't want him to deplete your reserve of lifespan. No matter how strong you are, we can still wear you down if we work together." In response, Loki chuckled and said, "You make a good point. Unfortunately, I don't need to lie. I have a lot of lifespan to use." Then he turned to Many Eyes and said, "If you followed me this far and noticed where I've been, you should know that I am flushed with world essence. So tell him if I'm lying or not." Many Eyes knew that Loki wasn't lying. After all, It had been his worlds that Loki stole the world essence from. But he didn't speak out to support Loki's claim. Instead, he asked, saying, "How can I be sure that you will let me go?" In response, Loki rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, let's sign a contract with any sect as the witness." Many eyes relaxed when he heard this. Then he took out his neck token and used it to purchase a contract with his divine merit points. As soon as the contract was purchased, he manifested it in front of him as a piece of white parchment. Next, he wrote out the terms and conditions of their deal. After he did this, he sent the contract to Loki. Loki was in the middle of tearing apart the deceiver when the contract came over. He had both of his hands on the deceiver and was pulling out chunks of flesh from his body. In his desperation, the deceiver tried to destroy the contract. He swung his blade arm at the white parchment to cut it, but Loki grabbed his arm and tore it out of his sockets. This caused the deceiver to howl in pain as he said, "You bastard." But Loki ignored his curses and grabbed the contract to read it. While going through the contract, he found something that he didn't agree with. What he found made him frown and say, "I said I will let you go. And when I say you, I mean only you. The other seers don't count. If you want to save them, you will have to give me more than all of the worlds you own." As he spoke, he tossed the contract back to Many Eyes. Then he used his free hand to smack Shadow Body in the face. The back of his hand peeled away the layer of skin from Shadow Body's face when his hand struck him. This layer of skin was black, but beneath it was another layer of black flesh. There are no blood vessels, muscles, ligaments, or bones in a divine being's body. Their body is made of uniform flesh made of energy and sustained by power. So it was not surprising that the wound on Shadow Body's face didn't bleed red blood. But it was still odd that his body was black all through. In fact, Shadow Body's flesh felt like charcoal to Loki. His flesh was as hard as charcoal and shattered into bits like charcoal. Because of this, the injury that the slap inflicted on Shadow Body was more than the wound on his face. There were also faint cracks that were spreading out from the point of impact. Perhaps the worst part of that injury was that it refused to heal. Whenever Shadow Body tried to heal the injury, a dim green light would always glow in the wound and resist the healing. But if he didn't heal the injury, the green light would seep into his charcoal flesh, expanding the injury along the way. If he didn't curb this expansion of his injuries, the green light would eventually spread through his entire body, at which point his entire body would collapse. So even if he couldn't heal the injury, he had to continue spending his lifespan to try to heal it just so that the injury wouldn't be able to spread. This will ensure that a single injury doesn't kill him. But the trade-off is that his attempt to curb the enlargement of the injury would drain him of his lifespan until he runs out of lifespan and finally dies. And this was just one injury. Loki was constantly hitting and injuring him. Plus, the injuries were weakening him, so the rate at which he was being injured was increasing rapidly. Each injury had damaged his body, reducing the amount of power he could transmit from his cave heaven. This wouldn't be much of a problem if he could heal the injuries. But now that the best he could do was prevent the injuries from getting worse, every little injury has become a serious problem that will permanently reduce his strength. As if all of these weren't bad enough, there was also all the pain. Comments. Chapter 785. His shadow body should be immune to pain. In fact, his shadow pain should be immune to any and all kinds of physical attacks. But as things were, his immunity had been broken again and again, and he had been forced to taste the bitter flavor of pain. This mate also wasn't something he could shrug off. The poison gnawing at his body was also gnawing at his mind, which caused a pain that breached his mental tolerance. The pain made him scream out, saying, "Ah, ah, you will pay for this. Mark my words, you will pay dearly for doing this to me." But instead of getting angry at being threatened, Loki smiled and encouraged him, saying, "Go on, let all out. Only in this way will you be able to prevent the pain from making you go crazy." After speaking, he brought down his leg heavily on Shadow Body's thigh. The unfortunate thigh gave way immediately and caved in. It became twisted with a green light glowing dimly on the fracture. Just as he was about to rip open Shadow Body's guts and expose his belly to the harsh conditions of the void, Many Eyes threw the revised contract at him. So he had to free his hand to grab the contract. While he was reading the contract, he used his other hand to grab Shadowbody's face. Then he clenched his hand as if to crush Shadowbody's face. The pain of having his entire face in a vice, trying to compress it to the size of an egg, caused Shadowbody to scream loudly in pain. His screams were like music to Loki's ears. They soothed his mind as he read through the contract. He nodded in satisfaction for a while, but he still didn't sign the contract. What he did was to add his own terms. The main term he added was that Many Eyes had to tell him the location of every small world he knew, even if the small worlds didn't belong to him. The second change he made was that Many Eyes had to tell him the location of all of these worlds in less than an hour after signing the contract. The third change he made was that their cave heaven will shatter completely if they break the contract. The previous punishment for breaching the terms of the contract was for their cave heaven to be split in half. So he made the punishment more severe. He made that last change because he didn't want Many Eyes to have any other option other than giving him everything he wanted. The main reason he was willing to let Many Eyes go and not take his cave heaven of 375 million square kilometers was so that he could get every small world that Many Eyes had ever laid his eyes on. If Many Eyes had other options, the contract would defeat the purpose it was made for. After making these 3 changes and other minor changes to the contract, he sent it back to Many Eyes. Many Eyes reached out and caught the contract. Then he read through it to see what changes Loki had made. The seer had good eyesight and should be able to see everything in the contract with one eye and one glance. But he used 3 eyes to look at the contract from 3 different directions. He even read the contract over and over just to be sure. It was clear that he wasn't willing to let any error escape his notice. But no matter how he looked, Loki hadn't snuck in an unreasonable demand. So he signed in relief and signed the contract. With the contract signed, he sent it back to Loki. So it was Loki's turn to make sure that Many Eyes hadn't changed anything in the contract since the last time he checked it. When he saw that the terms were agreeable, he used the Gorilla's Strength Metak to sign the contract. This caused the contract to split into 2. One half of the contract went to Many Eyes and sank into his body. The other half of the contract sank into Loki's body and entered his cave heaven. The other half of the contract stood in the sky of his cave heaven like a small, twinkling star. It looked harmless, but Loki was not fooled. He knew that if he broke the contract, this small star would wreak devastating damage on his cave heaven. With the contract signed, he could finally return to using his 2 hands to beat the deceiver. What he chose to do was to punch the deceiver in the mouth. This time, his fist broke into the deceiver's mouth and went down his throat. But even this level of obstruction in his throat wasn't enough to stop the deceiver from cursing him because he could still talk with his mind. Not only did the deceiver curse at him, but he also threatened Loki, saying, "You're strong, but you can't kill me because my alliance leader is stronger. If you kill me, you'll be pursued to the ends of the earth until you die a gruesome death." Loki was interested, so he asked, saying, "Who is your leader?" Shadowbody quickly replied, saying, "She is the Monarch Shadow Clones. She's a rank 8 great cultivator with 3 divine positions." Then he grinned with pride as he asked Loki, "Are you scared now?" In response, Loki lied, saying, "I am scared, but that doesn't mean I will let you go. I won't let you bully me just because you're part of an alliance." Shadowbody didn't expect to hear what he said at all. Shadowbody expected him to stand down and try to negotiate peace. So when Shadowbody heard that Loki was still going to kill him despite knowing his identity, he became hysterical as he said, "You're crazy. Why would you continue to fight when you know that you will get into trouble for it? What can you gain from killing me? Killing me is not worth it." /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 786. He was actually right in that Loki was unlikely to gain anything from killing him. After all, he wasn't the owner of his cave heaven, and Loki was unlikely to gain access to the cave heaven with his death. But Loki was not in a rush to reap any short-term benefit. He is in this for the long run, so he refused to give up. So he smiled and said, How would I know that there is no benefit in killing you if I don't try? His reply made Shadow Body shake his head in confusion as he muttered, Crazy. You're crazy. Since he couldn't convince Loki not to kill him, he turned to Many Eyes, who was watching in the distance, and said, You'd better run and never stop running, because if I die, my alliance leader will never spare you. But Many Eyes shook his head as he said fearlessly, I know your alliance leader doesn't care if one of you dies. She will just replace you with someone else. Shadow Body couldn't deny this, but he still said, It won't be easy to replace me, though. I am rank 7. So, if I die, you would have made her lose a rank 7 subordinate. She's going to get angry because of it. And you know what she could do if she gets angry? Despite painting a dangerous scene of retribution and punishment, Many Eyes shrugged and said, She may get angry. If she gets angry, she's unlikely to get angry at me, because I didn't kill you and had nothing to do with your death. He had made some reasonable points, but Shadow Body shouted hysterically at him, saying, Of course you have something to do with my death. I stalked you, and I died while doing so. How does that have nothing to do with you? In reply, Many Eyes sighed and said, Then I hope she will be reasonable enough to take a gift of forgiveness from me. Aside from that, there is nothing I can do. After all, I couldn't help you defeat him, so there is no way I can stop him from killing you alone. In the core of his cave heaven, Shadow Body had his head bowed as he explained his situation to his alliance leader, Monarch Shadow Clone. After listening to what he had to say, she said with a tone of curiosity, So you followed the seer to find his stash of worlds. Did you find any world? He had said a lot of things, including how he was currently in a dangerous situation and how he was likely to die soon. But out of everything he said, this was the only thing that interested her. Unfortunately, he could only say, We didn't find any of his small worlds, but we did find one belonging to the Thorn House of Commerce. His words made her frown and say, What am I supposed to do with that information? Are you telling me to go and steal from Thorn House of Commerce? The tone of her voice was that of irritation, so he knew that she was either close to getting angry or she was pretending to be close to getting angry. He couldn't tell which of these two options she was doing, but he couldn't take the risk, so he shook his head and said, I am not saying that at all, Your Greatness. In response, she waved her hand and said with an unconcerned voice, Deal with it yourself. Shadow Body couldn't do what she asked him to do, so he said bitterly, I can't deal with it myself. That's why I need your help. Monarch Shadow Clone looked down with a gaze full of contempt as she said, And what do you have to give me in exchange for my help? Shadow Body hurriedly said, I have the location of the small world that belongs to the Thorn House of Commerce. I can also steal it for you. That way, any problem that arises from the theft will fall entirely on me. She tapped her foot lightly as she thought about his offer. Then she said, It is a tempting offer, but it is not good enough. I can have the location of the small world by tracing your steps, and I can steal the small world myself or have someone else steal it for me. Her words made him chuckle bitterly and say, I didn't think you would be interested in the small world since you seemed averse to crossing the Thorn House of Commerce. But it seems I had underestimated your shamelessness. When she heard what he said, her face became as cold as ice, and her eyes narrowed dangerously as she said, Watch your words. But Shadow Body glared at her and said, Or what? Without waiting for her to answer, he laughed hysterically as he said, Go on. Tell me what you will do to me that's worse than death. He seemed to have reached the limit of what he could endure. Loki's beatings, the poison seeping into his body, Many Eyes' abandonment, and Shadow Clone's refusal to save him, even when she could have carved away at his composure until there was nothing left. This made him raise his voice and shout at her, saying, I may be your slave, but you're also a slave to someone else. One day, you will feel the despair I'm feeling right now. One day, you will suffer the same pain or worse, and you will wish you were dead. One day you will... She had heard enough, so she waved her hand to cut him off. A silent, invisible wind also blew through the core of the cave heaven as she waved her hand. The wind blew against Shadow Body's life fire and put out. After killing Shadow Body, she sneered and said, You're blaming me when the only thing you should be blaming is your weakness. After all, It was your weakness that led you to this point. Comments. Chapter 787. Her voice was frigid as she said, "It was your weakness that allowed me to enslave you. It was also your weakness that made it impossible for you to escape from the danger that you just encountered. Yet you blame me. Perhaps the only thing you could blame me for is taking your cave heaven and preventing you from resurrecting. But your cave heaven became rightfully mine when I enslaved you, so you only have yourself to blame." Her voice was full of disdain as she spoke. Clearly, she despised him. It was also clear that she didn't feel any regret for his death. She shook her head in disgust one more time. Then she said to her other subordinates, "Find a replacement for him." That was all she was going to do about his death. She wasn't going to seek revenge for Shadow Body or feel disrespected that someone had killed her subordinate, because she genuinely didn't care about the life and death of any of her subordinates. In her alliance, there is nothing like a communal reserve of lifespan that everyone can use. Everyone in her alliance can only rely on themselves. She does collect a living tax from her subordinates. This living tax is the world essence that her subordinates have to pay to her every year so that they can continue living. If they don't pay the living tax, she will kill them and replace them with someone else who can pay. But aside from this, her subordinates are free to do whatever they want. She doesn't have a business empire like the Thorn House of Commerce that her subordinates have to run for her. They could do anything they want in their free time. The freedom she gave her subordinates and the fact that they needed to pay her world essence were why Shadow Body had taken it upon himself to stalk Many Eyes without seeking permission from her. Shadow Clone didn't think there was going to be a problem with stalking Many Eyes. After all, even rank 8 cultivators were unlikely to discover him. Unfortunately, he ran into a problem before he could find a world to plunder for world essence. So instead of getting world essence to pay his living tax, he had to come to her to beg her to save him. To no one's surprise, she didn't save him. Her subordinates couldn't be surprised because even begging her for more time to pay their living tax wasn't going to work, much less asking her to take action to save people. So even though Shadow Body was the strongest subordinate under her command, they weren't surprised to see her refuse to help him. If she had actually decided to help, they would have started to suspect that she had been replaced by someone else. And to no one's surprise, she didn't hesitate to start looking for replacements. This is something that nearly every divine being in the Nexus of Truth sect is familiar with. The divine beings of the Nexus of Truth sect know that Monarch Shadow Clone replaces her subordinates frequently, which is why Many Eyes wasn't scared despite how Shadow Body tried to use fear to convince him to help. As soon as she gave the order, her subordinates moved into action to find a replacement. But just as they moved into action, her cave heaven began to rumble. The rumbling was not loud, but it still drew her immediate attention. As she listened intently, she heard a sound akin to that of a landslide. The sound her cave heaven made was that of large and heavy rocks rolling down a mountainside or hill. It was a strange sound, one that she had only heard thousands of years ago when she was a weak rank 6 divine being. Now that she was hearing it again, memories of that unpleasant experience sprang up in her mind to remind her of her loss. As those memories flashed through her mind, she shook her head and said, "No, it can't be." But reality was going to heed what it was regardless of her opinion and what she didn't want to happen. She could see clearly that a section of her cave heaven was falling away. This sight confirmed her worst fears. The cave heaven lost exactly 468 million square kilometers. This was about 16.32% of the total size of her cave heaven. So the loss was highly significant. It wasn't something she could brush away as nothing. As soon as she confirmed that her cave heaven was truly shrinking and had lost 468 million square kilometers, she turned to look at the 3 divine metacs that had once belonged to Shadow Body. She saw that the 3 divine metacs had dimmed. They looked like ordinary objects to her. As a deceiver who was proficient in hiding herself and other things, she knew exactly what had gone wrong. So her face became contorted as she said, "They've been sealed. That bastard sealed them." Then she roared at her subordinates, saying, "Go and find that bastard for me. I want to know where he is now." The last remaining rank 7 divine, being among them, asked her, saying, What about the replacement? His question seemed to make her angrier because she raised her voice at him and said, "What kind of stupid question is that?" Then she pointed at the 3 lifeless divine metacs and asked, "How are we to find replacement for the 3 of them when we can't even activate them?" The rank 7 cultivator didn't say anything in reply. Instead, he bowed and kept his head low. Meanwhile, in the physical world, this rank 7 cultivator and her subordinates had begun to search for Loki. On Loki's side, Shadow Body had just died. The rank 7 deceiver's body fell apart. His charcoal-like body turned into soot. Then the soot scattered in the wind. When Loki sensed that the seal ability had taken effect on the Shadow Body Metac, the disappearing Mist Metac, and the Shadow Blade Metac, he smiled. Comments. Chapter 788. As Loki smiled, he said inwardly, "That should be 468 million square kilometers out of 2,868 million square kilometers. It should hurt nicely. I hope the hurt is enough." Then he turned to Many Eyes and beckoned to him, saying, "Pay up. You have 1 hour, and you can't leave until you pay me." In response, Many Eyes sighed in defeat. He scrunched up his face in bitterness and reluctance. So Loki had to urge him again. Loki said with impatience, "Don't waste my time. I have places to be and people to meet." No matter how reluctant Many Eyes was about losing his small worlds, he signed a contract. So he could only open his mouth and spill his guts to Loki about the location of all the worlds he knew. He told Loki about 13 worlds. Of these 13 worlds, 7 belonged to him. The remaining 6 belonged to other people. One of these 6 worlds was the small world that Money Armor is currently guarding. It was the one Loki had stopped by earlier. So it was the biggest of the 5 small worlds that Loki knew that the Thorn House of Commerce possessed. That small world was 15 million square kilometers in size. He didn't know about the other 5 small worlds, but Many Eyes told him that one of them was a medium world that was nearly 700 million square kilometers in size. When Loki heard this, he smiled and said, "It seems it was worth it that I didn't kill you." If he had killed Many Eyes, he would have only gained a cave heaven that was 375 million square kilometers in size and 2 divine metacs. But with this deal, he was going to gain more than 1 billion square kilometers and at least 12 divine metacs. So he was in a good mood. What he didn't know was that Many Eyes was also in a good mood. On the surface, Many Eyes' face was downcast, and he looked like he had lost half of his life, which should be the case. After all, the 12 worlds he had saved up so far were the fruit of the labor of half of his life. But inwardly, Many Eyes wasn't actually downtrodden about the whole thing. Of course, he was sad about losing so much of what he had worked for. But he was also full of anticipation for what evils would soon befall Loki. He was full of anticipation because the medium world belonged to someone very powerful, who he was sure would be able to deal with Loki. The other small worlds that didn't belong to him also belonged to many people who would be angry when Loki stole their world. The best part is that Loki didn't force him to hide the fact that he told Loki the location of their worlds in their contract. Loki also didn't ask him to keep it a secret that he knows who the thief is when the worlds go missing. Because of these loopholes, he is sure that when Loki gets into a lot of trouble for stealing those small worlds, he will be able to make sure that all of the trouble buries Loki. The more he thought about what he could do, the more excited he became. His mind churned with anticipation as he thought, "Forget about waiting for him to get into trouble. I can even bring the trouble forward by selling my small worlds to other people. I should also make sure to sell the small worlds to powerful people. That way, the quantity and quality of trouble he will get into will improve drastically." Another thing that Loki forgot to ask him to do was not to sell the small worlds. In fact, the small worlds are still his. Loki didn't ask him to transfer ownership, so he could still do whatever he wanted with those small worlds. He has accepted the loss of the small worlds at this point. It is something he has to do after witnessing Loki's strength. But that doesn't mean that he will give up on having his revenge, especially now that Loki has given him too many opportunities to do so. However, he didn't expose any of his true thoughts on his face. Instead, he looked sad as he told Loki what he wanted. After he had fulfilled his part of the contract, he took his leave. As he flew away, he said, "I hope I don't see you ever again." In response, Loki chuckled and said, I have a feeling that we will. Inwardly, he thought, saying, maybe not in this timeline, but we will surely meet again. There's actually a good chance that they will meet again in this timeline. After all, the contract could only protect Many Eyes for 1 year. According to their contract, he wouldn't try to hunt and kill Many Eyes for a period of 1 year. Of course, if Many Eyes tries to hurt him in the 1 year of peace, he would be well within his rights to fight back. This 1 year of safety was satisfactory to Many Eyes, and Loki decided to go along with it. But he was sure that if Many Eyes knew that Loki had marked him and could tell where he was in 1 year's time, Many Eyes would not be so agreeable. Because of the tracking mark, in 1 year's time, Loki can visit Many Eyes again. If Many Eyes doesn't have enough worlds to lay for his life at that point, then the situation can become dire for him. When Loki thought about this, he shrugged and said inwardly, I don't plan to be here in 1 year's time. But if for some reason I'm still around, then I won't mind snacking on a seer with too many eyes. Then he turned towards the east as he thought, on to the third strongest. I hope she gives me a pleasant surprise. I just hope my tracking marks will be enough. Comments. Chapter 789. As he was thinking, he took off in the direction he sensed Monarch's star divination. On his way to her, he thought about how to distribute his tracking marks. Right now, he has a tracking mark on the divine metax of each of the 4 money cultivators that he killed earlier. Those 3 are life's worth, money construct, and wealth status. Those 3 divine beings have used up 3 of his tracking marks. He used to have 1 on forced exchange, but he removed it earlier so that he could have enough tracking marks to seal all 3 of Shadow Body's divine metax. He also removed the one he used to mark the Monarch Eye tracker. Now that he is rank 8, he can produce and maintain a maximum of 8 tracking marks. If he had maintained the mark on the forced exchange metac, he wouldn't have had enough to seal the 3 money cultivators' divine metax, maintain the mark on Many Eyes, Eye tracker, star divination, and continue to seal all 3 of Shadow Body's divine metax. All of those things needed 10 tracking marks to keep up with. Since he only had 8 marks, he decided to give up on 2 things. So he gave up on forced exchange and Eye tracker. He let the forced exchange metac go because he had another way to mark Money Body's cave heaven. As for Eye tracker, he gave up on him because his cave heaven was small and hadn't reached the maximum size for a rank 6 cultivator. But even after making all of these sacrifices, he had a feeling that he might not have enough marks to deal with Monarch Star Divination. This is because she possesses 2 divine metacs, not 1. So he needs 2 tracking marks to ensure that he can seal both divine metacs. When he thought about this problem, he could only shake his head and say, she is alone with no one sharing her cave heaven. So as long as I lock 1 divine metac, that should be enough when I kill her. It has to be enough because I am not giving up on the Shadow Alliance yet. On the other end, Monarch Star Divination knew immediately that Monarch Shadow Body had died. This was because he had become too weak at the end to resist the probing of her eyes. His death scared her so much that she made up her mind to die on the doorstep of the Thorn House of Commerce, even if they refused to help her. So she didn't stop at all when she came up on the small world. From afar, she projected her mind to say to Money Armor, please protect me. There is someone killing people for no reason. I'll pay. Money Armor didn't say anything to her when she started speaking to him. He was planning to ignore her shouting and mind his business, which was to protect the small world. But when he heard that she would pay him, he decided that maybe he should help her. So he rushed out of the small world as he shouted with indignation, saying, who dares to kill people on my turf? They will have to ask for my permission first. When she heard this, Monarch Star sighed in relief and said, thank you for your mercy. But Money Armor said humbly, please don't thank me with words. I am not worthy of it. A callous man such as myself is only worthy of being thanked with money. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with this. After all, it is just common sense to pay the person willing to risk their life to save you. But she knew that his strength wasn't going to be enough, so she said to Money Armor, I am willing to pay, but I don't think you're strong enough to defend me from this person. Her words made Money Armor chuckle and say, who is this enemy of yours? Are they some rank 8 cultivator? She shook her head and said, "He doesn't look like a rank 8 cultivator. As far as I can tell, he only has one divine position, so they shouldn't be at rank 8. When Money Armor heard this, he said with confidence, "As long as they are not at rank 8, you have nothing to worry about. Even if they are stronger than me, they will have to show the Thorn House of Commerce some respect, so you have nothing to worry about." She also knew the might of Thorn Body and how he liked to protect his subordinates like precious goods. So she believed that the Thorn House of Commerce should have more deterrence than the Shadow Alliance. However, just to be sure, she said to Money Armor to warn him, "This person killed Shadow Body earlier, though. Are you sure we will be able to handle them?" In response, Money Armor asked in shock, "Shadow Body is dead? Who can kill him aside from a rank 8 cultivator?" He began to realize that the situation might be bigger than he could handle. On one side, the news that Shadow Body was dead made him want to give up on protecting star divination and wash his hands of whatever was going on. On the other hand, he felt that since this situation was so dangerous, he would be able to earn more money from it if he solved a problem. This made him think to himself, "If I am not enough to stop this person, I can ask Moneybody to make a move." Of course, he has to be paid a lot before this can be possible. He hadn't made up his mind about what to do, but he wanted to know exactly what was at stake here so that he could know what he was working for. So he said, "First of all, who is this enemy of yours? Secondly, how much are you going to pay to get them to back off?" Comments. Chapter 790. Just as he asked the question of how much he would be paid for interfering, Loki arrived. Money Armor couldn't tell who he was, but he knew that he was very powerful because of how fast his speed was. When Money Armor noticed Loki's speed, he thought that he might be way out of his league in this matter that sprang up in his mind again. But when he saw the single star in Loki's life fire, he relaxed and discarded that discouraging thought from his mind. Then he stepped forward into Loki's path and said, "Friend, let's talk about this." In reply, Loki chuckled and asked, "What if I don't want to talk about it?" Money Armor didn't think there was anything amiss about his behavior at all. After all, it is someone who is willing to entertain the possibility of negotiation who would ask that question and engage with him. Someone who had no intention of compromising should have said something like, "Fuck off." Since Loki hadn't shown any hostility to him, he believed that there was little for him to fear in this situation. So even though Loki hadn't stopped yet and was still barreling over like a freight train, Money Armor felt that it was only a matter of time before Loki was forced to slow down and stop. He believed that the situation was under control, so he said calmly, "You will be crossing the Thorn House of Commerce if you don't talk about it. So is that a good enough reason for you?" But Loki still didn't stop. Instead, he asked, "What if I want to cross the Thorn House of Commerce?" At this point, Money Armor's heart skipped a beat. This was because the question Loki asked wasn't something one could joke about. If Loki was joking about the Thorn House of Commerce, all was fine and well. In fact, his intercession on behalf of star divination will proceed beautifully. But if Loki was actually serious about going against the Thorn House of Commerce, Money Armor was sure that he couldn't mess with Loki. He didn't know which it was, so he chuckled dryly as he said, "Surely you're joking." He was already stepping back even as he said those words. But even this was enough to remove him from the situation. Before he could hear what Loki had to say, Loki was already above him. In reply to his question, "I didn't do this for a personal reason. This was just a job I was hired to do. And you're not a seer, so why must you kill me? What are you going to gain from doing this?" In response, Loki chuckled and said, "Let's just say that someone has paid me to kill you." Then he turned to Money Armor and said, "You too." When Money Armor heard his words, the rank 6 cultivator began to panic. His voice was full of anxiety as he said, "You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Thorn House of Commerce." But Loki didn't take the threat of his alliance seriously. Instead, he laughed and said, "What do you mean I can't kill you, silly? Of course I can kill you. Watch and see how I do it." As if to prove his words, he kicked Money Armor in the face. Then he grabbed Star Divination's foot and used her body as a club to beat Money Armor. The collision between their bodies caused damage to both of them. For Loki, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But for the 2 of them, this was Loki trying to give them a humiliating death. In the core of the cave heaven of the Thorn House of Commerce, Money Armor was kneeling in front of Money Body, begging for mercy. He didn't mention that he was the one who went looking for trouble this time around. Instead, he framed his situation as if he were the innocent victim. When Money Body heard that someone was investigating their activities in the blessed heaven world, he sighed and said, "Don't block him. Let them have what they want." Money Armor nodded and immediately stopped blocking Loki's inquiry. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 791. Since Money Armor stopped blocking Loki's inquiry, he didn't have to waste money on that. This reduced the amount of lifespan he needed to remain alive. But this reduction was only a little bit. It was so little that it bordered on being insignificant. After all, he didn't eliminate the main source of danger to his life. Loki was still trying to kill him. So he said to Money Body, "The person is still attacking me, though. What should I do?" Money Body was about to say, "What a pity. Let me put you out of your misery." Then he would kill Money Armor to ensure that Money Body wouldn't continue using the reserves of the Alliance or open their cave heaven to the threat of a DMadLord by giving up on his body. But before Money Body could make his decision, Money Armor said, "Hold on. There is something you should know. This person is not the same as the last person." He said that because he felt that if Money Body thought that the person trying to kill him was the same one who killed Forced Exchange, Money Body wouldn't try to save him. The information he provided did intrigue Money Body. This rank 8 money cultivator became curious. So instead of executing Money Armor immediately, he said, "Is that so? Who is this person? What is their rank?" Money Armor thought about his words before saying, "I don't know who they are. They don't look like any divine being I know, and I don't recognize their divine metacs. All I can tell is that they are at rank 8 and seem to be a giant of the strength pathway." When Money Body heard this, he began to laugh. As he laughed, he said, "You're telling me that they are rank 8 and you don't recognize them? How is that possible?" Money Armor immediately shook his head and said, "I swear on my life fire that I am not lying. I am willing to sign any contract to prove it." But Money Body didn't stop laughing. In fact, his laughter only increased in intensity. As he laughed, he said, "Just earlier today, there was a rank 8 cultivator that we didn't know about in the money pathway. Now, there is another unidentified rank 8 cultivator in the strength pathway." He shook his head and said, "Don't get me wrong. I don't think you're lying. I think you're telling the truth. I just think that there's so much wrong with all of these, it is funny." Of course, he didn't think Money Armor was lying to him. This was because all of his subordinates had signed a contract to always tell him the truth. It is because he is sure that Money Armor is telling the truth that he is sure that the situation is too dangerous to take any chances. So, without waiting for Money Armor to explain any further, he used his authority as the host of the cave heaven to shut down Money Armor's live fire. After he killed Money Armor, he stared fixatedly at the Money Armor metac. He was waiting to see what would happen to it. As he watched, he had a scene in his mind that he was expecting to see. But no matter how long he watched, the Money Armor metac didn't become a dead object. The Money Armor metac was fine, and his cave heaven didn't start breaking apart. He should be happy about this, but he couldn't find it within him to be jubilant. In fact, the opposite of happiness was the case here. For some reason, the active state of the Money Armor metac and the stable state of his cave heaven made him anxious. It was the kind of anxiety that could only be relieved by pacing. So he began pacing around the core of his cave heaven. He was also pacing about in the physical world at the small world he was told to stay in for the outpost mission. As he paced about, he said to himself, "Was that the same DMadLord or a different DMadLord? It is likely to be the same DMadLord. After all, a DMadLord should be able to pretend to use another pathway. And it is already extraordinary that a DMadLord is taking action against me. It should be absurd if there are two." Then he shook his head as he thought, "However, it is also possible that it was a second DMadLord. It is possible since they didn't deactivate the Money Armor metac after killing its own. It is either that this enemy isn't a second DMadLord, or it is the first DMadLord who is pretending to be someone else and didn't want to deactivate the Money Armor metac just to convince me that they are someone else." As absurd as these thoughts were, Moneybody was sure that a DMadLord was involved in the mess he had gotten himself into. This is a conjecture that he was willing to bet an arm and a leg of his on. Of course, he was a sane person, so he did consider the possibility that he was overreacting and being overly paranoid. But when he gave the possibility that this enemy was not a DMadLord, he would chuckle and say snidely to himself, "Of course it's a DMadLord. What else would it be if not a DMadLord toying with me?" A DMadLord exists, but a rank 8 cultivator in the money pathway who has remained hidden until today, when he fought me for basically no benefits but to waste lifespan, should not exist. It is also easy for a DMadLord to pretend to be rank 8. The Supreme Metak is under their control, so they should be able to pretend to be at any cultivation. Therefore, whoever that person was, they had to be a DMadLord. Comments. Chapter 792. His thoughts surged in his mind with deadly seriousness as he said to himself, "What's uncertain is whether they are 2 DMadLords or only one. Another thing that is yet to be certain is what they want from me." While Moneybody was agonizing over the matter of being hunted by a DMadLord, Loki was busy killing people and getting stronger. The death of Money Armor had helped him in this aspect. He hadn't been able to breach Money Armor's golden shield before the man suddenly crumbled in his hands and scattered into the wind. So he didn't actually consume any of the man's lifespan before the man died. This surprised him a lot, but he just shrugged and put the matter out of his mind. He got over Money Armor's death very quickly because he had more important things to do. The most important one was the information about the Thorn House of Commerce that he was investigating. After Money Armor died, he continued to investigate the Thorn House of Commerce. He didn't give up just because one of the parties involved was dead. There were other people in the Thorn House of Commerce that he knew, so he used them to continue the investigation. He had thought that Money Armor was killed preemptively, so that his investigation could be cut off. So he was very surprised when every member of the Thorn House of Commerce refused to block his investigation. This made him say in surprise, "What is going on? They're basically giving me the information on a platter. Since when did the Thorn House of Commerce become so reasonable?" Even Moneybody had chosen not to block his inquiry, even though this was something he could do, even if Loki didn't investigate the information through him. Just the fact that the information was related to Moneybody meant that he could have decided not to let Loki see it. The cost of blocking the inquiry would also be reasonable since Moneybody is of the same rank as him. Yet, Moneybody gave up without a fight. So he got to see what it was that they were willing to give up 5 small worlds to protect. He saw Moneybody and 2 other people. The 2 people were his subordinates. They were rank 7 money cultivators, which made them 2/3 of the rank 7 cultivators in the pathway. The 3 money cultivators entered the second dimension of the blessed heaven world. After they appeared in the black and white world of death, they flew along the twists and turns of the river of death. Along the way, they saw many skeletons moving through the river or just floating around in it. They also saw many of these black skeletons fail to float and sink to the bottom of the black river. During this process of watching them fly, he was still beating star divination. Fortunately, she didn't have a lot of lifespan to spare, so it wouldn't take him a lot of effort to kill her. She used her environmental illusion Divine Metak to change their surroundings and confuse him. But this was like a drowning man grabbing at straws to stay afloat. It was a desperate move that was unlikely to work, but she had to use it because she didn't have any other choice. Even Shadow Body had failed to deceive him, and she was there when Shadow Body had failed, so she surely knew that there was no way her illusion would make Loki lose sight of her and let her escape. But she did it anyway for the slim chance of success. If by chance her illusion bypassed Loki's defense or Loki ran out of lifespan trying to defend her illusion, she would be able to escape. In fact, if Loki got trapped in her illusion, she might be able to turn the tables against him. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't that lucky. Whatever amount of luck she had was crushed by the overwhelming difference in their strength. Because of the vast disparity in their strength, she couldn't put up any meaningful resistance. Her illusion didn't even blur Loki's vision. He was able to see her, and he was always able to strike her. She also didn't have a tool like the Money Armor Metak to protect her, using something other than her strength for power. So after a round of intense beatings, he killed her. She had been so weak that he managed to kill her in less than a minute. Any divine being would say that killing another divine being should be difficult and take more time than traveling around the blessed heaven world. But in this case, it was taking longer for the trio to reach their destination. Divine beings are very fast, especially someone like Moneybody who could cover over 250,000 kilometers per hour without trying. On the other hand, the blessed heaven world is at most 300,000 kilometers across from north to south. So Moneybody should be able to traverse the entirety of the blessed heaven world in a little over 1 hour. But this was not the case. Instead of moving in one straight line, the three money cultivators meandered. They turned several times, and they even circled back to the same spot occasionally. Their behavior was as if they were lost. But Loki didn't think this was possible, so he believed that there might be something going on that they could see that he couldn't see. He was also willing to entertain the possibility that they were moving through a maze that he couldn't see. But after a while of seeing the same thing happen again and again, Loki began to suspect foul play with their behavior. It took over a day of watching them before he realized what was going on. When he understood what Moneybody was doing, he slapped his thighs and said, "That bastard. He is doing this to cover his tracks." Comments. Chapter 793. Then he sneered and said in disdain, "He is doing this because he wants whoever investigates him to give up. It is impressive, and I would be impressed if I were not the wrong person to use this kind of tactic on." He came to the conclusion that Moneybody was stalling to frustrate him because the divine constellation had been taking his lifespan all along. So even though he was watching nothing happen, he had to pay a lot of his lifespan to keep watching it. He hadn't realized this problem because the cost of lifespan hadn't been significant to him at first. In the beginning, his attention was glued to their movement as he didn't want to miss anything. He had believed that their actions were profound. But when he ran out of tens of thousands years in lifespan and had to replenish his lifespan, he realized that all of these might be a tactic to make him give up. Unfortunately for Moneybody, he still refused to give up. This turned out to be a good decision on his part, because the three of them traveled for a few more minutes before they suddenly stopped. Where they stopped was an inconspicuous point in the river. The only defining feature of this point was that the black water of the River of Death was flowing more slowly than the surrounding area. At this point, Loki gritted his teeth and said, "This had better be worth it, or I would be very angry." Of course, he hadn't been wasting his time watching them doing nothing. He had also been busy traveling to small worlds and plundering them. He had the 5 small worlds of the Thorn House of Commerce on his agenda. Then he had to visit the 13 small worlds that Many Eyes gave him. From the small worlds, he would go to the second heaven to retrieve the divine metax and plunder the cave heaven of every divine being that he had killed recently. By the time he is done plundering all of the cave heavens, he will have enough materials to create 8 new divine positions and enough strength to protect himself and prevent anyone from interrupting the process. Since he had offended a lot of people and will offend even more people by taking their small and medium worlds, he is sure that there will be a lot of people who would like to prevent him from growing stronger or would not mind taking advantage of him when he is in a dire situation. So he has a lot of things to do. With these things on his plate, he has all the time in the world to wait and see what the trio of the Thorn House of Commerce is up to. And because of all the living things he will gain from assimilating worlds, he will have enough lifespan to afford to see what the Thorn House of Commerce is hiding. But this doesn't mean that he enjoys watching nothing. Just like anyone spying on another person, he would prefer it if the 3 money cultivators show him their secret as soon as possible. And he would prefer it if their secret was going to be worth all of the effort he has put into discovering it. If these conditions are not met, it would be reasonable for him to get angry with the Thorn House of Commerce. In fact, his mood was already becoming bad because of all these delays. Fortunately, something different finally happened. As he watched, he saw Moneybody plunge into the black river of death. This action reminded him of the time he tried touching the river of time. He remembered vividly how the river had drained lifespan and law fragments from him. So he couldn't understand why Moneybody would do something like this. His confusion turned into shock when minutes went by with Moneybody nowhere to be found. Then he became numb when Moneybody still didn't show up an hour later. Next, his mind became unsettled when Moneybody stayed down there for over a day. Because of this incomprehensible action, he couldn't concentrate on what he was doing in the real world. He was absent-minded as he flew in the direction of a small world. His mind was busy trying to figure out what was going on. As he thought about what he was seeing, he said to himself, "I only touched the black water for a few seconds, but I regretted doing so." But he has been there for over a day now. What's he doing down there? What is down there to do anyway? If I didn't know better, I would say that he is already dead. But I know that he is alive, so he must be safe down there. Eventually, Moneybody came up. It was 3 days later, though. But despite being in the river of death for so long, he wasn't dead yet. After he came up, he didn't say anything to the two who had been waiting for him. The three of them simply began flying around. Chapter 794. Then he shook his head and said, "It can't be. There must be something important that I can't see. It should be what had happened under the river of death for 3 days. That means I have to go there and see what is under the black water." To be exact, he had spent 7,214,369 years of his lifespan on the 8 days of vision that he saw. He can afford to spend this much of his lifespan on anything, but he will never allow his lifespan to be spent on nothing or to be wasted just like that. So he refused to accept that he had spent all of that lifespan for nothing. Unfortunately, he is currently busy harvesting worlds, so it will take some time before he can go to the blessed heaven world to see what Moneybody has been doing in the river of death. He had a total of 18 worlds to get to. Some of the worlds were close to each other, but most of them were far apart. The 5 small worlds that the Thorn House of Commerce owned were close to each other. This was not a natural phenomenon. They were close to each other because the Thorn House of Commerce had actually moved the small worlds closer to each other. The small worlds had been pushed through the void by a powerful divine being until they came together. This was to make it easier for 1 or 2 people to keep an eye on them and protect them. As for the other 13 worlds, they were far apart. Their locations were random, including the location of the medium world, that basically spanned the entirety of the Sea of Stars, so it would take a long time to get to them. Fortunately, he is very strong. With his full power at 74,256,000 units of divine power, he can travel 74,256,000 light years in 1 day through the 3rd dimension. Since the Sea of Worlds is only 100,000 light years across, he can go back and forth through the Sea of Worlds 742.56 times in 1 day. There's also the fact that he got stronger with each small world that he visited. So the time it took him to reach the next world was always getting shorter over time. If not for the fact that he actually had to spend time assimilating a world, and that the bigger the world, the more time he needed to assimilate it, it would take him less than a day to visit and plunder every world on his list. Because of his overwhelming speed, he was done in less than a week. He even had the leisure to visit the edge of the Sea of Worlds. When he got to the end of the Sea of Worlds, he realized that the edge of the world wasn't some metaphorical existence. This was because the edge of the world turned out to be a wall. The wall was a colossal black structure. In fact, the wall was all that he could see at the edge of the world. This was because the wall had replaced everything in front of him, including the empty void. There was no up and down or sky and ground in the void. So the wall wasn't a vertical structure built on the boundary of the Sea of Worlds. It was more like a spherical structure built all around the Sea of Worlds. This made him say, "It is like a shell around a nut." If that is true, then the Sea of Worlds is a spherical piece of reality with a boundary. Inwardly, he thought to himself in disbelief, this can't be all of existence, right? If it is, where are the DMadLords? Where are they looking at the Sea of Worlds from when they tore rifts into the world in the previous timeline? I won't be surprised if this whole place is a prison. In fact, something tells me that it is entirely a prison. Maybe the Sea of Worlds is like a farm to them. The possibility that the Sea of Worlds could be a farm, and he was an animal being raised in that farm, was something he could wrap his mind around simply because his cave heaven is also a farm, and every living thing in his cave heaven is his livestock. He believed that if he could raise a bunch of livestock stock in an enclosed microcosm that he created with his mind and the heart of world, then it should not be strange to suspect that the whole of the Sea of Worlds is someone else's property. Besides this, he also had memories of a past life to indicate that the Sea of World wasn't normal. He had memories of a universe that was more than 90 billion light years across. He had also seen stars, solar systems, and galaxies in that universe. On the other hand, the Sea of Worlds was small, lacked stars, and didn't have solar systems or galaxies. The Sea of Worlds also had a definite boundary at its edge, so there was nothing anyone could tell him to convince him that the Sea of Worlds was all that there was in the universe. However, no matter how suspicious he was of the reality he was living in, there was nothing he could do about it. At the very least, he would need to be a DMadLord before he could have the strength to verify the limit of existence. For now, all he can do is watch, listen, and grow stronger. In order not to miss any information, he activated the power identification ability on the wall. The power identification ability didn't pick up anything, though. But another thing that he noticed was that he couldn't reach the wall. He could see the black wall, but he couldn't get close enough to touch it. No matter how much he tried to move close to the wall, the distance between him and it didn't change. Comments. Chapter 795. This black and unreachable boundary was unlike the boundary around his cave heaven. The boundary of his cave heaven was white and opaque, but it could be touched, and it was unbreakable for the inhabitants of his cave heaven. After all, to destroy the boundary of his cave heaven is to destroy his cave heaven. So, anyone who wants to break the boundary of his cave heaven must have the power to actually destroy his cave heaven. This is why the inhabitants of his cave heaven don't have the strength to break the boundary of his cave heaven, even though they can touch it. But in this situation, he can forget about destroying the wall because he can't make any sort of contact with it. As he tried to move closer to it, his position in space was changing, but this was only relative to the Sea of Worlds. So he was moving through the Sea of Worlds, but he couldn't get close to the boundary. This made him suspect that the boundary might not be in the same space as the Sea of Worlds. It was either that or there was an invisible boundary between him and the wall that he didn't have the power to overcome. He found the whole arrangement to be weird, but he didn't dwell on it for long. After satisfying his curiosity, he turned back the way he came. Then he flew to the blessed heaven world. The entire Sea of Worlds is a dark place with no source of light, but he could always tell which direction the blessed heaven world was in. This was because he had a divine position of the blessed heaven world to point out the way for him. The divine position was like a tether connecting him to the blessed heaven world. So all he had to do to return home was to follow the pull of the tether. Along the way, he used the power identification ability to check his progress. Race, Dragon. Available lifespan, 1,015,739 years. 3,724,519 years. Cultivation rank, 8. Cave heaven, 425 million square kilometers, 2,120 million square kilometers. Body, 7-8. Soul, 7-8. Mind, 7-8. Will, 7-8. Insight, 7-8. Law fragment, amplification 7. For 92, 734, 600%. 49, 632, for 16, 700%. Core Metac, Fenrir, Power Identification, Tracking, Seal, Devouring, Siphon, Power Shifting, World Power, Divine Metac, Rank Rewind 6, Splitting Edge 6, Mind Freeze 6, Nanite 6, Vengeful Bones 6, Impaler 6, Viper Fangs 6, Gorilla Strength 6, Eagle Eye 6, Angerbull 6, Rainmaker 6, Earth Shaker 6, Gold Body 6, plus 19. He has made a lot of progress in nearly every aspect since he began plundering worlds. As his gaze roamed over his attributes, he realized that the most progress he had made was in the size of his cave heaven, the amount of law fragments in his cave heaven, and the number of divine metacs in his possession. Of the three of them, He was most impressed with the changes to his cave heaven and the number of divine metaks in the core of his cave heaven. This was because he had more than double their effectiveness. When his mind recollected how he had made this much progress, he remembered the significant help that the medium world had provided for him. The medium world had helped him to gain 2 divine metaks and over 700 million square kilometers for his cave heaven. This made him smile and say, "This power should be more than enough to defeat any rank 8 enemy and secure the creation of my divine metaks. Maybe I don't need to raid cave heavens anymore." Inwardly, he said to himself, "If not for the fact that my power can't reach or affect DMadLords, I might even be confident enough to fight a DMadLord with this power. Unfortunately, the best my power can do is slow down my death and help me resist longer. If a DMadLord makes a move on me like this, even if it is just a phantom hand, I will surely die. The gap between having a supreme metak and not having one is just too wide. It is like the difference between a rank 5 cultivator without a cave heaven and a divine being with a cave heaven. The divine being has other things that the rank 5 being doesn't have, but all that the divine being needs to suppress and defeat a rank 5 cultivator is their cave heaven." Then he shook his head as he thought, "I remember back then how every divine being was suppressing me with their cave heaven. Even when I could defeat a divine being like Gold Body with superior raw power, I couldn't stop him from escaping, and I couldn't eat him. I remembered that the mortal reincarnation of Monarch Psychic Flame was also able to escape with their cave heaven, even though I defeated him. That was another case of being suppressed by a difference in the state of existence. That suppression of divine beings on me didn't change until I got the heart of a world and used it to build my cave heaven. With my cave heaven, I was able to fight them on equal footing and suppress them so that they wouldn't escape. Even Fenrir was now able to devour their cave heavens. So, if I want to be able to contend with DMadLords, I must have something that can help me contend with DMadLords. At the very least, I must be rank 9. Maybe at that point, I will have a chance to use raw power to tell them off." His eyes had become unfocused as he thought of these things. His eyes were focused because he was thinking about the past and wondering how it would affect his future. When he was done thinking about that, he said inwardly with anticipation, "Hopefully, the force organ and the world power ability will be able to help me narrow that gap. If not, I will have to find another way." /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 796. His voice became full of pride as he said, "Anyway, the power I have now is still impressive to deal with other cultivators. If there is a way to advance to rank 9, then I should be able to achieve it with this power. If someone like me can't advance to rank 9 in this sea of worlds, then no one else has the right to. And if this level of power is not enough, I will assimilate every world in the sea of worlds and see where it takes me." His tone became wistful as he said to himself, "I wonder what will happen if I take the heart of a world like the Blessed Heaven world. It is a super world that can support rank 9 beings, so if I absorb its heart, maybe I can use it to advance to rank 9. Unfortunately, I don't know where the core of the Blessed Heaven world is. Something is blocking it, and I suspect that it is the DMadLords." Then he shrugged as he thought, "Anyway, I can always give quantity a shot if quality is not available. If I assimilate all of the small, medium, and large worlds in the Sea of Worlds, I don't believe opportunities to advance to rank 9 won't open up. Of course, I must only increase the size of my cave heaven without being a member of the Four Directions sect, or any sect for that matter, or I would be risking being discovered for breaking the limit on the size of one's cave heaven." After he thought of this limit and what Moneybody had to do to circumvent it, he sighed and said, "I guess Moneybody is only receiving what he has done to everyone he forced to surrender their cave heaven. It is retribution for him, and he deserves to be enslaved since he is weak. I deserve to be enslaved too, but I have Fenrir, so that won't be the case for long. With enough eating and people like many eyes looking for worlds for me, I will become too strong to be enslaved." The thought of that seer with many eyeballs floating around him made Loki smile and say, "Speaking of many eyes, I should thank him for his help." I wonder where he is now and what he is doing. As it so happened, the many eyes he was thinking about was also thinking about him. But Many Eyes didn't feel like thinking about him was enough. Many Eyes also wanted to meet him and was taking steps to accomplish this. Of course, Many Eyes didn't want to meet in the same circumstances as last time. Many Eyes hoped to make some changes, especially in the position of hunter and prey, so the things Many Eyes was doing to orchestrate a meeting with him were out of the ordinary. If Many Eyes wanted to meet someone in a normal way, he would send a message to them. But in this case, Many Eyes didn't send a message to Loki. Instead, he sent messages to other people and spoke to them about Loki. One of the people he was talking with asked him, saying, "Are you sure that this is the fellow who took my medium world?" Many Eyes replied, saying, "I am 100% certain of it." Actually, he wasn't sure if Loki was the one who took that medium world since he wasn't there to see it happen. In fact, he doesn't know if the medium world is missing at all because he hasn't been there to see it lately. There are a lot of things he doesn't know for sure, but he is confident that Loki was the one who took the medium world, and he didn't care if Loki wasn't the one. Even if the disappearance of the medium world had nothing to do with Loki or was one big misunderstanding, as long as Loki died, he would be satisfied with this misunderstanding. So his voice was full of certainty as he said, "I am sure he took the medium world because he said he would take it, and because he has been stealing many worlds, not just that one." The person on the other side of the communication channel said, "I see. What I don't understand is what gave them the confidence to steal from me." Many Eyes said, "I don't know, but I suppose he is confident because he is elusive. If you can't catch him, you won't be able to do anything to him." The other person chuckled and said, "Is that so? Then I guess I will have to teach this person a lesson in respecting their elders." Just as this person was about to continue, Many Eyes cut them off and said with an excited voice, "He is here. I can see him. He is not talking with this person face to face. They're only communicating through the divine constellation network." Many Eyes also isn't looking at Loki directly. Instead, he is using his divine metak to spy on Loki. In fact, he is nowhere near Loki. But that doesn't stop him from orchestrating a meeting with Loki that suits his preference. Right now, his arrangements are working nicely, and everything is in his favor. He was somewhere in the second heaven. But in his field of vision, he saw the thief streak through the void very close to the blessed heaven world. The thief was close to the blessed heaven world and was about to reach it. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to do so because two divine beings came running from nearby to intercept him. One of the divine beings was a black and vague shadow. That was all he could see about their appearance. If not for the fact that he knew the identity of this person beforehand, he wouldn't be able to figure out who they were based on how they looked. If there was one thing that could clue him into the identity of this person, it is the fact that they are an indistinct shadow with 3 stars in their life fires. Comments. Chapter 797. The shadowy appearance of this person hints at them being a deceiver. The 3 divine positions they possess also hint at them being the only rank 8 cultivators in the deceit pathway. With these 2 hints, he could guess that this person was the monarch shadow clone of the Nexus of Truth sect. Unfortunately, this shadow figure didn't have any golden holy flame above their heads, and they didn't have any stars in that holy flame. So there was no way to tell their identity by looking at them. If he hadn't been the one to lead the shadowy figure, he would never have been able to guess that it was related to Monarch Shadow Clone. But even though he knew that the shadowy figure was related in one way or another to Monarch Shadow Clone, he couldn't tell whether this was a shadow clone of hers or her true body. He could only shake his head and say in awe, "She is just too powerful." With her shadow clone metak, shadow puppet metak, and heart demon metak, this thief is done for. Then he sneered and said, "If even she isn't enough, then my backup plan would surely be enough." With his 4 divine positions, there is nothing that can save the thief today. The second person who came was the opposite of the shadowy figure. He was a man who came in their true body and whose true body is a physical body that he can see clearly. This man didn't look like a normal human. This was not surprising since they were a seer. It was not surprising either that the mutations in their appearance were related to their eyes. The man had 3 eyes on their face. A third eye was weird enough, but the two normal eyes were not normal either. These two eyes were either completely black or completely white. So one eye was white, while the other eye was black. As for the third eye in the middle, it was multicolored. However, as if the extra third eye was not enough, the man also had eyes all over his body. He had a total of 8 eyes on different parts of his body. 7 out of them were currently closed. Only one of them was open. Many eyes could see that the eye on this man's neck was blood red. It was so bloody that it looked like a bleeding ruby. The unnatural state of this eye made his scalp tingle when the eye turned to stare at the floating eye. This made it as if the bloody eye was staring directly at him across a vast distance. The fear he just felt made him click his tongue in wonder and say, "Excellent power. I'm sure that he will be angry at me if they find out that I told the thief the location of their medium world. But for now, I don't regret doing so. This person is the owner of the medium world that Loki stole. So their purpose for coming here is clear enough. As for why Monarch's shadow body came, he can't tell. Of course, he knows that Monarch's shadow body wants to kill this thief, but he doesn't know why she wants to do so. In fact, he was surprised when he found out that she was looking for the thief. He hadn't expected her to seek out the thief for revenge, because she didn't usually care about the deaths of her subordinates. So he was surprised when she started a manhunt for the thief. But he still set his surprise aside to help her find and meet the thief. For the past few days, he had set up many eyeballs in the area around the blessed heaven world. He did this because he was hoping to catch a glimpse of the thief entering or leaving the blessed heaven world. As it was, he wasn't the only one on the lookout for the thief. He was just the luckiest one and was able to see the thief first. Once he discovered the thief, he sent the location of the thief to the 2 leaders of an alliance. Now, all he has to do is sit back and watch the thief wail in despair. As he watched, he saw that the indistinct shadow was the first to make a move. He was sure that they had made a move because a shadow appeared behind the thief. The appearance of this shadow was abnormal because there was no light in the void. Without light, a shadow shouldn't have formed. Even if a shadow could form without light, the shadow shouldn't be able to move. There was no reasonable explanation for a shadow that was moving independently of the object that created it. Therefore, this shadow had to be abnormal. And just as he expected, the shadow did something that should be impossible for a normal shadow. The shadow stood up, approached the thief from behind, and merged with the back of the thief. This caused the thief to stiffen immediately. It also caused a black layer of slime to begin to spread across the body of the thief. The sight of the frozen thief made many eyes burst into laughter. He even began clapping in appreciation. As he clapped, he said, "Good work. Now, turn him into a puppet and make him bark like a dog." Monarch's shadow clone's modus operandi is not exactly a secret. As someone who has lived for so long and has been investigated by many people, the main method she uses to defeat her enemies is known to well-informed people. Many Eyes is a well-informed person, so he knows that her first move is to use the heart demon metak. When he saw that abnormal shadow, he recognized it as the product of the heart demon metak. The heart demon metak is a divine metak that will turn one's shadow against them. If there is no shadow, the heart demon metak will create one for them. Comments. Chapter 798. Once the shadow has been created, it will try to take control of the target. This is why the shadow fused with the thief's body. According to records of her performance, the shadow will fuse with the target and tamper with their will. While the heart demon is wrestling control of the body, Monarch's shadow clone will make her next move. As usual, her next move was to create another shadow for the target. Then she began controlling the shadow. Through the shadow puppet metak, everything she made the shadow do was also forced onto the target. So she was controlling the target through the shadow. These 2 attacks had impressed many eyes because they were trying to do the same thing, but from 2 different directions. One was internal, while the other was external, so they were able to work well together nicely. The heart demon metak tampers with the will of the target and tries to take control from within. Its effect is subtle and not easily noticeable by the target. The target is currently frozen, but they might not know this. To them, they're still approaching the blessed heaven world. The only time the target might notice something wrong is when they realize that they have been approaching the blessed heaven world for hours and even days without getting any closer to their destination. In the meantime, the heart demon has taken over their bodies and is controlling them in their stead. On the other hand, the shadow puppet Metak attacks the mind of the target and tries to take control of the body by force. Its effect is obvious and can be resisted by force. But with the heart demon preoccupying the target, they won't be able to resist. When Many Eyes thought about these things, he sneered and said, "That shadow clone Metak of hers is still the best. Once she uses it, the thief will turn into one of her shadow clones. Unless she runs out of lifespan, he will remain her shadow clone forever. The only thing I regret is that Monarch Eye of Truth and False won't be able to make a move. I guess my plans were an overkill. The original purpose of the shadow clone Metak is to create clones of its owner with shadows. But if Monarch Shadow Clone has gained control of the body, mind, and will of a target, then she can convert that target into a clone for her. This is how she combines her 3 divine Metaks for superior firepower. Since the thief had already been caught up by the first 2 divine Metaks, his fate to become a clone for her is sure to come to pass. Many Eyes was looking forward to it with every fiber of his being. His eyes gleamed in anticipation as he watched. But instead of turning into a black, indistinct shadow, the thief roared and ripped off the black slime on his body. The explosive resistance of the thief also caused the shadow behind him to shatter. The shadow had been trying to take control of his body, but it seemed he was too strong, so it experienced a backlash that extinguished its existence. His eyes widened in shock when he saw this. He even stopped what he was doing to stare into the slave with his eyeless face and say, "He is stronger than Shadow Body? How can that be?" Apparently, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. Both Monarch Shadow Body and Monarch Truth and False were surprised. Actually, Monarch Truth and False were the most surprised. This was because he had analyzed the thief with his analysis Metak and was certain that the thief was doomed. The analysis Metak can see through the surface of everything and determine its worth or true power. Because of this, he already knew that the thief was weird, but victory was assured even before the start of the fight. As soon as he saw the thief, he saw that the thief possessed 1 divine position and was also using 1 divine Metak to speed through the void. So he was able to determine that this was the maximum power of the thief. After a brief calculation, the analysis Metak told him that the power of the thief was 5,698,560 units of divine power. When he saw this, he refused to believe it. He shook his head inwardly and thought, "This is impossible. There is no way this thief was able to defeat and kill Shadow Body with this kind of power. So someone must be lying." He gazed at the thief with a deep look as he thought, "It can't be the thief that's trying to deceive me. I have the analysis Metak, so no one can fool my eyes. Not unless the gap between us is too wide." Then he glanced at the shadowy figure beside him, thinking, so it has to be her who is lying about something. She claimed that this thief had killed her subordinate, so she is here for revenge. Not only is it impossible for this thief to kill Shadow Body, but it is out of place for her to avenge the death of anyone. She must be onto something nefarious. I'll watch and see what that is. As long as the thief dies, we can negotiate whatever benefit she is trying to get through this lie of hers. After making his decision, he stood back to watch. He watched as a bystander so that he wouldn't be caught up in whatever scheme was afoot. His piercing gaze helped him to see that Shadow Clone had truly attacked with her full power. He was sure that she wasn't pretending to attack, and her intention to kill the thief didn't seem fake since her power output was 115,937,280 units of divine power. This made him frown a bit because her power should be higher than this. As he frowned, he asked himself, is she holding back some of her power, or has she become weaker? Comments. Chapter 799. After thinking about the reason for her weaker than normal output, Monarch Truth and False shook his head inwardly and thought, it doesn't matter. This much power should be enough to decimate the thief. This was when he saw something go wrong with the thief. He saw the thief switch from using 1 divine Metak to using 5 divine Metaks. He couldn't tell which divine Metaks the thief was using, but he could tell that there were 5 of them. He could also tell that the 5 divine metacs were actually working together to create greater power. This was because the power output of the thief suddenly jumped to 162,816,000 units of divine power. He was seeing it so clearly, but he didn't want to believe that it was happening. This was because it should not have been happening at all. It should be impossible because the thief only had 1 divine position, and because no one was allowed to have 5 divine positions. There's also the fact that anyone who can make 5 divine metacs work together should have a supreme grandmaster level of mastery of a pathway and should be able to create a supreme metac. So when he saw this, he shook his head and said, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." He was sure that this was an illusion, but what he didn't want to see still happened. The thief was able to break free from Shadow Clone's grasp. Then the thief rushed at them. The turn of events made him stand there frozen in shock. He was still trying to make sense of what was going on because the mental impact of what he just saw was too much for him to bear. On the other hand, the shadowy figure beside him hadn't seen what he just saw, so she only knew that the power of the thief was stronger than she thought. She didn't know that the difference in their power was vast, and she didn't know that there was something or many things that were wrong with the thief, so she was still in the mood to fight. If she knew that the difference in their power was a whopping 40% of her power, she might entertain the thought of giving up. But she didn't know, so she believed that what happened earlier was a fluke and that she could still win. After all, the thief clearly possessed 1 divine position. Since the first move didn't work, she decided to use another move. She started by activating the Heart Demon Metac and used it to create a shadow for herself. She didn't create 1 shadow. She created multiple shadows. This was a dangerous thing to do because these shadows would try to take control of her body. 1 heart demon was bad enough. Creating 6 of them was just being suicidal. But she didn't let the shadows turn on her by activating the Shadow Puppet Metac and using it on them. The Shadow Puppet Metac helped her to gain control of the heart demons. Then she activated the Shadow Clone Metac and used it to empower the heart demons. After doing this, she sent the heart demons to attack the thief. This time, the heart demons are stronger right from the start, and there are 6 times as many of them. So they should be able to defeat the thief this time around. Just to make sure that nothing would go wrong, she made another move. She activated the Heart Demon Metac on the thief. This made a shadow appear behind him. Before the shadow of the heart demon could take control of the thief, she activated the Shadow Puppet Metac in the shadow. This allowed her to take control of it. Then she activated the Shadow Clone for the final step. This series of actions led to the creation of a very powerful heart demon that was her Shadow Clone. Only then did she let the heart demon try to take control of the thief. This special heart demon also began to fuse with the body of the thief. But unlike the first attack, she could control exactly how the heart demon would take control of the thief. She could also make the heart demon detonate. So even if it failed to take control of the thief, she would be able to damage his will. This will weaken the thief and make it easy for the 6 shadow clones to kill the thief. Just as the heart demon began to fuse with the thief, she heard the angry roar of a bull. The bull roared indignantly, "Say moo!" This time, the heart demon shattered even though it was stronger than the previous one. This was because it was designed to detonate. So her attack failed to take control of the thief, but it still damaged the thief. Unfortunately, she couldn't be happy with this because the 6 shadow clones had also failed. The thief punched out and shattered the shadow clones with his fists. Even when the shadow clones fell on the thief and turned into ropes to bind him, the thief was able to rip them off and tear them apart. At this point, she realized that something was wrong. She began to entertain the possibility of retreating in defeat. Not only that, but she was already looking for a justification for it. As she stepped back, she thought to herself, "Isn't it only 3 divine metacs? I can get them back by turning 3 rank 6 fellows into my shadow clones. So they are not worth dying for." Of course, this wasn't just about the 3 sealed divine metacs. This was also about the 468 million square kilometers that she lost. The reduction in the size of her cave heaven is the main reason why she decided to come and kill this thief. not the death of her subordinate or the inability to use the 3 divine metaks. But they have all become unimportant at this point. Comments. Chapter 800. Not only did those 3 reasons become unimportant, but now that she realized that she might not be strong enough to achieve her goal, she decided to forget about the loss to her cave heaven entirely. She didn't even think about it while she was trying to rationalize her surrender. But while starting a fight is easy, ending a fight is not easy. A fight can be started with only her will, but she would need overwhelming might or the permission of the other person to end the fight. Since this thief was unlikely to let her go easily, she decided to give him a reason to let her escape. She activated her shadow clone metak completely and used it to create many shadow demons, which she used to attack the thief. The shadow clones were endless. As soon as one died, she was already creating its replacement. She didn't care about the cost of producing the shadow clones at all. This was because she would come out on top in terms of lifespan as long as she was not struck by her enemy. As long as the thief doesn't injure her once, she won't have to spend any lifespan to heal her injuries. On the other hand, her shadow clones are constantly injuring the thief, so the thief will have to spend more lifespan than her. In a normal situation, this would be enough to force her enemy to give up. But this was unlikely to happen because the thief was getting closer to her faster than her shadow clones could reach him. So the thief would surely get to her before he gets tired of fighting. This made her shout her partner, saying, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" The shout snapped Monarch Truth and False out of his stunned state. He immediately stopped thinking about that time. He saw someone try to summon a 5th divine metak and was struck dead. Then his eyes became filled with determination as he said, "If it is a lie, I will break it. If it is the truth, I must get to the bottom of it." As he spoke, he activated all 4 divine positions. The analysis metak focused on the thief and fed him information about the thief. He copied the information he wanted to use to increase his power with the skill copy metak. Then he activated the Eyes of Power metak. When he activated the Eyes of Power metak, all of the eyes on his body opened up. All 8 of them opened up, which enhanced his power by up to 8 times. Finally, he activated the Eyes of Truth and False metak. This caused the black eye and the white eye to start glowing. With the Eyes of Truth and False metak, he made it become the truth that there were 100 copies of himself. Not all of the copies were real. Most of them were fake, but 10 of them were real and could attack the enemy, dealing real damage to the enemy. It is difficult to tell which of the copies of himself is fake. This gets more difficult when the copies swap between real and fake every second. But this was not the end. With the Eyes of Truth and False metak, he made it so that some of the thief's power became false. He targeted the insight stat in particular and removed its power from the thief. This way, the power of the thief will be reduced, and the thief won't be able to tell which of the copies he made are fake. With his preparation done, he joined the battle. Since the skill he copied from the thief was the strength of his body, he could only fight with his body. So he rushed towards the thief to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Along the way, he also used the Eyes of Truth and False to enhance the power of the heart demons. He made it so that they were stronger, so some of his power was used to make them stronger. This didn't weaken him, though. It only cost him more lifespan to use. With the seer joining the fray, the thief was now both outnumbered and outmatched. Many Eyes was sure that he would be defeated this time. After all, there were no more enemies, and the enemies were also stronger. Many Eyes didn't see any reason for believing that the thief would surely be defeated now, other than the alternative being unbelievable. Monarch Shadow Clone also thought this. Only Monarch Truth and False had a cogent and logical reason for expecting victory. Monarch Truth and False's first reason for expecting victory was that he was using 4 divine metaks to produce a power output of 238,878,720 units of divine power. The second reason his victory was logical was that he had reduced the thief's power from 162,816,000 units of divine power to 104,202,240 units with the removal of the insight stat. Without the insight stat, the thief could only use 4 divine metaks, not 5. At this level of power, even Monarch Shadow Clone would be able to defeat the thief. But he had increased the power of the heart demons from 115,937,280 units of divine power to 206,110,720 units by making it so that 4 divine metacs produced them, not just the 3 from Shadow Clones. So if there was common sense and logic in this world, the thief was doomed. This was confirmed when Monarch Truth and False smashed into the thief and blasted him away. Everyone sighed in relief when they saw this happen. Even Many Eyes, who was not at the scene, exhaled heavily after realizing that he had been holding his breath all along. With the thief now firmly suppressed, Many Eyes was able to relax and say, "For a minute there, I thought that 2 rank 8 cultivators, both of whom are leaders of an alliance, would be defeated by some random thief." /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 801. Then Many Eyes chuckled dryly as he said, "Of course, it is not possible for them to be defeated. I don't know what I was thinking when I thought it could happen." He even laughed and said, "I am willing to eat my hand if something like that could happen. I am willing to bet half of my cave heaven that it isn't possible. In fact, I am willing to bow down." Just as he said that, he saw Monarch Truth and False Vet blasted back the way he came. So even though he didn't have any eyes on his face, his eyeballs still widened in disbelief, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. As he watched, his disbelief seemed to increase endlessly. This was because both rank 8 cultivators chose to run after a hole was blasted into Monarch Truth and False's chest. Apparently, that punch that sent Monarch Truth and False flying had first destroyed his arm before hitting his chest and puncturing it. Then, both rank 8 cultivators made the same decision to run away in defeat without talking about it. They didn't talk about it at all, but it looked as if their retreat was planned. The truth was that both leaders were hoping that the other side would be too slow to escape. Unfortunately, both sides were too smart and could recognize an unredeemable situation when they saw it. Actually, Monarch Truth and False were the first to know that the situation was unfavorable. This was because he was the first to see the thief's power jump from 104,202,240 units of divine power to 325,632,000. When he saw this, he didn't bother to resist at all. He let the thief smash his fist through him and used the momentum of the attack to create some distance between them. Even as he was sent flying, he was already using all of his power to fly away. He wanted to leave Monarch Shadow Clone in the dust, but she, too, was already on the move when he was blasted back. Unfortunately for Monarch Shadow Clone, he was twice as strong as her. So even though she was able to make the right decision to run at the same time as he did, she was still left in the dust. Many Eyes stood frozen in shock as Monarch Truth and False ran like a beaten dog scared for its life, while Monarch Shadow Clone was grabbed and beaten like a slave being punished for stealing. He found what he was seeing very difficult to believe, because these two were supposed to be the strongest of his sect. When he thought about what he was seeing, he said, "In fact, they're the strongest. If they're running for their lives right now, what have I done?" The pride he felt for orchestrating this meeting melted away, as if it were being beaten the way Monarch Shadow Clone was being abused. He could only call this level of physical punishment and abuse because it was too shameful to bear witness to. He is sure that Monarch Shadow Clone would be ashamed of being trounced like this. But even if she were not ashamed, he felt ashamed for her. He also felt ashamed of his sect. As he watched with shame and disbelief, he heard Monarch Shadow Clone say, "Let's talk about this. You can't kill me. I have too much lifespan to be killed. Besides, you don't need to do this. There is nothing for you to gain by killing me. On the other hand, I am sure we can come to an agreement that will benefit you." In response, he heard the thief laugh and say, "What do you mean by won't gain anything by killing you? That's wrong. It is very wrong, my dear. You may not know, but I have a fetish. The act of beating a big and proud woman like you is a pleasure that nothing can compare to. So why not indulge me and let me beat you to death?" When Many Eyes saw this, he fell to the ground and sat with his buttocks to the ground in despair. His voice became full of sarcasm as he said, "At least, I know that she came to fight with her true body. She could have come with a clone, but I guess she wanted to be here in the flesh to experience the feeling of being beaten to death." Then he heard Monarch Shadow clones say, "This is all a misunderstanding. I was deceived by the seer known as Many Eyes. He told me that you have been telling everyone that I am a thief of worlds. I only came to clear my name. I bear no ill will." His eyes widened as he heard the thief chuckle and say, "I know about that eyeless freak. You don't have to worry about him, though. I already have plans for him." This made him shoot up to his feet and shout, saying, "She is lying. That lying bitch is lying. She was the one who went around looking for you. I only told her your location. I didn't frame you for anything. You can't believe a word that the deceiver has to say. Truly, a deceiver cannot be trusted." But no matter how he shouted, Loki didn't hear his words, so Loki remained ignorant of his side of the argument. Not that Loki cared anyway. He had left loopholes in their contracts specifically so that Many Eyes would rile enemies up and cause him trouble. Now that Many Eyes had done exactly that, he couldn't blame Many Eyes for whatever method was used to create trouble, even if it meant slandering him. Besides, even if Many Eyes hadn't done anything, his time was still numbered. So Loki didn't care if Monarch Shadow Clone was speaking the truth or not, especially when she was actively trying to escape even as she was explaining her situation. Comments. Chapter 802. Not only did he refuse to let her go, but he also went all out, attacking her. He raised his attack speed from 100 times per second to 1,000 times per second. Then he raised it again to 10,000 times per second. He didn't stop there, though. For the second time since he became a divine being, he went all out. The first time he used everything he had to fight was when he fought the Dragon King and lost. Now he was using everything again, but it wasn't to eke out a chance of survival. He was going all out so that he could kill his enemy quickly. He was already using 10 divine attacks, which was why his power suddenly shot through the roof to 325,632,000 units of divine power. But when he activated the remaining 22 divine attacks, his power jumped again. With 32 rank 6 divine attacks, his power output became 8 cultivation rank times 8 body plus 8 mind plus 8 will plus 8 soul plus 8 insight times 6 by 32 divine attacks times 2,120 million cave heaven times 8 law fragment, which is 1,042,022,400 units of divine power. This was overkill since he was already able to injure her with 162,816,000 units of divine power. But now that 32 rank 6 divine attacks were working together to injure her, each of the injuries he inflicted on her would cost 1,536 years to heal. Not only did he increase his maximum power, but he also increased his attack speed. He was doing all of these because he took her seriously when she claimed that it would be very difficult for him to kill her. He wanted to drain her lifespan quickly before anyone from the blessed heaven world could come to rescue her. So he was ready to reach an attack speed of 100,000 times per second if needed. But by the time he reached an attack speed of 10,000 times per second, she reached her limit. With an attack speed of 10,000 times per second, she would need 15,360,000 years of lifespan to survive a second under his fists. She was rich, richer than Money Body, even because she hadn't been venturing into the lake of death recently, but she was not that rich. But even before she could use up whatever reserve of world essence she possessed in her cave heaven, her body collapsed. This was because she was getting injured faster than she could heal. As soon as her body collapsed, Loki rushed into the golden flame that she had left behind. Even before he entered her cave heaven, he could hear her scream of anguish. For the first time since the fight started, she screamed, saying no. She hadn't screamed earlier because even though death was bad, it was not the end for her. She would lose a lot of things if she died, but they were not things that she couldn't recover in the future when she reincarnates. However, now that her cave heaven had become exposed, she ran the risk of losing everything she had worked for thousands of years forever. This possibility made her scream in sorrow. Unfortunately for her, it was too late. Loki had entered her cave heaven and couldn't be sent away. Her cave heaven was now 2,516 million square kilometers in size, after losing 468 million square kilometers a week ago. So it was now 50,160 kilometers long. Loki had appeared at the edge of her cave heaven. From his position, the sun of this cave heaven was in a position that formed an equilateral triangle with the cave heaven below. So he would need to cover 50,160 kilometers to reach the sun. Since the core of the cave heaven is in the star, and since he wants to get to the core of the cave heaven, this distance of 50,160 kilometers is non-negotiable. With his power output at 1,042,022,400 units of divine power, he can cover 1,042,022,400 kilometers per hour. So it should take him 0.17 seconds to cover the distance between him and the core of the cave heaven. He is very satisfied with this time and doesn't want to waste any moment of it with chit-chat. So as soon as he entered the cave heaven, he took off into the air in the direction of the sun. Monarch's shadow clone responded to his intrusion by creating an obstacle in his path. She created multiple giant copies of her body and put them in his way to block him. Each giant was like a black, shadowy mountain. They started from the ground and reached the sky in height. This made them tens of thousands of kilometers tall. Just the head of a single giant was bigger than Loki was enough to block his view of the sun. The first giant shouted, saying, "Stop. I can surrender to you." The giant's voice boomed through heaven and earth like thunder. It was so loud that her voice reached every corner of the cave heaven. Actually, the cave heaven seemed to amplify her voice as if she were speaking with the power of the world. She was actually speaking with all of her power, not just the power of her cave heaven. She was also using the power of her cave heaven to suppress and stop Loki from advancing further. It was clear that she wasn't willing to wait for his reply before taking action against him. In fact, she didn't actually mean to surrender. She wasn't sincere with that proposal at all. She only made the offer because she wanted to delay Loki. So she had used physical obstacles, the suppression of her cave heaven, and a deceitful offer to stop him. It can be said that she had pulled out all the stops in her bag of tricks to make him stop, if only briefly. Unfortunately, all of her tricks were for naught. Comments. Chapter 803. Loki refused to stop for anything. He had a leer on the corner of his lips as he smashed into the first giant. To call it a smashing would be an exaggeration of what had happened. He would be smashing into something if there was any meaningful resistance against his forward momentum. But there was no meaningful resistance, so his entire body had pierced through the face of the giant. The second giant was already waiting for him when he came out of the back of the first giant. This giant had raised its colossal hand and was slamming it down on his face. The sight of this black hand reminded him of a certain black hand that tore the sky open and destroyed everything it came into contact with. The memories of those unpleasant experiences flashed through his mind just before the hand slammed into him. Unfortunately, this colossal hand was weaker than what he was used to. What he was used to forcefully shred matter and energy before converting them into law fragments. But this one could only use the power of force to stop him. As it happened, he was not lacking in the power of force. In fact, he had up to 9 times as much force as the hand. So was the hand that was blasted open and torn apart by force in their collision. Loki continued to pierce through every obstacle in his way. While he was doing this, Monarch's shadow clone was creating more giants to stop him, while the other divine beings of the cave heaven came out to stop him. Unfortunately for all of them, he was just too fast to be stopped. The best that all of her effort could achieve was to increase the time it took for him to reach her cave heaven from 0.17 seconds to 0.175 seconds. This was an increase of 2.94%. It looked insignificant on the surface, but deep down in the essence of things, it was an insignificant delay. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the distance of 50,160 kilometers, pierced through 7 giants, and crashed into the core of the cave heaven. As soon as he entered the cave heaven, he activated the Devour ability. He let the black force field erupt from him and cover all of the life fires in the core of the cave heaven. This time, the rate at which the life fire's lifespan was lost was orders of magnitude higher than whatever the siphon ability could manage. Loki wasn't siphoning their lifespan as if he were taking a gentle sip from them. Instead, he was ripping them apart with his jaws like a ravenous wolf. Because the devouring ability had the support of his cave heaven and the law fragments in his cave heaven, not just his cultivation rank, he was able to devour their lifespan at a rate of 8, cultivation rank, times 2, 120 cave heaven, times 8, law fragments, which is 135,680 units of divine power. With this power, he was able to devour 135,680 years of lifespan from them per second. Very few divine beings have this much lifespan to spare. This was why nearly every life fire that the black force field covered went out nearly instantly. Only the life fire of Monarch Shadow Clone could withstand this kind of consumption for a few seconds. So it was only her life fire that didn't go out instantly. But this was only the tip of the iceberg of suffering for her. As the devouring ability tore through her life fire, Loki also jumped in to smash her life fire to pieces with his hands. In order to resist, her life fire reformed into her body. In this form, she could use all of her divine metaaxe to resist Loki. However, since she couldn't defeat Loki earlier with her 3 divine metaaxe when they were outside her cave heaven, there was no way she could defeat him now. In fact, things are worse now because she is fighting with her life fire. The life fire can be said to be where the spirit of a divine being resides. So any damage to it is damage done to her spirit and mind. If her normal body is damaged, she will only lose some connection to her cave heaven, but she will still be able to think and utilize her divine metaaxe. But when her life fire was smashed by Loki's fist, she lost connection to her divine metaaxe and wasn't able to think. Each of his punches slamming into her caused her mind to waver like a candle in the wind. It was as if he was punching her mind directly, so she wasn't able to think straight. In fact, she was able to make a coherent thought in her mind. This prevented her from activating her divine metaaxe or breaking apart her cave heaven in a move born of desperation. So even though she had the same 3 divine metaaxe that she had earlier, her resistance this time around was poorer. She basically just stood there and let Loki hit her. This time, she didn't have the presence of mind to beg or try to convince Loki to spare her. She didn't even bother to replenish her lifespan with world essence because she couldn't think. When she finally reached her limit, her life fire shattered and went out. The loss of her light let the core of the cave heaven plunge into total darkness. After he killed her, Loki turned to look around his surroundings. As he inspected his surroundings, he realized that he was the only one in the core of the cave heaven. He also saw that he was surrounded by divine metaaxe. There were 13 divine metaaxe in total. They were all unsealed, including the 3 that used to belong to Monarch Shadow Body, so they were prime targets for devouring. In fact, the devouring ability was already eating them. In no time, the black force field had eaten 2 of them. So Loki quickly deactivated the devouring ability. Comments. Chapter 804. After securing the remaining 11 divine metaaxe, he clicked his tongue in amusement and said, "What a troublesome fellow. All it knows is eating." Then he said, "I have 43 divine metaaxe now. I also have the heart of 25 worlds, one of which belongs to a large world. With this much, I should be able to create the 4th layer of force. If it isn't enough, I will go after that monarch truth and false. His alliance should have a lot of resources to help me with it." But after smiling, his smile faltered a little bit as he said, "It is a shame that I won't be able to take all of this for myself. I guess I will have to wait for when I'm not a member of any sect before I can come back to assimilate the whole thing." As he spoke, he summoned his cave heaven and let it overlap with Monarch Shadow Clone's cave heaven. This initiated the fusion of the 2 cave heavens. Since only one of the cave heavens was active and had a living divine being, the other one could only be assimilated in this fusion. Monarch Shadow Clone's cave heaven was the inactive one, so it was the one being assimilated, even though it was bigger than Loki's cave heaven. While this was going on, news had spread of the death of the members of the Shadow Alliance. This news couldn't be hidden since 10 divine positions in the section of the divine constellation belonging to the Nexus of Truth sect had suddenly gone dark. There was no way the sudden disappearance of 10 divine positions could be ignored, especially not when 3 divine positions had only gone dark a week ago. The sudden death of the members of the Shadow Alliance caused quite an uproar in the community of divine beings. The impact of those deaths was especially heavy since one of them was Monarch Shadow Clone, who was a force to be reckoned with. Everyone who noticed the loss of 13 divine positions or heard about it wanted to know how it happened. These people began asking questions and investigating everything that had happened to the Nexus of Truth sect lately. For a time, the divine constellation was buzzing with people investigating the death of so many divine beings. Unfortunately for them, those people hadn't died in the blessed heaven world, so there was no record of their deaths in the divine constellation. As for the people who knew that Monarch Shadow Clone had fallen into someone's hands, they refused to say anything about what they knew. Many Eyes refused to say anything because he was afraid for his life. He was scared of the thief and didn't want to be punished for opening his mouth and saying what he shouldn't have said, so he kept mum about the whole matter. Even if he wanted to talk, Many Eyes couldn't do so because an instruction had come from the sect that no one was to talk about the matter. In fact, the sect sent a message directly to him about the matter. The message said, "We are aware that you know why Shadow Clone and the other 7 members of our alliance disappeared. It would do you a lot of good to keep this information to yourself. But if you don't know what's good for you, here is a warning to incentivize you. If you speak of what you know, your divine positions will be taken. Your divine metax will be confiscated, your life fire put out, and your soul set aflame for an eternity. You will be damned to eternal pain that will make you wish you were dead. So I hope for your sake that you do not try me." This message spooked him down to the core of his being. He didn't have sweat glands, but he wished he had them so he could sweat away some of the heat he was feeling when he read that message. This was because the message felt more personal than usual. In the past, messages from the sect were always detached. The messages felt like they were sent from a machine or something that didn't have emotions. But this time, there was a tone in the message that indicated that whoever wrote the message was angry with him. Of course, the warning in the message was something he had to take seriously. But he didn't need the warning to keep quiet about the matter. So he didn't care much about the warning. What he cared about was the fact that the sect was asking him to keep his mouth shut. This made him say, "It seems the sect is taking this matter seriously. Why, though? What could be so serious that they have to take it seriously? Isn't it just some divine beings dying? Divine beings die all the time. So what's special about this one?" Then he scratched his head and said, "Or could this be about the thief? Is there something special about him that the sect is taking seriously?" He couldn't figure out why he and everyone in the sect were ordered to shut up about the death of 8 divine beings, including a rank 8 cultivator. But things got more serious because the sect actually called for a meeting of the elders. The meeting of sect elders is a serious matter that usually happens when the DMadLord has a message for every divine being or when the sect wants the divine beings to vote on a matter that concerns the sect as a whole. So now that a meeting of sect elders was called, Many Eyes realized that he might have underestimated the seriousness of the matter. His heart became heavy, but he also became hopeful that he would get to find out what was so important about the death of the Shadow Alliance from the meeting. While Many Eyes felt that he was being specifically singled out by the sect, he was actually having it easy. Monarch Truth and False were having a much tougher time because of the death of 8 divine beings. Comments. Chapter 805. The message the sect sent to Monarch Truth and False said, "Go to the nearest sect grounds and collect the refinement recipe of the 13 divine metax. Refine them and return them to the sect. The sect will distribute them as it sees fit." The message continued, saying, "For the part you played in all of these, you are to pay for the recipes with your divine merit points. You have 1 day to do this. If you haven't refined the 13 divine metax by the end of 24 hours, you'll be heavily punished. Your divine positions will be taken, your divine metax will be confiscated, your life fire put out, and your soul set aflame for an eternity." You will be damned to eternal pain that will make you wish you were dead if you do not do as you're told. The same will happen if you speak of what you know about their deaths to anyone. This message caused a spark of anger to flare up within him. In his anger, he thought to himself, "What do you mean for the part one played in this? What part did I play? I nearly died is the part one played. So is this punishment for not dying? Instead of helping me to get stronger, you are punishing me for surviving? What shitty sect." He was so angry that he wished he could destroy the sect, but he only dared to think about it. He didn't dare to do it. In fact, he could only complain inwardly. He didn't dare to voice out his complaints even within his cave heaven for fear that he would be overheard. So if he couldn't dare to speak his grievances, he for sure wouldn't dare to destroy sect property in a fit of anger. After complaining and grumbling, he calmed down a bit, but he was still sore about the matter. So he thought to himself in derision, "I am to spend over 10,000 divine merit points on divine metax that I can't use. I guess this is a good thing. After all, there is nothing else for me to spend my divine merit points on. I've been working hard for the sect for thousands of years and earning payment in divine merit points with nothing to spend the divine merit points on. What else am I to do with my merit points if not to use them to buy something from the sect for a mission the sect gave me as punishment?" His inner voice was completely sarcastic as these thoughts went through his mind. He was hoping that he would amuse himself with these thoughts and let go of his anger, but they only made him angrier. Truth be said, there are actually a lot of things that he could spend his divine merit points on in the sect. It is just that none of the available products and services will help him grow stronger. This is why he considers them to be useless. Since he refused to spend his hard-earned divine merit points on useless things, they have been piling up like a small mountain of wealth. If one day he were to die, the mountain of wealth would help him quickly recover his strength. The possibility that he would ever need the divine merit points to recover his strength was abysmal, since there was virtually no cultivator who could kill him in any of the 8 sections. But it was still an insurance that he could count on. However, he could forget about that insurance now, because it seems the sect has other plans for his little mountain of wealth. It seems that since he refused to spend the divine merit points, the sect has decided to help him spend them. The worst part of all of these is not that he has to spend his divine merit points on something he considers worse than useless and won't help in any way. The worst part is that he has no choice in the matter, not unless he wants to be damned to eternal suffering. So when he thought about the ultimatum he was given, he could only get angrier, not calmer. But no matter how angry he became, he could only keep his anger within his chest and not show it. If he were a rank 8 cultivator with 3 divine positions, he might have considered showing his displeasure. But ever since he acquired that 4th divine position, the sect has begun to watch him closely. He is sure of that, because it was at that point that he began receiving sect messages from the spirit of the sect. With the spirit of the sect watching him, he didn't dare to mouth off about how he was being cheated. He could only roar in his heart, saying, "I am a slave. I'm just a slave to you." He kept shouting along this line for a long while. He did so until he calmed down a little bit. Then he reread the message to make sure that he wasn't missing anything. After he reread the message, he said, "What's the rush, though? Why not let Shadow clone reincarnate before rushing to find replacements for the divine metax?" He definitely didn't want to spend his resources and time refining the divine metax. If his opinion were asked, he would suggest that they wait for the Monarch Shadow clone to reincarnate. Then they should allow her to find new divine beings for the other divine metax. Not that this suggestion would be out of place, since it is the normal thing that should be done in that case. But for some reason, the sect has decided not to go the normal route. They want him to expedite the replacement of the divine beings at his own cost. When he thought about this, he frowned and said to himself, could this be related to why the sect is the only one willing to help rank 5 cultivators advance to rank 6? /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 806. His thoughts wander in his head as he said to himself, could the sect be in dire need of divine beings and can't afford their absence? If the sect is in a rush, It would explain why the deadline for the recall and selection of new divine beings is only 1 day. In that case, the sect might be in trouble. For a few moments after he came to the conclusion that the sect might be in trouble, he became worried for the sect. After all, if the boat is capsized, a rat like him would surely drown in the ocean. He felt that he should be worried if the sect was in a bad situation. But then he remembered that the sect had just fleeced him of years of work. So he snorted as he thought to himself, forget the fate of the sect. What I should be concerned with right now is how to get those 13 divine metacs in 1 day. If not, my fate will be worse than anything the sect could go through. Then he sighed in relief and said, fortunately, the divine metacs already exists. What I need to do is summon them. That should cost less. After accepting his fate, he took out his sect token to buy the refinement recipes of the 13 divine metacs. Each one cost him 5,000 divine merit points. So he had to spend 65,000 divine merit points to purchase the refinement recipes. He knew that the sect had made recipes expensive on purpose because they were shortcuts to gaining understanding of a pathway. After all, the creation of a new divine metac required an adept level of mastery. When many sources of adept level mastery are acquired and combined, a talented person would be able to use the information to gain a higher level of understanding of the pathway. So the sect placed an embargo on the recipes of divine metacs by making them expensive to purchase and increasingly expensive the more that are bought. Normally, the first recipe would cost 5,000 divine merit points. Then the second one would cost 10,000 divine merit points. The third would cost 20,000, and so on and so forth, with each extra one doubling in cost. But the sect didn't make things too difficult for him this time around. He didn't think it was because the sect was being kind, though. He was sure that the sect didn't make things difficult for him because he had already reached the theoretical limit of understanding of a pathway. Since his understanding had reached the limit, there was no need to worry about him using the recipes as shortcuts to gain understanding. This was only the start, though. He still had to buy the materials needed to refine the 13 divine metacs. That too would cost tens of thousands of divine merit points. The only silver lining in all of these is that he is only summoning the divine metacs, not refining them. Since he is summoning them, not recreating them, he can use his superior mastery of the pathway to reduce the materials needed for the summoning, improvise the steps, and still manage to complete the summoning in 1 try. This will reduce the amount of money and effort he will have to spend on this mission. But it still left a bad taste in his mouth. For thousands of years, he has been fleeced by the sect and worked to the bone, so he should be used to something like this. But as things were, it didn't seem like he was used to it at all. Whenever he thought about what he was being forced to do, he would feel bitterness. And when he was doing what he was asked to do, he would feel agitated. Every step of the process was agonizing to him. From the point he went to sect grounds, got the recipes, bought the materials, and began summoning the metacs, he always had something to complain or grumble about. His negative feelings seemed to flare up whenever he had to pay for something. It felt as if every divine merit point that he lost and every world essence he gave up was a part of his existence being cut away and eaten by the sect. During the entire process, he had it in his mind that the sect was aware of his displeasure but was sneering at him in disdain and taking pleasure in his displeasure because there was nothing he could do about it. Eventually, his anger got the better of him when he finished the summoning process but failed to summon the divine metac in question. This failure made him roar in anger. Fuck this. Fuck the sect. Fuck this world. And fuck everyone. As soon as the words came out of his lips, he fell into a dream. In that dream, he was flogged with whips of molten hot metal by a giant eagle for 1,000 years. Each time the whips slashed him, they cut deep into his flesh and filled the wound with hot molten metal. He cried out in pain each time while the eagle behind him cackled in pleasure. In reality, only an instant had passed, but to him, he felt as if he had endured unimaginable suffering for 1,000 years. The feeling wasn't an illusion either. There truly were the marks of suffering on his body. The marks were deep wounds covered with metal. Some of the wounds were old with solidified metal. The metal on them had bound with the flesh to keep the wound still painful. but most of the wounds were fresh with the melted metal still burning the flesh. In an instant, he healed his injuries. It only cost him a little over 1,000 years of lifespan to heal. But the price he paid for this was far more than his lifespan. A weaker mind would have broken after enduring 1,000 years of suffering. But he had a very strong will, so his mind was only close to breaking after so long. Comments. Chapter 807. Cracks had spread throughout his mind because of what he went through. But as he realized that what he had gone through was all a dream, the cracks healed, and he slowly recovered his mental stability. He should be angry for being treated like this, for saying some words that he didn't mean. He should say in anger, "I only cursed a little. I am being cheated here. The least I am entitled to is complaining about it. Can I say some unsavory words to vent my anger?" But he didn't dare to rant or complain out loud. Even within his heart, he only felt fear. There was no ounce of resistance within him. It seemed his mind was made up about doing anything the sect wanted him to do without complaining. Unfortunately for him, being obedient wasn't going to be enough this time, because his second attempt to summon the divine Metak also failed. This time, he was only frustrated. He didn't get angry, and he especially didn't dare to say anything negative about the sect. After all, the memory of what he just endured was still fresh in his mind, and the phantom pain was still lingering over his body. So he only exhaled loudly to vent his frustrated emotions. Then he dived back into the task at hand. But venting quickly lost its effectiveness when the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth attempts all failed. Even when he changed to another divine Metak, his attempt still failed. So he changed the process to recreating the divine Metaks. But even this also failed. None of the divine Metaks could be created or summoned. This could be either because his understanding is too poor to summon and create them, or because the divine Metaks were already being used by someone else. It was most likely the latter, since his understanding and mastery of the pathway couldn't be called poor by any definition. So everything he had been doing was a total waste of his time and resources. He still didn't complain, though. What he did was to buy more materials and spend more time and energy on more attempts. He didn't stop until he ran out of money and couldn't continue. At that point, he asked himself, what do I do now? Do I go and borrow money now? He didn't know who to report to that the summoning wasn't going to work, and he didn't want to say something like that, so it wouldn't be misunderstood as him trying to shirk work. So, like a good slave, he began thinking about going out to borrow money so that he could continue the work his master had given him. Even when he thought that what he was doing was a genuine waste of time and resources, he didn't have any intention to stop until the deadline he was given. Fortunately, the sect sent a message at that point. The message said, "You have done well, and the sect has seen your effort. For your reward, you have been excused for your crime. You don't need to worry about the divine Metaks anymore. What you should do is keep everything you know about the disappearance of the members of the Shadow Alliance and the inability to recover their divine Metaks a secret. Then you should head to the meeting chambers for the sect elders meeting immediately." When he saw this message, the first thing that went through his mind was bewilderment as he thought, inability to recover their divine Metaks. What does that mean? Their divine Metaks aren't lost, right? They should be in Shadow Clone's cave heaven or in the Supreme Metak, right? He had thought that someone from the sect had gotten hold of the divine Metaks, which was why he failed to summon them. If that is true, the divine Metaks are still within the sect, and he shouldn't have been made to try to summon them. He also knows that even if a divine Metak is destroyed, it can be recovered as long as the Supreme Metak is intact. So a divine Metak can't be truly lost until the entire pathway becomes lost. But now that the sect was saying the divine Metaks couldn't be recovered and the sect was ordering him not to mention it to anyone as if it was something important, he realized that the situation might be bigger than he thought it was. His mind became uneasy when he considered this possibility. However, he quickly remembered that he was the one who had suffered here, not the sect. And by the looks of things, this suffering seemed to have been intentional. Chapter 808. Because of how unjust the whole experience was, instead of being cowed into submission, his determination to gain his freedom has only intensified. On the surface, he appeared to be calm and docile. But inwardly, he was ready to burn the sect down at the earliest chance he got. He was thinking about how he would destroy the sect and torture the founder of the sect for all of eternity on his way to the sect elders meeting. The meeting had been going on for a while now, so he was definitely late to it. But he didn't care about being late to a meeting that could affect the future of the sect. At this point, he couldn't care about the fate of the sect when all that he wanted was to destroy the sect with his bare hands. Not even the fact that he held 4 divine positions and would have a lot of voting power made him care about the meeting. The only thing he considered doing in the meeting was to use his voting power to sabotage the sect. If not for the fact that he didn't want to appear rebellious so soon to the sect spirit, he would have been eager to vote for detrimental policies. He was on his way to the sect elders meeting when he received a message that struck him out of the blue. The message was from the sect, but unlike other messages that he had received from the sect for most of his life, this one made him happy. The message said, "From now on, the sect is to prepare for war. The myriad phenomenon sect, the martial body sect, and the swordway sect have all decided to go to war against us. Our only ally in the blessed heaven world is the Four Directions sect." When he saw this message, his eyes widened in surprise. Then his lips wanted to spread in delight. He was very happy, and he wanted to show it. But then his back stung from where a hot metal whip had been used to tear his flesh open. So his lips stiffened, and the growing smile died there before it could manifest. Instead of smiling and laughing, he had to put on a grave expression on his face. For fear of punishment, he had to appear as if this was devastating news that he wished he hadn't heard. But deep down, his joy couldn't be subdued. In his heart, he cheered as he thought, "Truly, the heavens have eyes. It seems I might yet be able to watch the sect pay for all the crimes it has committed against me." The news he just heard had established the possibility that the sect might be destroyed. The destruction of the sect is likely to mean his death, but he didn't care at this point. In fact, he was looking forward to the destruction of the sect so that when he dies and reincarnates, he wouldn't have to be a member of the Nexus of Truth sect anymore. Even if he has to give up his divine positions, this is a price he is willing to pay for his freedom. With his knowledge and experience, he is sure that without the shackles placed on him by the sect, he will be able to return to his rank 8 cultivation and even advance to rank 9 or beyond. So he is very much looking forward to the destruction of the sect. Will this war be limited to the blessed heaven world or the entire sea of worlds? Will the other sects be involved? And does the reason why Shadow Clone died have something to do with the war? Is that why I've been ordered not to talk about it? What are they fighting for anyway? Is it to destroy the Nexus of Truth sect here in the blessed heaven world or throughout the sea of world? Will our DMadLord be killed? After asking himself this series of questions, he thought that was all the questions he had to ask. But then he remembered one more thing that left him absolutely confused. So he said inwardly, "Forget the war. Let's talk about why our only ally is the Four Directions sect. Why would the Four Directions sect help us in any way? Aren't they everyone's enemy? We've been at loggerheads with them for so long, so why would they take our side in this?" He ran his hand through his long, flowing white hair as he thought. I mean, it is already weird that the myriad phenomenon sect, which has always been our ally in the blessed heaven world, turned against us to fight us. But then, the Four Directions sect, the rabid dog that's always attacking everyone, decided not to go along with everyone and decided to join us in attacking the others. Then his eyes narrowed in remembrance as he thought. Come to think of it, wasn't that thief supposed to be a giant of the martial body sect? Comments. Chapter 809. His eyes gleamed with enlightenment as he asked himself, saying, or was he the DMadLord of the martial body sect? Does that mean that DMadLords will be involved in this war? Even if DMadLords won't be involved in this war, the fact that Shadow Clone was killed by someone from the martial body sect before the war started, not after the war, indicates that there was some tension between the martial body sect and us long before the war. So, has this war been brewing quietly without my knowledge until it exploded now? When he thought long and hard, but couldn't find answers to his questions, he exhaled heavily as he thought. Time will tell, anyway. In the meantime, I should start trying to figure out a way to maximize my benefits in this war. His eyes gleamed as he thought, If I can reach out to the rank 8 cultivators of the other sects without being noticed by the spirit of the sect or the DMadLord, that would be great. If we communicate, we might be able to work together to benefit each other one way or another. He wanted to chuckle or rub the palms of his hands together and grin as he schemed. But he decided that it was a bad idea to show any suspicious reaction in these trying times of war. It was difficult for him not to chuckle and laugh as he schemed, but he managed, through the force of will, not to indulge his emotions. Instead, he maintained a stern look on his face as he joined the sect elders' meeting. The objective of the meeting had become planning for the war after the war was announced. The sect spirit proposed policies, and the sect elders voted on these policies. One of the policies that was discussed was troop arrangement. They had to discuss going on the defensive or going on the attack. Since they only had one rank 8 cultivator, they decided not to go on the attack. Even with the 4 directions sect on their side, the total number of rank 8 divine beings at their disposal was 6, while the total number of rank 8 divine beings on the opposite side was 8. So they outnumbered in top-level combat personnel. This was why the decision to go on the defensive was unanimous. But then they had to decide how to defend and where to defend. For now, the battlefield is limited to the first heaven and will only involve divine beings and rank 5 cultivators. For now, the goal of the war was to defend the heavenly city in the heavens. Throughout the meeting, Monarch Truth and Eyes thought about a lot of things and felt different emotions at various times in the meeting, but one emotion he didn't feel was fear. He wasn't afraid for 2 reasons. The obvious one is that he is confident in his strength. So he is confident in being able to keep himself alive during the war. As long as a DMadLord doesn't intervene like earlier, he should be safe. And if a DMadLord does intervene to kill him, he hopes that they will destroy the nexus of Truth Sect while they are at it, so that he can reincarnate with freedom. As for the more obscure reason why he is not afraid, it is because he doesn't think there is any reason to be afraid of other rank 8 cultivators. This second reason isn't a matter of strength. Even if he were weak and had no confidence in his strength, he still wouldn't fear for his life. This is because he knows that the rank 8 cultivators don't have any motivation to do their best to kill each other. At this point, rank 8 cultivators know that they are not fighting for themselves. They know that this war is for the sect. Since most of them have little or no love for their sects, there is no need for them to risk their lives fighting for the sect. There is also the more important matter of a lack of reward and motivation for fighting in the war. There is literally only one thing that can motivate a rank 8 cultivator to go all out fighting, but the sect won't give them this one thing. The usual reward that the sect is quick to dole out to them is more divine merit points. This reward has always been useless to him for a while now. But if his recent experience has taught him anything, it is that this reward can be less than nothing. Because of his experience with his sect, he will definitely not fight to the death for a reward that can be taken from him. And while he isn't sure about the experience of other rank 8 cultivators, he is sure that they, too, won't risk their lives for some divine merit points. He was sure that only the rank 6 and rank 7 divine beings might be motivated to fight for the sect for divine merit points. So he was calm and without fear, while the rank 6 and rank 7 cultivators in his sect were nervous and full of anticipation in equal proportions. When the reward list was brought out by the spirit of the sect, and he saw divine merit points on it as the most valuable item, he knew that he was right. This brought a smile to his lips. The people who saw the smile on his lips thought that he was cheered by the list of rewards. But only he knew that he was smiling because even without his active influence, the rank 8 cultivators would still put on a show of fighting in the war instead of fighting seriously. As it turned out, he wasn't the only rank 8 cultivator with this opinion. The Nexus of Truth sect also wasn't the only one preparing for war. The same situation was going on everywhere in the blessed heaven world. Comments. Chapter 8:10. This sect elders meeting was being held in every sect in the blessed heaven world, but none of the rank 8 cultivators took it seriously. Some of them were even annoyed by the announcement of war. No rank 8 cultivator had anything to look forward to in the war. Even the fact that they would put on a show and pretend to fight annoyed many of them. because even pretending would cost them some of their lifespan to execute. As if that wasn't bad enough, there was also the fact that the sect hadn't removed the life leech. So the divine beings still had to pay the sect rent while they risked their lives fighting for the sect. This situation made Monarch Dragon Strength grumble inwardly, saying, "This is just too much. At what point does the sect start taking us as valuable commodities?" Even slaves get a reprieve from their labor and a pat on the back made of false promises to motivate them to sacrifice their lives for their masters. Are we worse than slaves that the sect won't try to encourage us at all? Or does the sect think we are just foolish and will sacrifice ourselves as soon as we are told to do so? Then he smiled as he thought, they don't need to give me anything. All they have to do is allow me to have 5 divine positions. I will even pay extra for it. If he were given permission to have 5 divine positions, he would lie low for a while as he makes preparations. Then, when the time is right, such as when the war enters a hectic period, he will take advantage of the chaos going on around him to break through. He has reached the quasi-supreme grandmaster level of mastery of the pathway, so he knows that the smallest amount of divine positions needed to create a supreme metak is 5 divine positions. He also knows that the optimum number of divine positions needed to create a supreme metak is 8. So he knows that 5 divine positions are cutting things too close. Even the fact that the divine positions of the pathways are faulty hasn't escaped his knowledge. Despite his awareness of all of these limitations and shortcomings, he still wants to give it a shot. This is because he has become desperate enough to try anything to advance. However, one thing he is not desperate enough to do is fight to the death for his sect. In fact, he wants to do the opposite and watch on the side as his sect is destroyed. Because only in this way will he have the chance to break free from his limitations and advance to rank 9. So, saying that he was annoyed by this war would be a terrible underestimation of what he was feeling. Loki was also annoyed, but his annoyance couldn't be compared to anything that the other rank 8 cultivators were feeling. He wasn't as annoyed or frustrated as they were, because he had something they didn't have. He had the choice not to participate in this war. He was in the core of Shadow Clone's cave heaven when he received the notification to attend the sect elder's mission. The message said, "A serious matter that needs the hands-on participation of every elder of the sect has appeared. You are to report for the elders meeting to participate in this matter. It has been determined that you're already close to the blessed heaven world. So you have a day to finish up whatever you're doing and make your way to the first heaven of the blessed heaven world for the meeting. If you do not make yourself available for this meeting, you'll be fined 100 divine merit points for every hour that you miss." When he saw this, he sneered and thought to himself, "You can kiss your meeting goodbye. I will be done with what I'm doing in 24 hours, but I still won't come." The size of Shadow Clone's cave heaven was 2,516 million square kilometers. He could assimilate the cave heaven from one side to another, which means he only needed to assimilate the length of the cave heaven. Since the length of the cave heaven was 50,160 kilometers, and he could assimilate the cave heaven at a rate of 1 kilometer per second, it would take him 836 minutes, or 13 hours and 56 minutes, to assimilate the cave heaven. However, he could only assimilate 800 million square kilometers more in order not to breach the limit of the size of the cave heaven that the sect had imposed on them. So he would need the full 836 minutes. Since he needed to assimilate just 800 million square kilometers out of the 2,516 million square kilometers, he would only need to cover 15,949 kilometers out of the 50,160 length of the cave heaven to reach his limit. This made him spend 265.82 minutes, or 4 hours and 25.8 minutes, for the assimilation. So he still had over 19 hours left to reach the meeting location by the time he was done assimilating the cave heaven. But he didn't go to the meeting. It looked like he was going to the meeting because he went to the heavenly city of the first heaven. But he only went there to get mutated life abilities of the money pathway. He searched far and wide for what he needed. Even when he got and harvested 8 mutated life abilities of the money pathway, he still kept looking for more so that he would have extra in case he underestimated how many divine positions he would need to reach the 4th layer of force. As he grabbed rank 5 cultivators, he said to himself, "It is better that I have more than I need than need more than I have. Anyway, I have a lot of world hearts, so I can afford to create many divine positions." /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 811. This time, he didn't take the rank 5 cultivators to the world barrier before taking their mutated life abilities. This was because he was confident in being able to deal with any divine being who came to him looking for trouble. Besides, he believed that the divine beings were currently too busy to deal with him because of the upcoming war and the elders' meeting. So he was brazen as he grabbed rank 5 cultivators from the street and removed their power cores. After he got what he wanted from them, he would devour their bodies completely. Then he would move on to the next target. Once he had gotten what he wanted, which was 12 mutated life abilities, he left the first heaven and returned to the central domain. Then he began creating new divine positions. This time, what he was doing was noticed by other divine beings. In fact, they noticed him as soon as he began the attempt to create the first divine position. But they were busy with their meetings, so they ignored him. However, they had to pay attention to him again because he created the second divine position. When he created the third divine position, no one could dismiss him anymore. Everyone forgot what they were talking about in their meetings to pay attention to him. So they noticed that even though he was creating divine positions and pulling them into his cave heaven, the number of stars in his cave heaven didn't increase. From the looks of things, he still had one divine position. While they were wondering why this was the case, he created the fourth divine position. At this point, everyone stood up to stare at him in disbelief. They had to do this because combined with the one divine position he had before he began all of these, he should have 5 divine positions now. For many divine beings, this would be the first confirmed case of one of them being in control of 5 divine positions. So they felt impressed by witnessing history being made. But not everyone was impressed with his actions. Some of them had seen something like this before, and it only brought a feeling of dread to them. Then, those who had experienced something like this before chose to leave the blessed heaven world as soon as possible. It was some of the rank 8 divine beings who chose to leave the blessed heaven world. These divine beings didn't care that they would have to pay a fine of 100 divine merit points for leaving the meeting early. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. Even when Loki created the 5th divine position, no giant black hand tore down through the sky to strike him for being a greedy dragon. This was because he was devouring the divine positions as soon as they entered his cave heaven. By devouring them, he was destroying them. Since he wasn't actively using them, they didn't count towards the limit that the sect had set for every divine being. Unfortunately for him, this couldn't continue for long. By the time he created the 8th divine position, the DMadLord had been alerted to his antics. After all, it was very rare that their supreme metak would be used to create so many divine positions in such a short amount of time. Only one DMadLord was alarmed by his behavior. This DMadLord wanted to see exactly what was going on, so they tore a rift through the first dimension of the Sea of Worlds and looked through it to peer at him. When this DMadLord appeared, they saw nothing worthy of alarm. From the look of things, a little dragon had snuck into the sect and was trying, but failing to create divine positions. He would like to know why the dragon had remained unknown till this point. Aside from this, there didn't seem to be anything worthy of attention. But then something changed about the little dragon. For an unknown reason, the little dragon caught fire. The little dragon's entire body was covered by golden flames. The golden flames burned across his body and made him melt like wax. When the DMadLord saw this, his frivolous attitude disappeared, and he became serious. Even though the dragon had stopped creating divine positions, the DMadLord felt that the situation had gone out of hand. So the DMadLord manifested a hand to grab the little dragon. This manifested hand possessed a power that was very much weaker than its full power. But it had the advantage of being stealthy, so it wouldn't alert the other DMadLords and draw their attention to what was going on. This way, the matter could be settled without their interference. Down below, Loki was experiencing a transformation of a lifetime. It all started when he devoured the 8th divine position. Each time he devoured a divine position, Fenrir sent it to create the 4th layer in the force organ. A single divine position could only outline 12.5% of the 4th layer. So he needed 8 divine metacs to complete the outline. As it turned out, he was right to believe that he needed 8 divine positions to create the 4th layer. This made him excited beyond words, but he didn't dwell too much on being right about this. He allowed him to smile to indulge in being right. But while he was smiling, he was already filling up the space within the newly created 4th layer. He converted lifespan into force units as quickly as he could manage it. And when he ran out of lifespan, he consumed the world essence he had gained from looting worlds these past few days. With his lifespan topped up, he continued to create more force units. Then he used the force units to fill up the 4th layer. In total, he needed 900,000 force units to fill up the 4th layer. So he consumed a total of 90 million years of lifespan for it. Comments. Chapter 8:12. Each force unit was used to create a vibrating string within the empty space of the 4th layer. Combined with the 100,000 vibrating strings that he had before, he now had a total of 1 million vibrating strings. When the 1 million strings became complete, the vibrating strings thickened. They doubled in thickness and became stronger. He expected to become stronger because of this. After all, this was what had happened the previous 3 times since he upgraded the force organ. However, what happened was that the force organ would go haywire. The force organ turned into a golden flame and began consuming his lifespan. In an attempt not to die because of running out of lifespan, he consumed all of the world's essence in his possession. But this still wasn't enough. So he activated the devouring ability to consume the living things in his cave heaven. As he was wondering why he lost control of the force organ, the golden flame jumped from Fenrir to cover his whole body. Then his whole world became overwhelmed by flames. His hearing and sight became full of flames. All he could see and all he could hear were the flames. In fact, all of his senses could only perceive the fire burning him to death. This raised the pain to another level, because he could even taste his existence being wiped away by the fire. The pain was so overwhelming that he lost consciousness. His world faded to black as he lost consciousness. Then all of a sudden, light appeared and the world returned to him. When he looked around, he realized that he was sitting down beside the door of a wooden shack. His eyes looked down and saw a small body wearing rags. To his left was an older man who was also wearing rags. A small girl was holding the man's hand. The small girl was gaunt and dirty. She looked frail, as if she could break at any moment. And just like him and a man, she was wearing rags. There was fear on the small girl's face. She was clearly frightened, but the older man didn't seem to care. The man's mind seemed to be preoccupied with something because his gaze was unfocused. Whatever he was preoccupied with didn't seem to be a good thing, because his teeth were gritted and his fists were clenched in anger. Even the hand holding the small girl was also clenched. This caused the small girl to flinch in pain. The man's grip was clearly painful to her, but she only let tears stream down her face and didn't say a word. She was choosing to endure the pain instead of making any fuss about the source of the pain. Eventually, the man's grip got too strong, so she had to cry out in pain. Her cry finally brought the man's attention to her. He bent down to console her. He whispered to her while he rubbed her small hand tenderly to ease the pain. While this was happening, there was the sound of a woman crying in the house behind them. There was the sound of a man grunting and hitting the woman. After the sound of slap ran out, the man in the room said, "Go on, fight me. It is only fun when you resist." These words caused a flood of memories to drown Loki's mind. For a while, his eyes became unfocused. As he was reminiscing about the past, he chuckled inwardly and said to himself, "So that's where I got that proverb about rape from." I had almost forgotten. The memories that surged through his mind were unpleasant memories that he had tried to bury and forget. But now, they came galloping through his mind like the waters of a dam that had broken. It was unpleasant, to say the least. But he was no longer that weak 10-year slave boy, so the memories didn't feel as bad as they ought to be. In fact, he had enough presence of mind to be detached as he recollected everything that had happened to him. Because of the influx of memories, he knew that he was now 10 years old and had been fighting in deathmatch for 3 years now for food. He also knew that the man beside him was his father, while the small girl was his first sister. As for what was going on in the wooden shack behind him, it was the probable conception of his second sister. When he recovered from the deluge of memories, it was to the sound of another slap coming from the shack. Then the man in the shack cursed angrily, saying, "You bitch, you're going to pay for that." There were more slaps after that, and they were followed by more crying. In response, the man beside Loki became agitated again. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and he seemed to be in pain, even though he wasn't the one being beaten and raped. His father looked like he wanted to hit something, but he ultimately didn't do anything with his anger. His pain could only tear at him from within in a bid to find an outlet to vent. When Loki saw this, he knew why his father didn't let his anger make him act out. Even as a child, he knew that the consequences of slaves showing anger just because one of the slave managers was having their way with his slave wife would be dire. Now that he was seeing everything happen again, he thought to himself, at the end of the day, it is because he was weak. He was weak. So he had to stand by and do nothing as someone he cared about was violated and harmed. In truth, Loki felt detached from his memory. This was because back then, he hadn't been attached to his family. He hadn't cared about them because he was a grown man in a child's body. Comments. Chapter 8:13. When he reincarnated, his mother and father were strangers to him. He had already lived a life before his death and had lost the people he cared for that former life, so didn't want to be emotionally attached to them and have any reason to do so, especially since his new family could be accidentally killed or intentionally beaten to death by one of their masters. The loss of his previous family was still fresh, and he didn't want to go through something like that so soon. Besides, it wasn't as if he could easily replace what he lost for some strangers he just met. Over time, he grew closer to them, but they only became acquaintances who lived with and suffered with him in their humble abode. He found commonality in their identities as slaves that made him sympathize and empathize with them. However, he didn't become closer to them beyond that. This was intentional, and he did it so that he wouldn't have to experience what his father was currently experiencing in this memory. At that time, he stayed away from everyone emotionally so that he wouldn't have to be in pain whenever they were in pain. He had believed that his pain was enough for him, so he didn't want to add extra sources of pain when he was too weak to stop the painful events from happening. When he thought about this, he chuckled inwardly and said to himself, "At the end of the day, it paid off. If I had been attached to them, they would have dragged me down when I ran away, and Skarg threatened to kill them if I didn't return." He looked sideways as his father, who was in agony, as he thought, if he were the one who ran away and gained his freedom, but was threatened with his family, I'm sure that he would have returned. Even if he was sure that Skarg would still kill them to punish him for escaping, he would still return for the slim chance to save his family. This is the shackle of familiar and emotional attachment. I'm not sure which is worse, emotional attachments or the weakness of strength in preventing one from attaining freedom. What I do know is that I would rather tackle one than be held down by the two of them. Then he sighed and thought, I don't dare to say it is smarter to let go of all emotional weights and attachments on the path of freedom, but I'm sure that it is more efficient to cast off everything that can be used against you. Besides, even in my limited capacity for power, I am still strong enough to cast off the weights of emotional attachments. If I can't do that now that I'm weak, then I have no business seeking freedom. Without doing so, I won't be sincere enough in trying to be free of every burden and shackles. So, unlike his father, he didn't care that his mother was being raped. Back then, he also hadn't cared that his mother became pregnant after this and gave birth to a girl. He hadn't cared that his second sister might have been a bastard. In fact, he hadn't cared so much that he treated his second sister differently from his first sister. They were both the same to him. They were unfortunate slaves like him. So even though this memory wasn't pleasant to him, this part wasn't the part he hated and tried to forget. The worst part of this memory didn't come until later. After a few minutes of grunts, moans, crying, and sobbing, the activity within the shack was done. Then the slave manager in question came out of the house. The man was naked when he came out of the house, so Loki could see his genitals. At that time, Loki had looked away and tried not to look at the naked man. He had looked down in order to appear subservient and submissive. But this time, Loki had decided not to do such a thing. He took in a view of everything the man had to offer. In particular, he looked at the blood smeared all over the man's penis. He also didn't squirm about the idea that this blood didn't belong to the man. Not that the man didn't bleed because of the violent sexual engagement that just occurred within the shack, but his bleeding was limited to faint scratches on his face and his chest. So it was the person whose blood on his penis came from who suffered the most in that engagement. What he had to endure was minimal and would be forgotten in a few days at most. Compared to that, the damage that had been done to his mother was more severe and was unlikely to be forgotten for years. Even so, when the man came out, he was very angry, as if he was the one who suffered the most. He had an angry snarl on his face as he stomped over to them. Then he slapped Loki's father in the face. Loki's father immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. The man sobbed as he said, "Please have mercy. Have mercy on us." Even though Loki didn't want to, his body went along with his memories. He too fell to his knees and bowed his head as he begged for mercy. The man seemed to calm down after they begged him for mercy, even though they had done nothing wrong. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be enough to quench the anger in his heart. Instead of letting them go, the man sneered and said, "You have a fiery wife, huh? She doesn't want to behave herself, so I will have to find a way to encourage her." As he spoke, he unfurled a whip in his hand and said, "Let me show her what I will do to her precious daughter next time I come, and she misbehaves like she just did." Comments. Chapter 8:14. He cracked the whip through the air with an air of familiarity. Then his eyes gleamed with unconcealed ill intent as he said, "She's unconscious right now, so I will create something to serve as a reminder. When she wakes up, make sure to tell her what I said and show her what I've done." He smiled with undisguised cruelty on his face and said, "Trust me, she will want to see this." After he said this, he raised his hands into the air. Then he swung it down with force. This made the whip in his hand slash down and strike Loki in the back. It was a good thing that his head was already bowed and his back was exposed, so the whip didn't hit him in the face. But the whip shredded the rag he was wearing, which ruined it. This was what went through Loki's mind before the pain of his skin being split open struck him. The pain was so much that he felt it in his bones and in his heart. It was a strange feeling that made his heart seize for a brief moment and forced him to grit his teeth to endure it. Despite the great pain, he didn't dare to cry. Instead, he continued to beg for mercy. He wasn't the only one who was begging for mercy. Both his father and his innocent 6-year-old sister were begging for mercy too. But the slave manager didn't pay heed to pleas. The slave manager struck him with the whip again, then again, and again. Each time the whip struck him, it split his skin and came up with blood. It seemed the pain only got worse with each strike. Eventually, the pain became as bad as being burned alive. Then his consciousness gave out. He fainted, but the slave manager didn't stop. The man continued to beat him as if he were possessed by something unnatural. Because of this, Loki's body was torn until his skin became the same as the bloody rags on his back. He was slowly and surely becoming the item that the slave manager wanted to create to motivate his mother. Loki watched all of these happen as an ethereal spirit standing above his body. His form was golden and translucent. No one could see him, but he could see and feel everything. As the whip struck him into a bloody mess, he said, "This is the part one hated the most." It wasn't even the fact that this was the first time I would be beaten unconscious or that this beating was the worst one I'd gotten. It was the fact that I didn't do anything to deserve it. I didn't steal even when I was starving to death. I didn't talk back to my masters. I always bowed, and I always obeyed. I didn't become angry because he raped my mother. I even begged him for mercy because the rape got a little too rough for his liking. Yet, he still beat me until I almost died. Before this event, he had fought many battles in the cage of death, where only one child could come out alive. So he had killed many boys and girls just to stay alive. That experience had been bad, but at least he had some control over whether he would survive it or not. In those death matches, he could use his wit and his strength to eke out some survival and some food. If he did everything right, he would survive the fight. He would even get to eat some moldy jerky from time to time. But this particular experience topped all of that. This experience made all of his near-death experiences in the death matches trivial. After all, what Hughes was struggling so much to live just to be killed by someone for doing nothing wrong, literally. At that time, something broke within him when he woke up from a coma. He didn't want to go on living if whether he would live or die had nothing to do with his actions. He believed that if he could be killed for doing nothing wrong, then life was not worth living. So he had wanted to die in bed and put an end to his life of suffering. As this memory went through his mind, he smiled and said, "But then I realized that I had indeed done something wrong. I realized that my sin was that I was weak. I was weak. So even though I shed emotional attachments to avoid emotional pain and followed every rule like an obedient slave, I was still nearly whipped to death. That's when I realized that I had to acquire strength at all costs." After that epiphany, he realized that life could be worth living if he had enough strength to secure his life. The lives of his masters gave him an example of this. The Rain family was strong and could have slaves. Because of their strength, they get to be so high up on the food chain that even the managers they employ can bully their slaves. When he thought of them back then, they became the models of power that he should look forward to. In order to reach their level of power, he decided to give his all to achieve it. So he didn't kill himself and continued living. At this point in his recollection, the world froze around him. Then a question came unbidden to his mind. Was it worth it? Was everything you gave up so far for power worth it? He didn't know where that question came from, but it made him laugh when he heard it. He laughed so hard that tears of blood streamed down his face. The tears felt like lava on his face. They stung and burned his face. Despite the pain, he just couldn't stop laughing. So the tears kept coming. He found that question to be amusing. After laughing for a while, his eyes became cold, and he said in anger, "Of course it was worth it." Comments. Chapter 8:15. His voice was loud as he said stubbornly, "I regret nothing, and I would have done the same thing all over again if I were to start from the beginning. I would have done it over and over and over again if I had to. Everything and anything can be given up in the pursuit of power. Without freedom, life is not worth living. That is my creed." As he spoke, his anger seemed to solidify his ephemeral body. His body went from being transparent to being translucent. Then it became solid flesh and blood. During this process, the opposite was happening to the world around him. While his body was solidifying, the world was becoming translucent and faint. By the time his body became solid flesh, the world had become completely transparent. Then the world shattered around him. His consciousness felt a brief moment of orientation as the world shattered like glass. When he removed, he discovered the world had returned. But he was no longer in his memories. Instead, he was back in the blessed heaven world. Above him, a large hand was reaching down to grab him. For some reason, the hand didn't look as big as he was used to. In fact, the hand didn't seem as strong as it should have. He felt as if this large hand was weaker. There was also the fact that the memories he had just experienced had made him angry and frustrated. So instead of running away from the large hand, he decided to stand and fight. He roared and rushed into the sky with his fist raised. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Never again, never again." His momentum was overwhelming, and he was full of confidence. But the hand in the sky still smashed him down. He was struck from the sky and forced to crash into the ground. His body smashed through the ground, creating a deep pit. Beyond the pit, cracks extended into the surrounding area, fragmenting the surface of the central domain, draining water bodies, and leveling mountains. The Black Hand was fine, but the world was suffering because of their clash. He wasn't doing any better either. He didn't die, but half of his body was gone from the collision with the large hand. So it looked like the fight had been between him and the world, not with the colossal hand. He had lost, but for some reason, he was smiling. He was so happy that his smile turned into full-blown laughter. As he laughed, he said, "I can move. I can fight." His situation was a stark contrast to everything going on around him. Ever since the eyes of the DMadLord appeared, everything the DMadLord was looking at had frozen. So only he was capable of moving, and only he was laughing. The emotion of the owner of the large, colossal hand was directly opposite to his. The DMadLord had won that clash. Yet, he wasn't happy. The DMadLord couldn't be happy because the little dragon that it looked down on had become a dragon king. This was unacceptable, as it meant that the will of the blessed heaven world was trying to bring about the return of the age of dragons. The DMadLord didn't doubt this, because only a world could create a dragon king, and only a superworld could create a rank 9 dragon king. Since this dragon soul belongs to the blessed heaven world, and the blessed heaven world is a superworld, then this dragon must have been the one to turn it into a dragon king. This turn of events made the DMadLord say to himself, "How did this happen? I thought I had already neutered the will of this world. Is this the doing of another DMadLord? Who could it be?" Meanwhile, he turned to the sect spirit of the money pathway, which the dragon belonged to, and said, "Why didn't you notify me of the presence of a dragon in my sect?" The sect spirit in the divine constellation rolled its eyes and said, "It was a rank 6 dragon. That was not a threat at all. It was too low to meet the criteria for you to be informed. How was I supposed to know that something like this was going to happen? Anyway, I informed you when he began creating too many divine positions. That should count. If you want to blame anyone, you can't blame me." The sect spirit refused to admit that it was at fault. The DMadLord didn't take the disrespect seriously, since the sect spirit is technically a part of him. Since he couldn't disrespect himself, the sect spirit couldn't disrespect him. Besides, the sect spirit made a good point. The dragon was truly beneath his attention. If he had been informed of this earlier, he would have dismissed the dragon and gotten angry that he was distracted by something as silly as a rank 6 dragon. So the DMadLord sighed and said, "Anyway, it has gotten to this point. So do your job and get rid of the trouble. Do it quickly before the others arrive." The sect spirit knew that the matter had gotten so serious that no more errors could be entertaining. So the sect spirit activated the fail-safe in every member of the Four Directions sect. As soon as the fail-safe was activated, Loki felt a stab of pain in his mind. When he searched for the source of pain, he found that it was coming from within his body. His body had changed drastically from the one he used as Gold Body. His body was still golden, but it now had scales. He also had a long tail and 2 large golden horns on his head. When he saw his golden hexagonal eyes, he realized that he was now in his full dragon form. He didn't care about this, though. After all, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a dragon from the eyes of a DMadLord anyway. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 8:16. In fact, he felt proud and carefree for being a dragon. If not for the mark in his flesh burning him, everything would be perfect. This mark was similar to the tracking mark that he used on others. It had always been a part of his body, but he was only becoming aware of it now. The mark had transformed into a hook for some reason. Then something was pulling the hook from the sky. Like a fish, he was pulled into the sky by the hook. And like a fish, he was powerless to resist. He could only flail around in futility. This was because the mark had stripped him of his strength. The mark made it impossible for him to mobilize his strength. So when a large hand reached down to get him, he couldn't resist it. He didn't hear what had gone on between the DMadLord and the sect spirit. No one had heard their conversation. But even without this knowledge, he knew that what he was experiencing was very bad. He thought that it was a bad idea to let things continue like this. But even though he could use the devouring ability to remove the mark, he decided that it was safer to leave. He wanted to return to a time when a DMadLord didn't have their eyes on him. But even before the rewind metak was activated, the DMadLord in the sky knew that it was going to be activated. So the DMadLord stopped holding back. The large hand in the sky turned into black chains that rushed down to bind his body. Then the black chains began crushing his body. As soon as the black chains ensnared him, all of his power was sealed. He couldn't even move his body to make futile resistance. The black chains caused him to stiffen. His mind was also forced to slow down to a crawl, and every metak became unable to be activated. Despite all of these suppressions, Fenrir was still able to activate the rewind metak. So Fenrir could still escape. In the bid to stop him, the black chains crushed his body and rushed into his cave heaven. Then they crashed into the core of his cave heaven to grab Fenrir. Unfortunately, he was still able to enter the river of time before the black chains could get to him. The black chains refused to give up and followed him into the river of time. His heart tightened when the black chains surged after him into the river of time. They were like black tentacles trying to grab him. The black chains were clearly very powerful. If they so much as touch him, he would be done for. But the black chains couldn't lock onto him as the sword light could. They could only search in his general direction. So even though his speed was slow, the black chains quickly became lost in the deluge of events in the river of time. After the black chains disappeared from sight, he sighed in relief. Then he said, "Why am I slow anyway?" For the first time since he acquired the rewind metak, the speed of the rewind metak was slow. It was easy to figure out why, since he looked like an elephant riding a horse. When he saw this, he became amused. So he chuckled and said, "No wonder. I guess it is a bit too much to ask a rank 6 divine metak to carry a rank 9 behemoth like me." He was joking, but this situation was very serious. The rewind metak was actually at risk of breaking apart and leaving him stranded in the rive of time because of the strain. The safe thing to do would be to deactivate the rewind metak as soon as possible. But he didn't want to return to a time when the divine position of the Four Directions sect was still in his cave heaven. In fact, he didn't want to return to any period of time when he was a member of the Four Directions sect. So he had the rewind metak endure for a while longer. As the rewind metak took upstream the river of time, he thought back to what had just happened to him in the blessed heaven world. When he remembered his new body and the outcome of his clash with the colossal black hand, he grinned and said, "It seems it worked. I must have advanced to rank 9. My power didn't have anything to do with having a supreme metak, though. I wonder why that was the case." Then he shrugged and said, "No matter. I will find out along the way. What I should do now is decide what to do next. It goes without saying that my next step is advancing to rank 10 and becoming a DMadLord. I might be able to do that by eating a DMadLord, but I'm nowhere strong enough for that. So I need to acquire strength. I could also find a way to become a DMadLord organically, as the previous DMadLord did, which means I need to acquire certain privileged information from people who know how to become DMadLords. Ideally, Slav will be the best source of information. But if I can't get to him, I can target the weaker DMadLords of the other sections. If I can acquire information from them, that will be good. If not, I can also work towards eating them. While he was planning, he finally reached the end of the road. So the rewind metak brought him down from the river of time into the physical world. This was the moment he awakened his energy well. He was standing in a formation with 99 other kids in the awakening room. As soon as Fenrir from the future descended into his body began to transform. A spark lit up within Fenrir that set his lifespan ablaze. So his lifespan became fuel that turned the spark into a flame. Comments. Chapter 817. The flame that the spark created was a golden flame with intense brightness and power. It erupted out of his body and burned him inside out. Every inch of his body was burned. Even his clothes were turned into ashes. But his body wasn't burned to ashes by the golden flame. Instead, the golden flame melted his body and reshaped it like one would melt metal before reshaping it. This was the same process that he had undergone when the fourth layer of force was filled in with vibrating strings and completed. But this time, the process wasn't painful. In fact, the process was pleasant. It felt as if he were in a hot spring. All of the aches and injuries in his body from years of abuse were melted away by the water in the hot spring. However, even though the process wasn't painful, it still needed a lot of lifespan. It needed far more than the meager 41 years of lifespan that he currently possessed. So if he didn't find a way to gain lifespan soon, he would surely die. Because of this, he activated the devouring ability. He didn't let the black force cover everyone in the city, though. He only let it cover the people in the awakening room with him. This was to avoid causing trouble so soon. But something surprising happened to him. Actually, two surprising things happened to him. He expected to devour a few years of lifespan from everyone since they were so weak. In the past, he usually devoured a maximum of 1 year of lifespan from rank 1 beings, 2 years from rank 2, 3 years from rank 3, and so on. That was the maximum. In fact, he might get lower than this if he didn't eat them alive. But this time, he was able to get their full lifespan. That is, he was able to get up to 90 years from them. As he perceived what was going on, he realized that this was because the devouring ability had become more efficient in determining that it should extract from the target. It seemed in the past, the devouring ability was always trying to eat the body, mind, and soul. Unfortunately, it couldn't eat all of these efficiently. So while it was wasting time digesting, most of the lifespan from the target would leak and escape into the world. However, the devouring ability was now prioritizing lifespan above all else. So it only extracted the energy within the target. This allowed him to gain lifespan with minimal loss. The second surprise was that he could now control what the black force field could devour. So even though the black force field had covered everything around him, he could decide to spare some people. Or instead of devouring both the people, the ground, and the house around them, he could devour only the people. That way, the ground beneath them and the house around them would be left intact. Because of his plan for the future, he decided to leave Slav alone. He knocked the boy out with a flex of his will, but he devoured everyone else. Unfortunately for him, this many people weren't going to be enough for him. According to his estimates, he needed approximately 1,000,000 years of lifespan to complete his transformation. So even if a single person gave him 100 years of lifespan, he would still need to devour 10,000 people. In comparison, there were only 100 people within this room to provide him with some lifespan, and they provided an average of 85 years of lifespan each. Since this wasn't going to be enough, he decided to extend the black devouring force field to the rest of the city. He had done something like this many times before, so he didn't think he had much to worry about. He didn't let the black force field cover the whole city at once, though. He still showed some restraint by letting the black force expand slowly to cover more and more ground based on his needs. On his command, the black force field disintegrated every living thing it touched. Aside from a few people, he let the devouring ability eat everyone it touched. The black force field was a silent eater. Even the prey it fed on became silent as soon as it started munching on them. Someone could be shouting at the top of their lungs, but once the force field covered them, they would become silent. The devouring ability was also a neat eater. It didn't leave messy bits of flesh and blood behind while eating. It left everywhere it had been pristine. Loki liked eating this way. Unfortunately, the people of the city had other ideas about eating etiquette. Instead of standing still and quiet as they wait for the black force field to cover them, they ran away shouting in fear. He thought their shouting was a nuisance, but he would have allowed them to shout so long as they stayed still. But they were insatiable and refused to stay still. So he had to keep extending the range of the force field to cover more parts of the city and more people. Eventually, all of their shouting got to him. He became too frustrated by the noise, so he said, "Fuck it, I'll just finish it once and for all." Then he made the black force field to cover the city. This silenced the city immediately. So he nodded in satisfaction and said, "I should have done this right from the start. All of their noise will attract attention, so it is good to shut them up. Plus, this way, they won't be able to send messages out for help. The only one I have to worry about now is the sect grounds and the reaction of the sect to what I've done." He ate most of the living beings in the city, but he killed everyone. He also didn't destroy any of the city's infrastructure. Comments. Chapter 8:18. He left Skarg, the two sons of the Rain family, Jim, Tommy, Rusty, Death's envoy, and he didn't destroy any of the buildings. The people he left alive were old acquaintances. Most of them were left alone on a whim. But the people of the Rain family were left alive for a specific reason. That reason isn't to eat golden sun, though. He is not ready to try that again. As for the sect grounds, he felt that alone too, because he didn't want to challenge the sect directly. But he is not sure if this will be enough to keep the sect from hunting him for taking over 1 million lives. When he thought about what could happen, he said inwardly, as long as a DMadLord doesn't come, I should be fine. If a DMadLord does come, then I will have to find another way. Anyway, I won't join the sect again. If he were a member of the sect who destroyed a city, the sect would only fine him and call it day. As for what the owner of the city would do to him for destroying the city, the sect won't concern itself with that. But if he were to destroy a city without being a member of the sect, that would be considered an invasion by a hostile entity. So the sect will definitely intervene in the matter of retribution. What is uncertain is how much that intervention will be and if they would alert their DMadLord for a city that was destroyed. He can avoid all of these by registering with the sect. But his experience from the previous timeline has shown him that it would be a bad idea to let the sect mark him. No amount of benefits, such as a bank account tied to his soul or a sect token for easy communication and access to a market, would change his mind about this. Not even the chance to become the highly coveted sect elder position can entice him to do this. This is why he also isn't interested in becoming the new monarch gold body. Of course, having a divine position of the Four Directions sect in his cave heaven at this point would have more dire consequences than simply becoming a member of the Four Directions sect. With his mind made up, he turned his attention inwards. By this time, the transformation of his body had become complete. He could feel how much he had grown, but to get a clearer idea of his progress, he used the power identification ability. Race, Dragon King. Available lifespan, 41 years, 112,735,331 years. Dao status, 8-9. Cave heaven, 87.4 million square kilometers, 1,000 million square kilometers. Body, 8.5. Soul, 8.5. Mind, 8.5. Will 9. Insight, 8.5. Law fragment, amplification 21 100%, 1, 515, 251, 600. Divine spark, world power. Dragon appointment, Dragon King authority. Power shifting. Fenrir. Incomplete 1% power identification. Tracking. Seal. Devouring. Siphon. Divine Metak. Rank rewind 6. At a glance, he could tell that he had made a lot of changes. Some of the changes were expected, but most of them were not something he could have guessed. The change he most expected to make was to advance from rank 8 to rank 9. He got what he wanted, but it didn't happen the way he wanted it. The source of the power that boosted his Dao status from rank 8 to rank 9 was the Force Organ and the World Power ability. But these two are gone now. They've now been replaced by the Divine Spark. As fast as he can tell, the Divine Spark is like the Divine Position. But the Divine Spark is clearly of a higher grade in quality and power. The Divine Position had helped him advance to rank 6, and it had helped him break the limit of 5 units in his stats. Lastly, the Divine Position had helped him to awaken the Insight stat. These are all impressive achievements, but the Divine Spark is in a different league of its own. The first main difference between them is that the Divine Spark helped him advance to rank 9 and broke the limit of 8 units in his stats. This is the part where things start to become unexpected. He expected the part where the Divine Spark helped him to advance to rank 9, but he didn't expect that it would help him upgrade his stats. And he didn't expect that it would help him construct a cave heaven that is 1 billion square kilometers in size. In comparison, the Divine Position had helped him to build a cave heaven that was 87.4 million square kilometers in size. So this is a quantitative difference of 11.44 times. But then the Divine Spark took things further by helping him to create divine positions. So, while the Divine Spark didn't unlock any new stats for him, it made him capable of creating divine positions and unlocking the insight stat in others. The ability to create divine positions is the world power ability now. It is basically an ability to grant power to others and turn them into world kings. He doesn't really care about this ability much since it won't improve his ability directly. But when this world power ability is combined with the dragon appointment ability and the Dragon King authority ability, he became a lot more interested. The Dragon Appointment ability can be used to transform a target into a dragon, while the Dragon King Authority ability can be used to transform a dragon into a Dragon King. Right now, the Dragon King Authority ability can only be used on a single dragon at a time, so he can only maintain one Dragon King. For the time being, the Dragon King Authority ability is being used on him, but he can choose to give another dragon the Dragon King Authority ability. Comments. Chapter 819. However, the requirement to create a Dragon King is that the chosen dragon must be using a divine position created through his world power ability before it can become his Dragon King. And the Dragon King can only be at rank 8 at best. Only he can be at rank 9. These abilities made him scratch his chin as he thought, "This sounds like the abilities of a world." It is not surprising since I got the Divine Spark by upgrading the World Seed. But if I am a world, then I must be a super world. After all, a super world is the only thing I know that can support the existence of a rank 9 being, and I've never heard or seen a large world with a Divine Spark. Then he licked his lips and thought, "This is good. It is very good even. With them, I can build my own power base like DMadLords. And just like DMadLords, I can collect rent through my divine positions." He was very satisfied with the abilities of the Divine Spark. However, these benefits came with a caveat. In order to create the Divine Spark, he has to damage Fenrir. In fact, the damage was so bad that Fenrir detached from him. In the core of his cave heaven, there is a crystal stone at the very center. This crystal stone is gold. It is shining brightly with the brightness of a star. But it isn't a star. The crystal stone isn't his life fire either. It looks like the golden flame that burns on the head of divine beings, but it isn't burning. Instead, it has been frozen into solid stone. From the depths of the crystal stone, he can sense golden threads vibrating at a high frequency. He could also tell that these vibrating threads are his source of power. They are consuming 16 years of his lifespan for every year of power that they grant him. This golden and bright crystal stone, formed of frozen fire, is the Divine Spark. It is also where his soul is residing. So his consciousness is no longer staying within Fenrir. The crystal stone is where his consciousness and mind are now. If it is destroyed, he will die. It is just like how a world will die when the heart of the world is destroyed. Beside him is a tiny white dog with a serpent's tail. This dog has cracks all over its body and is on the verge of collapsing. This dog is Fenrir. His form is collapsing after Loki's consciousness, the Divine Spark, and his potential has left it. The damage to Fenrir isn't just superficial. Fenrir still looks like it has its abilities, but it has actually lost some of its abilities. The most important ability that it lost is the ability to have and use an infinite amount of divine metaks. Fenrir can only use 3 divine metaks together now. It should be able to use 5 divine metaks, but because it is injured, it can only use 5. But even if Fenrir were to reach 100%, it would never be able to use an unlimited number of divine positions and divine metaks like it used to do before it separated from him. The reason for this change in Fenrir is actually very complicated, but the summary of it is that Fenrir wasn't the true source of his power all along. Apparently, Fenrir is just a metak that he awakened. The reason Fenrir was more powerful than the other metaks is that he was special. As for what makes him special, he can't tell exactly. For now, all he can tell is there is something special within him, and it is why Fenrir could have more than one pathway as a mortal, combine the power of metaks as a mortal, use many divine metaks as a mortal, use more than one pathway as a divine being, and combine the power of different divine metaks as a divine being. The special element within him feels as if he has a pit within him that he can't feel or reach. The feeling is akin to having a word at the tip of his tongue, but he can't exactly remember what the word is and speak it. In fact, if not for the fact that Fenrir had separated from him, he wouldn't have been able to tell that there was something within him. Thanks to the separation, he was able to identify that there was something particular about him when Fenrir lost the power-shifting ability, but he kept it. So now, Fenrir can't convert one divine metak into another one anymore, but he can still do that on his own. Fenrir can't upgrade divine metaks anymore either. This is not exactly a bad thing, because it exposed something about himself that he didn't know about before. It is not a bad thing for Fenrir either, because he can now heal Fenrir and help it become whole again. This is a good thing, since he will finally be able to tell what Fenrir really is when it is complete. It is also good, because he can't upgrade his divine spark and doesn't know how. So upgrading Fenrir is one of the things he can do to increase his power. The other things he can do to increase his strength are to raise his stats and acquire more divine metax. Then he can use the power shifting ability to upgrade both Fenrir and the divine metax if he feels like it. For now, he raised his stats to 9 units. It cost him 1 million years of his lifespan to raise each of them to 9 units. Since the will stat was already at 9 units, he only needed to upgrade the other 4 stats. So it cost him 4 million years in total. When he looked at the will stat, he said to himself, "This should have upgraded when I completed the 4th layer and advanced to rank 9. I felt it after I came out of that dream of my past." Comments. Chapter 820. His scaled tail swished behind while he was thinking. But this side-to-side movement of his tail paused slightly when he heard Slav groan. He also stopped thinking of glancing at Slav. His inside star picked up something special about Slav. So he activated the power identification to take a look at the young master. Race, human. Lifespan 111 years, 1 month, 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 second. Energy quantity, 95. Energy density, 1. Energy rank, 1. Body, 0.4. Soul, 0.9. Metac, danger sense divine. Slav has awakened the danger sense metac. When he saw this, his eyes narrowed as he thought, "It seems Fenrir breaking and detaching from me has more consequences than I thought." He has reversed time many times, but Slav never reawakened a divine metac, even if he no longer possessed the divine metac. The danger sense metac is a clear example of this. He had long destroyed the danger sense metac, but it never reappeared in Slav. He always thought that was normal, but now he is starting to think that something else was happening, even though he didn't have a danger sense metac anymore. For now, he isn't sure if he is at fault because of the special element within him, or if this was all Fenrir's fault. But he is somewhat certain that the reason Slav has now reawakened the danger sense metac is due to the changes between him and Fenrir. At least, he is sure that Fenrir's breaking is why he lost all of his previous metacs and divine metacs. Only the rewind metac is with him because it is what he was able to bring along from the future. The rest have been lost. However, he didn't dwell on this too much. His thought quickly moved on to the matter of what to do with the danger sense metac. Slav is now unconscious, some distance away from him. Since Slav can't resist, he can take the danger sense metac if he wants to. Even if Slav were awake, he is sure that he can take the danger sense metac for himself. So Slav isn't a problem at all. The only source of the problem for him regarding the danger sense metac is the attitude of the DMadLords after taking it. This risk of drawing the attention of DMadLords made him think carefully about this decision before letting himself fall into temptation. After thinking about it, he said to himself, "I have a cave heaven, so I should be able to block the perception of DMadLords when they're not looking at me directly. But even if it doesn't work, I have the rewind metac." So he decided to take the divine metac. Once he made up his mind, he acted on it. He strode over to Slav. On his way to the young master, he tossed a tracking mark on him. Then he grabbed his neck and broke it. Slav's death activated the seal ability. The seal ability converted the tracking mark into a seal, which encapsulated the danger sense metac. So Loki was able to retrieve the danger sense from him through contact. While the danger sense metac was being pulled out of Slav's corpse, he thought, "As for my plan to have a chat with Golden Sun in this timeline, I can put that aside for now. Plus, if I get the danger sense metac, he will awaken the space blink metac. The space blink divine metac will also awaken his memories. So I should be able to talk to him in the awakening room without waiting for him to go to the underground cave heaven. If he doesn't talk at that time, then I can simply take the space blink metac from him again." A few seconds later, the danger sense metac entered his cave heaven. It appeared within the core of his cave heaven and stayed beside the divine spark together with Fenrir and the rewind metak. He didn't use the danger sense metak yet, though. Instead, he raised his head to look at the sky. He stayed like that for a full minute. When no colossal black hand came down to grab him after a minute of waiting, he activated the danger sense metak. After he activated the danger sense metak, he still continued to stare at the sky. His intuition for danger has now increased with the activation of the danger sense metak, so he could sense more clearly that there was no danger from the sky. Instead, the source of danger was the sect. He could also sense that someone had been sent by the sect to deal with him. He couldn't tell how strong the person the sect sent was, but he could sense that the danger was manageable. This put a smile on his face. As he smiled, he thought to himself, "It seems the sect still doesn't know how powerful I am." But then his smile faltered when the danger he sensed from the sect was rising. From what he could perceive through the danger sense metak, the sect hadn't sent any more people to kill him, and the threat from the person that was sent was constant. But the sect itself was already planning to take more action against him that would be more dangerous to him. When he sensed this, he thought solemnly, "I'd better leave. Staying in the sect's territory like this is just asking for trouble." He has a lot of things he plans to do, and many places he needs to be anyway. He has to get divine positions to heal Fenrir, and he needs to check out what's under the river of death that Money Body likes to spend days at a time visiting. For the former, he can steal divine positions from the sects like he's been doing so far. Or he could create his own divine positions. He would prefer to steal from the sects, but since that would come with trouble from the sect and might attract the attention of DMadLords, he decided to create his own divine positions. A/N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 821. To create divine positions, he will need divine metaks and a lot of lifespan. The symbol of authority of world kings will also do, so he can avoid trouble from the sects and go to small worlds to get the materials he needs. With these things on his agenda, he plans to visit the river of death first. Then he will leave the blessed heaven world. These things went through his head as he tore open a gap in the barrier of the first dimension and entered the second dimension. Then he rushed over to the spot that Money Body used to enter the river of death. Unlike Money Body, he flew over with his full speed, and he moved in a straight line towards his destination. He didn't meander about, because he had no reason to hide what he was doing right now. Besides, someone was coming for his life right now. So the sooner he was done with what he was doing, the better. There was no air in the second dimension, so even though he was moving at a terrifying speed, there was no air resistance to push him back. Right now, his power output is 9, cultivation rank, times 9, stat, times 1,000 million, cave heaven, times 7, law fragment, which is 567,000 units of divine power. This made him shake his head and say, "To think I could reach the speed of light one timeline ago. How the mighty have fallen." In the last timeline, he could produce 1,042,022,400 units of divine power. This could bring him to speeds of 1,042,022,400 kilometers per hour. The speed of light is 1,080,000,000 kilometers per hour. So he didn't exactly reach the speed of light. He could only reach 96.5% of the speed of light. But it is still impressive. At least, it is more impressive than what he can do now. In fact, he should be ashamed of his current power, as it is not impressive for a rank 6 divine being, let alone a great rank 9 being like him. He is not yet ashamed, but he has made up his mind to improve his situation. So he said to himself, "The most important thing to improve my power is still a supreme metak. Aside from that, I need to get more divine metaks. I also have to improve the amplification from law fragments. The first one will be very difficult to accomplish, but it is feasible. The second one will be very easy to accomplish. The last one is even easier to do." As he was thinking, he activated Fenrir and used it to create manifestations of itself. These manifestations were white with black serpent tails. The manifestations looked exactly like Fenrir. This was because they were formed with pure lifespan, not with the nanite metak. After he created them, he sent them to the second heaven to eat spirit creatures. Then he continued his trip. In his opinion, he is weak. But 567,000 units of divine power is still 567,000 kilometers per hour. So even with this speed, he can cross the blessed heaven world more than twice in an hour. His destination is also nearby, and he had the third dimension to help him. So he will be able to reach his destination in a few minutes at most. When he entered the third dimension, he sensed something that made him look up at the third heaven and say the core of the blessed heaven world should be there. The third heaven is the sky of the third dimension, where the stars of the divine constellations hang. In a normal world, the third dimension is where the core of the world is supposed to be. At least, that's his experience with worlds without world kings. The blessed heaven world doesn't have world kings, but its core is nowhere to be found. And for some reason, he had never been able to reach the divine constellation and see what's in the third heaven. As he looked up now, he realized that he could cross the distance between him and the divine constellation, so he could finally reach the third heaven. But he was currently busy with something, so he tore his gaze away from the third heaven. He continued flying towards where he believed the spot would be. When he reached it, he left the third dimension and entered the second dimension. After he returned to the third dimension, he saw that he was some distance from his destination, so he flew over to the place. He didn't enter the third dimension again because distance is difficult to gauge in it if he doesn't have something at his destination to direct him. If he entered the third dimension now and moved some distance through it in the direction of his destination, he very well might come out into the second dimension on the other side of his destination. So the third dimension might make him waste his time, not get closer to his destination. Since the distance between him and the spot was close anyway, he decided to cover it by flying himself. Just as he thought, it took him a few seconds to get there. When he arrived, the first thing he did was to carefully and thoroughly inspect the location. He used both his insight stat and the power identification ability. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything special. Only the danger sense metak was telling him that the river of death was dangerous. But he already knew this. In fact, he still remembered how dangerous it was. Since he couldn't tell exactly what was dangerous, he shrugged and said, "Guess I have to go in blind." Then he thought, it shouldn't be lethal to me anyway. If Moneybody can do it, I should be able to do it too. After encouraging himself, he braced himself for a cold and painful bath. Then he plunged headfirst into the river of death. Comments. Chapter 8:22. In return, the river of death embraced him wholeheartedly. The embrace wasn't tight, but it was suffocating. He didn't have lungs, and he didn't breathe, but he felt that he was drowning. The black water of the river of death felt soft and welcoming to him, but it was so cold, it burned him. The black water chilled him to the extent that his body shivered. This was another anomaly that a divine being shouldn't experience. But not only did his body shiver, his soul also shivered for warmth. The previous time he did something like this, the river of death ripped lifespan and law fragment from his cave heaven through. He expected the experience to be a little bit different now that he was a rank 9 divine being. But he was wrong. The river of death didn't seem to care that he was a rank 9 divine being with a divine metak. The mysterious force of the river of death plunged into his body and west straight into the cave heaven, where it tried to snuff out the life within him. Nothing he could do could stop the power of the river of death. It stripped him of his law fragments and drained him of his lifespan, all in a bid to kill him. So the experience was as bad as it was the first time. As soon as he touched the river of death, he remembered exactly why he swore never to touch the river of death again. In fact, he also swore, saying, "If this doesn't turn out well, I'm killing Moneybody." The possibility of a great secret hiding just beneath the river of death, and the pleasure of inflicting his current suffering on another being helped keep him determined to continue sinking into the embrace of death despite all of his instincts telling him to run away right now. Actually, his instincts were screaming at him to run. Every means of judgment and discernment that he possessed was roaring in his ears that he was dying. As someone who had killed so many people and had died many times over his years of cultivation, he understood that what his instincts were telling him was right. Yet he refused to go up. After he entered the river of death, the whole world became silent, and every form of light disappeared. In fact, the entire world had disappeared completely. He felt as if he were the only thing in existence. He also felt that he would soon be the last thing in existence because he was dying. The feeling of the river of death draining everything within him gave him the certainty that while the time of his death was uncertain, it was certain that he would die. He gritted his teeth as he thought, "If this goes on, I will surely die." The feeling of the certainty of death was overwhelming. It was especially bad since it was the only thing he could feel, see, hear, touch, or taste. Common sense dictated that he should give up. But he had over 110 million worth of lifespan, so he believed that he should be fine for a while. Besides, he also had the power identification ability to rely on. Since he could use it to monitor his situation, he would be able to determine when he was truly in danger of dying. When he used the power identification ability to check his status, he saw that he had consumed 12,000 years of lifespan. Since he had spent 12 seconds in the river of death, the rate of dying was easy to determine. After making the short calculation, he said, "So I'm dying at a rate of 1,000 years per second. That's very bad. I can endure this level of consumption for a while before I croak, but 1,000 years of lifespan gone in a second is widely unreasonable. Anyway, if I don't see anything by the time I lose half of my lifespan, I will give up and return immediately." At the end of the day, it was the fact that he could monitor how much lifespan he was losing in real time and determine when he had had enough that was the main reason he could continue enduring the feeling of death. He needed the certainty of being able to escape because he had lost the motivation for a potential secret or the motivation of the possibility of inflicting pain on a certain rank 8 money cultivator a few seconds into this unpleasant experience. It wasn't that he had given up on punishing Money Body for misleading. It was just that all the pleasure he could gain from punishing Money Body was no longer enough to justify putting himself through something this dangerous. But he was still hell-bent on beating Money Body and was going to do so even if this venture went well. In fact, he decided to think about all the things he would do to Money Body now to distract himself from the suffocating feeling of death. He was thinking about this when the river of death suddenly disappeared. The unyielding darkness of death yielded to something other than death. Like a man drowning, Loki grabbed onto this slice of existence without any care for what it was. In that short moment, he didn't care about why there was something down here under the river of death, and he didn't even bother to see what it was before grabbing onto it. He was just glad that there was finally something other than his existence. He could have ignored this slice of reality and continued sinking into the depths of the river of death, but he allowed himself to sink into it. This object was like mud. It was thick, yet it allowed him to sink into it. When he finally entered the object, he looked around to see what it was. What he saw was a large continent. The continent was full of life and people. They lived their lives in peace as if they were not living under the river of death, but in the real world. Comments. Chapter 823. As he looked around, he realized that he was standing in the air above the continent. When he looked at the sky where he came from, he saw that it was cracked. He saw that the cracks were like broken glass. He also saw that there was a white, opaque barrier at the edge of the continent. This signified that this was a cave heaven. While he was wondering how a cave heaven could survive under the river of death, the sun of this world noticed him. Then the sun came over to him. As the sun streaked through the sky in his direction, he examined it closely. What he saw was a golden star brimming with power. The sight of the golden star gave him flashbacks and reminded him of a certain fallen DMadLord. This made him shake his head in disbelief and say to himself, "It can't be him, right? It can't be Golden Sunday." There was only one way to be sure, so he used the power identification ability on this golden star. Race, human. Available lifespan, 31,931 years. Cultivation rank, 9. Cave heaven, 12,736 million square kilometers. Body, 0.1. Soul, 0.1. Mind, 0.5. Will, 9. Insight, 6. Law fragment, amplification 5, 189, 362, for 80, 900%. Metac, rank times stasis 8. Time slow 8. Time speed up 8. Future self 8. Past self 8. Blade of time 8. Time loop supreme metac 9. As it turned out, this person was also a fallen DMadLord. They weren't Golden Sun, though, but this didn't make him happy at all. When he saw the time loop supreme metac, he understood why this cave heaven was able to survive for so long in the river of death. This was because the main ability of the time loop supreme metac was to erase the passage of time on a target, object, or area and bring it back to a moment in the past. According to what he could tell, the time loop supreme metac worked by fixing the range of time of a target or object. This way, the object would return to the start when it reaches the end of the range set for it. The side effect of this is that the target wouldn't die, no matter how much time has passed. He is not sure if this will work on the mysterious power of the river of death. But if it worked, he could see how he would have survived in the river of death. But he didn't dwell on this too long because he had more important matters to deal with. After all, this person was the creator of the time pathway. Just as he was wondering what to do, the golden sun came over to him. Then it said, "A new visitor. How interesting. You're welcome here in my humble abode. However, you have to make 2 promises before we can proceed." Loki relaxed somewhat when he heard this. This was because this fallen DMadLord didn't seem to notice that he was the one who stole their rewind metac. He thought that it was reasonable that they couldn't tell that he had the rewind metac, since he wasn't immortal and didn't have a divine position of the time pathway. He had a cave heaven, which is a secluded slice of reality directly under his control. So this fallen DMadLord should not be able to tell the conditions of his cave heaven. Since he didn't have a divine position of the time pathway, the Golden Star should not expect him to be able to use the rewind metac, even if he had it. At the very least, they didn't seem to have any hostility toward him from the Golden Star. It was either that there was no problem to worry about, or the Golden Star was lying to make him lower his guard and not suspect that they were onto him. Either way, he felt it was a good thing, because if they were trying to trick him into relaxing, they had to be weaker than him. After all, someone who was vastly stronger than him and had ill intentions should attack him directly instead of resorting to tricks. As these thoughts went through his mind, he bowed and said, "May I know your name, Senior?" The star chuckled and said, "Don't call me Senior. After all, we are of the same rank." But Loki shook his head and said, "You're older and worthy of respect, so I should call you Senior." Inwardly, he thought to himself, "Anyway, it doesn't cost me a thing to call you Senior. If I can get you to lower your guard and increase your favorability to me by doing something that will cost me nothing, then I will do it all day." His insistence on calling the Golden Star Senior seemed to work because the Golden Sun laughed. But just in case this was all a trick, Loki prepared to activate the rewind metac. After laughing, the Golden Star said, "It is so good to meet someone new after so long." Then it said, "Anyway, my name is the Time Traveler. What is your name?" Loki racked his head before saying, "I don't have a magnificent Dao name like yours. You could just call me Ragnarok, Senior." He said that while thinking, to think I was once mistaken to be Time Traveler. But here is Time Traveler, and I look nothing like him. Meanwhile, Time Traveler was saying, "Surely you jest. Ragnarok sounds mighty enough to me." So Loki smiled and said, "You're too kind, Senior Time Traveler." As he smiled, he thought in amusement, "It seems I'm not bad at making up names if a fallen DMadLord called my made-up name mighty." Or did he say that just to be polite? While he was wondering if Time Traveler had complimented his name for the sake of etiquette, Time Traveler continued to speak to him. Comments. Chapter 824. He heard Time Travelers say, "As I was saying, you have to make 2 promises to me before you can be allowed to leave. I like visitors, but if you don't make the promises, I will have to kill you." His tone was grave, so Loki took him seriously. Because of this, Loki's voice was serious as he said, "What promises do I have to make, Senior?" Time Traveler said in reply, "You have to promise not to tell anyone about my cave heaven and me. This is the most important promise. If you don't swear an oath on your Dao heart right now, I'll kill you to ensure that the secret of my existence remains safe. Loki had no problem with keeping what he found a secret. So he immediately said, I swear on my Tao heart never to intentionally expose your existence, either by directly telling someone about you or indirectly by leaving trails that will lead to you. I should die if I break my promise. He made that promise with half sincerity, and he didn't think that there was anyone who could hold him to it. But as soon as he made the promise, he knew that he was wrong about this. As soon as he made the promise, his divine crystal resonated with the promise. Then a mark signifying the promise adhered to the surface of the divine spark. So if he broke the promise in the future, the mark will explode and break the divine spark. This death won't be like his previous deaths because the divine spark is the core of his consciousness. So if the divine spark breaks, he will die permanently. Not even reversing time will save him. This is because there won't be any consciousness left to save. When he sensed this change to his divine spark, he became solemn. The feeling of amusement he had when a great cultivator who used to be a Tao Lord asked him to make a promise, as if he were a child asking for a pinky swear, disappeared. He wasn't happy with what had happened because he didn't like anything constraining him. He wanted to be free to do anything. So he didn't like this restriction. But at the end of the day, this was a promise he was willing to make in the first place. So he only felt a slight irritation. After all, no one knows what the future will bring. If he changed his mind in the future about keeping Time Traveler's existence a secret for one reason or another, he couldn't expose Time Traveler anymore now. So he didn't like this one bit. Time Traveler, on the other hand, was very satisfied with his actions. So he said, Good, good. It seems we will get on nicely. If he had a head, he would be nodding in satisfaction. But he didn't have a head. In fact, he didn't have a body. He was just a mass of energy right now. So the best he could manage to show his satisfaction was to say how good Loki's actions were. Then he said to Loki, Now, on to the second promise. I want you to promise that you won't attack me or help anyone attack me until I return to being a Tao Lord. If you accept my promises, I will help you become a Tao Lord. Of course, you have to pay for my help with lifespan. But whatever lifespan you give me will only be a token of appreciation. It will be nowhere near the value of the information I can give you. So what do you say? This time, Loki was torn. On one hand, he wanted the information and help from the Time Traveler. On the other hand, he wanted to kill Time Traveler and take the Time Loop's supreme metak for himself. As he was thinking, he said to himself, I want to kill him, but I might not be able to defeat him in a fight. So he looked at Time Traveler again with the power identification and checked his stats. What he saw made him shake his head inwardly, and as he thought, I'm weak right now. So defeating him is out of the question, no matter how unwilling I am. I should be able to defeat him at the peak of power that I had in the last timeline. But even if I'm able to kill him now, how can I be certain that he won't commit suicide and destroy the Supreme Metak before he dies? This question was especially pertinent and had to be considered since he failed to get Money Body's incomplete Supreme Metak the time he tried to take it by force. This made him groan inwardly and ask himself, thinking, how did the Tao Lord of the Four Directions sect take the forging pathway anyway? I really should ask him about it. Then he groaned again as he thought, even if I could defeat him and I could get the Time Loop Supreme Metak, what's to stop him from making a fuss like Golden Sunday? They are brothers after all. If he makes a fuss that draws the attention of Tao Lords, even if I defeat him, I won't get the Supreme Metak. What I'll get for all of my efforts is running for my life. Speaking of Golden Sun, why does he and his brother have their Supreme Metaks, yet are hiding away like rats? There has to be a problem that is making them unable to appear with their power and try to become Tao Lords again. If that problem is not solved, I would have to hide away like them. My situation might just become like Golden Sun, where I don't dare to use my Supreme Metak for fear of drawing the attention of Tao Lords. The more he thought about the problems he could encounter in snatching the Supreme Metak, the more problems his mind found. Comments. Chapter 825. He didn't think this was weird at all to consider so many problems, and he didn't think he was overthinking the situation. In fact, he thought he was doing the right amount of thinking. After all, the target was a fallen Tao Lord. After thinking about all of these problems, he snorted inwardly as he thought, time travelers' help and information will surely be good. It is probably why Moneybody came up with the plan to become the Dragon King of Oceania to advance to rank 9. But how good can his help and information be if he is not a DMadLord yet? At least, I am not ready to give up the chance to get his supreme metac for the information just yet. I have a rewind metac, so I should be able to have both of them. I will take the time loop's supreme metac first. If I can't have it or if it is too problematic to keep, I will then come for the information and his help. If he could circumvent the oath made on his Dao heart, he wouldn't hesitate to swear now that he wouldn't attack Time Traveler or help anyone attack him. But since he had to take the oath seriously and wanted to attack Time Traveler, he decided not to swear the oath. After he made his situation, he activated the rewind metac. As soon as the River of Time appeared, he slipped into it. He didn't waste time at all. Since he didn't have the confidence to defeat Time Traveler, he also didn't have the confidence in being able to prevent Time Traveler from stopping him from reversing time. So he didn't try fighting Time Traveler in order to avoid any risk. Even after he activated the rewind metac and was about to enter the River of Time, his heart was still in his throat. But it seemed he had overthought things because Time Traveler wasn't paying attention to him. Time Traveler wasn't looking at him anymore and was now looking at something in the sky. What he was looking at was the opening of a colorful river made up of strings of different colors. This river was expansive and filled the whole sky. This was the River of Time. When Time Traveler saw it appear, his eyes widened in disbelief. He said in disbelief, "Wait a minute. Why is it here? Where is the rewind metac?" Other people might not be able to see the River of Time, but he definitely could see it. After all, he had once created a tool for riding the River of Time. Plus, this was his cave heaven. So anyone attempting to use the River of Time in his cave heaven can't escape his notice. But this only made him more confused because it meant that whoever was using the rewind metac was right here in his cave heaven. So his eyes turned back to Loki, and he said, "Could it be that the rewind metac is with you?" Loki's heart tightened when he heard that question. He wanted to lie, but he thought better of it since this would only delay the detachment of his consciousness from his body. So he didn't answer the question. But Time Traveler didn't mind that he was keeping his mum in the matter. Time Traveler couldn't be angry because he was happy. He was so happy that he laughed. As he laughed, he said, "It seems you don't plan to promise not to attack me. That's fine. I don't mind it. You're still a welcome guest. It truly is a good thing to have met you. You may not know it, but you've brought me a great gift." As he spoke, he activated the time loop supreme metac. He didn't use this to take back the rewind metac, though. As the source of the rewind metac, he can take it or at least deactivate it. But he didn't do this because he couldn't use the rewind metac anymore. He can't use the rewind metac anymore because of the thing called entropy. Entropy is created by nearly every action and is always increasing. Every being has a limit on how much entropy it can withstand before they break apart and dies. Right now, he has nearly reached the limit of his entropy and won't last long. Time travel and messing with time are among the most dangerous things that increase entropy. As a DMadLord of the pathway of time, it was very easy for him to reach his limit of entropy. Even now, his act of keeping himself alive in the River of Time by putting his cave heaven in a cave heaven is also increasing his entropy. The increase in entropy is minimal since he is only reversing the state of his cave heaven, but he will eventually reach his limit. So, in his state, he can't last long here under the River of Death. At some point, he will have to go up, which might expose him to the prying eyes of the DMadLords. But as bad as this possibility is, it is better than using the rewind metac. If he uses the rewind metac, even if he were to reverse time by 1 day, the backlash of entropy would be too much for him to handle in his current state. Before he can use the rewind metac again, he will need to find a way to discharge his accumulated entropy. For that, he needs a new body and a fresh start after reincarnation. This is why he sent out the rewind metac to help him reincarnate. If he could use the rewind metac, he would have gone back to a moment in time before he died. He wouldn't have obediently remained dead or tried to reincarnate instead. As for why he didn't reincarnate into the people in his cave heaven, it is because they are caught in a time loop. Plus, they aren't real. So instead of helping to discharge his accumulated entropy, reincarnating in his cave heaven would only add to his burden. A/N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 826. With all of the problems befalling him, now that he has found someone who can use the rewind metac and bear the cost of entropy for him, how could he waste this opportunity by taking back the rewind metac? It would be short-sighted to take back the rewind metac at this junction. The long-sighted action would be to take advantage of this opportunity. So, while he was laughing, he attached the time loop supreme metac to the rewind metac. Then he used the connection between them to send the future self metac to the rewind metac. This way, Loki had to carry the future self metac with him through the river of time. If Time Traveler wasn't worried that Loki couldn't handle the backlash of entropy for carrying the two of them, and if the rewind metac wasn't big enough to carry both of them, he would have gone along with the rewind metac instead of sending one of his divine metacs. Still, he was satisfied with this. So he waved goodbye at Loki, saying goodbye. It was nice to have you. Please come back next time. Loki heard this on the back of the butterfly. The butterfly was a white crystal butterfly, and it was carrying him through the colorful river of time. Right behind him was a mirror with an humanoid shape. As the crystal butterfly took him upstream, events he had experienced recently flashed by him. The ride wasn't smooth because he was too big for the butterfly and because the butterfly was also dragging the humanoid mirror. Right now, he was in the form of the golden crystal flame. He didn't take Fenrir with him. The only things he was bringing with him along the river of time were his consciousness, the mark of the oath he had just sworn, and a divine metac he didn't like. His mood was currently bad. After all, he hadn't gained anything much aside from the knowledge of where the DMadLord of the time pathway was, but was instead being taken advantage of. So he made up his mind, saying, "Let's wait and see if I don't eat you. Let's see you try to be smug when I take another one of your special divine metacs for myself." He was referring to the future self metac. If Fenrir were with him right now, he would have already devoured the future self metac or sealed it. Unfortunately, Fenrir has separated from him. This made him say, first, Fenrir lost the ability to take all of its metacs with it. That was when I advanced to rank 6. But at least I could still take Fenrir with me. Now I can't take Fenrir with me at all. I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but I should be able to solve it. DMadLord seemed to have become one with their supreme metacs and pathways. So if I heal Fenrir and upgrade it to a supreme metac, I should be able to fuse it with me once I become a DMadLord. And once Fenrir becomes a supreme metac, it should be able to take every divine metac with it. Or at least, it should remember them. This should make everything right again. While he was planning for the future, he reached the end of the road for him. Then he dropped out of the river of time into the physical world. The future self metac followed him down into the river of time, but it detached along the way. So it didn't come into the physical world in the same spatial location that he did. Because of this, he appeared within his previous self at the point of his awakening. But the future self metac went into someone else who was awakening at a different location. So the future self metac could be anywhere in the world at this point in time. This made him curse out, saying, "Damn it, I've been used and discarded like a worn-out horse." He didn't even consider the possibility that the future self metac detaching from him was by chance. Actually, he wasn't surprised that much that the future self metac had escaped from him. He could only snort and say inwardly, as expected of the DMadLord of the time pathway. He arranged everything very well. Then his eyes became cold as he said to himself, "As for that money body, he should wash his neck in preparation for what I intend to do to his neck. He should wash that neck very well, because the cleaner it is, the more painless it will be for him when I behead him." Of course, the act of washing one's neck in preparation wouldn't help to reduce the pain. And even if it could help, he would try to make the experience as painful as possible for Money Body, or find something more painful to do to the rank 8 Money Cultivator. That's how much he wants to inflict pain on Money Body. He intends to find the most painful way to do this for everything Money Body has done to him, including making him drench himself in the river of time, all for nothing. He was angry, but he wasn't blinded by anger. After all, in his anger, he still had the mind to think. If he creates and gives me his supreme metak, I might be willing to let him go for one timeline. I am that generous. How did he find out about a fallen DMadLord hiding at the bottom of the river of death, anyway? I thought Time Traveler made everyone promise not to expose his existence. Did he find that cave heaven by chance? Or is it that there are plenty of cave heavens at the bottom of the river of death? I should ask Moneybody all of these when I meet him next time. I am sure he will be resistant and won't want to see reason, so I will need to use drastic methods to convince him to spill his guts. Comments. Chapter 827. While Loki was planning how to inflict pain on Moneybody while also maximizing his chances of getting some benefits from Moneybodies, such as his supreme metak, his divine spark had blazed a life within him. After it blazed a life, it set his lifespan aflame in a bid to upgrade his weak existence. Right now, he is immortal with most of his stats below 1 unit, with only his mind and soul stats at 1.5 units, and he doesn't have an insight stat. This kind of vessel is unworthy for him, so his divine spark decided to change his vessel for something better. This upgrade will need 10 million years of lifespan, though. This is an amount he doesn't have. Even if he sold his kidneys, heart, and lungs, he still wouldn't be able to afford to pay for this upgrade. Fortunately, he still had Fenrir. Even though he didn't bring Fenrir with him from the future, he still awakened Fenrir in the past, so he still had the devouring ability. With the devouring ability, he can gain the lifespan he needs from the generous donation of the people of the world. He decided to do so now. He had done something like this in the previous timeline. But things were a little bit different this time, because instead of trying not to waste time, he took wasting time to the next level by slowing down his eating more. Halfway through eating the city for the last time, he had decided not to waste time by slowly eating the people of the city. But this time, he allowed the inhabitants of the city to make noise and call for help as much as they wanted. He didn't wrap things up until he sensed mounting danger through the danger sense. It was then that he cleaned up the city. Another thing he did differently was that he took everything and everyone at the same time. He didn't spare anyone as he did last time. Even Slav was eaten, and his danger sense metak was taken. He also didn't spare the infrastructure of the city. He directly leveled everything. The only place he didn't touch was the sect grounds. As soon as his body was completely reformed and upgraded by the divine spark, he entered the second dimension. This time, he went to the second heaven. As he ascended into the sky, he felt danger hot on his heels. If his feeding had been fast or faster than that of the previous timeline, his actions would have been long gone before they were noticed. Only the sect would be able to easily notice what he had done. But he had been slow, so a lot of people in the central domain, including the Four Direction sect, noticed him and his actions. The sect sent someone to apprehend him and make him pay for his crime. But many more people decided to join the hunt. When divine beings finally noticed the disappearance of a city, including everyone within the city, many of them were interested to find out what had happened. Some of these people were curious enough to use the divine constellation to investigate the demise of so many people. For those who used the divine constellation, they saw a giant golden-scaled beast. This beast could only be called a giant because it was over 4 meters tall. He was even taller than the room in which he appeared. The beast was also humanoid, not that anyone was fooled into thinking he was a human. After all, it had a large, scaled tail similar to that of a crocodile, golden horns on its head, and golden hexagonal eyes. In fact, most of the divine beings who saw him thought he was a dragon. Since he was a dragon, it meant that his heart could be used to raise the conversion rate of their life fire. So everyone who saw him was interested in killing him and securing his heart. Very soon, word of the presence of a dragon in the blessed heaven world was passed around the divine beings. Many divine beings who heard this news began forming hunting parties. Of all of them, the people from the Martial Body sect and the Thorn House of Commerce were the most interested in killing the dragon. The warriors of the Martial Body sect wanted to kill the dragon for his heart and also for the feat of defeating a dragon, which would increase their reputation. So they had 2 reasons to kill the dragon. The money cultivators of the Thorn House of Commerce didn't need the reputation of killing a dragon, but they still wanted to kill the dragon for his heart and for retribution for the destruction of one of their cities. So they, too, had two reasons to kill the dragon. They couldn't tell exactly what cultivation the dragon had from the record in the divine constellation, but they could easily determine that the dragon was at least a rank 6 divine being because it was aware of the extra dimensions and could enter them. As for whether the dragon would be stronger, no one was sure. They were willing to accept that the dragon could be at rank 7, but they all thought it was unlikely that the dragon would be at rank 8. This was because they believed that the dragon was a scout of some large world foolish enough to consider invading the blessed heaven world. It is common sense that the dragon would be at rank 6. But even if it turned out that they were wrong about this estimate, they couldn't be wrong to say that the dragon couldn't be at rank 9 because the blessed heaven world didn't sound the alarm. The blessed heaven world would surely sound an alarm to every divine being and every living being in the world if a rank 9 invader came visiting. Of course, if the rank 9 being was a native of this world, the blessed heaven world wouldn't take them as an enemy so quickly. Comments. Chapter 828. So there was actually a slight chance that the dragon was a rank 9 being. But no one considered the possibility because it is common sense that no one can reach rank 9, especially not a dragon that is supposed to be extinct. Because of this, no one believed that they had anything to fear. Even the rank 6 divine beings were eager for the hunt. The fact that a lot of people joined the hunt only made them anxious about getting to the dragon first. No one was considering that the dragon could escape from them. In fact, many people were already trying to make sure that the dragon wouldn't escape. The trackers of the seer pathway got to work try to locate the dragon. Once Star Divination joined, she was able to find the dragon's location. So many people working together could surround the dragon to prevent it from escaping. While this was going on, somewhere in the south domain of the blessed heaven world, a talented boy had just performed the awakening ceremony in one of the sword mountains of the Swordway sect. The young man's eyes were full of youthful spirit and anticipation as he awakened. He was full of anticipation because his talent had been tested before he was allowed to awaken. The test showed that he had a potential of above 40 units. A potential of 40 units is the minimum talent required to join the Swordway sect. With this talent, reaching rank 4 is nearly certain. If he could have a little more and reach 50 units of potential, he would awaken an innate metak. So how could he not be full of anticipation for the outcome of the awakening? But after awakening, he realized that he had underestimated his capabilities. This was because he had awakened something that was beyond even his wildest dreams. As it turned out, his talent was above 90 units, and he had an affinity for the time pathway. So he awakened the future self, divine metak. In every situation where a mortal awakens an innate metak, there would be a packet of information within the metak that will tell the host the function and ability of the metak. This was also the case for the future self metak. But there was an extra benefit for this young man. Because Time Traveler wasn't the one who bore the entropy charge of sending the future self metak into the past, Time Traveler was able to indulge himself by stuffing the divine metak full of memories and crucial information needed to ensure the survival of his future body. So this young man got to receive a lot of information that many divine beings would kill for. There was just a slight price to pay for this. Apparently, the memories in the future self-metak also contained the will of a fallen DMadLord. This will also infected the mind of the young man and took over his free will. So even before he was officially possessed and used to reincarnate, he already believed himself to be the reincarnation of that fallen DMadLord. This change in identity was accompanied by a change in demeanor and outlook on life. The young man stopped being joyful and excited because of what he had awakened. Instead, he became quiet and solemn. The youthful spirit in the eyes of the young man also died. It was quickly replaced with aged wisdom and shrewdness. After Time Travelers took over the mind of the young man, he thought to himself, "It seems my plan worked. That Ragnarok was truly a godsend. Now, what I need to do is increase my strength very quickly." When he thought of his unwilling helper, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder and think, How did he get his hands on the rewind metak, though? I know I lost my rewind metak as soon as it was awakened in someone. Was he that person, or was he someone else who managed to steal the rewind metak from the person who awakened it? These questions made him shake his head inwardly as he thought. Both possibilities are unlikely. If he were the original person who awakened the rewind metak, there should be no way he could have gained independence. He should have become possessed by me after turning the rewind metak into his core metak. The possibility that he snatched the rewind metak is more unlikely. Even as a rank 9 being, he shouldn't have the power to steal the rewind metak from someone who can reverse time. Not unless the original owner of the rewind metak reached the limit of entropy and died of old age when they tried to reverse time one more time. After considering these questions for a while, he chuckled and thought, anyway, I should have a lot of time before he reverses time again. I should have 9 years left of time. In that time, I must become a divine being. Then I will be able to increase my lifespan and use my life fire to purge myself of entropy. I should find a way to reach out to Moneybody. He will help me in exchange for information. With his help, I should be able to reach rank 6 quickly. Once I am in the right condition to reverse time, I can take back my rewind metak. His name is Ragnarok, right? And I know what he looks like, so I should be able to find him. He is confident in the success of his plan because the current wielder of the rewind metak can't reverse time anytime soon. This is a judgment he made based on the fact that even he, a DMadLord of the time pathway, can't reverse time anyhow he wants. From his experience, each time he reverses time, he must take some time and spend a lot of lifespan to purge the burden of entropy. The stronger he gets, the more time and lifespan he has to spend on preparing himself for the next time reversal. Comments. Chapter 829. He still doesn't know how Ragnarok can use the rewind metak without his divine position, but he is fairly certain that Ragnarok will need to wait between 9 and 27 years before he can reverse time. This is because Ragnarok is rank 9. If there is any error with this estimate, he is sure that the error is too small and Ragnarok would need to wait longer. This is because Ragnarok isn't using a divine position of the pathway of time, so his reversal of time should be inefficient, and his ability to purge his entropy should be poor. His conjecture that Ragnarok will need longer isn't something he made out of thin air. It is something he is fairly certain of, if only for the fact that the limit of his time reversal is an hour of time. By his estimate, it has only been 1 hour in the past since Ragnarok used the rewind metak. Since Ragnarok doesn't have the accompanying divine metaks of the time pathway to help him determine where to stop in the river of time during the time reversal, this 1 hour of time must be Ragnarok's absolute limit. For a rank 9 to be able to reverse time by only 1 hour, Ragnarok's usage of the rewind metak must be very poor. So Ragnarok's ability to prepare the rewind metak for another time reversal should also be poor. After considering his estimates for a long while, he thought to himself, there's also the possibility that this is Ragnarok's limit, because this is the time he got the rewind metak, and there is the possibility that he initiated another time pathway, so my estimates might be wrong. But those two possibilities are also good for him. If this point in time is his limit, because this was when he got the rewind metak, now that I know it, I can easily find him once I find the original person who awakened the rewind metak. Then taking the rewind metak back from him would be easier. And if he has initiated another time pathway, so he doesn't need my divine positions and has his own set of time pathway divine metaks, this will be even better because it means that my enemies will have another alternative to hunt other than me. If I grab him and offer him up, maybe I can use his life to buy my freedom. This last possibility gave him a lot of hope for the future. He knows that it is unlikely that another person will be able to open up a path to the time Tao in this part of the world, but if it does happen, he will gain a lot of benefits from it. The main benefit he will gain is to use Ragnarok as a sacrifice to buy his life. There are a lot of reasons why DMadLords want to kill him and why he is in hiding, but the most important reason is that they want his time path. So if he can give them Ragnarok, they might be willing to leave him alone. Not all Tao paths are the same. They vary in quality from minor Tao, major Tao, grand Tao, and cosmic Tao. The time pathway is a cosmic Tao. Minor DAOs are either skill-based or race-based. They're skill-based when the path can be attained by someone spending a lot of their time doing a job or performing an action and becoming an expert in it. Examples of this category of minor DAOs are the DAO of farming, the DAO of archery, the DAO of the sword, and the DAO of blacksmithing. This is why they are sometimes called occupational DAOs. Occupational DAOs are such that even a mortal with no ounce of cultivation can meet the requirements to attain them. All that is needed is talent and a lot of experience. Then there are race-based paths like the human DAO, giant DAO, dragon DAO. These are also minor paths that any talented person can acquire based on an in-depth understanding of their race. After minor DAOs are more advanced paths called the major DAOs. The major DAOs contain paths that have something to do with everyone regardless of their occupation or their race. A category of major DAOs are the DAO of strength, DAO of speed, DAO of vitality, DAO of the mind, and the DAO of defense. These are called the inner existence DAOs. Another category of major DAOs are the DAO of fire, DAO of earth, DAO of wind, DAO of water, DAO of wood, and so on and forth. They're called outer existence DAOs. Above major DAOs are complex paths called grand DAOs. These are paths that encapsulate both inner existence and outer existence DAOs. Grand DAOs are higher and complex derivatives of major and minor DAOs created by the combination of these less complex DAOs. For example, the DAO of transformation combines the DAO of strength, DAO of speed, DAO of vitality, DAO of the mind, and the DAO of defense with various racial DAOs. Another example is the DAO for talisman, which encapsulates major DAOs like DAO of fire, DAO of earth, DAO of wind, DAO of water, and the DAO of wood with minor DAOs like DAO of the painter, DAO of the papermaker, and DAO of the scholar. The combination of several minor and major paths gives grand DAOs a lot of complexity, variability, and power. But no matter how powerful grand DAOs are, they can't match up with the power and complexity and rigor of cosmic DAOs. Cosmic DAOs determine the fundamental rules that the universe operates on. In most cases, one would need to reach the limit of the universe to stand a chance to comprehend them. For the most talented people in the universe, they would need to attain strong cultivation on par with the level of DMadLords or above before they can comprehend it. Examples of cosmic DAOs are the time pathway, space pathway, luck pathway, and the death pathway. There have been many pathways in the history of the Sea of Worlds that he is aware of, but he has only encountered 5 cosmic DAOs. Among the current 8 DMadLords, only one of them possesses a cosmic DAO. This shows how rare cosmic DAOs are. DMadLords frequently attack each other for their DAO paths. They can take each other's paths and use them to become stronger. Because of how rare and powerful the cosmic DAO paths are, he has no interest in taking DAO paths of lower grades. But everyone else will be interested in taking his DAO pathways. This is one of the main reasons every DMadLord is ganging up on him and his brothers. So if another person who has opened up the path to the time DAO were to appear, at the very least, the pressure on him will fall by half. He will be able to breathe easy because the DMadLords will be too busy hunting the other fellow. If the DMadLords have themselves too much in their hunt for the other fellow, they might not even have time for him. And he might be able to buy support and protection from the strongest DMadLord if he can find that person and offer their time pathway to make a deal. This made him chuckle and say inwardly, "Other DMadLords won't want competitors to appear in their DAO, but here I am, looking forward to a competitor. I must be the shame of every DMadLord everywhere." Then he shrugged and thought, "It is not as if the DAO belongs to us anyway. For now, it is there for everyone to find and use. As for who will gain final control of the DAO, that's beyond my level of consideration. At least, I need to get back to being a DMadLord before I can worry about something like that." Comments. Chapter 830. While he was thinking, he saw 2 twin brothers who were hugging each other after both had awakened with excellent talents. This sight reminded him of his days with his other brothers. So he sighed and thought, "I wonder where they are and how they're doing right now. I hope they're doing well." Golden Sun is definitely not doing well. After all, Loki has killed Slav. But he can rest assured because Loki is being hunted and should be killed soon. Everyone was sure that Loki would die soon. They were even saying so as they encircled him. The most vocal person about this was Forced Exchange. Forced Exchange sneered and said, "The fact that star divination found the dragon means that it is weak. So we need to find it first and be the one to kill it." He was together with one other money cultivator from the Thorn House of Commerce. These two are the only ones in their alliance currently available. The others are busy elsewhere. There are more money cultivators from their alliance coming to reinforce them. But for now, there are only two of them. However, there are many other cultivators hunting the dragon. The large number of competitors made Forced Exchange anxious. So he suggested to his partner that they rush ahead to get to the dragon first. He made a good point for why they should try to be the first to catch up to the dragon. However, his partner, Money Speed, wasn't going to be so easy to fool. Money Speed sneered as she asked, saying, "And how do you suggest we reach the dragon first?" Forced Exchange replied with a smile, "If you use your divine metac, I am sure that our chances of reaching the dragon first will be higher." But Money Speed shook her head and said, "We only have a general location of the dragon. We don't have real-time updates, so even if I speed up, I might just run in the wrong direction and miss him." What Money Speed said made sense, but Forced Exchange didn't want to accept it. He complained, saying, "We are as slow as snails right now. With this kind of speed, the chances of us getting to the dragon first are less than 1%. If we lose the dragon, we would have lost an entire city for nothing." But Money Speed refused to budge. She insisted, saying, "Until you negotiate real-time updates from star divination, I am not wasting my divine merit points running around blind." In dissatisfaction, Forced Exchange snorted and said, "I am working on it. It is just that star divination is so greedy. She is not even here risking her life with us, yet she wants half of the value of the dragon. And that's just the final payout in case we get the dragon. She still wants 10,000 years worth of world essence before she can get to work for us. What I hate the most is that she is selling the same information to different groups, yet she wants a high price for it. And she wants me to make a contract not to share the information I buy with my own money with others." He snarled in anger as he said, "At this rate, she is poised to be the biggest winner in this hunt. Her greed is truly sickening. It is a kind of greed that only a money cultivator should have. It is unbecoming of a seer." As he spoke, he used the divine constellation to communicate with star divination. The two of them have been negotiating for her tracking services for quite a while. He is also updating the rest of the alliance on the progress of the hunt. So he is actually chatting with 3 different parties, including Money Speed, at the same time. After the Forced Exchange was done speaking, Money Speed responded by saying, "You did say that there is nothing to worry about in terms of danger. And you said that what we should worry about is finding the dragon first. So the bulk of this hunt is tracking the dragon, which would explain why she is demanding so much." In response, Forced Exchange grunted before saying, I know that her services are invaluable. And if she were selling the information to only us, I would be highly appreciative of her work. But she is selling the information to others, which inherently reduces the value of the information and will further reduce our chances of getting the dragon. Because of what she is doing, I have to buy the information just to maintain our low chances of reaching the dragon first. The information won't be able to give us an edge above everyone else because everyone will pay for her services and buy the information. At the very least, I am sure that the warriors and giants will purchase the information from her. So how can I feel good about it? His words made Money Speed sigh in defeat and say, "At this rate, we will only be able to get the dragon if it runs into us. The second heaven is just too big. If they were in the first dimension, they wouldn't have any problem searching an area of this size because they would have their cave heaven to empower them. With more power, they will be able to cover more distance quickly. Access to their cave heaven will also grant them a wide range of perception. With this wide range of perception and their fast speed, they will be able to easily comb through an area of 60 billion square kilometers like this second heaven. In fact, they might not even need to search around slowly like this. If the dragon had been in the first dimension, they could use the divine constellation to immediately pinpoint the location of the dragon. Unfortunately, They are in the second heaven without the coverage of the divine constellation. So the only person who can pinpoint the dragon is star divination. A/N. Please don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 831. Because of the difficulty he was experiencing in negotiating a deal with star divination, Forced Exchange nodded and said in agreement, I think you're right. We will need a lot of luck if we are to get this dragon. After all, what are the odds that we will stumble onto a single dragon in a place this big? Just as he said this, he saw a figure rushing towards him. The figure was golden and scaled. They had a pair of golden horns on their heads, and their eyes were golden hexagons. The sight of this entity made him blink to make sure he wasn't seeing things. If it turned out that he was seeing things, it wouldn't be the first time. He has been imagining a chance encounter with the dragon for a while now, and this won't be the first time his imagination played out before him as a mirage of his expectations. But when he blinked, the dragon was still there. In fact, the dragon had gotten closer to him. This made his face break out in a grin. He slapped Money Speed on her shoulder and said, It seems we are very lucky. Don't hold back now. Use your divine merit points, or we will miss this opportunity. Money Speed also smiled and said, It is showtime. As soon as she spoke, she activated her divine metak. The Money Speed metak burned both her lifespan and some divine merit points. In exchange, her speed soared. She rushed towards the dragon to grab him. Her goal was to keep hold of the dragon and prevent him from escaping. Forced Exchange ran after her. He was more than 2 times behind her, so he was lagging behind. But once he catches up to the dragon, the two of them should be able to pummel the dragon to death. The two of them don't have divine metaks for making offensive attacks, but are confident in taking down the dragon. Even if they can't kill the dragon, they are sure that they can hold the dragon down for Moneybody to arrive. Just as they thought, when Money Speed reached the dragon, she was able to tackle the dragon to the ground. Then she began punching the dragon in the face. This brought a smile to Forced Exchange's face. Monarch Money Speed and the dragon were wrestling on the ground, trading blows and biting each other. For now, Money Speed couldn't gain an advantage. But this was still good news to the Thornhouse of Commerce. Moneybody even began pacing around when Forced Exchange told him of the recent development. He was pacing around because he was anxious. He didn't want anything to go wrong. So not only was he anxious about the outcome of the fight with the dragon, but he was also considering whether he should leave the meeting point of the outpost mission and rush back to the blessed heaven world to secure the dragon. As he paced around, he said to himself, It really is a dragon. If I can get its heart, the chances of success for my plan will increase. He has placed a lot of hope on his plan for Oceania. But based on the information he bought at the bottom of the River of Death, his plan will only work if there are dragons in Oceania. If there are no dragons there, his objective will become much more difficult to achieve. This is what he is worried about at the moment, and the chances of Oceania possessing a lot of dragons are what he spends most of his time thinking about. He doesn't care about anything else right now. Even if someone were to attack and kill his subordinates, he wouldn't care much, especially since all he needs from them is their divine metaks. As long as he has their divine metaks, all will be well with him. But now that a dragon had appeared in the outside world, he felt moved to take action. The pull to take action became strong when he remembered that Lord Time Traveler had said that he would only succeed in converting into a dragon if his life fire could reach 50% conversion efficiency. Right now, the conversion efficiency of his life fire is 16.5%. That is a long way from the 50% that he needs for the first part of his plan. He still needs to be able to create the supreme metak and then help Oceania become a super world so that it can support a rank 9 existence. Only in this way can he actually advance to rank 9. The only way he can improve the conversion efficiency of his life fire is to refine a dragon heart with his life fire. And the most important ingredients to create his domination pathway are the symbols of authority of dragons. So dragons are very important to him. Dragons are so important that he believes that he should go to the blessed heaven world right now. But when he remembered that the sect had forbidden him from leaving this small world, and it would cost him a fine of divine merit points to leave, he decided to calm down. He didn't like that his freedom was restricted, but he could only grit his teeth and say, "Just a while longer, and I will be free." His subordinates were standing around him in the core of his cave heaven, waiting for his decision. Their current bodies were formed with their life fire. So these aren't their true bodies. Just as he was about to say his decision, Money Speed's face fell, and she said, "Not good." Forced Exchange also exclaimed, saying, "What kind of trick is this?" Money Body's anxiety shot through the roof as he asked, "What is going on now? What is happening?" He had walked over to Money Speed to shake her as he asked that question. His voice was also raised, so everyone knew that Money Body was agitated. Comments. Chapter 832. Money Speed had been distracted earlier because she was trying to figure out what had gone wrong. But after she was shaken by Money Body, she snapped to attention and answered his question. She said, "The dragon produced a dark wave of energy from its mouth. The energy is black and corrosive like the river of death. It is draining us of our lifespan." Forced Exchange added with a cry of surprise, "It also has a strange power to lock us in place. We can see anything or hear anything, and we can't move at all." When Money Body heard what they said, he became even more agitated. His eyes became bloodshot as he asked, saying, "Can you break this ability?" Money Speed shook her head and said, "I can't. It has locked me in place. The Money Speed Metac can't break me free, even though I'm spending a lot of divine merit points. At this rate, I can only wait to die." Money Body turned to Forced Exchange next. He didn't say anything, but both the unspoken and the hidden question were clear to Forced Exchange. Forced Exchange felt bitter about both questions. But even though he was reluctant, he still said, "I will use the Forced Exchange Metac on it. But I still need to know what divine Metac it is using." The unspoken question that Money Body meant to ask him was if he could break the ability, freezing them. The hidden question was whether he was going to spend his precious 500 divine merit points to break the attack of the dragon and turn the tables. He couldn't say that he couldn't handle the dragon without actually trying his best. But to try his best, he would have to spend 500 divine merit points. So he was reluctant to use the Forced Exchange Metac. Fortunately, he didn't know what divine Metac to target, and no one else here knew. So it seemed he wouldn't be forced to waste his divine merit points on a divine Metac that he wouldn't be able to use. As he waited for a suggestion about what divine Metacs the dragon possessed, but no one provided one, Forced Exchange was relieved. But Money Body was not happy at all. The rank 8 Money Cultivator threw Money Speed away and cursed both Forced Exchange and her, saying, "Useless, both of you. It seems I will have to do this myself." In the real world of the first dimension, Money Body entered the third dimension. Then he soared into the air. Netherflame and Anthill watched him leave with confusion on their faces. They had a lot of questions regarding his actions. Since he wasn't willing to clear their confusion, they could only shrug and continue to wait. Money Body passed through the crystal shield of the small world and took off in the direction of the blessed heaven world. As soon as he exited the crystal shield, he received a message from the sect. The message said, "For violating the order to remain on standby at the meeting point for the foreseeable future, you have been fined 100 divine merit points. You will be fined an extra 100 divine merit points for every hour that you're away. So you're advised to return to the meeting point as soon as possible. If you're not on the ground by the time every member of the mission has assembled, your fine will be increased to 1,000 points per hour of truancy. You have been warned." After he read the message, he snorted in displeasure and thought, "They asked me to stay put indefinitely, as if I'm some prisoner who should have no freedom of movement. I think they're just doing it to see me suffer." The sect asked him to make himself available for the mission. They didn't give him a choice about the matter, and they didn't tell him how long he was supposed to wait. Apparently, he was supposed to sit around waiting for the rest of the mission partners, and if he needed to wait until the end of time, so be it. Clearly, the sect didn't respect him or value his time. If it wasn't already clear that he was a slave to the sect, the fact that the sect didn't offer to pay him for sacrificing his time should clear up that fact for anyone still in denial. Not that he needed this extra spit on his face to know his place. He had long known what the sect thought of him, so he wasn't surprised when he saw the sect increase the cost of his fine by 10 times. At the end of the day, he stopped thinking about the sect and how they were treating him. After all, there was nothing he could do to change that. The only thing he could do now to create a better future for himself was to go and seize that dragon. So he urged all of his divine metaks and used them to increase his speed to the max. Because of this, he turned into a golden star streaking through the void. On the other side, forced exchange and money speed were suffering. The black force field of the devouring ability had covered them and formed a cocoon around them. His hand was on their necks, grabbing them, and he was running. The danger sense metak was firing on full cylinders and working full-time to tell him about every source of danger around him. He used this information to navigate around the second heaven. He avoided areas with great danger and went in the direction of areas with low danger. This is how he avoided the powerful giants and found the duo from the Thorn House of Commerce. Right now, forced exchange and money speed have both been locked in a cocoon of devouring power. This is something he learned to do thanks to the superior control he gained over the devouring force field after he advanced to rank 9. Comments. Chapter 833. In their black cocoons, the devouring force field was tearing away at their bodies with a power of 9. Cultivation rank, times 9. Mind, times 8. Finner, which is 648 units of divine power. This level of power is very weak and pitiful for a divine being, but compared to the power of a mortal, it is overwhelming. After all, 1 unit of divine power is easily 1 million units of power for mortals. So, even though he can't use the power of his cave heaven right now, he can still crush a mortal easily. In comparison, the best power that forced exchange and money speed can summon is 6 cultivation rank, times 6 stat, times 6 divine metak, which is 216 units of divine power. This is why he can subdue the 2 of them so easily. Clearly, he had been pretending to be weak when he allowed money speed to tackle him to the ground. He had done that so that forced exchange wouldn't be scared away. Once forced exchange got close enough, he unleashed the power of the devouring ability on them. He is a rank 9 being, but he is weaker than most divine beings. This is because he doesn't have a lot of divine metaks to use. His cave heaven is not as big as it should be, and the amplification from his law fragments is subpar. But after he entered the second heaven, the power of his cave heaven and the amplification of his law fragments became mute. So these 2 weaknesses disappeared. It is why he was able to easily defeat 2 divine beings who had a bigger cave heaven and a higher amplification from their law fragments than he did. If they had fought anywhere else, they would have surely defeated him. The only problem is that without the amplification of the law fragments from his cave heaven, the rate at which he was devouring their lifespan is slower than usual. So they will leave a long, painful life before they run out of lifespan and die. Now, his only weakness is not having enough divine metaks. He already has a plan to fix this. The 2 bound captives were cursing and struggling within the cocoon of darkness. Loki had a feeling that they were not happy with their situation. This made him angry because he wasn't happy with this situation either. He kicked forced exchange in the face through the cocoon and said, "Shut up. Do you think I wanted to meet you 2 useless fools?" He wanted targets that he could kill and rob of their divine metaks when he came in this direction. Unfortunately, he ran into 2 fellows who wouldn't give him what he wanted even if he killed them. So he was unsatisfied with this situation. But for some reason, forced exchange and money speed believe that they are the ones suffering. This made him angry, so he kicked them again and again to vent. Fortunately, he ran into someone better. In fact, it was a group of people. They were cultivators from the 4 Directions sect. The 3 of them were enslavement cultivators, and they didn't belong to an alliance. They had come to it with hopes of catching and enslaving the dragon. So when they saw him, they were very excited. The looks of joy on their faces were exactly the same as those forced exchange and money speed had a few seconds ago. When he saw the smile on their faces, he also smiled. The smiles of both parties made it look as if the 2 parties were cordial with each other. But in reality, they were predator and prey. As for who was the prey and who was the predator, that was something that power could easily determine. Since both parties were quick to attack each other, The identity of predator and prey would be determined very quickly. The three of them were Wood Tyrant, Crane Master, and Wolf Emperor. All three came riding their enslaved divine beasts. Monarch Wood Tyrant was riding a humanoid tree. This tree was a tall oak tree that could walk across the ground with wooden stumps for feet. It also had many arms formed with its branches that it could use to tear foes apart. Monarch Crane Master was on the back of a yellow crane. This crane was large enough to cover a house with its wingspan. But what made it even more dangerous was its ability to manipulate the wind with its wings and create wind blades with its talons. Monarch Wolf Tyrant was riding a giant black wolf. His enslaved beast was a beast as tall as a house, but it was the smallest of the three. However, he made up for the difference in size with quantity. Apart from the giant wolf that he was sitting on, there were 4 other wolves. These 4 wolves flanked him with 2 on both sides. So he had 5 giant wolves in total. Because of their identity as enslavement cultivators, these 3 weren't actually 3 enemies. The 3 of them actually represented 10 enemies. This was because of the 7 enslaved divine beasts that they brought with them. These enslaved divine beasts are like divine artifacts, so they are weaker than divine beings of the same rank. But with the amplification of their masters, they can easily become stronger than a divine being of the same rank due to the combination of the power of their masters with their own power. If they enslave a dragon, they would convert the dragon into a wood dragon, a crane dragon, or a wolf dragon. And since the dragon is more powerful than a divine being of the same rank, their power will increase compared to enslaving divine beasts. This is the benefit they stand to gain if they decide not to kill the dragon and eat its heart. In order to achieve this, the 3 of them spurred on their divine beasts to approach the dragon. Comments. Chapter 834. Each of them wanted to be the first to reach him, so they used their full power to run over. But they didn't stop here. They also began subtly hindering each other on their way to the dragon. Crane Master was the first one to do this. He made his crane create a wall of wind to slow down the other 2. The yellow crane flapped its wings and created pillars of wind beneath its wings. The pillars of wind were short-lived, but in the brief moment they existed, they solidified the wind into a wall that became an obstacle to the wood giant and the 5 wolves. Monarch Wood Tyrant responded by swatting the yellow crane with the branches of the tree giants. He also didn't forget to trip up the wolves with the roots of the tree giants. These 2 had interfered with the others in an unintentional manner. It was normal for the yellow crane to rile up the wind when it moved, so it couldn't be proven that it was intentionally creating obstacles for the others. As for the tree giant, its movement was clumsy at best. Its branches and roots are always swinging about when it moves. So the fact that its branches and roots hit the people near it is most likely a mistake. At least, this is what Monarch Tree Tyrant will claim. The 2 of them can do these despicable things while claiming to be innocent because what they did wasn't obvious. But Monarch Wolf Emperor didn't have the luxury of feigning innocence because it didn't have any method that would appear to be an accident. He didn't have anything to use to pretend, but he also wasn't willing to let the 2 of them get away with bullying him just like that. So instead of racking his brain with coming up with a way to pretend, he decided to attack the other 2 outright. Monarch Wolf Emperor ordered his wolves to howl at the other 2. As the 5 wolves howled, their howls turned into sound waves that smashed into the yellow crane and wood giant with enough force to shatter mountains. The attacks of the wolves caused the other 2 to stagger. The attacks weren't actually full-powered attacks aimed to kill, so the yellow crane and the wood giant were only slightly injured. But this was still enough to count as crossing the line for them. Monarch Crane Master looked down from the top of the yellow crane at the Wolf Emperor and said with anger, "What is wrong with you? Why would you attack your allies?" Monarch Wood Tyrant also said, "Have you gone mad? We haven't even captured the dragon yet, but you're already turning against us." But Monarch Wolf Emperor was too lazy to pretend with them. Instead of apologizing or feigning ignorance, he scoffed at them and said with disdain, "You know what you did. If you can't take it, then don't dish it out." Of course, the 2 of them knew this. The problem was that they had only been playing tricks and being a nuisance earlier. They hadn't actually attacked him, so they felt cheated that he escalated the matter. They felt that he had taken advantage of them. Since they were unwilling to let him have his way, they made up their minds to retaliate. So Monarch Crane Master sneered and said, "Since you're an expert in taking it, I hope you won't mind taking this." As he spoke, he made the crane beneath him create 6 wind blades with its talons. The 6 wind blades slashed down and struck the wolves. In return, the wolves howled. This time, the howl of the wolves was a full attack. So when the shockwaves smashed into the yellow crane and the wood giant, their bodies actually cracked open like glass fracturing under high-frequency sound. Monarch Wood Tyrant refused to let this behavior stand. So he let the roots of the wood giant extend and ensnare the wolves. Because of this, some wind blades from the yellow crane also struck the tree roots when they attacked the wolves. The injury caused by the wind blades injured the wood giant, so the wood giant retaliated by whipping the yellow crane with one of its branches. The branch peeled a layer of feathers and flesh from the yellow crane until its raw flesh was exposed to the air. As bad as the injury was, the attack was actually unintentional. Monarch Wood Tyrant hadn't actually ordered his enslaved wood giant to make the attack. The wood giant had done so as an instinctive reaction to being harmed. But there was no way to explain that the attack was intentional, and there was no way that Monarch Crane Master would believe that the attack was intentional. Even if the attack was a mistake, the fact remained that the injury was real. So when the yellow crane created another batch of wind blades, it used them to attack both the wolves and the wood giant. While the 3 of them were snapping at each other, they were also rushing over to reach the dragon. After all, the dragon was still the priority. They hadn't let their anger blind them to what was most important. At least, not yet. It could happen that the 3 of them decided to forget about the dragon and fight each other to the death. As it happened, they also belong to the same pathway, so they can use each other's divine metaaxe and assimilate each other's cave heaven. Because of their situation, they can just decide to hunt each other, not the dragon. If the dragon escapes from them, then this is a viable option that they can pursue. They already hate each other, so it should be easy to make the switch to hunting each other. Unfortunately for them, Loki was unwilling to let things reach this point. He was a greedy person, so all of them were to become his slaves, and he wasn't willing to share. Comments. Chapter 835. He is a greedy fellow, so when he saw them fighting each other, he immediately understood why they were fighting. But he also found their infighting amusing, so he began to laugh. He understood that they each considered him their prey and were unwilling to share him with the other 2. But this amused him because it was still uncertain if they could actually get him or not. As he laughed, he rushed over to them as fast as he could and quickly used the black force field to submerge the 3 of them. He also covered the enslaved beasts with the power of the devouring ability. After he did this, he chuckled and said, "At least, wait until you've acquired the price before fighting." Before him were 12 black cocoons. Each cocoon contained a divine being that was being devoured alive. Because Fenrir has broken away from him and is now behaving like a rank 8 metak, it can only devour these people at the rate of 72 years per second. To lose 72 years of lifespan per second is a terrible thing for anyone. After all, the normal rate of the loss of lifespan is 1 second of lifespan per second. Since these people are losing 72 years of lifespan per second, they are losing lifespan at 2,203,718,400, the normal rate. A mortal with a maximum lifespan of 80 years would only be able to survive less than a second if they were subjected to this kind of treatment. But to divine beings who easily have 100 times that amount of lifespan, they can survive for at least 100 seconds. 100 seconds is a short amount of time for a lot of things. But when one is being pursued and hunted, 100 seconds of time is too short a time to take a break. So Loki should keep running. The problem is that he can't run with 12 cocoons when he only has 2 hands. So he will either have to leave some of them behind or find an extraordinary way to bring them along. As he thought of this problem, he said, "I have 2 possible solutions. I could transform into my dragon form, or I could let the devouring ability do the work. If I transform into my dragon form, I should become big enough to carry all of them in the palm of one hand. So that option should work. His dragon form is as big as a world, So carrying 12 people in one hand should be very easy for him. Even if those 12 people were as big as skyscrapers, it still should be easy for him to carry them. Like most things about him, the size of his dragon body isn't exactly normal. The Dragon King of Oceania was as long as a continent, so it is normal for powerful dragons to be big. But he is extra big because he is actually a super world pretending to be a little dragon. After he considered this option, he said, "It should work. The problem is that a dragon of that size will be visible from every corner of the second heaven. If I get that big, no one will need to be a seer to spot me. They can just rush over to me directly. So I have to use the devouring ability, even if it creates a trail that leads straight to me." As he spoke, he let the black force field erupt from him again. This time, he let it cover all of them, including forced exchange and money speed. Then he used the black force to pull them. After doing this, he began to run again. He let the danger sense Metak pick a direction for him. Then he rushed away at full speed. The 12 cocoons were dragged behind him with a black force field. In the past, the black force field would have eaten everything along the way, which would have created a trail of emptiness behind him. The trail of emptiness is how the so-called talented swordsman has found him. In this situation, where he is being hunted by over 100 divine beings, such a trail will become a handicap. Fortunately, he can now control what to eat with the devouring ability and what to avoid, so he was able to prevent the trail of emptiness from forming. However, even if he couldn't avoid the trail of emptiness, he would still prefer to do things this way rather than to become a colossal golden dragon. After all, it will be better to allow a few people who stumble onto his trail to find him than to allow everyone hunting him to find him. Thanks to the danger sense Metak, he can avoid running into enemies too strong for him. But this situation can't last forever because of star divination. The seer can always keep tabs on him and is directing the warriors of the martial body sect to surround him. Many of these warriors have more divine Metaks than he and are faster than him, so it is only a matter of time before they corner him. In the meantime, the problem of how to keep his 12 prey is the greatest issue he has to deal with. Of course, for the 12 prey, their problem is much greater. For now, forced exchange and money armor are doing well. They have thousands of years of lifespan at their disposal, so they can both last over 30 minutes. This is with both of them sharing 50% of the reserves of their alliance and converting it to lifespan at a rate of 8.25%. With a reserve of 800,000, both of them have a total of 400,000 to use to hold on. So each of them has 200,000 years worth of world essence. After converting it to lifespan, they have 16,500 years of lifespan. With this much lifespan, they can hold on till Moneybody comes to save them. So they didn't despair despite the agonizing pain. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 836. It would take a long while before forced exchange and money speed would die, but the other 3 divine beings and their 7 divine beasts were not so lucky. After 2 minutes of suffering in their cocoons, they began to die. Their divine beasts were the first to go. Then the 3 of them follow behind. They didn't go quietly, though. By the time they reached the end, they were howling and screeching in pain. This was because the pain of the devouring force field shredding their divine bodies was too much. The experience was similar to being burned or boiled alive. Because of this pain, they were tempted to give up on their divine bodies and hide in their cave heavens. But none of them succumbed to this temptation, no matter how alluring it was. They had all been bested so easily, so none of them bore the illusion that they would be able to defeat him if he entered their cave heaven. So as not to lose their cave heaven and everything they have ever worked for, they decided to bear with the pain. With their deaths, the tracking marks on them took effect. The tracking marks turned into seals that locked down their divine Metaks and pointed the way to their cave heaven to him. This made him smile and say, "Time to get to work." They had died within the black force field, so he knew exactly where the opening of the spatial channel to their cave heaven was. With a thought from him, the black force field gushed into this opening and pried it open for him. He followed the black force field, and put his hands into the spatial opening. Next, he exerted his strength in his arms and ripped open the spatial channel with force. Then he rushed into the spatial channel. As soon as he appeared in the cave heaven, he unleashed his full dragon form. This caused his body to explode in size. It was as if he had been inflated like a balloon. But he wasn't a balloon. He was a dragon with 4 arms and 4 large wings on his back. He wasn't an ordinary dragon either. He was 56,049 kilometers across and had a surface area of 1 billion square kilometers. In comparison, the cave heaven before him had a surface area of 61 million square kilometers. So the difference between them was massive. This difference in their size was why he was able to break free from the boundaries of the cave heaven. It was also why he was able to cover the entire cave heaven with the black force field of the devouring ability, shrink the cave heaven down, pull it into his mouth, and swallow it. After doing this, he belched heavily and said, "That's good eating." Then he said, "Let's not make the others wait. I'm sure they are dying to see me." This joke made him laugh. As he laughed, his body shrank until he became a slightly bigger humanoid dragon, standing at 4 meters tall. His 4 wings had disappeared, but his tail remained. By the time he was done transforming, he was ejected back to the second heaven. So he did the same thing he did to the first cave heaven. He breached their cave heaven through the spatial channel connecting them to the second heaven and entered it. Then he swallowed their cave heaven in 1 bite. The cave heavens weren't destroyed when he swallowed them. In the past, the devouring ability would have surely destroyed them, but now the black force field only brought the cave heavens into his cave heaven for assimilation. So instead of wasting time assimilating their cave heaven from the core, he could swallow them now and assimilate them while he is on the move. This way, his pursuers wouldn't be able to catch up to him while he is busy looting the cave heavens. With the 3 cave heavens swallowed, he resumed his pilgrimage across the second heaven. 2 cocoons trailed behind him on this pilgrimage. But while his pilgrimage was one of sightseeing and eating different kinds of delicacies, theirs was a pilgrimage of pain. A few minutes later, he encountered more divine beings. Then, 10 minutes after this, he encountered another group of divine beings. Aside from the first group of 3 enslavement cultivators, he killed a group of 2. Then he killed another group of 4 10 minutes later. In total, he had killed 9 divine beings since the hunt started. These 9 divine beings had also provided him with 9 divine metaks. One of them was the obscuring mist metak. He got the obscuring mist metak from a deceiver. Once he got it, he was finally able to block Star Divination's prying eyes. In the past, he could stop her from seeing all of his information by sacrificing his lifespan. But he couldn't stop her from seeing him and tracking his location. But now that he had the obscuring mist metak, she couldn't lock onto him, much less track him. Without her help, the warriors became blind. They couldn't find him, so he was able to outnumber them. Actually, at this point, he could kill the warriors of the martial body sect. But he still avoided them because he didn't want to scare off the people hunting him. For now, he hunted weak rank 6 cultivators with 1 divine metak. He tried to avoid stronger divine beings because the death of strong cultivators would dissuade his pursuers. Unfortunately for him, there was someone this plan wouldn't work against. This was because this person was always able to find him, even when he obscured himself. Because he had to avoid some people, he had to go around in circles or twist and turn. This other person always knew his location, so they could always move in a straight line towards him. Eventually, they caught up to him. He had just come out of a spatial channel after swallowing a cave heaven when they found him. Comments. Chapter 837. Because he had just left the cave heaven, he couldn't run away. So this person was able to get close to him despite his extensive evasive maneuvers. The person's eyes gleamed with glee when they saw him. Then they grinned and said, "I finally found you." They were already attacking him while they spoke. It seemed they didn't want to waste time talking and give him the opportunity to escape. A concentrated beam of golden light pierced through the air to strike him. The beam of golden light turned everything it touched, including dust in the air, into gold. Then the golden smashed into him. The power of the attack was 8 cultivation rank, times 8, body, plus 8, will plus 8, mind, times 8 by 3, divine metax, which is 4,608 units of divine power. Loki responded by making a black force field surround him. This black force field is different from the one he usually uses in that it is blacker than usual. It is also blurry, and it has mental components that confuse anyone it touches. So now, the black force field can confuse a target and make them find it difficult to resist. This is because this black force field was created together with the help of other divine metax, not just with Fenrir. This ability to combine the power of the devouring ability with other metax like the obscuring mist metac and the will erosion metac is a perk he gained when Fenrir detached from him. So the power of the black force field is stronger than normal. His power output with the black force field was 9 cultivation rank, times 9 body, plus 9, will plus 9, mind, plus 9, insight, plus 9, soul, times 8, Fenrir, plus 6 times 4, divine metax, which is 12,960 units of divine power. Because of this power, he was able to block the ray of light. Instead of being turned into gold and frozen, he was also able to extend the black force field over to Moneybody. Then he wrapped Moneybody up in his own cocoon. After doing so, he shook his head and said to Moneybody, "Why do you want to die so much? You could have remained safe and sound where you were, but you had to come over to be killed. Are you suicidal?" Moneybody didn't answer. It seemed he was still in shock. This made Loki sigh and say, "Look at how far I've come." In the past, he would bow his head and act obedient, so as not to offend Moneybody. But his strength has reached the extent where he could nab Moneybody as easily as swatting a fly. It made him emotional. What's most amusing wasn't that he defeated Moneybody. The most important part of this short fight between him and Moneybody, and also the most amusing part, was that he didn't use his full power. Right now, he has only used 5 out of 11 divine metax he has in his possession, so he can easily double his power if he wants to. He didn't do so now because he didn't want to kill Moneybody quickly. If he were to kill Moneybody now, his death would scare the divine beings hunting him away. So after he secured Moneybody within his grasp, he reduced the number of divine metax he was using to 3. This made his power output fall to 9, cultivation rank, times 9, body, plus 9, will plus 9 soul, times 8, Fenrir, plus 6 by 2, divine metax, which is 4,860 units of divine power. In comparison, Moneybody's maximum power is 4,608 units of divine power. So with this level of power, he can keep Moneybody captured without killing him too quickly. This is not only to keep Moneybody from dying too quickly, but it was also to make sure that Moneybody would suffer for as long as possible. Moneybody still refused to make a sound, even though the pain of being burned alive by a flame that was cutting him all over was a lot to bear. But this didn't stop Loki from laughing. As he dragged his prey away, he said, "I promised to torture him to death, but I didn't expect that it would be like this. Who would have guessed that I would be torturing him mainly because I didn't want to kill him?" He found this amusing, so he laughed. He laughed merrily and loudly as he went about hunting more people. But Moneybody couldn't laugh. In fact, Moneybody couldn't do anything aside from staring into space. If not for the constant pain of something tearing into him, he would have easily believed that he was dreaming. Even now, he wanted to believe that he was dreaming. Divine beings don't sleep, so a divine being shouldn't dream. If a divine being is dreaming, that can be seen as a sign of a terrible problem with their minds. A problem with the mind of a divine being can be more difficult to deal with than a physical problem with their bodies. But he was willing to have a psychological problem rather than accept what had just happened to his esteemed self. As he stood there in the core of his cave heaven, staring into space, memories of what had just happened went through his mind. Scenes of what had happened flashed through his eyes, and he saw everything clearly, again and again. He saw how he was subdued like an adult subduing a wayward child in a loop. He was trying to find a weakness in the dragon that he could exploit or figure out something he could do differently. But instead of being helpful, it was as if his humiliation was playing on repeat. Actually, his humiliation was indeed playing on repeat. And that feeling of humiliation was worse, because no matter how he reviewed that fight, he couldn't find anything helpful. The fight had been too short for variables. He made a move, and the dragon made a move. Then he lost. Comments. Chapter 838. There was nothing else to the fight, so he couldn't spot a weakness, and he didn't see anything that he could have done better to avoid the fate of being captured and subjected to existence-rending pain. His defeat was as straightforward as it could be, and there was no denying it. At the end of the day, he could only say, "I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have been greedy." This was his final conclusion. It is all he can figure out from the humiliating defeat. Unfortunately, it is too late to come to that conclusion now. After all, it is of no use to have such an epiphany now that he has been captured. It certainly won't help him break free. In fact, if someone had told him to avoid the dragon at all costs before he encountered the dragon, he would have scoffed at them. He might have even scorned them for cowardice and foolishness. This was because every piece of information they had about the dragon indicated that it was weak. The dragon had killed 9 divine beings, but they were all rank 6 divine beings. The dragon had also avoided fighting any rank 7 being. In fact, the dragon had been seen running away from rank 7 and rank 8 cultivators many times. The dragon was also tracked for a while by a rank 6 seer, so it should be weak. Then there was the fact that the dragon hadn't been able to kill forced exchange and money speed after so long. So by common sense, the dragon should be weak and easy for him to kill. Yet he is. He has been bested by the supposedly weak dragon. It was all too much to believe. As he tried to wrap his head around the whole thing, his mind settled on something he was convinced of. The understanding hit his mind like a bolt of lightning, and he was enlightened. His eyes lit up as he thought, "It is hunting us. That dragon is hunting us. We are not the ones hunting it at all. It is not weak. No, it is not. It is very strong, and it is toying with us. It is taking its time, taking us down." For now, the crippled and sickly in the herd are being targeted. But soon, even the strongest alphas will be on the menu to be eaten. While he was standing there looking into space and coming to terms with his defeat, his 6 subordinates were standing around looking at him anxiously. They were waiting for a report on the situation from him. The last they heard from Moneybody, he said he had found the dragon. He had been happy when he said that. But then he froze and remained like that since. They want to know what happened after he found the dragon. But from the look of his behavior, it didn't seem like what happened was something good. No one could expect good news from him, so they were anxious as they waited. Of the 6 of them, money speed and forced exchange were the most anxious. After all, not only was their life on the line, but if Moneybody were to blame anyone, he would blame them. Eventually, the rank 7 cultivator, market conditions, couldn't hold back anymore. So he said, "Sir, what happened?" This question snapped Moneybody out of his reverie. His eyes immediately sharpened, and his gaze turned to focus on them. His face was stoic, and his voice was calm as he said in reply, "I was defeated. That's what happened." His words struck them in the gut like a heavy punch below the belt when they heard what he said. Individually, his words were harmless, but the specific combination of those words was what made them feel a bout of immense disbelief. Forced exchange tried to speak, but he kept coming up empty each time he wanted to speak. Each time he wanted to say something, he would open his mouth. Then he would close it. Then he would try again, only to fail. This made it look like a fish that had been pulled out of water. The news that Moneybody had been defeated had the greatest impact on the rank 6 members, the members the most. This was because they were the youngest to join the alliance and had only seen Moneybody as a powerful being incapable of defeat. The rank 7 divine beings were more informed and knew that Moneybody hadn't always been a great rank 8 cultivator. They were aware of the times he had been defeated and had to run for his life. Most importantly, they knew that Moneybody wasn't the strongest, so they were able to accept the concept of his defeat more easily. However, they would rather believe that he was defeated by another rank 8 cultivator, a group of rank 8 cultivators, or a DMadLord. There were a lot of options that were more believable. A random dragon that everyone was hunting wasn't one of these options. In order to clear their doubts, the other rank 7 member, Money Thief, asked a pertinent question, saying, "Who and how did it happen?" This was a question that should make Moneybody flare up in anger. After all, this was tearing up his sore and fresh wounds. But Moneybody didn't get angry. In fact, he didn't behave like he heard the question at all. He ignored the question and said, "Forget about what has happened. We need to deal with what is about to happen." Then he turned to Money Speed and Forced Exchange before saying, "I have to let you two go so that I will have enough lifespan to sustain myself. The three of us can't be a burden on our reserves at the same time. It is a waste of resources." He said this to inform them of their fate. He wasn't asking for their opinions, and he wasn't open to an argument. Comments. Chapter 839. Before they could speak, argue, or complain, he waved his hand and extinguished their life fires. This sight struck the rest of them with another emotional impact. The emotional impact was so heavy that they took a step back in fear. Because of it, if they didn't know before, now they knew that the situation was deadly serious. In the past, Moneybody would have come up with a way to turn the others on these unfortunate two. He would have found a way to wield public opinion to his advantage. But for some reason, he didn't seem to care about what they thought. Or he cared only a little since he told them why he did what he did, but he didn't care about what they thought because he didn't allow room for a different opinion. After he killed Forced Exchange and Money Speed, Moneybody was able to relax a little bit. It was just for a little bit, brought about by the fact that he could now last longer. But his mood was still grave, and his heart was still heavy with the threat of death weighing it down. While he was thinking about what he should do, he heard the dragon say to him, "Oh, it seems you have become desperate. You should have told me that you were desperate before you began killing your subordinates. If I had known, I would have offered you a way out." In the outside world, he was wrapped by a constricting force. The force had removed every trace of light and eliminated every sound from his surroundings. So he was effectively blind and deaf. According to his perspective, he was stuck in a world of darkness with only the sense of pain still working. In fact, the absence of his other senses made the feeling of his body being slowly ground and torn extra painful. It was through this overwhelming darkness and pain that the voice of the dragon came to him. That voice was a mental wave of information from the dragon to him, but to him, it appeared as a light in the Deekney. He was in a deep pit, and the voice was a rope that was extended into the pit. The rope was small and weak, so it was unlikely to be able to pull him out of the pit. But he still grabbed onto the rope with all of his might, as if his life depended on it. He cared a lot if the dragon was being sincere or if it was toying with him. But even if the dragon was saying those things to mess with him, he wanted the dragon to keep speaking so that he could feel something other than pain. He wanted an extra source of simulation. So he made an attempt to keep the dragon talking. He said, "What way do you have to offer me, and what price do I have to pay for it?" The dragon said, "Good questions." As expected of Moneybody, he knows how to hit the nail of the matter on its head. Then the dragon said with a mischievous tone, "Don't you want to free yourself from the shackles of your sect? I can help you with that. It all depends on how much you can pay for your freedom." Of course, Moneybody wanted to be free from his sect. Practically every rank 8 cultivator he knew wanted to be free from their sections. So he wasn't surprised that the dragon would use this offer to tempt him. However, he wasn't tempted yet. After all, becoming free from the sects is easier said than done. He had yet to see how he would be given his freedom. So he asked, saying, "How do you propose I gain my freedom?" He didn't expect to get any useful answer. He had only asked the question to satisfy his curiosity and keep the dragon talking. So he was very surprised when the dragon replied, saying, "How about I help you become a dragon?" This time, Moneybody became tempted. Suddenly, this conversation had stopped being about satisfying his need for diverse sensory stimulation. He was now interested in what was being discussed. So his voice was earnest as he said, "How will that happen? What I need to do?" His words and the way he asked them seemed to amuse the dragon because the dragon laughed. This laughter made his heart sink. When he heard the laughter, he began to realize that he had been fooled. He realized that the dragon was only toying with him before killing him. As the dragon laughed, the dragon said, "So eager. How amusing." Then the dragon said, "Anyway, what you need to do is simple. Just listen and obey. Moneybody's emotions and expectations had cooled down after he realized that the dragon was only playing around with its food. So when the dragon began telling him its plan, he only listened because he didn't have a choice. But the more he heard of the plan, the more he realized that the dragon might be serious, and the higher his expectations became. And the higher his expectations became, the higher his hope became. The plan the dragon suggested was absurd and preposterous. By common sense, the plan shouldn't work. But he didn't have much to lose other than his life. Regardless of whether he went along with the plan or not, he would die. As it is, he doesn't mind death. After all, he is already tired of living under the tyranny of the Four Directions sect. If there is one thing he will regret about dying, it is dying for nothing. If he is to die, he would rather die doing something worthwhile. The dragon's plan, as absurd as it was, would give him a chance at freedom or even greater power. These are things worth dying for, so he decided to give the plan a shot. Comments. Chapter 840. Having made up his mind, he said to the dragon, "I'll do it." The dragon replied, saying, "Good. Now let's begin." As soon as he heard this, the darkness that had been sealing him was torn asunder, and the world beyond was revealed to him. The pain of being eaten alive also went with the darkness, so it was as if he was born anew. For a while, he lay on the ground, exhaling and inhaling and feeling the weird purple grass beneath him. All of the things he had taken for granted since the first time he saw them, when he came to the second heaven, now looked like treasures to him. All the sights, smells, and sounds stimulated him until he felt euphoria. His entire existence rejoiced at being alive and being able to feel things again. While he was enjoying his freedom, a nonchalant voice came from above him, saying, "You're smart, so don't try anything. If I could take you down before, I can do so now. So don't mess around." After he heard this, he struggled to stand up from the ground. It was a struggle because his body was still healing from being gnawed to bits earlier. It took a while before he could stand. When he finally stood up, he bowed and said, "I will cherish this opportunity that you've given to me with all my life." The dragon said somewhat impatiently, "You should. Now get on with it. I'm being hunted here. I don't have a lot of time to waste. There are a lot of powerful people in this place who want to tear me apart. You of all people should know about that." Moneybody's eyes twitched when he heard this, but he quickly did as he was told. The first step in the plan was to provide a divine metak of the money pathway. As it happened, he had 2 divine metaks of the money pathway just lying about doing nothing. It wouldn't hurt him to lose the 2 of them, so he took one of them and summoned it out of his cave heaven. Then he handed it over to the dragon. The divine metak that he brought out was the forced exchange metak. The dragon took it and sent it somewhere. He couldn't tell where the forced exchange metak was sent to. All he saw was that it had disappeared from the dragon's hand. This got him thinking and speculating. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep his thoughts straight because the absence of the forced exchange metak in the core of his cave heaven to support it had made him lose a portion of his cave heaven. The sound of his cave heaven shattering and separating from his cave heaven made it difficult for him to think. And when he could think, all he could think was a little regret that he would die like this. After a few seconds of waiting and thinking, the forced exchange metak reappeared in the dragon's hands. But it changed. The forced exchange metak was now a large golden crystal. It was a giant thing more than a kilometer across, and it was shining with a golden light that confirmed its identity. Moneybody's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. He knew to expect this since the dragon had told him that this would happen, but he was still surprised by the sight. This made him think to himself, since the dragon has delivered on its initial promise, it seems it wasn't toying with me, and it seemed it didn't ask for the divine metak to fool me into weakening myself. It seems his plan might really work. The sight of the divine position lifted his spirits beyond compare. It increased his confidence in the success of the plan from 0% to 1%. There are a lot of things he wanted to know about how the divine position had come to be. But now was not the moment to ask those questions, especially not when the dragon urged him, saying, "Go on, take it." He grabbed the divine position with both hands and absorbed it into his cave heaven through the spatial channel connecting the cave heaven to the world. The sudden appearance of a divine position in their cave heaven surprised the members of his alliance, to say the least. In fact, it would be an understatement to say that they were surprised. After all, they had been considering the matter of their death when this happened. They were surprised, befuddled, and afraid. But Moneybody had no intention to enlighten them, especially since they were going to die soon. He didn't want to waste time on people who would die soon. He ignored them and pulled the divine position into the core of his cave heaven. Then he let the divine position approach his life, fire, and fuse with it. As the fusion began, his heart pounded in his chest. His mind churned as he thought, it shouldn't work, right? But he said it should work. Anyway, if it doesn't work and I die, this would be a very expensive joke to play on me. So it won't be a shame to be killed by this joke. This isn't something he is saying to motivate himself. He truly is ready to die for this. Freedom and power are things worthy of dying for, so he has no problem dying for them. To be honest, he was 99% sure that this fusion would kill him. After all, his 3 divine positions were from the 4 Directions sect, while this new one was from an unknown source. But against all expectations, the fusion actually went well. There was no sense of rejection whatsoever, and his life fire didn't try to burn this new divine position away. For all intents and purposes, he had simply acquired a 4th divine position from the sect. The fusion had succeeded, so his heart should relax, and he should sigh in relief. But what happened was that his heart began to beat faster. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 841. His heart began to beat faster because his confidence in the success of the plan had increased from 1% to 10%. Because of the increase in confidence, without being told, he sent out the money speed metac. While that one was being worked on, he deactivated one of his 3 main divine metacs. He didn't even wait for the dragon to urge him to do this. The divine metac he deactivated was the golden light metac. This deactivation made the divine position attached to it be retracted by the divine constellation. The divine position left his cave heaven and returned to the embrace of the supreme metac to revolve around it. By the time this happened, the money speed metac had been returned to his cave heaven as a divine position. So he used his control over his cave heaven to pull the money speed divine position into the core of his cave. While he was doing this, he sent the golden light metac out of his cave heaven. Then he gave it to the dragon. The dragon took the golden light metac while he fused the money speed divine position into his life. As soon as he was done with this, he deactivated another main divine metac. This time, the one he deactivated was the money power metac. Just like that, he replaced all of his divine positions with the one provided by the dragon. By the time he was done, he had 5 divine positions, and he was still at rank 8. With this configuration of divine positions, he had met the minimum requirement to construct a supreme metac. This was a momentous achievement that he didn't think he could ever witness. He was shaking with joy as he said, "I can't believe it. It is unbelievable." Not only had he broken the limit of divine positions, but he had remained at rank 8 without the assistance of the sect. This put his level of confidence at 50%. But this wasn't the end because he could tell that his rank 8 cultivator was a facade. He could perceive clearly that the 5 new divine positions were complete and could maintain his cultivation at rank 8. So it wasn't the supreme metac that was pushing up his cultivation rank for him. In fact, the divine positions had not only maintained his life position, but they had also changed it on a fundamental level. This fundamental transformation caused the conversion efficiency of his life fire to reach 50%. Then he began to transform into a dragon. In the second dimension, golden scales appeared all over his body. Golden horns also appeared on his head, and his eyes changed into golden hexagons. A thick golden tail also began to extend from his lower back. His slaves couldn't see all of these changes since they were in the core of his cave heaven. But they had seen him replace his divine positions and even increase them from 3 to 5. So they had a lot of questions. Moneybody didn't have the intention to answer any question, though. And even though they had signed a contract, not to tell anyone his secrets or any information for that matter, he still decided to silence them. He waved his hands, and 4 live fires were directly extinguished. Just like that, the 4 of them were killed. In the past, the absence of these live fires would have made the core of his cave heaven darker. But now that he had 5 complete divine positions, he didn't even notice the absence of the live fires. His live fire had become strong and bright enough to brighten the whole place. All of these changes had raised his level of confidence by a whopping 40%, so his confidence in the success of the plan reached 90%. Because of this, he became the one to urge the dragon to start the next step. He said to the dragon, "Let us continue." But the dragon frowned and said, "Why? You're already a dragon. What more do you want?" So Moneybody replied, saying, "I want to create a supreme metak." The dragon immediately shook its head when it heard this. Then he said, "That's not our agreement. We've done our part, and that's all we intend to do." But Moneybody refused to give up. He said, "I don't care. Tell your Dragon King that I have to make my supreme metak, or I will die. You should tell him that he can choose to help me, or he can watch me die. If he is willing to watch all of the resources he invested into turning me into a dragon go to waste, then he can refuse to help me." As he spoke, he pushed the 5 divine positions together and began to fuse them. Clearly, he was very serious about what he said. According to what this dragon had told him, there was a rank 9 Dragon King somewhere in the Sea of Worlds with a superworld. This Dragon King is in need of powerful subordinates to create a power base that can contend with the sects. The plan the Dragon King came up with was to poach talent from the 8 sections. So the Dragon King sent this rank 8 dragon to the blessed heaven world to find talented and powerful cultivators to recruit. Once this rank 8 dragon has found someone talented, it would help them become dragons. But this is the extent of the help that the Dragon King is willing to render. The Dragon King doesn't want to help anyone become a rank 9 dragon, who would then compete with him for the title of Dragon King. So the Dragon King won't want to help him. This is why he said to the dragon, "I have already started the process. I'm sure your Dragon King should be able to tell. If he can't tell, then he should confirm from the will of his superworld." Comments. Chapter 842. His voice was smug as he said, "What he won't be able to tell is that I have killed every member of my alliance. So you will gain nothing if I die." The dragon had told him that he was selected to be transformed into a dragon because he was a rank 8 cultivator with an alliance. So his recruitment should have earned that Dragon King a rank 8 dragon and 6 subordinates. But Moneybody absolutely refused to become someone else's servant after becoming free from the 4 Directions sect. His mind is made up about this. He would rather die than let happen. So now it was up to the Dragon King to lose everything it invested in him, or try to gain something out of it. After the 5 divine positions became one within the core of his cave heaven, he brought out one of the divine metaks that had just become free. This was the money armor metak. He presented the money armor metak to the dragon and said with a smile, "What do you say?" The dragon was clearly frustrated by the turn of events, but the situation was pressing, and it seemed to have received an order from on high. So it gritted its teeth and said, "How the tables have turned." Then it snatched the money armor metak by force from Moneybody's hands. An instant later, the divine metak disappeared from his hands. All that was left was the scowl of displeasure and anger on his face. But this scowl only made Moneybody laugh. He laughed loudly with pure joy. He was truly happy. For the first time in a long time, he was truly happy. It was a surreal feeling that he didn't think he would experience for the rest of his life. As he laughed, his eyes gleamed, and he thought with a sneer, "Do you think you can take advantage of me for nothing? If that's what you thought, you have another thing coming." Then he said to the dragon, "I have to thank you for this opportunity. I'm truly grateful, but I won't let my gratefulness stop me from reaching for more. It is in my nature to always seek more. I have been unable to do that for a long time because I have been trapped and limited by my sect. But you have given me a chance to spread my wings and fly, so I will take it." By this point, he had become drunk on power. This was why his inner sneer appeared on his face as he said, "When I become your boss, I will punish you for all the suffering that you've put me through. But for the sake of giving me this opportunity, I won't let you suffer much. However, you have to stop scowling. You should also learn to respect me as soon as possible. After all, I will become your boss soon." As he said this, he reached over to pat the dragon's face. He wanted to remove the scowl on its face and spread his lips into a smile by force. But the dragon smacked his hands away and said, "Wait until you become my boss before you become cocky. I'm still stronger than you. And who knows, you might fail and die." Money Body didn't believe that he had a reason to fail, as he had been planning for this for a long time and was sure of his success. So he snorted in response and said, "I can't fail. But even if I fail and die right now, I will be happy." Just as he said this, the dragon brought out the money armor divine position. The sight of the new divine position made the displeasure on his face disappear immediately and melt away into a smile. He received the divine position with a large smile on his face. It was as if he were a kid receiving a present. His happiness was overflowing and spilling over. After he accepted the divine position into his cave heaven, he smiled and said, "I will die happy." How many people can hope to achieve something like that? Without waiting for a response from the dragon, he presented another divine metak to the dragon. Clearly, he was treating the dragon and the Dragon King behind him as nothing but his piggy bank. As the dragon received the debt collector divine metak from him, he said, "I've heard some people say that the debtors are the bosses. I always thought what they were saying was nonsense. But after seeing your behavior, I think they might be right." His words made Money Body laugh and say, "It is so true. After all, you have invested so much in me. You have no choice but to continue to invest in me, especially since you only need to give me 3 more divine positions. Rather than let 5 go to waste, you can give me 3 more and gain a powerful ally." Who wouldn't want to make such a deal? Even without seeing the scowl on the dragon's face, he could guess that both this dragon and the Dragon King didn't want to make this deal. So he is sure that it was the will of the superworld that insisted on going ahead with this deal. If he were the Dragon King, he is sure that he wouldn't want a competitor. But the superworld would only see the addition of another rank 9 being as a boon. So why not take the deal? However, he still thought to himself, when I become a rank 9 Dao initiate, I must work together with that Dragon King to restrict the will of the world and prevent it from making more rank 9 beings. A rank 9 divine being is not a servant of a world like world kings are to worlds. Instead, rank 9 beings are partners to the will of the world. Their relationship can be considered a symbiotic relationship. Comments. Chapter 843. In this symbiotic relationship, the world won't be able to control rank 9 beings, force them to do something, or stop supporting them with lifespan as it does with world kings. This is why he is open to becoming a rank 9 being of a world. But a rank 9 being also can't control the will of the world. This is why the Dragon King can't stop the world from supporting him in the creation of his supreme metak. This arrangement is a boon to him right now. But once he becomes a rank 9 divine being, he will work together with the Dragon King to restrict this boon. That's how the world works. It moves based on the forces of benefits and interests. What is a benefit to him now can turn into a liability in the future, so he will have to change his stance on certain matters over time. Because of this, someone who is his enemy now can become an ally in the future. Money Body was already thinking about what he would do when he advances to rank 9. Clearly, he is extremely confident in himself. However, his confidence took a dip after the Supreme Metak failed to form even after he used up 8 rank 8 divine positions. Apparently, it was missing something he hadn't accounted for. Nothing had gone wrong with the process. There was also nothing wrong with the materials he used. They were all at rank 8, and they were complete divine Metaks, not the faulty one stuck at rank 6 that the 4 Directions sect used to peddle to them. His Supreme Metak should have formed, yet it needed some lifespan before it could form. He didn't know that it would need this, so he was surprised. His eyes narrowed as he said, "Did Time Traveler lie to me, or is this just an accident?" This unexpected requirement made him realize that there might be some things he didn't know and didn't plan for regarding the creation of a Supreme Metak. So he decided to be more careful and less arrogant. After adjusting his mentality, he said to the dragon, I need some lifespan. Tell your dragon king to give me more lifespan. Instead of giving him what he asked for, the dragon frowned and asked him, Don't you have a lifespan? Why don't you use it? He didn't like that he was being questioned by his future lack, so he wanted to snap at the dragon and tell it to shut up and do what he was asked. But he was in dire straits and didn't want to offend his helpers at this critical point. So he explained calmly, What I have won't be enough. After hearing his reason for asking for more lifespan, the dragon snorted and muttered something about him being poor. Then the dragon went silent for a while, as if he was listening to someone else speaking. Because of this, his eyes were focused for a while. A few seconds later, the dragon asked, saying, How much do you need? Moneybody was silent for a while as he thought about his situation. Then he said, By my estimate, I should need 500,000 years worth. He was lying about this. He actually needed 1,000,000 years worth of lifespan. But he reduced the amount so that he wouldn't dissuade the Dragon King and the will of the superworld. As for later, when he needs 500,000 years more, it will be too late for his sponsors to give up on him then. And regarding the 200,000 worth of world essence he still had in his cave heaven, he didn't plan to touch that one anytime soon. After relaying his answer to his boss, the dragon said, We will support you. The will of the world will help you with the 500,000 years that you need. As soon as he spoke, Moneybody felt lifespan gushing into his supreme metak through the divine positions that he used to make it. So instead of collapsing because of the lack of lifespan, the supreme metak actually solidified and approached completion. This brought a smile to Moneybody's face. As he smiled, he said to the dragon, Thank the will of the super world for me. It won't regret this. With its working together, we will be able to destroy the world. He was lying, but Loki didn't believe anything he was saying. What he wanted was tangible benefits like information on how to create supreme metaks. Just in case Moneybody failed to create the supreme metak, he wanted something to show for all of his effort, and he wanted to be able to create his own supreme metaks. But he had to restrain himself and not say anything that might expose his identity as a rank 8 dragon in control of 5 rank 8 metaks. If he were a rank 8 dragon in control of 5 rank 8 divine metaks, he would be able to produce a power output of 8, cultivation rank, times 8 body, plus 8, will, plus 8, mind, plus 8, insight, plus 8 soul, times 8 by 5 divine metaks, which is 12,800 units of divine power. This level of power will be very close to the 12,960 units of divine power that he used to subdue Moneybody earlier. So his identity as a rank 8 dragon is believable. But if he can control 5 divine metaks, he should know how to create a supreme metak. His understanding of metaks should have reached the point that he didn't need to ask someone else how to create a supreme metak. So he had to keep quiet about what he really wanted to know. Instead, he asked for something else that he was only curious about. He said to Moneybody, the Dragon King wanted to know this. What is ancient cultivation, and how do they die out? In response, Moneybody shook his head and said, You're asking the wrong person about this. Generations in my lineage were already dead long after the last ancient cultivation died. Comments. Chapter 844. He paused at this point to consider something. Then he said, All I know about ancient cultivation is that they could cultivate with some substance in the air, and that substance could increase their lifespan. They seemed to use that substance too much, so it ran out. That made ancient cultivators unable to cultivate, so they had to switch to another method. He was actually telling the truth about this. This is all he knows about ancient cultivators. If not for the fact that he will need to beg for 500,000 years of lifespan later, he wouldn't have said anything. He didn't want to offend his sponsors, so instead of lying and saying he didn't know anything about ancient cultivators, he decided to tell them something useful. Actually, he had started out intending to lie. His decision to tell the truth was made after he said his second sentence. Inwardly, he sneered and thought, It is not their fault that they can take advantage of me. If I didn't need their lifespan, I wouldn't have said it. Then he looked at his precious supreme metak as he thought with a heavy heart. This thing needs a lot of lifespan, though. If I had to get 1,000,000 years of lifespan myself, I would need more than 6 million years worth of world essence to convert to 1,000,000 years of lifespan with my conversion efficiency of 16.5%. Even with a conversion efficiency of 50%, I would still need 2 million years worth of lifespan. There is no way I can afford that. And that's just for the final touch. I wonder how much it cost the will of the superworld to create those 8 rank 8 divine positions. Truly, becoming a rank 9 being is very expensive. I must not give up on this fat thigh that I've hung on to. Who would have expected me to be so lucky? He was truly grateful for the generosity of his sponsors, and he made up his mind not to make them angry until he didn't need them. So when the dragon nodded in satisfaction and said, "How many ways are there to advance to rank 9? He didn't get angry. He should get angry that someone wanted to get such a valuable piece of information from him. But he said truthfully, as far as I know, there should be at least 2 ways to advance to rank 9. One of them is related to the creation of supreme metak. The other one should be related to the size of one's cave heaven. I don't know much about how the size of one's cave heaven can help us advance to rank 9. But I believe that it had something to do with why the 8 sects have placed a limit on the size of our cave heaven. I also know that a superworld is needed to advance to rank 9. I don't know why, but that's always been the case in the Sea of Worlds. For some reason, only superworlds can create rank 9 beings. Then he shrugged and said, "That's all I know about the methods of advancing to rank 9. As for how to become a DMadLord, that information is beyond me." He knows who to ask for the information about how to advance to rank 10, but he is not going to expose that secret. Not only did he swear an oath not to reveal the existence of Time Traveler, but he also didn't want to lose all of his usefulness to his new superworld. If he held on to the secret of Time Traveler's existence, he could always use this leverage to remain useful to his superworld. That way, even if he is weaker than the Dragon King, it will be difficult to get rid of him. But even though he didn't reveal Time Traveler's existence, Loki was satisfied with the information he had revealed. He was extra satisfied because he hadn't expected a real answer from Moneybody. He had asked the question about the methods of advancing to rank 9 because he had used a method other than creating a supreme metak to advance to rank 9. So he wanted to know if what he did was common practice or not. He didn't expect to hear that there were actually at least 3 methods to advance to rank 9, and he had used the one method no one else could. This got him thinking. He thought to himself, this Moneybody sure knows a lot of things. I'm willing to bet that he learned them from Time Traveler. Maybe I should have a chat with Time Traveler soon. Just as he had this thought, he realized that Moneybody had used more than 500,000 years of lifespan for his supreme metak. This made him look at Moneybody with a suspicious gaze. From what he saw, Moneybody didn't seem to notice that he was overdrafting lifespan. At least, if he noticed it, he didn't have any plan to bring it up and admit to it. So Loki had to be the one to say, "What are you doing? Why are you using more than 500,000 years worth of lifespan?" The Dragon King is very angry. In response, Moneybody asked in confusion, "I have used more than 500,000 years? That can't be right. My estimates indicated a maximum of 500,000 years of lifespan." His words didn't appease Loki at all. In fact, Loki seemed to become angrier. Loki shouted with fake anger, saying, "Are you saying that the Dragon King and the will of our world are wrong? Do you know what you're saying?" Moneybody immediately apologized, saying, "I wasn't accusing them of anything. I'm sorry if my words came off as an accusation." His face became thoughtful as he said, "It would seem that my estimates were wrong. Maybe I was wrong somewhere." Comments. Chapter 845. Apparently, Moneybody was willing to say anything apart from admitting that he lied. This made Loki chuckle inwardly. Loki was actually amused by Moneybody's actions. After all, he already knew that Moneybody would need 1 million years of lifespan to complete the supreme metak. That was something he perceived on the same deep level as Moneybody. But he hadn't said anything when Moneybody lied to his face. He also didn't say anything now. Instead, he shouted back and forth with Moneybody, feigning anger at being deceived. Eventually, the supreme metak was completed. The product was a golden crystal crown. It was within the core of Moneybody's cave heaven, and it was shining with a golden, mysterious light. As soon as the golden crystal crown was completed, Moneybody's power soared. His rank rose from rank 8 to rank 9. A golden crown also appeared above his head. It replaced the golden flame above his head, and golden robes appeared over his body. This made him look like a king. He didn't need to do this at all. He could have kept the golden crown a secret and looked like an ordinary person, but created the manifestations so that he would look the part of a rank 9 being. He had waited for too long for this and wanted to relish it. He also wanted people to see him and be aware of his great power, so he decided to do something showy. After changing how he appeared, he spread his arms wide and laughed. His laughter rang out through the second heaven with impunity and pride. As he laughed, he said, "Today has finally arrived. From now on, the sky is the limit. From today onwards, I will be a king, and I will rule them all." Clearly, he was very happy. But what he didn't expect was that Loki would also be happy. In fact, Loki was so happy that he was smiling and clapping. As he clapped, he said, "Congratulations. Congratulations on your breakthrough." Loki was the last person he expected to be happy for him. After all, he had promised to punish Loki after his advancement. So he was first confused when Loki began to clap and congratulate him. But then he realized what Loki was doing. So he chuckled and said, "I know what you're doing. You're hoping that if you make me happy, I won't punish you too much." In response, Loki also chuckled and said, "You've done well. But playtime's over. It is now time to collect my due." Moneybody's confusion returned when he heard this. He frowned slightly as he tried to understand what Loki could be talking about. But then, the frown on his face disappeared and was quickly replaced by a look of pain. The pain was caused by his life fire dwindling and weakening. This made him scream hysterically, saying, "What is going on? What is wrong with my supreme attack?" When Loki heard this, he snorted and said, "What do you mean, your supreme attack? Whose materials did you use to make it?" Then he patted his chest as he said leisurely, "I gave you the materials. All you did was help me build the supreme attack." Moneybody's face fell when he heard this. But Loki chuckled and said, "What a silly goose. The fact that you built something doesn't mean it is yours. You're just a blacksmith. I am the one who commissioned the supreme attack. At most, I have to pay you for your services. But the supreme attack isn't yours." At this point, Moneybody realized that he had been played. Even now, he didn't know how he had been played, but he knew without a doubt that he had been played. He wanted to resist, but he had lost control of the supreme attack. The feeling was as if he had been borrowing the supreme attack all along, not that he created it. It was an absurd feeling. He would be laughing if his life weren't in danger. Unfortunately for him, his strength had left him, and he was weakening even more as his life fire dimmed. Even his divine body began to flicker like a candle in the wind. So the best he could do was say, "It seems it was too good to be true. At the end of the day, nothing is for free in this world. Everything has a price. This is the price I have to pay. Well played. You have my respect." Then he died. His life fire went out. The golden crown on his head and the golden robes on his body were the first to go. They disappeared directly. Then his divine body followed. His body was shattered and scattered into the wind. Thus, Moneybody was no more. Moneybody's last words made Loki nod in satisfaction and say, "I am impressed. Not many people could look death in the face like that and accept it. Moneybody is truly an admirable player in this dog-eat-dog game of the world. No one can call him a sore loser." But he remembered something which made curl his lips and say, "To be honest, there was one time Moneybody was a sore loser." He didn't want to accept his loss, so he turned the tables upside down. So maybe he wasn't a model player after all. He was talking about that time during his second mission to Oceania when he made a bet with Moneybody. The bet was about the success of the crystal ant in planting the shield breaker in Oceania. He had bet that the crystal ant would fail. Moneybody bet that the crystal ant would succeed. The winner was to gain control of the loser. Moneybody had lost that bet, but instead of taking his loss like a good sportsman, he became bitter about it. Then he said words that angered the Dragon King into killing everyone. This had caused the mission to fail spectacularly. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 846. Actually, Moneybody's tendency to be a sore loser was one of the reasons he didn't tell Moneybody that he was the super world that would help him advance to rank 9. He knew that Moneybody didn't like to be ordered around by people, so he didn't dare to point out that he would be Moneybody's boss if he chose to become a dragon. The other reason he didn't tell Moneybody that he was the rank 9 superworld was that it was a secret he didn't want to tell anyone. What Moneybody said about superworlds being the only way to advance to rank 9 proved that keeping his power a secret was the correct decision to make. As for why he didn't offer to help Moneybody create the supreme metac right from the start, it was to avoid making Moneybody suspicious. He had seen what Moneybody would do to prevent him from getting the incomplete supreme metac. So he didn't want to take any chances this time around with a more precious completed supreme metac. His plan was to make Moneybody come up with the idea of creating a supreme metac himself. This way, he wouldn't suspect that Loki had something to gain from it. This was why he didn't stop at turning Moneybody into a dragon. He could have made Moneybody a dragon with 3 divine positions. Instead, he made Moneybody a dragon with 5 divine positions. 5 divine positions was exactly the minimum requirement needed to create a supreme metac. So Moneybody was tempted to create a supreme metac when Loki helped him to gain 5 complete rank 8 divine positions. There was also the fact that if he didn't create a supreme metac, he would have to become a Dragon King's lackey. Moneybody didn't like it. The combination of what he didn't like and what he liked pushed Moneybody to make the decision to risk his life in creating a supreme metac. Then Loki swooped in to reap the benefits. When he thought about his plan, he smiled and said, "And that's how you get something from someone willing to kill themselves to prevent you from getting their life's work. You make them an offer they can't refuse and give them the materials they need to make their own noose. Then you hang them dry like salted fish." As he spoke, he spread the black force field around him. He was using this to find the opening of the spatial channel into Moneybody's cave heaven. While he was doing this, he had a grin and a look of anticipation on his face. This was partly because this would be the first time he would be assimilating Monarch Moneybody's cave heaven. Of course, the main reason for his anticipation was that he would get to loot something he had never had the opportunity to take in all of the plundering he had done before. This special thing that he would get to plunder for the first time made him wonder, thinking, "I wonder how I will look with a golden crown over my head. I should be quite the dashing young man." He had a lot of reasons to be happy and full of joy. But there was also something that made him solemn and apprehensive. This thing he was worried about made him think, what I did with Moneybody was impressive. But jokes aside, can every DMadLord do it, or am I the only one who can do something like that? I have a feeling that every DMadLord can kill cultivators who use their divine positions to create their supreme metacs and rob the supreme metacs. After all, if we both create divine positions, we should both have control of it. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but if I'm right, it means it is impossible for anyone to escape a pathway by creating their own supreme metac. The more he thought about the power that DMadLords had over the cultivators and their pathways, and the contingencies that the DMadLords had put in place to restrict their cultivators, the heavier his heart became. The first contingency that he has noticed is the ability to kill a divine being or capture their soul through the divine position of the pathway that they have in their cave heaven. This is a contingency he has experienced personally. He experienced it when he stole a medium world and refused to pay the fine. The sect decided to demote him and enslave his soul. He had only escaped this move by reversing time with the rewind metac. The second contingency is the ability of DMadLords to know the situation of the cave heaven of their divine beings through the divine position. This is more of a power that DMadLords have over cultivators in their pathway. Thanks to this privilege, they can make sure no one crosses the limit that they've set on the size of the cave heaven of divine beings. The third contingency is to limit the number of divine positions that divine beings can have. As long as they don't have 5 divine positions, divine beings will never be able to create their supreme metac and escape. The fourth contingency is to make the divine position incomplete. Because of this, divine positions are stuck at rank 6. So divine positions can't reach rank 8, which will result in a higher consumption of lifespan when they are used to create supreme metax. The incomplete state of divine positions also makes the cultivation of divine beings reliant on the supreme metac of that pathway. This makes it easy for Tao Lords to remove the cultivation of divine beings. So if a rank 8 cultivator is caught trying to create a supreme metac, their cultivation can be stripped away from them. Once their cultivation falls, they should fail in creating the supreme metac. Comments. Chapter 847. There is another one, but he isn't sure about its validity as an intentional contingency. It is that he believes that the life leech is a contingency. He believes that the yearly rent keeps divine beings too poor to afford the lifespan they need to create supreme metax. But even if the life leech doesn't count, he is certain that the mark the sect puts on the soul of every cultivator when they join the sect is a contingency and a powerful one at that. Not only is he sure it is a contingency that the sect has put in place to restrict the cultivators in their sect, but he's also sure it is a powerful one because it has worked well against him. On the surface, the mark helps cultivators keep track of their bank account with the sect. This way, cultivators don't lose their money after they die, and the sect makes sure no one escapes debts by dying. It was later that he learned that the mark is instrumental in taking a soul from the cycle of reincarnation and using it to build homunculi for the sect. This way, every member of the sect can be turned into an undying slave for the sect. As if that wasn't bad enough, he learned that the mark could be used to capture living people, too, not just souls. He had a divine spark when he discovered this. Despite his possession of a divine metac, the mark had been able to neutralize all of his power and hook him for capture like a fish. He has escaped all of these contingencies, but he is still worried because of what all of the contingencies mean to him going forward. His first worry is that the Tao Lords have put a hidden plan in place to deal with someone like him who escaped most of their contingencies and succeeded in becoming a rank 9 being. The fact that he hasn't encountered this hidden contingency doesn't prove that it doesn't exist. It might not actually exist, but he doesn't know, so he is worried. His second worry is that the Tao Lords will definitely not accept his existence. After all, they couldn't have gone to such great lengths to prevent the creation of rank 9 beings just to laugh it off when they see that he bypassed their restrictions. This made him click his tongue in distaste as he thought, why did they restrict the creation of rank 9 beings anyway? Is it just pure selfishness, or is there a deeper reason? For example, is it that their lives and livelihood depend on the number of powerful beings in the Sea of Worlds? Or is it that someone is forcing them to put the restrictions in place? I hope they just don't want more powerful beings for selfish reasons. If they're being forced to, then I'm screwed. After all, something that can force Tao Lords will definitely be more powerful than Tao Lords, and will surely hate me more than Tao Lords. This thought made him worried for a while. But he was soon distracted from his worries when he came up with something that cheered him up. He thought, now that I think about it, maybe Tao Lords can't steal supreme metax. If they could, they shouldn't have put all of these restrictions in place to stop divine beings from creating supreme metax. If they could steal supreme metax from those who use their divine positions, they should have done the opposite and made it easier for divine beings to create supreme metax. So maybe what I did to Moneybody is an outlier. If that is true, then it should be because I have a divine spark. Of course, if Tao Lords are restricting the creation of rank 9 divine beings because they are being forced to, then it won't matter if they can steal supreme metax or not. In that case, the situation would be very bad for me. At this point, he had to stop thinking because he had finally gained access to Moneybody's cave heaven. His body tumbled through the spatial channel and landed in the sky. Down below, there were golden spirit creatures of different kinds. The spirit creatures have been separated into different sections based on their kind. This made the cave heaven look like one giant farm for spirit creatures. Overall, the cave heaven looked to be in good condition, but a section of it at the edge looked like it was plagued by earthquakes. It was also clear that a big chunk of land had crumbled away from the cave heaven. The first thing he suspected of doing this was the devouring ability. He suspected the devouring ability because, in the past, his use of the black force field to gain access to a cave heaven would have led to some loss in the size of the cave heaven. but the part that the devouring ability ate would be smooth, not jagged, like what he is seeing in the cave heaven. This meant that the devouring ability couldn't be responsible for the loss in the size of Moneybody's cave heaven. Of course, that was how the black force field behaved in the past. His control over the devouring ability has become better, so the black force field doesn't eat what he doesn't let it eat. So the devouring ability couldn't be responsible for the loss in the cave heaven. Since the devouring ability couldn't be responsible, he said, it must be because he brought out one of his divine metacks when I helped him to convert them into divine positions. I didn't seal any of divine metacks, and he didn't lose any of them, but he did remove them one at a time from his cave heaven, which should have made the cave heaven lose some of its support and downsize. After coming to this conclusion, he took off into the core of the cave heaven. Comments. Chapter 848. The core of the cave heaven should be dark by now. After all, every life fire within it is gone. But for some reason, there was still a sun in the sky. This sun is dim, and it is producing a wavelength of light that mortals can't see. So the cave heaven will look dark to mortals. Only divine beings will be able to notice that there is still something in the core of the cave heaven producing light. As the architect of this situation, he was quick to realize that the supreme metac was the source of the light. As for why a metac was producing light like a life fire, he attributed it to the fact that the supreme metac is also made of divine positions, which produce light. After coming to this conclusion, he smiled and said, forget about it producing light. It has 8 divine positions in it, so its light should be brighter. After all, supreme metacs are the brightest stars in the divine constellation. So this supreme metac has a lot OT explanation to make as to why it isn't bright. I wonder what it will say for being lazy. He was pretending to be angry with the supreme metac. But when he laid his eyes on the supreme metac, he lost every inch of anger within him. Even if he were truly angry at the supreme metac, his anger would have petered off once his gaze fell on the supreme metac. This was because the supreme metac was the most perfect thing he had ever laid his eyes on. He had experienced this feeling before. It was the same feeling he experienced the first time he increased his Tao status and laid eyes on the supreme metac of the forging pathway. He has experienced that feeling of Om many times since then, but none of his previous experiences could compare in intensity to what he was experiencing now. After all, he could only look at the supreme metac from a distance in the past. This time around, he was face to face with the supreme metac, and he could even touch it. So he could gain a newfound appreciation for the perfection of the supreme metac. When his eyes roamed over the supreme metac, he didn't see a crown. He didn't see the golden color of the crown either. All he saw was a machine capable of unprecedented efficiency in the utilization of energy and the production of power. The feeling was mesmerizing. The only thing that was diluting the feeling was Fenrir. Fenrir was distracting him from fully appreciating the supreme metac with the feeling of hunger. This wasn't a strange thing, as Fenrir is always hungry when it encounters something special and powerful. What was weird was that Fenrir was uncertain about its hunger for the supreme metac. This made him focus on Fenrir and say, "What's going on with you?" He could tell that Fenrir wanted to eat the supreme metac. This feeling was undisputed. However, Fenrir was also hesitant about eating the supreme metac because it was worried that it couldn't contain it. For the first time since he awakened Fenrir, Fenrir wasn't sure if it could eat something. It was afraid of breaking apart because it tried to eat something too big for it. Loki found this to be odd. He was surprised to say the least. But he also thought that Fenrir's behavior was reasonable after he realized what made Fenrir behave like this. So he scratched his chin and said, "I guess this is another side effect of the separation of Fenrir from me. Without me, it has limits and can't eat everything. So what was so great about me that it removed Fenrir's limits?" As soon as he asked that question, the image of a black void appeared in his mind. Some sort of understanding also flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, these two things were fleeting. Before he could pinpoint anything meaningful about them, they were gone from his mind. All that was left was a name on the tip of his tongue that he couldn't articulate. The feeling was frustrating, so he shook his head and said, "Forget about it. I'm just not powerful enough to know what it is." Then he returned his attention to the matter of Fenrir's strange behavior, which made him say, Fenrir is right to be worried, though. In its current state, it definitely can't handle this supreme metak. In its current state, it can only contain 5 divine metaks. This supreme metak contains 8 divine metaks and 8 divine positions. So it will definitely explode if it tries to contain it. Maybe after I heal it, Fenrir will be able to contain the supreme metak. Until then, only I can handle this supreme metak. As he said this, he reached for the supreme metak. Because he was the creator of the supreme metak, the supreme metak flew towards him. The golden crystal crown flew over and fell into his hands. But as soon as it touched his hand, it sank into his body. Then it appeared in the core of his cave heaven right beside his divine spark. He thought that was the end of it and was about to admire the fruit of his labor. But the presence of a supreme metak seemed to awaken something within him. The whole world melted away from his perception and was replaced by a black void. The void was endless. One could call it limitless. But the void wasn't entirely empty. There was a white orb in the void. For some reason, he knew that this white orb was at the center of the orb. He also knew that he was the white orb. The realization that he was the white orb came out of the blue. It appeared in his mind like lightning. Once he understood that he was the white orb, he didn't doubt it. This was because seeing the white orb was similar to the experience of seeing one's reflection in a mirror. Comments. Chapter 849. Without the mirror, he didn't know what he looked like. But once he got the mirror and saw himself, he immediately became aware of the entirety of his appearance. Of course, what he saw in the mirror wasn't a literal image of himself. What he saw in a white orb was an image of all his life experiences. He saw everything he had ever experienced, including his past life. As he watched, he saw himself growing up on Earth. He saw himself going to school, graduating, getting a job, and getting married. This sight brought back memories that he had pushed far away at the back of his mind. The memories didn't affect him, though. His emotions were calm as he recollected them. He wasn't affected by the memories because he was a different person from the one he was back on Earth. There was also the fact that he knew all of these and was learning nothing new. But then he saw something new. He saw something streak through the void of the universe. This thing was a white orb. The white orb entered a certain galaxy. It went straight for the only place with life in that galaxy. Then it crashed into the planet with life on it. The crash between the white orb and the planet caused the planet to explode. Every life on the planet was wiped out, and the planet was shattered into bits. But the white orb was fine and dandy. After the crash, the white orb took off into space. It went in the direction of the next signs of life. The next source of life happened to be in the same galaxy. In fact, it was in the same solar system, so it didn't take long for the white orb to reach it. Then it did the same thing it did to the previous planet. It crashed into this planet and was destroyed. Once it was done with the second planet, it went to the third, then the fourth, and then it visited the fifth planet. It visited a lot of planets with life. The number was uncountable, but Loki didn't lose track. He also noticed the glaring fact that every planet it visited was destroyed. Another thing that he noticed was that something was following the white orb. He didn't know what this was because the white orb didn't know what it was. At this point, the white orb didn't have awareness. It had only one mission, which was to find living things and record its experience during this mission. So the only thing he could tell was that whatever was always followed the white orb, as if pursuing it. Just like that, the white orb spent billions of years traversing the universe and wiping every trace of life that it encountered. This didn't stop until the white orb entered a solar system with a small blue planet with most of its surface covered by water. As usual, the white orb crashed into this planet and killed every living thing in it. But things were a little different this time around, because one of the living things on the planet had a soul that was compatible with the white orb. Because of this compatibility, the white orb fused with the soul. This happened to complete the white orb's goal. So instead of rushing off to the next location of living things, the white orb was brought into the cycle of reincarnation. As the white orb disappeared from the universe, The thing that had always been following him roared in anger and frustration. Then it said something in a language Loki had never heard before. He didn't recognize the language, but he understood what the entity had said. The entity had said, "This is not the end. I will find you." That was all the white orb heard before everything went dark. This darkness lasted for an instant. When it disappeared, Loki found himself looking through the eyes of a baby. Through those eyes, he saw his father and mother in this life. From there, he saw everything that led to this point. After reviewing the memories, he asked himself, saying, "Am I the one from Earth who fused with the white orb? Or am I the white orb? Or am I the product of the fusion of who I was and the white orb?" Then he shrugged and said, "These memories and experiences make me who I am. If the white orb and I have the same experiences, then the white orb must be me, and I am the white orb. So it doesn't matter what I was. It doesn't even matter that the white orb killed me. What matters is that I am the spark of power. I am the essence of the potential to wield power." There are a lot of things he doesn't know, such as where the spark of power came from, who was pursuing it, why they were pursuing it, how it was able to find living beings, and what made him compatible with the spark of power. But some of the questions he had before have also been answered. For example, the question of why he was able to reincarnate. The answer to this is that the spark of power made him reincarnate. The spark of power is why he has the memories of his past life. As for whether the spark of power can help him reincarnate a second time, he doesn't know. To be honest, he has no intention of finding out, especially if it will involve him dying again. Another thing he is certain of is why Fenrir was so powerful when it should have been an ordinary mortal metak at rank 1. It is why he was able to carry Fenrir through the river of time, and why Fenrir could maintain its progress despite the reversal of time. However, the most important ability of the spark of power is to extract the essence of power for itself. It is not its ability to enhance the power of others. Comments. Chapter 850. He seemed to have realized something important, which made him say, "Fenrir and the other metaks I've used so far weren't powerful enough for the spark of power to make a move. But the Domination Supreme metak is powerful enough. It has a powerful essence that is ripe for the taking." As he spoke, a golden crown appeared within the void. It came from the world beyond the void. Then it crashed into the spark of power. There was no violent collision upon contact between the two items of power. The two of them fused to become one. It was as if they had always been items from the same origin. So there was no rejection between them. The golden crown was much smaller than the spark of power. Loki thought this was the reason it was consumed during the fusion. The golden crown shattered, becoming part of the spark of power. After the fusion, the spark of power remained largely the same, but there was now a tiny tattoo on its white shell. Loki immediately felt invigorated after the fusion. His entire existence felt as if he had just taken a great tonic. He was revitalized and stronger than ever before. As the feeling of power washed over him, he shivered in pleasure. His mind was further entangled with the waves of understanding that were pumped into his mind from the golden crown. So it took longer for him to recover from his inebriated state. In the past, he had once tried to gain understanding about the money pathway by connecting his mind to the supreme metak of the money pathway. His current state is similar to that experience. At that time, when he was gaining understanding, he realized that there was something about him that helped him circumvent the rules set by a supreme metak. He had called the environment of the world an operating system and had referred to the power within him as a virtual machine. It was at that time that he began to suspect that the virtual machine within him was why Fenrir was able to use metaks of various pathways and not experience the suppression of law fragments. As it turned out, he was right to suspect this. Apparently, the spark of power is truly a mirror for everything. He felt that this was the case because the spark of power can reflect every kind of power without experiencing any kind of rejection between them. Right now, the spark of power is reflecting and copying the power of the Domination Supreme metak as a part of itself. Since the Domination Supreme metak is now a part of the spark of power, and Loki is the spark of power, the Domination Supreme metak is therefore a part of him. This is why the understanding of the domination supreme metak is rushing into his mind unbidden and without spending his lifespan to gain the understanding. Because of this, it is only a matter of time before he gains supreme mastery of the domination pathway. Once he gains supreme mastery of the domination pathway, he will be equal to the creator of the domination supreme metak in terms of understanding. So not only will he be in possession of the domination supreme metak, he will be able to control it perfectly. This made him smile and say, "It is just like how I could control divine metaks perfectly. I will also be able to control the supreme metak perfectly." As expected of something that is capable of making me use any divine metak of any pathway with any amount of divine metaks without limit. It truly has no limit on its control over power. While he was marveling at the spark of power, the fusion between himself and the domination supreme metak was completed. This removed the last barrier for control between him and the supreme metak. Once this step was completed, his mind became free and unencumbered again. With nothing left to do here, he willed it to return his attention to his body. So the black void and the white sphere disappeared from his vision. The inner core of his cave heaven was revealed once again. There was still the divine spark at the center of this space. Fenrir and the other divine metaks were also revolving around the divine spark. Everything looked completely normal, and if anyone were to gaze deep into existence, this is all that they would see. Only he knew that there was more to his existence than this. After becoming acquainted with the spark of power, he knew that the core of his cave heaven was no longer the deepest layer of his existence. He was sure that beneath the shine of the divine spark lay another more powerful layer of his existence. Because of this, the core of his cave heaven is now, at most, the second deepest layer of his existence. So anyone who takes everything in the core of his cave heaven as all that he is will be mistaken. This made him shake his head and say, "Not that they can be blamed. I only suspected that there was more to my existence for a long time. So it is normal for other people to be mistaken." Then he turned his gaze to Fenrir and said, "It is time I healed you. Then I will upgrade you and make you worthy of becoming a part of me." After he said this, his divine body, within the core of Money Body's cave heaven, reached over to the remaining divine metaks and grabbed them. The Thorn House of Alliance possessed 11 divine metaks. Money Body consumed 8 of them to create Loki's domination supreme metak. So only 3 divine metaks were left. He took those 3 divine metaks now into the core of his cave heaven. When they appeared in the core of his cave heaven, his divine spark lit up and began infusing the 3 of them with power. /N. Please don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 851. The power he infused the divine metaks made them expand in size and begin to glow. This was all superficial changes, of course. The true change was the transformation of the divine metaks as tools for using power into tools for producing power. This was because he was using the world power ability on them. He had once used the world power ability to grant himself the power of a world king. Now that he was using it on divine metaks, he was converting the divine metaks into divine positions capable of creating world kings for him. This is how he converted Money Body's divine metaks into divine positions earlier. And just like last time, he plans to use these new divine metaks to see if he can create another supreme metak. The world ability used up 10,000 years of lifespan to convert the divine metak into a rank 6 divine position. After that, it used up an extra 90,000 years of his lifespan to upgrade it to a rank 7 divine position. Then he consumed 900,000 more years of lifespan to raise it to rank 8. So he needed to spend a total of 1 million years of lifespan to create an item capable of creating a rank 8 divine being. When he remembered how much lifespan it had cost him to raise the force organ to rank 8, he determined that this cost was acceptable. After all, it had cost him 10 million years to complete the 3rd layer of the force organ. So he wasn't being cheated here. After he created the first rank 8 divine position, he fed it to Fenrir. Fenrir swallowed it and began digesting. This is something Fenrir has done many times in the past. However, the proceeds of the digestion will all go to Fenrir this time. While Fenrir was digesting the first rank 8 divine position, he busied himself with creating the second one. The third divine metak was also lined up. Meanwhile, he was also assimilating Moneybody's cave heaven. So the size of his cave heaven was increasing while he was working on gaining more power through Fenrir. Moneybody's cave heaven was very large, but it also contained a lot of law fragments, which will increase the amplification he will gain from his law fragments. So it can be said that he is growing in every way possible. This made him smile. Another thing that put him in a good mood was that he didn't have to hold back in assimilating Moneybody's cave heaven, unlike the last time he assimilated the cave heaven of an alliance. This made him smile and say, "It really is good to not have limits. The freedom to gain power, however I see fit, is even better than the power I am gaining." This will be the first time across many timelines that he will be assimilating the Thorn House of Commerce's cave heaven. But it won't be the first time he will be assimilating the cave heaven of an alliance. The first time he assimilated the cave heaven of an alliance was 2 timelines ago when he defeated and killed Monarch Shadow Clone. But at that time, he had to limit how much of the cave heaven he assimilated because of the limit on the size of cave heaven that the sect imposed on every divine being. So most of that cave heaven had gone to waste. However, things are different now. Without anyone limiting the size of his cave heaven, he can completely swallow up this cave heaven and continue to assimilate more cave heavens. His smile turned into a grin as he said, "If I continue like this, I should reach that level that DMadLords don't want us to reach. Maybe then I will get to see what the fuss is all about." At this point, his train of thought was interrupted. The interruption came from Fenrir, so his attention returned to the white dog with the black snake tail. He saw that Fenrir was now whole again. Since Fenrir is not complete, it didn't need him to maintain its power and was now a bona fide rank 8 divine metak that anyone could use. This development also meant that Fenrir could now assimilate and use 5 divine metaks for itself, not just 3. Loki intends to give the rewind metak and the danger metak to Fenrir. But before doing that, he wants to see if he can upgrade Fenrir to rank 9. A few minutes ago, it would have been a foolhardy endeavor to try to upgrade Fenrir to rank 9. It would have been an endeavor that he would surely fail to accomplish. But right now, in his current state, it has become feasible to upgrade Fenrir to rank 9. This is because he now knows how to create a supreme metak. So he has the supreme mastery of the domination pathway to thank for this. As he thought what to do to upgrade Fenrir, he said, "I need 5 more divine metaks, and I need to upgrade them to rank 8 divine positions. But where do I get the divine metaks? Do I use the ones I already have? Or should I create new ones from the domination supreme metak?" After thinking about his options, he said, "If upgrading Fenrir becomes successful, I won't need most of the divine metaks I have. Plus, creating new divine metaks will take time. Besides, if I want to make up for the divine metaks I use, I can get more easily by taking them from the people hunting me. So I should just use the ones I have for now." With the decision made, he got to work upgrading some of the divine metaks in the core of his cave heaven into rank 8 divine positions. He was in possession of 12 divine metaks. The first 3 he gained were Fenrir, Rewind, and Danger Sense. The remaining 9 were gained from hunting and killing divine beings recently. Comments?